Yeah, don't look up there. Just the mic is off. The mics are not live. I don't know what they're talking about. Welcome to the Two Crazy Ketos 11 on 11 live stream.
I'm Rachel.
And I'm Joe.
And we are
Two Crazy Ketos. And if you're new to our channel, welcome. Here on Two Crazy Ketos, we do different things like recipe videos and we do product reviews. We talk about various keto topics, and every Monday we go live on Keto Beyond the Couch because life exists beyond the couch.
Yes, it does. You can find us in different social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
And we have a website, which is twocrazyketos.com, and that's where you're going to find all of our different recipes. Now, we do upload at least 5 new videos every single week, so make sure you subscribe to our channel.
And don't forget to hit the little bell icon, and that way every single time we chat for 11 straight hours, you'll be alerted to it. Happy Veterans Day, everybody.
Happy Veterans Day. Here it goes.
Here we go.
We have worked really hard to have this go off, hopefully without a hitch. If you pray, please pray for us, for our internet.
We would appreciate it.
That, like, I had everything programmed last night, and this morning we got up and a bunch of things weren't working right. So if you are new here, this is our 11 on 11 live stream, and this spawned from last year. We went to what is now the the Hard to Kill Summit. It used to be called the Keto Omaha Summit. And our friend Jay Morales there does a march every year from Lincoln to Omaha, 50 miles, to raise awareness for veterans. And we started talking to Jay, and he started telling us about how a lot of veterans come home and they're homeless. They don't know how to, really transition back into society, and we need to raise awareness for veterans. And Rachel and I were talking on our flight home, and we were like, I would love to do that, but there's no way I could do that 50-mile march with my bad ankle. As a matter of fact, Robert last year was on crutches for 2 weeks afterwards. So we were like, what could we do? And then as we were doing that, we started watching this movie on the plane called The Girl Who Wore Freedom, which I left a link for it down below. And it really hit us because that movie is all about how in Normandy, in France, every year to this day on D-Day, the people of the town go and take care of the graves of the American soldiers who fell.
And even host them.
And
even
host them.
Families.
And we started thinking that the people in France care more about our veterans than we do.
We got to do something about that.
And so we got to do something. So we're like, what could we do? And we threw together this live stream last year called 11 on 11, where we live streamed for 11 straight hours.
Because we can do that. We can talk for 11 straight hours. I mean, y'all met us, right?
So we did that, and we had a goal of like maybe $1,000. And you guys came together, and we raised $10,000 for the Wounded Warriors Foundation.
So we set the goal. So we are in hour number 1 because you know that I'm super anal and OCD, much to Joe's chagrin. And I've got to like break this up in bite-sized pieces to myself. But you guys, we are opening this live stream. I have my tissues because you know I'm going to be crying all through it. But we're opening with $2,321.
No.
Oh, no.
$2,931.
And what a blessing. What an honor and a privilege for us to be a part of this. And we've asked you guys to share your stories of veterans that are precious to you. We want to shout out those stories all throughout the day. The reason for that is we do not want their stories to go silent. We want to continue making sure that we honor not just the veterans for their sacrifice, but also the families of the veterans, because without the families watching that home front and taking care of the things at home, these veterans, cannot go and do what they need to do. So we're so thankful for the families and for the veterans.
So let's get a little housekeeping out right away. So obviously right down below in the screen, there is a QR code for you to be able to donate. We're collecting money through Tiltify, which is actually set up by the Wounded Warriors. Wounded Warriors actually this week does something called Stream Week, where they ask gamers to stream for the Wounded Warriors Foundation. And I was looking on the website earlier, and can y'all believe that Too Crazy Ketos is at the top right now?
Wow.
We're at the top. Most
Let's
people
do
are
it.
streaming for a week. We're streaming for a day.
That's
We're
my
up
prayer.
at the top. I'm so excited about that.
Let's love harder than everybody else. Let's do that.
And so you can use that QR code to go ahead and donate. Now, the stream is basically everything that we make from the stream is going to be donated to Wounded Warriors. If you use a super chat, we will donate the super chat money. But I want you to be aware that YouTube takes 30% of that money.
Right.
Last year, we matched it. We can't afford to match it this year after last year. But we will donate everything that YouTube gives us. So if you use the super chat, for example, if you do a $100 super chat, $70 ends up going to Wounded Warriors because YouTube takes the other 30%.
Right.
But if you want to use a super chat to shout something out, feel free. Any of the ad revenue from the stream gets donated to Wounded Warriors. Also, we have a couple things to bid for you guys to bid on
auction
and give
going
away.
on.
We may add some more things throughout the day. So if you use this QR code right here, there's also a link down below in the description for a few things that are up for auction, including 1 month of coaching from us. We also are auctioning off a VIP ticket to KetoCon, which has $1,000.
That's $1,000. Yes, and for good reason, because it's amazing what you get as a VIP.
That also includes
KetoCon.
admission to the VIP dinner.
Yeah.
And then also we have 2 separate tickets, just general admission tickets for Keto Chow.
And that right now,
not Keto Chow, for KetoCon.
For KetoCon, and that's a $100 value right now, but that's not the full value of a KetoCon ticket. The general admission ticket on the day it opens will be $300. So that's a really great value.
Yeah. So where do you want to start?
Well, I wanted to I've written down stuff. I know you hate this, but I've written down some stuff because I like kind of clarifying, what is this all about? And unlike Memorial Day, Veterans Day actually pays tribute to all American veterans, living or dead, whereas Memorial Day is set aside for those warriors who have passed. But it especially gives thanks and honor to all of those who have served honorably in the military, in wartime, and in peacetime. And it's interesting to see that November 11th was originally commemorated as Armistice Day by President Woodrow Wilson in 1919. That's how old this began, which was the first anniversary of World War I. And it became a national holiday in 1938. And it was President Eisenhower who in 1954 actually officially changed the name of the holiday from Armistice Day to Veterans Day, which I thought was just kind of interesting because a lot of times we confuse Memorial Day and Veterans Day.
Melissa, thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat.
Melissa.
Thank you for all you do. Okay, so a couple of things. Listen, we're praying for our internet.
Yes.
If problems happen, stick with us. What we'll do is we'll flip out our laptop, but we're going to try to stay on as much as we can.
This is not going to be a one coffee experience day. I just want to brace everybody for that. It's not going to be a one experience. I can guarantee it.
Chris said there's no Keto Chow stuff in the auction. That's because I literally figured out how to do the auction about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to read comments, but I'm sure it's going to scroll past. So if we skip your comment, we're sorry about that. Again, you can use the super chat function. Please be nice in the comment section. We do have it set up. You have to be subscribed to the channel for just a second.
Yeah.
Just a second. There's no charge for that or anything like that.
We just want to try to keep the bots
but
out.
We're trying to keep some of the bots out, and we're really excited about all of that.
Now, some people may wonder why we have chosen to raise money for the Wounded Warrior Project. There's a lot of amazing veteran services out there. The reason why the Wounded Warrior Project is near and dear to our heart is that it is the leading veteran service organization focused on transforming the way the post 9/11 generation and future generations of veterans are empowered, employed and engaged in our communities. They actually started after 9/11. Their direct service programs, advocacy efforts, and collaboration are among best in practice. They're actually top rated as an employer. So they treat their employees well. They're continuing to expand every single year in the services that they provide. They take polls of all of the veterans, survey them. All of the veterans that are in their program, which I think is very important because they are respecting what are the actual needs of the veterans and their families instead of just kind of thinking they know what's best. They're constantly asking, what is it that you need from us so that they can expand their services, and we think that that is really important.
And just to give you a little idea, this is what a donation to Wounded Warriors can help with. $14 will provide a safe voice on the telephone for a warrior. $38 can provide a consultation with a claim specialist to help a warrior obtain military benefits. $70 can provide a session with a career counselor for 2 warriors. $150 can provide a 1-hour session of mental health treatment for 1 warrior.
This is very powerful services. And that was something that I've really been excited to see an expansion of in these recent years with the Wounded Warrior Project. And that is that they provide financial planning, estate planning, legal services so that veterans and their families can know how to, plan financially. It's not just a case of wanting to help veterans be independent in their living as they transition from serving to coming back home, but we also want them to be independent in their finances and be able to, have dignity in those areas as well. And I think it's amazing the lawyers and the, financial planners, the accountants that are joining this Wounded Warrior Project force to help families meet them right where they are, right in their home, go to their homes, have these services provided, I think is amazing.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, so the numbers speak for themselves. Because not every warrior can, with the support of our community, we give a voice to those in need and empower our warriors to begin journey to recovery. So just a few things here I wanted to show you. Every day, 41 service members and family support members sign up to receive critical support and services by the Wounded Warriors. 1 in 4 warriors have had suicidal thoughts in the last 12 months. 77% of warriors indicated some degree of high intensity to their severely limiting pain, and nearly 1 in 5 warriors struggle to get the care to overcome their invisible wounds like PTSD and depression. For every $500 raised, at least 3 warriors can receive a mental health session.
And as struggling through my own mental health journey, for the entirety of my life, that is very important to us. That is something that it's not acceptable that our veterans are not getting access to the care and support they need. We understand that it's difficult to ask for help. It's challenging to reach out and ask for help, but we're so thankful for the Wounded Warrior Project because it's not just about extending help, but it's also about extending dignity and helping them to, make decisions for themselves and for their families and to have access, if they will reach out. And I hope that if there is a veteran here watching this live stream, we love you so much. We're so thankful for your service. And if for some reason you haven't reached out to the Wounded Warrior Project, reach out. That is not an indication of, that I should be able to tough this out. It's important for us to have these services. And we hope that you'll make the decision today to reach out to the Wounded Warrior Project because that's what it's for.
Tina, thank you very much for the $5
Thanks,
super chats that gave on the Wounded Warrior site off today. Going to try to stay with you guys a while, more than 1 coffee away from me. Rachel, God bless you both.
Thank you. We love you too.
So give you a little rundown of today. We're going to start off in a little while. Anthony is going to join us. I got Rachel to let me have Anthony come on live.
I mean, he has to do it respectfully, right?
We're gonna open up the keto box and go through it, and Anthony's going to try everything in there. At 12 o'clock, we have Dr. Chris Palmer coming on.
How cool is that?
We are really, really excited. Dr.
So
Palmer
excited.
is really just, I don't even know how to say it, just taking on the mental health industry with
Yeah.
keto. And he's got an amazing book coming out, and we're really excited to talk to him about what he's finding that keto can do for people with mental health issues. At 1:30 p.m., we have an amazing couple, Phil and Stacy from Today is Sunday, which is an RV channel, but they really work hard to bring awareness to veterans and their issues. And I'm
Yeah.
so excited to have them on. At 3 o'clock, we're going to have semi-retired Bob on.
How awesome is that?
At 4:30, I saw her here in the live stream. We're going to have
Miss
the lovely
Nisha.
Nisha Berry on. No, Dr. Berry. We're just going to have Nisha on today.
Well, hey, I am super excited to have Miss Nisha. All right. Like, let me tell you, I love listening to Dr. Berry speak, but I told Dr. Berry right to his cute little face, like, dude, her speaking at the PhD summit, I think she might be a better speaker than you. And he was
She
like,
was
I
amazing.
know she is. She's amazing.
At 6 p.m., we have Chris and Miriam from Keto Chow.
Woohoo!
And then immediately following them, we're going to have Nurse Cindy.
How awesome. I was thinking about that. So Nurse Cindy is like later on in this evening. And boy, I thought,
am freezing because I got the house to like 66
well,
degrees.
I thought to myself, like, will we be tired? You ain't gonna be tired with Nurse Cindy around. She
No.
is just a firecracker of love and light, right?
No.
I mean, she is just keeps it awesome.
Now, throughout the day, we're going to honor veterans. A lot of you guys sent stories. I do really have to say, I cannot believe this. I realized that this morning I did not have time to add our own veteran stories into there.
But we can share a little bit.
So I'm going to start off with, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my Opa. My grandfather, my dad's father, was born in Germany, immigrated here when he was a very little kid. His parents sent him over here by himself. And I know before he died, he told me he never got back to Germany. And he never knew whether or not his parents sent him here to escape the war or because they didn't care about him anymore.
We know the truth, though, of course.
And so he joined the Navy, and it was a cook for the Navy during World War II as a German. He got picked on a lot as a German in the American Army and the Navy. And he loved this country. Lived in Miami the whole time he was here, raised my dad in Miami, and he always just really talked about how great this country was, believed that you came here, you spoke English, you lived here, and you honored the country. And I'm so grateful for my Opa.
I'm thankful for my grandfather, Pasco T. Mansfield, who served during World War II. He was an auto mechanic, was able to be stationed here in Florida at the Air Force Base. I'm also thankful for my father, Richard Warren, who was a first lieutenant in the Army. He served in Vietnam and received the Bronze Star. He actually stayed and provided cover so that every single one of the men in his unit were able to safely get underground, saved their lives, and he was very proud of the opportunity to serve. He enlisted along with his brothers. One brother came home from Vietnam. One brother did not come home from Vietnam. My father's best friend also served with him, but was killed by a shoe shine bomb that my father narrowly walked away from. It was just, he had just walked away from his friend for a moment, and his friend was killed. And I'm so thankful that he served, and I'm thankful that we got to have him come home. I think about, they don't know, our veterans, they don't know. They go, they answer the call of freedom, and they do so not knowing if they are going to have a future. They're giving their all so that the country as a whole will have a future. And I think that that's so amazing, and I'm so thankful for my father, proud of him. I know he loved America, also was proud to serve. Once he came home, they were stationed in North Platte, Nebraska. I know Scott has a keto channel for North Platte, but that's where my parents were stationed. My father continued to serve in the military. He was actually the person that would go to different homes to tell families, that they had lost a soldier. It was a very, difficult job to do, but he was thankful to be that person to hold the hands of the families in really just their hour of need, and to provide, dignity in that time. So very, very proud of our military veterans in our family.
So Joanna actually said she watched last year's stream, and one thing I wanted to play, we have some videos. We're going to shout out some of you guys' family. But last year, one of our subscribers, one of their relatives put together a video. We did a little bit of editing for the sound to not get demonetized. And we want to go ahead right now and play that video. Hello.
The sound isn't coming through on the broadcast or the video, but
Okay, thank you. So Chris just called me and said the sound isn't coming through on the video. So I've got to figure out why.
Why
In a
is it
little
doing that?
while.
That's okay.
Which is very weird because it said it was going out. So, so you were not able to hear that sound at all? That is very weird. Janet said, I had an uncle killed in Vietnam, shot down in a plane. Sad day for our lives. Danny Hubbs, 18 years old. There were so many young boys, so sad. Lots of uncles served.
Yes. Thank you for your service. I see we also have another one that you saved up there. Let's go ahead and read that one. Albeit says, my grandfather was a Marine during the Korean and Vietnam War. He then was a teacher. He was just put in the hospital, his throat closed, and they had to do a tracheotomy testing for malignancy now. Oh my gracious. Well, definitely our thoughts and prayers are with him today.
Okay. Now I got to figure out that all while we're still live.
Right.
So,
that's okay.
do you have anything you want to talk about over there? Some
things that I wanted to draw attention to is, today, again, we're giving our humble effort to help in this cause, but I think that it's so important that we draw attention to some of these veterans issues. And so I wanted to share 25% of the warriors that we are raising money for today need aid and assistance from another person due to service-connected injuries or health problems. So that's a real concern. That's a day in and day out need for them to receive care and help from somebody, aid every day. So as you know, that is a huge financial responsibility. 8% of warriors indicated that they are permanently housebound due to service-connected injuries or health problems. So again, I mean, this is that they need permanent care that we are helping to contribute to. Warriors who require aid and assistance report needing an average of 21 to 30 hours of assistance per week, and 30% require 40 hours or more. I hear a sound. I'm not sure if it's coming through.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure this out.
So
I'm sorry if we have a little mishap here.
Yeah, that's okay. So Brianna said, oh, I'm so proud of the two of you, Rachel and Joe. Thank you, Brianna. Thanks so much for being here. We're so privileged to be here for this live stream. I see Roxanne said, I will be in and out today. Love what you are doing. And we totally understand that. We know that people are going to be going to work today. Some people are off of school and work because of Veterans Day. But if you're here and you're just like coming in for a moment, just know that we really thank you for your support, for taking time out of your day to be here. It means so much. And we're gonna cry today. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna shed some tears, but it's okay. It's okay that we share things. You know, if you have a soldier in your family that you have lost to depression, to suicide, it's okay to talk about them here. This is a safe space. You know, sometimes that's hard. You know, it's hard for the veterans, you know, families that live on, you know, to talk about things. And so that's why we're here. We're 11 hours here to talk about veterans issues, no matter what that is.
Yeah, let's go ahead and highlight somebody. We're going to start off with, we've got Ageless Keto.
Ageless Keto. They say, hi, Joe and Rachel. I am a subscriber to your channel. Well, thank you for that. I am Ageless Keto. My name is Bob Woodruff. Hi, Bob. I'm married with 5 kids, 10 grandkids, and 10 great grandkids. I am a retired veteran of the United States Navy. Thank you so much for your service, sir. I retired as a damage control chief petty officer. During my 20-year career to our country, I spent 14 and a half years on board 3 different ships. Wow. My last deployment was 8.5 months in Desert Storm. Thank you both for honoring our veterans in this way. I hope to meet you soon. The below picture is me in boot camp. The top picture is me at retirement in 1992. Well, thank you so much, Bob. We really appreciate your service. Can you imagine what all Bob has seen in 14 and a half years on a boat? What all have you seen?
I'm going to let you do that while I go check something.
Not to mention the fact of like, what is it like living in such close quarters? I mean, I have been in a purge this year. My family can tell you, I have been trying to like learn from the minimalists about like how to get rid and declutter some things in your home. And I think about, I have a friend, Julie. She has 3 children right now serving. Love you, Julie, if you're here today. But her one daughter has lived on a submarine for years now in the Navy. And I'm like, how can you live in those close of quarters for that extended amount of time and only have, you know, just such a small amount of storage? And she says that she's like, me too. I don't understand, you know, how we could not like spread out. That's like very, very challenging. Jessica, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Says, I just wanted to give a shout out to remember my grandfather and husband's grandfather, both World War II vets, and my father-in-law, a Vietnam vet. Rest in peace. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat and for sharing that story. I was hoping I could click on it, but you know, Joe's not here. So, you know, I mess up on that, of course. Becky is bringing attention. Yes, 1 in 3 warriors struggle to get the care needed to overcome their invisible wounds like PTSD and depression. So true. Something that we're so concerned about bringing awareness to. It is that fact, the invisible wounds. Let's see. Cindy says, I'm going to watch as much as I can. My husband had cataract surgery yesterday and has an appointment. Also, I'm fasting today. I have a feeling that besides the coffee, Joe and I probably won't. I mean, he's going to eat this stuff in the keto box, but we might not have a lot of time for food today, but that's okay. We're keto, right? So we can do an extended fast when we need to. Keto Life Granny Audrey's here. Hello, good morning. Good morning to everybody. If you're waking up, let us know. I would love to know, put an emoji of a cartwheel if this is your second 11 on 11. If you joined us last year for our 11 on 11, show us a cartwheel. And if this is your first year with us for 11 on 11, put a heart. down so that we can see who's new here and who was here with us last year. Cher says, my barbecue group has already raised $70,000 for the Fisher House Foundation. I've reached out to the group to show this live stream some love. Thank you so much, Cher. I really, really appreciate that so stinking much. Thank you for that. Oh, good. Okay, we're seeing some cartwheels that for you were here last year and looking for the hearts for the new people here. Let me see. I saw another story we wanted to highlight. Danny says, my grandpa was in the army. He was a World War II POW in Germany. He lived his life taking care of our family and never talked about his experience. I wish now, being an adult, that I could talk to him. That was definitely something that blessed our hearts so much as we watched that documentary, The Girl Who Wore Freedom, that there are a lot of efforts from generations that are born out of that French community that continues to tend to our nation's heroes, their graves, to go on the road and reach out to the World War II veterans who are still alive, to get their stories, because yes, their stories are so precious. And again, that's something that's very important to us, that we take this time to spotlight your stories, your family stories, and honor those veterans, whether they are living or they have passed already, because we don't want to lose their stories. It's so important for us to spotlight them. Christina, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. We appreciate you so much for sharing with us. You guys are giving so generously today, and it's going to make a difference. I know Becky is continuing to share in the chat just what every little bit of money means, starting with as little as even $15, how we can serve our veterans. Just so stinking important.
Let's see.
We already shared that one.
I don't know where you're at. So.
You can go right there. That's a good place to jump in. Right where you're scrolling.
There you go, Angie.
Angie. My dad is 20 plus years retired. When I graduated the Army, tried hard to recruit me after finally telling them, look, my father is a boot camp drill sergeant. I never got another call. That is amazing. A boot camp drill sergeant. I have a feeling that there wasn't a lot of sanctuary for excuses, right? I mean, a drill sergeant, is it true? Was he a tough guy? Did he have a soft heart? Like, I always picture, drill sergeants based on what we have from movies, right? Where they're super tough, that's so interesting. But thank you so much for your family service. We appreciate you so much, Angie. I read that one from Danny. I saw John said, Michelle said, thank you for your $5 super chat, Michelle. She says, hang in there, Joe. We're not going anywhere.
Very frustrating because we spent all night.
Joe came to bed at 5 a.m. this morning to just kind of rest his head for about an hour and a half before we got back at it. And yes, we have tested equipment over and over again, but there's always a little bit of stress, but we do it in the midst of the stress that's going on, right? Just keep going.
Let's see. People are asking for the direct link. This should work.
So if you look in the bottom corner of the screen,
give your phone, make sure it's
you'll
working.
see that I'm just gonna check it, make sure that it's still going. Let's see. Is it working?
Serena, thank you very much for the $9.99 super chats that I appreciate. All of our vets, thank you for all you have done.
It is working. It's opening. Yes, it opens it up to the Wounded Warrior Project, the landing page for that, if you would like to donate. So it's there in the bottom, next to Joe, the bottom corner of your screen. You can just go immediately to that, and let me see. Where are we at here? We're still in hour 1. Oh my goodness. We're at hour 1. So far, we've raised $4,138. of the $25,000 goal. We're in hour 1, everybody. This is pretty amazing. Amazing. So thank you so much for what you guys are doing. Care Bear said, Dad never talks about the time he served in the Vietnam War. He let me take pictures of his old army photos, but when I posted them, he asked me to take them back down and just keep them for myself. It is challenging. You know, how do different veterans process their time of service and what that was like? And that's so amazing that you wanted to honor him, and I'm thankful that you kept on to that. We have photos and letters. My parents' entire romance was done through letters, their correspondence, and what a precious thing to have, to see their love story unfold. You don't see that as much anymore, right? The writing love notes to one another, but that's actually how they met. My uncle worked at Winn-Dixie grocery store, and so did my father. And when my father was leaving for Vietnam, he asked my uncle to write him, you know, just to have somebody to write to. And so my mother was like, I'll write him. And so she continued writing them, and their love story was born. And when he came back after boot camp and stuff, they got engaged, and the entirety of their engagement was done while he was, you know, gone to serve. So it was just kind of an amazing thing. And definitely, I know she was praying hard for him while he was gone, and we were just really thankful that, you know, he came back. So awesome.
I'm almost there. I've got to back up for the videos.
Audrey says, ear hustling all day, sharing on all social media. That is the very best thing that you guys can do today. If you're wondering, how can you help with today's live stream? I know a lot of people would just like to pick up Joe right now and hug his neck and be like, it's going to be okay. But another way that you can help us is by sharing this live stream, sharing the landing page for the fundraising, because that's how we spread the word. And that's how we help it. You know, there may be people that are not keto in your life, but that's okay, because today is not about keto. Today is about serving our veterans, and we're just going to use whatever platform that we have, happens to be a keto platform, to serve our veterans today. But you know, no worries. If somebody is not keto, they can still participate in today's live stream and also in our fundraising efforts.
Okay, we're going to try, let's see.
You're going to try it again?
We're going to try that video again.
Let's try it.
Ready?
Yeah, but
don't say anything.
Don't say anything, Rachel.
Okay, I don't know why it's not working. I guess we're gonna have to give up on the video.
That's all right.
I don't know why it's not working, and the microphone isn't even turning off.
Right.
So
that's all right. We ain't gonna.
It's got to be something here.
Right. But you know
what? I don't know what it is.
Serena, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate all of our vets. Thank you for all you have done. Thank you so much, Serena. We appreciate you.
We are waiting for Anthony. to
Get
in here,
all right.
and then I can work on stuff some more. And let's see. Angie.
Oh, yes, the drill sergeant dad. My dad was a hard man. His father retired MP on base, and all his brothers served in different forces. I remember dinners. We had Army, Air Force, and my grandma served at the Department of Defense on base. Wow, that is amazing. What a family legacy. Angie, thank you so much for your family.
I figured it out.
Oh,
I just
figured. Thank you, Lord.
I just figured it out.
You gonna try it again?
We're gonna try it
one more time.
one more time. In a
Hit
minute.
me, baby, one more time.
I had the microphone coming in inside a restream.
Yes, technology is not perfect, and neither are humans. That's very true.
Okay. You know what really stinks is the opening countdown.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't play the music.
Nothing. I know. We can't
really
go in a
upset
time
about
machine and
that.
fix it.
Okay. Let us go ahead and
We're gonna do it.
play this one.
My name is Sean Carf, and I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army. I'm not the same person I was before, and that's one of the hardest things that people don't understand. A lot of people think PTSD is just, they go crazy, they hear a loud noise, they freak out, but it's deeper than that. Everything from, the chemical imbalance of my brain is not the same. So that to me has been the hardest injury that I've had to deal with. Wounded Warrior Project's always been there, and that is something that we need to have as Wounded Warriors, to be able to come together, be around people that have shared experiences, and be able to, know that there's somebody that's always got your back, and to me that's special.
On a log,
Yeah.
wiping my nose because I think it's still playing.
Nope, it worked.
All
because
right.
you're looking up there.
Yes.
And you need to look at the preview over there. So we got it.
Awesome.
We got it. I'm excited. I'm sorry that we didn't have the other stuff working.
It's all right. It's hour
Let's
one.
hit some of these super chats. Mary T is here and said, let's see. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $13.99 Canadian money. Thank you so much for your work putting this day together. Remembering my mom today, 20 years old, in the Royal Canadian Air Force during World War II. She was a tough old broad and instilled that chin up toughness in me.
Thank you so much, Mary. And also, in Canada and also in England, they celebrate Remembrance Day. I was actually looking for, I think it's poppies, right? Is the flowers that they use to remember veterans during Remembrance Day. I couldn't find any. I got some behind me over here, some yellow carnations at Publix this morning. So, I don't know what that is right there.
That is, it's people making donations.
How cool.
But unfortunately, I can't get it to show up because we're using a green screen effect. I probably just need to turn that off. It shows up in the top
says,
corner.
hey, Joe is smiling again.
Yeah.
I am so happy. Thank you so much for caring about us. Oh, Lori, I love you. You're cute. Even if you're just sitting there. I know I'm just sitting there wiping my nose because it won't stop running because I've been crying all morning. So here we go.
Okay, let's go ahead and while we're waiting for Anthony, highlight somebody else.
Yes, let's do that.
You ready?
Yeah. Ooh, this is a good one.
We've got, you've
I'm
got
read
Becca's.
this one.
We don't have any pictures from Becca, but we do have a story.
We do have a story, and Becca Price donated 2 books. And later in today's broadcast, we are going to be having her books up. We're going to be giving away 2 books that tell the story that she's sharing here today. Ted's real stories are told in What a Way to Run a War, Letters Home from Ted, and Bailout Over Normandy, the story about how Ted's plane crashed in Normandy, how he worked with the Mackays, was captured by the Germans, and later escaped, causing mayhem for the Germans as he worked his way across France while avoiding recapture. So I'm so excited that you guys, it's amazing books, amazing tales. You're definitely gonna want to stay tuned because we are going to be giving away. She's so generously donated a copy of each of those 2 books. If you just read the text, it sounds like World War II was the greatest lark ever to come his way. But if you read between the lines, you can see the ever-present danger. If he was recaptured, he would have been shot, and the deprivations he went through. You can see the changes in him in the pictures in the books, from a happy-go-lucky bomber pilot to a more sober, sick individual. Please, and we will later show some of the pictures from the books. After Ted made his way back to Bodney, his airbase, he was sent home to help train other pilots in evading sabotage and sabotage in case they were shot down. After he was rescued, my grandmother, Ted's mother, made gifts of money and food to his rescuers for many years after. The little town in Normandy where Ted worked with the McKee was still remembers him. And there's a small museum dedicated to him. How amazing. A year ago, over the anniversary of the landing in Normandy, a lot of my family traveled there to see the museum and to talk with the families. At that time, my cousin Madeline, who edited Ted's books and saw to their publishing, had replicas of the Silk Airman's map of Normandy that the airmen carried in secret pockets in their boot heels, along with other devices to help them escape. My copy of that silk scarf is one of my treasured possessions. And she shared a quote from Theodore Roosevelt that said, "There is no effort without error and shortcoming," and how true that is. Thank you so much, Becca, for sharing the story of your relative, and also for making those books available. We're going to be giving those away later in today's broadcast.
Okay.
I got Scam Likely calling. I wish
Oh,
Scam
I'm
Likely
like,
would
and now my phone rings and I'm freaking out. Like, what
if we
is going
had
on?
$1 donated for every Scam Likely call that
We'd
we
have
receive
$25,000
in a month, I feel certain we would reach our $25,000 goal. Don't you?
And just a reminder, we do have up for auction a few things. There is a link down below in the description. There's the QR code.
That's the red one.
And we are
Is the
auctioning.
auction.
Yep, we are auctioning off a VIP ticket for KetoCon 2023 in Austin, Texas. We just actually put up a podcast this morning interviewing Robin Switzer, the organizer of that event.
She's amazing.
We have a month's worth of coaching.
Yep.
From us, as well as 2 general admission tickets for KetoCon. And also, I believe, are going to have something added to that a little bit later on from Redmond Real Salt.
Yes. So stinking exciting. Cindy, thank you so much. She says, I donated $120 for the weight my husband and I have lost. 100 for me. 20 pounds for him. And he is in this to control his type 1 diabetes. Thank you both. And thanks to all the past and present veterans. Cindy, thank you so much for that. Thank you for everybody who's donating their weight. Yeah. Wow, the weight that we have been able to let go of. Let that number serve a purpose. A lot of times we're focused on the weight we still have to lose. We don't celebrate the weight that we've already lost, right? It's always like, challenging ourselves to get better. And that's a good thing, to set new goals. But sometimes we need to remember where we've come from. And what a great way to celebrate the weight that you've lost, that you are free from, by donating that number to the Wounded Warrior Project today, and let it serve veterans. That's awesome.
Justina said that's how my girls met, or my grandma's, my grandparents. My grandma's friend was in the same company as my grandpa, started them writing, wrote for 2 years, and fell in love. When he got home, drove from Georgia to Indiana and proposed.
The rest is history. How precious is that? Yes. I mean, oh my goodness. Again, as we honor the veterans, we can't neglect to honor the people at home, the people that were praying for them, sending care packages to them, writing them, letting them know, that, hey, I'm keeping things safe here at home. And that continues to be the truth, right? There's so many of our veterans, while they're deployed, their partners, their extended family are helping to take care of kids and, make sure the home is protected, all of those things so that they can go and serve us. What a blessing.
Now, I have seen a couple things in the comments that there's better organizations than Wounded Warriors. And listen,
You got to choose one.
we had to choose something.
Yeah.
We like what Wounded Warriors does. There are some phenomenal veterans organizations out there. The Gary Sinise Foundation is amazing.
Amazing.
This was more for us. Thank you. This was more for us about raising awareness. And then we decided to raise money for something. And the Wounded Warriors does a lot of good for a lot of people, especially our more recent veterans. And that's where we chose, but you don't have to donate to Wounded Warriors.
But we do challenge you to donate. So as you note of some of the other, veterans.
And if there's other organizations, feel free to put it in the chat. But we aren't going to have anybody bashing the Wounded Warriors Foundation.
Lord, no. Oh my gracious.
Or any other legitimate foundation for veterans.
Right, of course.
This is the one that we chose. We know that they make an impact. I know people in our own personal life that have been impacted.
Yes.
And from
served
the Wounded
by this
Warriors.
organization.
And so that's why we chose it. But if you want to donate to the Gary Sinise Foundation, please do something.
Do something.
I don't care if you can't afford to donate any money to any organization.
Serve.
Go serve a veteran.
Yes.
Go to a nursing home and take care of a veteran. Go find a veteran in your neighborhood and say, hey, what can I do for you? Can I bring you some food? Can I help you in your house? Whatever you can do. But we need to take care of our veterans.
Something that Caleb has always enjoyed doing is serving veterans as we've had a lot of World War II veterans that go to local schools and share their story. And he has been their, chaperone and support there, help to be an ambassador with them, help them, just serve them as they are, their needs, push them in their wheelchairs, whatever he needs. He's also served at polling stations in different retirement villages here in the area with the specific design of serving, the veterans who have provided the freedom for us to vote. Yeah. What an honor. And he said it was always just so heartwarming over the years to see the amount of people. I mean, there is nobody sitting down and not voting. Yeah. Everybody's there. So the turnout in those areas, because they know the cost that it takes to provide freedom in this country. And so it was how can I honor them, but to help them, on key days in their life to just kind of give back to them. So there's a lot of ways that you can serve, our veterans, not just financially, but to participate in helping them.
And I do want to give a shout out to all of our moderators today.
Yes.
They're going to make sure that
it's a safe space.
We have a safe space. We've got Becky and Betsy and Audrey. Cher is in there. So
yes.
I know we have a lot of different moderators and people who are looking out for you guys.
Thank you.
Mary Jane,
Mary Jane
said, my grandfather came to the USA from Scotland in the late 1920s. He was too old for regular Navy World War II, so he signed up for the Merchant Marines. His ship was sunk on June 16th, 1942.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for sharing his story. My gracious, that's amazing.
Let's see.
We shared that one.
You read that one.
Thank you, Cindy.
Because I'm looking down here.
Honey, when we're in the middle of all of this drama, I'm reaching for whatever.
Mary Jane said the cargo ship was torpedoed and sunk in the Atlantic Ocean, 90 nautical miles west of Grenada by U-126 with the loss of 17 of the 109 crew. My granddad was in the engine room.
My gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Are we? Is it saying that we're over $5,000?
I can just put it up right up here.
I keep checking it on my phone.
Look.
Can you? Oh, there you go. Oh, that is awesome. You guys are showing up. $5,124
And that's
raised.
plus whatever the super chat.
And we are in
the super chats are
hour
$57.
one. What a way to finish up this hour. This is amazing. Absolutely
so
amazing.
Angel said the music was playing, but it was low and I can't be heard on my end. Oh, that was
earlier.
that was the
yeah,
earlier one. I
we're
think.
so sorry.
Yeah, and if I have to boost it up a little bit,
We'll do that.
will. Let's see, over $5,000 in less than an hour.
That is amazing. You guys are just amazing. Please continue to share this stream, share the Wounded Warrior, the landing page for the fundraiser on your social media accounts. 100% of what is donated is going to the Wounded Warriors Project.
Yeah.
Joe is not getting his hair done with any money.
So a little bit about the Wounded Warrior Project. By donating, fundraising, or spreading the word, you can help our warriors get back on track and become a positive force in your communities. The mission of the Wounded Warrior Project is to honor and empower wounded warriors. Since 2003, Wounded Warriors Project has committed to post 9/11 wounded service members and their families, helping them achieve their highest ambitions. Wounded Warrior Project provides life-changing services in the mental and physical health, career counseling, and long-term rehabilitative care, all at no cost to wounded warriors and their families.
So amazing, so awesome. We're so thankful for what they do, and because we can't reach every person, we're gonna send some money their way so that they can continue to serve veterans.
So speaking of that, let's take a look at this little video about 9/11 from Wounded Warriors.
I thought it was a movie. Who would think the actual plane is hitting the Twin Towers of New York?
I turned the TV on and it showed what happened, and my mom's working, and later on she comes home and she sees me pacing back and forth.
I saw a recruiting station like almost every day when I went to work, and I just went on in and signed up. I gotta go back in, active duty.
I went to the recruiting station not too long after. 5-6 months later, I'm in Iraq.
I ended up having injuries to both feet and ankles, torn ligaments, torn tendons, nerve damage, and getting sent back to the States really put me in a deep, deep depression.
So I didn't realize how bad my injury was at first. I died 3 times. I lost the ability to read and write. The blood to the brain shut down. So I have an anoxic brain injury. So not only with my double amputation, that's the type of brain injury I sustained.
Wounded Warrior Project kind of just made me feel like I was back to being able to be myself. And from there, I started doing adaptive sports and learning that, there was other things, other ways to do things.
I met my wife at a Wounded Warrior Project Summit. You guys got me an opportunity to start hockey. You guys took me to Kodak, Alaska, king salmon halibut fishing. One science opportunity in a million years that I'll never, ever forget.
I've been living life. I don't think any of that would have happened without me re-enlisting, and I don't take back anything happening because I wouldn't be where I am right now.
Thank you so much. I love that story. Some of these testimonials are just so powerful to, talk about what the Wounded Warrior Project is doing to serve in many capacities. And just like that, we have completed our number 1, and we are moving into our number 2. So for our number 1, the theme of that hour was to discuss, what are we enlisting for? What are we doing here today? And for our number 2, our theme is diligence.
I was
Because
just making sure the video is actually playing.
Because that is something that our warriors, our veterans, they bring a diligence. It's something like when we have these kind of glitches and when you get a little panicked and stuff
I'm
like
still
that.
upset that I put all that work into that intro.
We'll have to play it later, baby.
It's got a countdown on it though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe at the very end. We'll make sure it gets played, sweetheart. But we can power through, right? Because it takes diligence. They've shown diligence. We can exhibit diligence.
Somebody had said Anthony was probably just spending time working on his man bun.
Oh, he probably was. It looks magnificent today. It looks like he's coming in. I'm gonna
Anthony is gonna join us.
leave.
I need the scissors somewhere.
I will go get you some scissors.
And we are gonna open up the keto box live.
All right.
Anthony's gonna behave himself, right, Anthony?
No promises.
No promises.
You got to talk a little louder.
Where's the keto box?
I got it.
Mom's getting it. Let's see. Deb said the VA was very good to my husband when he was ill. Going to visit a veteran while they are in the hospital is so well received. Some of them have no visitors. Okay. So we're going to open up the keto box. If you don't know what this is a monthly subscription box, and Anthony likes to go through it with us, and we're going to try everything in the box. Unless we have to make it, because we didn't do that. We haven't put anything together.
There's one thing we have to make.
Well, we've had tons of those before, so. What do we got?
Keto cereal.
So, by the way, if you don't know, Anthony is our middle son, and he is brutally honest. If he likes it, you'll probably like it. If he doesn't, there's about a 50-50 shot you won't like it.
So this is banana maple French toast. Already sounds like it's gonna be.
What is that? What is it? I'm gonna look up the prices.
Snack
We're going
House.
Snack House
Keto cereal. All right. So the nutrition facts. The serving size is this one pouch. It's 120 calories, 6 grams of total fat, 9 grams of total carb, 0 grams of fiber, 1 gram of sugar, 8 grams of allulose, making it 1 net carb.
price on these are $3
But not for this size.
for that size.
For this size?
Yeah. A big bag is $15.
I don't know about that one. All right. Ingredients: milk, protein isolate, allulose, sustainably sourced palm kernel oil, cacao butter, ambrosia planta, whatever. Pea which is pea protein, organic brown rice protein, natural banana maple flavor, xanthan gum, vegan vitamin and mineral blend, sodium chloride, monk fruit extract, sucralose, sunflower, and sunflower lecithin. Next, then there's whole milk powder, vanilla, natural flavor, stevia extract, monk fruit, sunflower lecithin, and salt. Let's see.
It's very chemically.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Oh, you don't have a drink.
I don't have a drink. Part of me wants to get up and go get a drink.
Well, I can go get a drink. Or we can have, I'll just text Mom and ask her to bring us a drink. Because you're not going to want mine. What's
nasty? This is awful.
It's got a really chemical taste to it.
I'm not going to eat this. Because I don't like cinnamon. But it's ice chips. I can probably tell you that if you like cinnamon, you'll like this.
You have to try that.
I hate cinnamon.
But you make me try stuff all the time.
Yeah, but not.
And you love ice chips.
Yeah, but no, I don't like that. The one gum, the cinnamon gum. I can't stand it. I can't stand cinnamon. That hot cinnamon type stuff. It's just not it. But it's on you.
Okay. Ingredients: xylitol, certified organic natural flavors, cream of tartar, calcium stearate, and cinnamon. Serving size is 2 pieces, 15 in this pouch, I guess. 5 calories, 0 protein, 2 grams of carbs, which is all sugar alcohols, and 0 grams of fat. We actually have a link for these down below, but Anthony actually eats our ice chips all the time. Like, if I have any, he eats them all. Let's see. Lots of people talking about 9/11. Oh, those are good.
I don't like cinnamon.
You don't like cinnamon?
You know, that's just not. I just don't like it. I don't. Why do I want like?
Ooh,
See, that's why I don't like cinnamon.
it's a good cinnamon
Yeah,
flavor.
I'm good.
It's a good cinnamon. What's up?
Need to find the
Oh, you need the price.
You're slacking.
Anthony won't eat the cinnamon.
I hate cinnamon.
Tigers hate cinnamon. I understand.
Ice chips are like $5 a can. It's a big can, like an Altoids can.
Okay. Lee. I feel like I remember this.
I think we've had them. Wow, that is strong.
There are certain things I don't eat. So this is a banana chocolate chip flavor. It is vegan and grain free. Joyous. All right. So it's sweetened with low GI apples. Supports gut health, keto and paleo friendly. All right. Oof. Time for the long list of ingredients. Concentrated apple juice, ground tiger nut flour, organic dark chocolate chips, organic chocolate liqueur, organic erythritol, organic cacao butter, organic stevia extract, almond butter, almond protein, water, almond flour, organic agave, inulin fiber, hazelnut meal, coconut oil, baking powder, aluminum free, banana, natural vanilla flavor, cacao powder, organic apple cider vinegar, flaxseed, chia seed, sunflower lecithin, the natural banana flavor, salt, citrus root fiber, green tea extract, and vitamin E for freshness. The serving size, it is 1 serving per container. There's 2 servings in this. There's 2 cookies in this, so it's 1 serving. Calories, 190 calories, 11 grams of fat, 19 total carbs, 7 grams of fiber, 8 grams of total sugars. 4 of them include added sugars, and 1 gram of sugar alcohol. So there is what? 11 net carb in here. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
It can't be 11 net carb.
1 gram of sugar alcohol. 7 grams of fiber. Total carb.
There's got to be allulose in it.
And I didn't read allulose. Did I read allulose in there? Didn't read no allulose. They even added 4 grams of sugar. I want to eat it still. Hey.
Well, why are you putting something with that many carbs in that box? What is it called? Umly?
Mly. MMMLY.
MMMLE Emily. Why would you put that in that box? I'm not eating that.
I'll eat it.
What flavor is that?
Banana chocolate chip.
Banana chocolate chip. And it's $16.57 for 3 boxes. Each box has 3 of those packs in there.
Not bad.
Yeah, but it's got
I mean, for me, I can eat it. It's not bad though.
4. Why would they put this in that box? That is just stupid.
It doesn't. It's not the best.
It's horrible. I mean, I don't care what it tastes like. Maitreya said that she can't have ice chips because they worry about them falling on the floor for the dog. Yes, xylitol is deadly to dogs. So please make sure if you have allulose, xylitol, be careful with dogs. What's up next? Wisps.
This isn't that bad.
Well, it's good for you. Ingredients: Parmesan cheese, which is part skim milk, cheese culture, salt, and enzymes. That's it. 100 calories in this pack, 7 grams of fat, 9 grams of protein, 1 total carbohydrate. I think we all know what these taste like. I like it when you can rip it down the side. What's next?
Stuff on the price.
I know, but I'm looking. I can look them up while we do that. The big bag.
Whoa. They got pretzel bites?
Yeah, but we can't. I can't have that.
Ooh, but I can have that.
Okay, so cheese crisps. The 2-ounce bag. Buy on Amazon. The link doesn't work.
They got some good flavors.
They have a lot of good flavors. 2-ounce bags are, let's see, it's $3 an ounce. That's the price of them. $3 an ounce. So what size is that?
Somebody asked
1 ounce.
if xylitol is deadly to dogs, how can it be good for us?
Good question. I know it's, dogs like avocados. My bird, if you give Grayson an avocado, will kill him. There are certain foods that are just not good for animals. There are certain foods that are not
It's just
good
because they
for
can't
us.
digest it. Xylitol actually helps prevent tooth decay for us.
Yeah.
So
Just remember, xylitol is not 0 on the glycemic index.
keto
We've had those before.
wafer, like whey, like the whey protein. Vanilla cream flavor, naturally flavored, high in MCTs. All right, ingredients: proprietary MCT fat blend, coconut, palm kernel oil, shea in varying proportions, milk protein, hydrolyzed collagen, wheat flour, bulking agent polydextrose, skim milk powder, rice flour. Contains 2% or less of the following: soy flour, sweetener, sucralose, acetylflamine, potassium, soy lecithin, acesulfame, potassium, soy lecithin, which is an emulsifier, baking agent, sodium carbonate, salt, and natural flavoring.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that the whisks were sold in stores. Yeah, they have them everywhere. They have them in our Costco. You can buy them in Publix. A lot of gas stations are even selling them now.
So the serving size is this one bar. The amount per serving is 200 calories, 14 grams of fat, 11 grams of saturated fat, 6 grams of total carb, 3 grams of fiber. I don't see any other. I didn't read a allulose or anything, so that means it would be 3 net carbs.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, sucralose.
No, allulose. You're looking for allulose.
Isn't sucralose
No.
also a sweetener?
Yes, but it's not a sugar alcohol.
Oh. It's one of these like. Oh, I remember this.
So these are like those wafer cookies. Those are good. You didn't like them as a kid, though. The real ones.
That is not true.
I don't remember you liking them at all.
That is not true.
I liked
This
them.
is
I
sad.
always did. $1.80 a bar.
My problem. Oh, it's bad. It's just so dry.
Angie said, "What is the $100 chart in the corner?"
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, that.
Those are donations that people are making. So it shows the last 3 donations that were made.
God, I feel like I could put that wafer into my water and make a protein drink. It's so dry.
I do want to give a shout out, if it shows back up. We actually had a company donate $1,111.49. Yep. Andrew, the CEO of Tagut Gold, Alaska, donated $1,111.49.
What's the 49 cents for?
I don't know, but I'm excited about that. Do we have to try pistachios? Really? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful pistachios. The ingredients: pistachios and sea salt. There you go. There's a pistachio. You need to know what a pistachio tastes like.
Yes.
They're pistachios. It's $1.10 a bag.
All right. These are my favorite things. Ultima.
You like Ultimas.
I'm gonna open them up.
You're quiet today.
I have to control myself. Oh, they changed the packaging on some of them. Obviously, on their most popular flavors, they changed the colors of the bags.
Okay.
They obviously had leftovers of these ones. I'll show you guys. You dropped something over there.
Yeah, you got to talk louder.
See? You can obviously tell that nobody wanted the pink lemonade or the grape flavor because those ones all look new and these ones are all old. And grape sucks in any sort of flavor. So
Maitreya said, "I like the Wisp, but I was surprised that Panera Bread brand were tasty. Bunker Hill cheese crisps are my favorite though." I agree completely. When we were in Louisville, Bunker Hill was there. I grabbed a whole bunch of those things. They are so good.
All right, I'll read off a thing. Okay.
These are $1 a stick, by the way.
Yeah. So ingredients: citric acid, magnesium citrate, potassium phosphate, potassium aspartate, calcium citrate, natural lemon flavor with other natural flavors, salt, calcium aspartate. I don't even know what that one is, or something from organic stevia extract, zinc citrate, and magnesium.
It's just some, it's
bunch
just some
of vitamins.
vitamins.
zero,
It's got
zero,
electrolytes in it.
Yeah.
Okay, $1 a stick. Serena said avocados are also deadly to cats. The same with eucalyptus. I did not know avocados are deadly to cats. Oh, you're going to use that.
Yeah, I'm going to use it.
Shauna said, side note, my Sam's Club has the Advent cheese calendar. We decided we're not going to do the cheese calendar this year. We got a coffee calendar. We got a coffee Advent calendar from Nespresso. Kind of excited about that one. Also, if you have not tried it, the raspberry Nespresso is amazing. Which now I want a coffee. Between Shauna and Maitreya, that's all I can think about now is I want a coffee.
I'm having a slight problem with it not mixing, as you guys can see. It is very good, though.
Maitreya said, do you think those wafers could be layered with a coffee mousse? Then if they're really dry, maybe they could sub in for something like lady fingers for a layered dessert. I think you could make like a coffee mousse dessert. You know, again, I don't have a spoon. They are dry, but the original ones were dry. Did we have a scissor or something?
Scissors?
Oh, here. Okay. So this is Chalk Zero cookie spread.
Oh, it's just like cookie butter.
Yeah. Vegetable oils and fat, which is sustainable palm fruit oil, coconut oil, and cocoa butter. We have cream, coconut flour, egg whites, non-GMO, resistant dextrin, almond flour, roasted hazelnuts, whole milk powder, sodium bicarbonate, sunflower lecithin, monk fruit extract, and cinnamon. This is the cookie spread, which you don't like.
Yeah, it's an unpopular. I understand that one's an unpopular opinion. I don't like cookie butter. I think it tastes too sweet. I think it's just not that good.
9 servings in the container, 2 tablespoons to a serving, 190 calories, 15 grams of fat, 6 grams of protein, 10 total carbohydrates, 7 grams of dietary fiber.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Rachel likes this on ice cream.
It's just not my favorite. I understand that's an unpopular. I'll pass on that one. That's an unpopular opinion.
Okay, I'll look up the price while you read the next one.
Back with the wafers. Back with the awful wafers.
Oh, it's a different wafer though.
Rip Van Am Yum. I don't even know what that means. This is the most confusing packaging. Strawberry yogurt flavor.
Yo, Chalk Zero has marshmallow. $7.49 for that spread.
That's not bad.
And we have a discount code, 2 Crazy Ketos. It gets you 15% off.
Ingredients.
Maitreya doesn't like it either. She said she complained about it on her YouTube
Thank
channel.
you. It's just not that good. It's really not. Palm fruit oil, vegetable fiber, sugar beet, okay, soluble corn, wheat flour, sugarcane fiber, strawberries, yogurt, natural flavor, canola lecithin, coconut oil, salt, color, beet juice powder, citric acid, stevia leaf extract, and baking soda.
Yo, they say they have, look at this, marshmallows. Shop marshmallows. And then when you go to the page, there's no marshmallows.
Bamboozled you. Look up.
A marshmallow pre-sale gift bundle. You got to buy a whole bundle.
Hold on. Do me a favor. Look up it's a dye for food. It's called annatto.
Annatto?
Annatto.
It's annatto for coloring.
Yeah, annatto for coloring.
Yeah. What about it?
I want to ask the chat a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
So hold on. If this is right, so there's a certain, it's orange. There's a red food coloring that is used in Britain. And because they can't use the red number 40, what is it? Red 40?
Any of the red colors.
It's a certain bug that gives a flavor. So they grind the bug up to give a red flavor. And that's what they use for flavoring. Would you guys eat that? Because I figured that out. because I figured it out, and that's what they put in Skittles. And I said, if you gave me a red Skittle and you told me that this was colored with a bug, I'm not eating it anymore. If you told me that my food was colored with a bug that was red, I'm not eating it. Like, you lost me. I just want to see, am I the only one?
I love Anato. It's a seed, Maitreya said. Sarah
Is it?
G, thank
I
you
need
very
to
much.
find
She
it.
donated $240 for the weight that she lost.
Wow.
Yeah, Betsy said Serious Keto did a great Chuck Zero review. The marshmallows look yummy. Yeah, we didn't get the marshmallows in the box they sent us. Yep, that's the only person who said anything so far.
Well, we'll figure that
What
out.
are those
All right.
called so I can look it up?
These Rip Van Am Yum.
Rip Van and Yum. Oh, look at this. I have the most awesome wife. Made me coffee with whipped cream.
With a little bit of raspberry cheesecake keto chow in the new raspberry
Oh,
flavor.
that is a lot of whipped cream.
It's like when you go to a Starbucks and you see a white girl making your coffee. It's just nothing but it's like 2 ounces of coffee and then a bunch of creamer.
Okay.
All
What
right.
you got?
So I never read the nutrition facts. This serving size is 1 wafer. You got 130 calories, 10 grams of fat, 10 grams of carb, 6 grams of fiber, 1 gram of total sugar. So that is, I think that's just natural sugar. So it's 4 net carbs. Oh yeah, 4 grams of net carb.
Price on these is $1.25. Ew. Ew.
I didn't even take a bite of that. Just the essence of it touched my cheek.
That is
man.
gross.
That's awful.
What else you got?
That's medicinal. That's what that is.
Ew.
Well, I don't really have much. I have that. and one
Okay,
other
well,
thing.
we're not going to do this. These
Well, I read the
These
last
are
thing.
$4 a piece. These are the mug muffins from Sweet Logic. You have to mix it up. It's a mug cake, 310 calories as prepared, 26 grams of fat, 26 total carbohydrates, 4 grams of dietary fiber, 10 grams of protein, and it has 17 grams of allulose, making it 5 net carbs.
See, people agree with me.
I'm not a big fan of them.
All right. This is the last thing. They
Okay.
give 2 meat sticks. I wonder
Oh,
if it's
2 meat
because
sticks.
it's not the size of 1.
Okay.
It's 2 for 1. All right.
No bugs. Lots of people. Oh,
Yeah.
Lori loves bugs.
No, that's not it.
Joanna said, as long as I don't see any big parts, I'd be fine with that. Matt said, if you don't like eating bugs, you definitely don't want to look up the FDA allowable defect handbook that shows how many bug parts droppings are allowed to be in our
That's why I
food.
don't look that stuff up. That's why I let stuff be. And yeah, she saw. I didn't even. I put that in my mouth and I took it out. You took a bite of it and you ate it.
You're supposed to try it all.
I did
Wounded Warrior Project here said, on behalf of the wounded warriors we serve, thank you for your support.
Oh, here, let me read this real quick. So ingredients. So it's a pepperoni recipe. It's a pepperoni.
Oh, they're
recipe
both the
meat
same.
stick. Yeah, they are.
So we only have to open one. What is it from? Field Trip
Field Trip.
pepperoni.
So the ingredients: beef and pork, water, brown sugar, and encapsulated lactic acid. I can't really read it. Sea salt, pepperoni seasoning, spices, and paprika. Cultured celery powder, sea salt, encased in a beef collagen casing. Distributed by Provision Air and Co. Westport, Connecticut.
So these are 50 cents. There's $1 a stick. They're $1 a stick.
I don't know. They're looking a little slimy.
Don said the meat stick was bland.
I agree with that statement.
I would agree. Ew.
Not
I guess
ew.
it's not bad. It wasn't what I was expecting.
No. When you tell me pepperoni's a lot harder.
Yeah.
So are they?
Serena
Oh,
said
there it is. That's the one. Thank you, Serena.
carmine dye comes from bugs.
Yeah. No way I'm eating that.
There you go.
I understand red 40. Oh, well, don't throw that out now. Oh no,
That's the keto box. I mean, what do you think of it?
it was kind of meh.
It was meh.
It was mid.
You got a meat stick out of it.
I did. No, Tabitha, no.
No, your meat stick's right there.
She'll open the packaging. You know she will.
So okay. Anything else while we wait for mom coming back? Joanna said my grandpa would make pies daily with his food service company back in the 20s or 50s. Dad said he stopped smoking cigars and the piles didn't taste as good. Just saying. Or the pies didn't. Let's see. Marianne said karmic acid can be extracted from the body and eggs of insects, then mixed with aluminum or calcium salts to make carmine dye known as cochineal.
There's no way.
You've probably eaten it already. You don't even realize it.
Well, now I'm going to be very conscious of it.
Mary Jane said, I actively look for annatto in yellow foods. I have a sensitivity to yellow dye number 5. It's a petroleum product. Rhiannon, thank you very much for the $25 super chat. Thank
Thanks,
you, Anthony.
Rhiannon.
Said, my dad was in Vietnam and exposed to Agent Orange. He had health issues my whole life, including diabetes. He'll be 75 on the 30th, and we're amazed every day he's here. He still won't talk about it, but now shared pictures.
Oh, wow. Wow. I actually got a message from our daughter, Michelle, who shared, it's kind of hard to see the pictures here, but this is a picture of her grandpa when he was in the service in the Air Force, her father's father. He came over from Poland in his late teens, early 20s, and joined the military shortly after, and then met Michelle's grandma, whose name is Joan, who Peyton's middle name is named after. So our granddaughter is going to be Peyton Joan, and that is going to be, she's actually named after the grandmother, the woman that married this gentleman here. So how exciting. Thank you so much.
Serena said,
for your
bugs don't bother
service.
me as much as the push to eat them instead of meat.
Right.
Let's go ahead and
Now it's interesting because we talk a little bit about some of the World War II veterans, and you may be surprised to learn that over 16 million Americans served in World War II, and about 167,000 are still alive.
wow.
Still alive.
Wow.
That's kind of amazing. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about diligence during this hour is, it takes diligence to remember and honor. And one of the reasons why we're doing this today is because we truly believe that the greatest casualty that we can experience is to be forgotten. We do not want our veterans to be forgotten, right? We cultivate diligence in our keto life. When others are mindlessly eating, we're scrutinizing ingredients, right? We do the hard work. Our veterans have done the hard work, and we want to be diligent. We want to bring diligence to remembering them and honoring them, just like they brought diligence to serving. We
Anthony,
appreciate
can
them.
you take the dog out? I think she has to go out. Let's go ahead and share another story. Who are we up to?
We're up to Bobby R.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, I'll let you go ahead and put that up. This is Robert, my dad. He served in Germany in 1955 and through 1957 in the military police. He and my mother married before he shipped out so she could join him there after her high school graduation. She was 18 and he was 20. I recently spent a couple of hours sitting next to him, looking through the slides of their time in Germany. He's 87 now and remembered amazing details about their time there, names of friends, names of places, etc. I was conceived when they lived there and born a couple of weeks after they returned to the United States. Once I asked him about how much of the Holocaust that he was aware of less than a decade after the end of World War II while serving in Germany, he said his group was taken on a tour of one of the concentration camps. He got very emotional trying to respond to me, so I stopped asking questions. I can't imagine being a naive 20-year-old from a small Midwestern town and being in a place like that with the ghost of the people who lost their lives. Truly, that is something to think about, right? Like just an overwhelming, thing to be a part of, and for you to be there, just such a short time after, that all of that horrible stuff happening, and you're just trying to process this as a young man. I mean, your father is serving, and at the time that he was seeing all of this, he was 2 years younger than Anthony. 2 years from this gentleman sitting in the man bun here in this chair. So that's amazing when you think about, how fast that these soldiers had to, to just grow up, and oh my goodness, already be married. But that was the case for my parents as well. My mother was 18 and my father was 21 at the time getting married. Oh my gracious.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying they were having a problem with the link. I just tried the one that is down below in the description, and it is working. It does seem to be working.
Where are we at time-wise? Okay, 11:33. We're halfway through our second hour.
Rush said the last Civil War veteran passed away 15 years ago.
That is amazing.
That is
absolutely
really incredible.
Amazing. So guys, here at the halfway mark of our second hour, we are at $5,704.82 towards the our goal of $25,000. So you guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I actually have another story I want to share, and this one actually comes from Dawn Does Keto.
Thanks, Dawn.
Her husband actually put together a video about his dad, and I wanted to go ahead and play that.
Please do.
This is my dad, Sergeant Michael A. Johnston. When I think of tough, I think of my dad. When I need an example of patriotism, I think of my dad. When people talk about being an American, I proudly think of my dad. You see, he was always wearing something, a hat, a shirt, jacket, displaying the American flag, the Marine Corps, or being a veteran. But if you look up the definition of survivor, you will see my dad. My dad came from a very rough and difficult childhood. He survived. As a young adult, he proudly served his country in the Marines, fought in Vietnam. Probably shouldn't have come home, but he did. He survived. When he did return home, he came home to a country that didn't want him back. They shunned him, shamed him, but he still loved his country. He still defended her. He was a survivor. On November 3rd, 2022, he celebrated 55 years of marriage to his childhood sweetheart. They had ups and downs like all of us, but their marriage survived. On October 17th, 2021, my dad was involved in a near-fatal motorcycle accident. He was unconscious for nearly 3 months. He awoke in early 2022, and 1 year later, after that terrible day, Michael A. Johnston, my dad, is alive. He is a survivor.
I love that. The comeback is always stronger than the setback. Thank you so much, Dawn, for sharing that. I also liked her shirt, the shirt that he was wearing that was like, only cool grandpas ride motorcycles. I know you want to be a cool grandpa, but I don't know if I trust you on a motorcycle.
Not in South Florida.
Right?
Maybe when we move, but not in South Florida. I will risk myself with a lot of things, but I don't think that's one.
Thank you so much for your service. That is amazing.
Let's go ahead and Joanna said she just read about that man, the Civil War
I
survivor.
completely missed Sarah G because you guys were on donating how much weight she has lost. $240. 240 pounds gone. I was when we were at Keto Palooza and they were asking, who's lost the most weight. And I honestly assumed it was going to be Heath, like Hungry Heath. because it was like, how much weight have you lost? And I know he's had amazing results on keto. But when he was sitting and Sarah was standing, I was like, go girl, like, right? It was just amazing, an amazing journey. Definitely love, what Sarah G brings to the Two Crazy Ketos family. And I mean, she's not sitting on the sidelines. She is living her life with, after she's lost 240 pounds, the momentum that she's gained has been amazing.
Well, we talk about all the time how you guys inspire us, and I know Sarah has inspired you.
Absolutely.
She's got you up at 5 a.m.
She's got me up at 5 a.m. every morning. No excuses. Like, get it in. And I'm just thankful. I'm thankful.
You were getting up as I went to bed this morning.
For the people in this community. It's, we're family. And we share things together and we motivate one another. We were talking to Robin on the podcast about how you need like in-person conferences. You need community. If you think that you can set a goal for yourself and achieve it in isolation, like you're really fooling yourself, because community brings so much to our lives. And I'm thankful for today where we can just be in community together, share this day, celebrate our veterans. We have a lot of veterans in our group and a lot of family who have had veterans, that have served. And we want to honor that today.
And now I do want to say, if you have, even though this is a Veterans Day stream, if you have keto questions,
we can answer that for you.
Anything you want to talk about in the chat, you can ask us anything within reason. But go ahead. You don't have to just talk about veterans. I mean, it is for veterans, but the whole idea is just to keep entertaining you and and going for 11 hours to raise some awareness. Rush said that guy would have been like 150 years old.
I don't know how, but the thing is that a lot of times, especially in these earlier wars, people were enlisting like way before it was okay. I mean, now there's some regulation. You can't be like 12 years old and like sign up to serve, even if you want to.
Right.
But, when you talk about like the Civil War, like people were very young, that were signing up for things.
Lisa said a beautiful and heart-spoken video. Thanks for sharing it, Dawn.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Let's see.
Betsy says, how long before
slowing down? So
before our second coffee experience? Well, I think, Joe, are you on yours?
This is my
this is your
coffee
second
experience. But
I'm gonna try to pace myself.
I went to bed at 5 a.m. and woke up at 8. Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to do that, but there was a lot to get done for the stream today.
Today was a very unique day.
And then tonight, like as soon as this is over, I will crash because I have lacrosse games tomorrow.
What time do your games start?
I don't even know. I want to say like probably 8 or 9 a.m., but they're in West Palm Beach, so it's like a 45-minute drive.
So I saw Lori say that, Don says, I'm watching with my father-in-law and he wanted to say thank you so much. He's here. Well, we are so honored to share your story, sir. Thank you so much for your service and the privilege of just shouting you out this morning. Thank you for the incredible family that continues to be a legacy and a blessing. We're so thankful for
my first game is at 8:50
the whole channel. 8:50 a.m.
8:50 a.m. in West Palm Beach. So I have to leave here probably around 7:45.
Early morning today.
Yeah, but I'll be done by 1:50.
Lisa says you get a pass today, Joe.
Yeah,
you get a pass today. Today is the one day that you can have like
I
dumpster fire
Anthony
sleep.
If he was gonna drive with me because we have games like
near each other
all day.
It depends on if he gets off first.
No, we both get off at the same time.
Okay, well then yes, he might be willing to do that.
But then again, he has to go to football. Anthony is gonna work 5 lacrosse games and then go work 4 football games.
Yeah.
So
Lisa says, I've had 2 coffee experiences already today, but in my defense, it's freezing outside. Yes. I mean, the weather is like all over the place, right? I mean, it's been crazy. We're just thankful that I don't know if Nicole has passed altogether, our tropical storm. It's certainly been miserable here the last couple of days, but we were just like hoping that it would just be gone by today.
Juju said, Joe,
hey,
I'm about to make your chicken crisp. I have parchment paper. Any changing of the Silpat liners will work too. I prefer to reuse versus disposable, please and thank you. Yes. So the whole idea of the parchment paper is to help with cleanup and help them not stick to your pan. So if you can have those silicone mats, like I actually have, what are those pans, those expensive pans, the Epicure pan, except for I don't have two big ones because they're ridiculously expensive. But yeah, anything that would make it to not stick to the pan will work. So you don't have to use parchment paper. It's just what a lot of people have. So,
Right. It's just easy.
and it's cheap.
Yeah.
Jackie's here, said I just got my labs back and my cholesterol, including my triglycerides, come back higher than April. My vitamin A is high, and so is my ferritin. More concerned about the A and the ferritin. My remnant cholesterol is 2.2. That's a pretty decent remnant cholesterol.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, so James says, no, getting Nicole here today and tomorrow in New York City. Well, hope you guys like stay bundled up, and it's already cold. So she was windy and wet, that Nicole.
Mhm.
So we have a lot of just like yuck. It's just like yuck outside.
I was
having
so
to like,
thankful that it hit a little bit earlier than it was supposed to.
yes.
Because we couldn't. What day was it? It was Wednesday. It was pouring. Anthony and I were supposed to work.
It was
It
black as
was
night.
raining on Tuesday. We couldn't do work on Tuesday, and then Wednesday we were interviewing Robin for a podcast, and they were originally saying it was going to pour on Thursday, and we're like what are we going to do? Like, we have to cut the church, and it didn't rain at all yesterday.
Oh, so
So
thankful
I
for
was
that.
super thankful for that. Joanna said, I always use parchment paper, easy cleanup. I like the silicone things too. It just depends on what I'm doing.
I'm gonna run and go get those books because I think that this is a good time to have our first giveaway. And I think our first
Well, I
giveaway
have to set that up.
should be the books about Ted's story, Becca Price's relatives.
Well, let me go ahead and I'll wait for you to get back and set that up.
Okay.
Because I got to pull up a special program for that. Let's see. Santa said, in Port St. Lucie, we lost power for a little over an hour from Nicole. Thankfully, that was it. That is so good. I'm so glad you guys fared okay with it. Joanna said, I'm in South Carolina. Nicole is passing over us today. Just some rain, not too bad. Juju said, P.S. My chickens must have hung out under a power line or two. 6 skins took up my whole tray. Becca filled up her entire tray with 6 skins.
Oh my gracious, those are some big chickens.
Let's see. Betsy said Dr. Boz did a great live on Tuesday about labs. And we actually have a video where Dr. Sivas interviewed us, or we interviewed him, and he gave us medical advice based on our labs. That was last year.
Yeah. So
let me go ahead and set that up.
So a couple of things. We got these bracelets donated earlier this year, and it basically says it, I support veterans, and it's got all of the different, the Coast Guard, the Army, the Navy, POWs, the Marines, National Guard, all over them. So with every giveaway that we're going to give today, you will also get one of these bracelets that was so generously donated, so that you could just kind of remember, just something to remember today's live stream, in addition to the amazing giveaways that we're going to have. And so first up is going to be these 2 beautiful books, What a Way to Run a War, the World War II Exploits and Escapades of a Pilot in the 352nd Fighter Group, and then Bailout Over Normandy, a flyboy's adventures with the French Resistance and other escapades in occupied France. You know who would really love this book? Steve from Keto Chow.
Yeah.
Oh my gracious. He loves American military history in particular. So this is awesome.
Are both going to the same person?
Well, do you want to do 2?
I'm asking you.
Why don't we do 2? That way we can share the story with.
Okay.
With
so what
2
we're
people.
going to do is we're just going to pick the winner from the chat over the next 10 minutes. So we're going to pick we're actually going to pick the winner at 11:55, 5 minutes before Dr. Palmer comes on.
So exciting. We're so really excited about it.
So you don't have to do anything special, and we'll mail these anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know we're not supposed to do giveaways for like Canada and stuff like that because there are certain laws, but I'll mail them anywhere. It's Veterans Day.
It's Veterans Day.
Come after me. It's Veterans Day.
We're not concerned. They're getting where they need to go.
Janice said, shout out to Grow and Behold for shipping me 10 pounds of chicken skins in 12 hours from Bronx.
Wow.
So wait a second. Is this a website we need to shout out?
I am
Let me look it up.
It's called Grow and Behold. Oh,
kosher pastured meats delivered right to your door.
Oh my gracious. We're going to have to check that out. Thank you, Janice, for sharing that.
Let's see.
How
I'm going to look this up. I've never even heard of this place.
Wow.
Chicken skin.
We've lost Joe, guys, because this is amazing. Let's see.
Chicken skin.
Yeah. They sure enough sell them.
Chicken tenders. They have everything. Thighs, breast quarters, chicken feet.
Those are usually
chicken
a deal.
necks.
Somebody had asked us about why do we add chicken feet to our chicken bone broth?
I will show you in a second.
Yeah,
I
it's
will
amazing.
absolutely show you why. So chicken skins, it's a bit expensive, but it is pasture-fed, non-GMO, no hormones, no antibiotics, humanely raised and handled.
If you
$5 a pound, but you're going to get a lot for $5 a pound.
That's incredible. And if you
figure you're going to lose 50% in weight.
If you try to buy that chicken, it's going to cost you a pretty penny, because when you have it where it's like organic chicken and pasture raised and all that kind of stuff, I mean, it's crazy how much they cost. So what a great deal.
So let me figure this out. Go ahead and look in the chat.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to figure this out.
Okay. Semi-retired Bob is here. We're going to be chatting with him later today. So good to see you, sir. Thank you so much for your service. Priscilla says, here in South Carolina, it was supposed to rain all day today, but right now it's not. And I hope it will just clear up and go away, because we have my mom and my dad's 50th anniversary party tomorrow. Happy anniversary to them. What a beautiful, beautiful accomplishment, really. Oh my gracious. Every year we kind of joke with one another. It was like another year that like both of us have not killed one another and the cops haven't been called. So 50 years married. How precious. That's amazing.
Just if I'm doing my math correctly, figure conservatively, you're going to lose 50% of the weight.
Right.
In fat and water. Probably not that much. My experience with making mine was it was more like 30 or 40%. But let's say you lose 50% of the weight.
Right.
That means you're paying $5 for 8 ounces. Okay?
Yeah.
The flock chicken chips are $3 an ounce.
Right. So it's still.
So you're still saving a fortune.
You are saving a fortune, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to come with a bunch of feathers on it, which we have gotten.
And again, these are pasture-fed chickens. These are not, it looks like this is like a kosher meat place. So
yeah,
that's you're guaranteed to be getting better quality. Like that is a deal. Thank you very much for letting us know about that.
I love it. I wrote it down because I'm like, we're gonna go there later.
Did you read this Priscilla one?
I did. Okay. I did read that one. I see Cindy says my husband is retired Navy and my son is in the Army. Cindy, thank you so much for your family service. Don Does Keto says Mike's dad wanted to all to say thank you. And we're so let's see.
He said, if possible, to his best friend who served with him, Danny A. Mitchell. He passed, but was by his side in Vietnam.
How precious. Absolutely. Shout out to Danny. Sir, thank you for your service.
I'm gonna go get
gone, but not forgotten.
I'm gonna go get that bone broth.
Oh, please do. So we are coming up close to the end of hour 2 when we join Dr. Palmer. We're going to be talking about the lone warrior. I think that it's important for us to call attention to the fact that 62% of warriors report that they are lonely. We are hoping that today, if you are a warrior who would identify like that as lonely, that maybe you feel a little less lonely today. That is our great hope and prayer. But we understand that Dr. Chris Palmer is definitely a lone warrior in his space, and he's going to be having a book coming out November 15th. We've already pre-ordered the book. We hope you'll do the same. We've left the link for the book in our description. Becky also has that link to share. But just some statistics as we go into the next hour. The Wounded Warrior Project performs its annual warrior survey each year. It is the largest, most comprehensive survey of wounded post 9/11 veterans, which I really appreciate because you get statistics every single year instead of sometimes, you can only see statistics once like every 5 years or 10 years. And I like how we have updated results every year. During the most recent survey, they reported 1 in 4 warriors had suicidal thoughts in the past 12 months. Of the warriors who reported these suicidal thoughts, 70% reported having them in the last 2 weeks. This is why this is so important that we draw attention to veterans' issues. The top mental health issues warriors self-report experiencing as a result of their service include PTSD, anxiety, and depression. And I thought it was interesting that they actually added, what does PTSD feel like? Trouble falling asleep, being super alert, watchful or on guard, having difficulty concentrating, feeling distant, and feeling cut off from other people.
Wow. So this is the bone broth. So for those of you who didn't know, we did a cook with me, a live cook with me with our channel supporters last Saturday. And it's something we're looking into maybe doing as a video once in a while. So let us know if that is something that you guys would be interested in. You can let us know in the chat and maybe put like a little chef emoji or something like that up. But we're thinking about doing more of them once we can get everything set up correctly in the kitchen to be able to switch camera angles easily and stuff. We were doing with our phone. And anyway, so we had made the chicken skin for them first, and then we made bone broth. And one of the things that we're adding into our bone broth is chicken feet. And somebody had emailed us going, why chicken feet? Do I have to use them? No, you do not have to use chicken feet. You can use just bones. The reason I add chicken feet is because they have collagen. So this is in the refrigerator. So you can see that little bit of fat on top, but look at this.
It's like Jello consistency.
It is like a Jello. Now, when you warm this up, it is like a soup, but this is like all collagen. And that really just comes from those chicken feet. So you just buy the chicken feet.
They're super cheap.
Walmart, I think that you can get them for like 40, 50 cents a pound sometimes.
I paid $3 for the entire package.
But look at that. And like I was actually this is what I had for dinner last night. Was I literally drank an entire mason jar of this bone broth. And you can honestly, because there's so much collagen in there, you can actually water this down 1-to-1. So I can take this jar, mix it with another whole jar of water. I add in a little bit more of the Redmond seasoned salt, and it's delicious. It's cold, but
delicious. Robin says, I got more debris from Nicole than I did from Ian. Same here. For us, and I know Robin lives in Florida also. That was definitely, we've got quite a few like, tree limbs and then it's just like yucky out. It's like all of a sudden everything is just filthy.
So we are waiting for Dr. Palmer to come in. Let's go ahead and pick the winners here.
Yes,
you're gonna have to write this down.
I will write it down. Okay, so this is the first one is going to be for the book, What a Way to Run a War.
Okay, you ready?
And the winner is
Valerie Lynn. So Valerie, please do us a favor. Send me an email at joe@twocrazyketos.com with all of your shipping information, and we will get these out probably on Monday.
Congratulations to you. And not only are you going home with a book, but you're also getting one of these beautiful bracelets handmade for today's event. The next one is going to be Bailout over Normandy.
Ready?
Yeah.
Rush.
Congratulations.
So Rush, once again, send me an email at joe@twocrazyketos.com with all of your shipping information, and we will get that book out to you.
Congratulations. This is so awesome. And you know what I love about this the most is the fact that this gentleman's story, it continues. If we share these stories, their life continues to go on, right? Like with their legacy is shared, because again, the worst thing that we can do is stop sharing our stories in our keto diet, and also, the history of our families, because we don't want their story to be forgotten. So congratulations to the winners. That's just a beautiful thing. And thank you so much to Becca Price who so generously donated those books for today's event.
Now, while we're waiting for Dr. Palmer to come in, just a couple things to let you know. We're taking tomorrow off.
We are.
There'll be no video tomorrow. Maybe Sunday, maybe not. Like I said, I have lacrosse
We've got
games
it.
tomorrow till 1
Still
o'clock.
got work.
And so I may just take the day off, and we may just come back with Monday's live stream for Keto on the Couch, but we'll see how it goes. We have some things filmed. I just haven't edited them yet.
Yeah, we'll get to it though. Rush says, thank you so much. A veteran winning a veteran book on Veterans
That
Day.
is awesome.
Rush, thank you so much for your service. And like, how precious is that? Truly, I love that so much.
Yeah, Jana said, shout out to Grow and Behold for sure. Oh, we read that
Yes.
one. Did we read Priscilla's already?
Yes.
Here in South Carolina?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
And
we read that one. Let's see.
Future Reese says, I tried donating. PayPal only works if you sign up for their credit card and Amazon. I'll try again later.
No, you shouldn't have to sign up for their credit
sign
card.
up. You may want to try a desktop versus a phone. Sometimes that is,
and the reason I know you don't have to sign up for the credit card is because we did a test donation from our account last night, and I don't have a PayPal credit card. I clicked on the Pay Now, logged into my PayPal. If you don't have PayPal, you can still, use your credit card through PayPal. PayPal is doing their processing for them.
Jujube says, scroll up just a little bit, Joe. Jujube said, Hubs was shocked at my skins for crackers, bones for broth, and chicken for kids dinner request, 2 meals worth. Yeah, and that is the thing. I mean, we understand. Thanks for saying that, Jujube. We understand what it's like to have a very tight family budget for groceries. And so we're always trying to think of like, what can we do to make a meal stretch further? And let me tell you, if you can utilize, like the chicken thighs and the skins and the bones and nothing goes to waste, it really can be super helpful. I guess you're indicating.
I see Dr. Palmer is here.
Oh, I'm so glad
we are
to see
super
his
excited to be bringing
beautiful
Dr. Palmer
face.
on. So we actually interviewed him briefly when we were at the Hard to Kill Summit, and he's got some fascinating things going on and a new book coming out.
Yes, which you don't want to miss. We've only got a few more sleeps before Dr. Palmer's book.
3 days.
It's coming out November 15th. It's called Brain Energy. We have already pre-registered for the book. We're going to ask Becky to keep putting the link for his book in the chat. You're going to be able to get it on Kindle or get a hard book copy, which I love the hard book copy. I just like to touch the book.
Well, let's go ahead and bring Dr. Palmer on. There
he is. Dr. Palmer.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are both of you?
Good.
So good. You have got to be like a one-legged man in a butt kicking contest, sir, because so much coming out with your new book. Could you tell us a little bit about why you have written this book and what we can expect from this book?
So this book is actually something I've been working on for 5 years, and it has not been an easy process necessarily. I think the thing that started me on the journey, for anyone who didn't hear our prior interview, is that I have noticed sometimes amazing mental health benefits to people using ketogenic diets. And so at this point, I know of dozens of people who have put their longstanding chronic depression, anxiety, OCD, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia into full and complete remission off of all psychiatric medications by using a ketogenic diet. And that really kind of upended everything that I knew as an academic psychiatrist. The field doesn't say that those things go into remission, and they sure don't go into remission off medications, and they sure don't go into remission from a diet. So I have done 15 years of neuroscience research. I am an academic psychiatrist at what is now ranked the #1 psychiatric hospital in the United States by U.S. News and World Report. I'm at Harvard Medical School, McLean Hospital. I run their education program. So I know the field of psychiatry. I know it well, and I know what our current paradigm is, and I know what all of the evidence says and everything else. And the real answer is that right now the evidence says nobody can figure it out. It's just too complicated. Mental disorders are too complicated. Nobody can figure out what causes mental illness. All we know are some of the factors involved. We know about neurotransmitters and hormones and genetics and stress and trauma and bad sleep and drugs and alcohol, and all those things seem to play a role for some people in some different ways, but nobody can figure out how it all fits together. Nobody can figure out what's really causing mental illness. And as everyone knows, the problem's getting worse. The mental disorders are increasing in frequency and prevalence, and they're now the leading cause of disability on the planet. So this is no small problem. This is a major problem in the world. And having been a psychiatrist for 27 years, it's a major problem for me. I know it firsthand from my own personal experience. I know it from family members. I have seen people's lives ruined by mental illness. So I know these things are real. I know these things can devastate people's lives. I know they can cause tremendous suffering. And I, like so many other mental health professionals, desperately want to help people. And we want better solutions and we want better answers. And so when I saw the ketogenic diet putting numerous different types of mental disorders, depression, anxiety, OCD, bipolar, schizophrenia, those are all different disorders. They're supposed to have totally different causes.
That's right.
And yet I'm seeing one treatment, the ketogenic diet, put those into remission. Now, the ketogenic diet is not a cure-all. I'm not here to say that. It is not going to help by itself every human being on the planet. I'm going to be the first to say that. There's more to mental illness than just diet or just the ketogenic diet. I want to be very clear about that. But nonetheless, this was shocking information to me as an academic psychiatrist. And I actually felt like this is really important information. So, at one point in the first couple of years, I was really hot on the trail of let's try to convince people that the keto diet is a legit treatment. Like it's an epilepsy treatment. And that's where I started. Like it's an epilepsy treatment. We use epilepsy treatments all the time in psychiatry. So I'm going to try to convince everybody that this is a serious treatment. This really works. Clinicians should take this seriously.
Yeah.
But I quickly realized, they're probably not going to listen to me because it's a diet. It's a keto diet. Oh, the awful keto diet. Nobody wants to hear about the keto diet. So I was like, they're not going to take me seriously. And so I made a decision early on. I need to understand the science better. I need to be able to prove in as detailed scientific way as possible how and why this diet would work for so many different mental disorders. But I was also intrigued by the bigger picture question, which was, what can this tell us about the actual cause of mental illness?
Yeah.
Like right now, our field can't answer basic questions. If you go into your doctor and say, why do I have crippling anxiety? The doctor's just going, we don't know. Here's a pill. Try it. Let's see what happens. Maybe it'll work for you. Maybe it won't. If it doesn't work, then we'll try another one. Or just, take some deep breaths. That should work. Or try psychotherapy for years or decades, and that should work. And I don't mean to disparage the pills and the therapy or even the deep breaths, because for some people, those things work. And that's great. It's great for them. But for far too many people, they don't work. And actually the majority of people, and that's really shocking to most people. But if you look at the research studies, much, much less than 50, it's probably about 10 to 20% of people that actually get all the way better and stay all the way better.
Wow.
That was definitely the case for me. I was not part of that 10 or 20%. I mean, no matter what pill was, being thrown in my direction, it wasn't changing my situation. And so it was just like you said, it was either up the medication or change the medication. And we weren't having forward momentum. And it wasn't until the keto diet that I saw this, really what you talked about with metabolic brain health being restored to me. And I thank you so much. There's no way that I can express to you how thankful I am that you're in this space and that you've written this book, because it has, just knowing that it's out there and that discussion has begun, has given me peace and confidence moving forward in my own journey. Because up until this year, I didn't even feel safe to talk about my mental illness. We've talked a lot about other health concerns that we have had and that the keto diet has spoken into, but there was always some embarrassment to me about my mental health journey. And it was very hard for me to share. And the piece that you give, through the conversation that you've started, it just gives so much dignity back to us as patients, because I really thought, man, these pills must be working for somebody, and maybe I'm just a broken person. But I also understand as you move forward, and here we are, November 15th, your book is out there, and we understand that you really are a lone warrior in this space. What are you doing to prepare yourself for the fact that not everybody, especially the pharmaceutical industry, is going to be tickled pink that you are writing this book, sir?
They aren't. So the first thing that I'll say is the really good, fortunate news is I'm actually not alone. I'm not a lone warrior. There are researchers from around the world who are supporting this work on the ketogenic diet. We've got 5 controlled trials underway of the ketogenic diet for serious mental illness, which kind of includes bipolar and schizophrenia. We've got at least 1 or 2 trials, one trial wrapping up of ketogenic diet for depression, another one getting started. We've got a trial of the ketogenic diet for PTSD. The national government, the National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, in the last 2 years published a study of the ketogenic diet for alcoholism, basically, and found that, and it was positive. It was a beneficial study. It reduced cravings for alcohol. It improved brain metabolism. It decreased brain inflammation, all sorts of things that you would want a treatment to do. And we don't have any treatments that do that as effectively right now. We don't have pills that improve the brain metabolism in the same way that the ketogenic diet can do. And so the good news is I'm not alone. There are lots of other researchers on board. The other good news is that I think 15, 16 people endorsed my book publicly. And some of them are leading psychiatrists and neuroscientists and physicians. They are some of the top cited researchers in their fields. And they read the book and they were convinced enough that it needs to be taken seriously and it needs to start a conversation and a debate or a discussion about this theory and about putting everything together, that they were willing to publicly endorse it. I will be the first to say my book aims to upend the entire mental health field. I'm sorry. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but there's an awful lot of bathwater that needs to be discarded here, folks. If we look at the mental health field, there is a lot of dirty bathwater, and we need to flush it down the drain, and we need to start fresh, rinse this baby off and start fresh. And that, that goes to how we think about and diagnose mental disorders. It goes to certainly how we think about the cause of mental illness, and then much, much, much more importantly, how we treat mental illness. Because in lining up all of the science, I firmly believe that some of the medications we are prescribing, although they can reduce symptoms in the short run, I am very, very concerned that they might actually be keeping people ill in the long run. And we have a lot of medications, so my basic premise or, argument is that mental disorders are metabolic disorders of the brain.
Yeah.
But we know that a lot of medications that we prescribe cause metabolic problems. They cause obesity. They cause people to gain a lot of weight. They cause type 2 diabetes. They cause insulin resistance. They cause cardiovascular disease. And they cause premature death, in particular in the elderly. And if you think I'm being too harsh on any of that, or you think I'm making stuff up, or I'm one of those conspiracy theorists, I'm not. It's on the package insert. If you read the label of those medications, it says it right on the labels. It says it right in the package insert. This drug causes obesity. This drug causes diabetes. This drug can cause premature mortality, especially if you're old. So I'm not making that up. The FDA has already reviewed all the evidence and firmly concluded those things are facts. But it flies in the face of my theory at first glance, because a lot of clinicians and researchers are going to say, well, wait, then your theory can't be true, because why would those pills work? And that's where it starts to get into a little bit of the complex science, that when a brain is metabolically compromised, it actually can become underactive, meaning that it doesn't do all the things that it should be doing. But one of the paradoxes of my theory, supported by an abundance of evidence, is that a metabolically compromised brain can actually have regions of the brain that become overactive. And they cause symptoms that shouldn't be happening. So they cause like anxiety when it shouldn't be happening, or a panic attack when it shouldn't be happening, or hallucinations or delusions that should not be happening. And in order to stop these overactive brain symptoms, one strategy is to give people a metabolic toxin, basically, that will make those cells almost stop functioning altogether. And that can stop the symptoms, at least in the short run. But the challenge, obviously, is that you're poisoning cells, and you're preventing those cells from regaining their health. And that means you're probably going to be keeping people ill. They're going to feel like shit while you're doing it, because anybody who's taken these meds knows exactly what I'm talking about. You're going to feel sedated and drugged and hungover, and you're going to need a lot more sleep than normal, and you're going to be putting on the weight, and you're not going to have energy to exercise anymore, and you're going to be mildly depressed, and you're going to be told, well, this is just the price you got to pay for your mental stability. And so I am challenging so much in the mental health field with this book. The good news is that so far I am getting a tremendous amount of support from clinicians, researchers around the world, from my own McLean Hospital. I am getting a lot of support. I'm waiting for the backlash. I think people are watching. They might even be watching right now. I think people are watching.
Yeah, because you're going to be hitting some wallets. And that is when, when people are like, hey, you're just talking about that. Like, we all want people to have, alternatives to medicine and we want them to, you know, live their best life. But then when it hits a wallet of a pharmaceutical industry, now, wait a minute, like, let's back up a little bit. And I think that from what you're saying, one of the things that encourages me the most is the fact that you're in clinical trials for some of these, you know, situations where you're seeing like, okay, let's actually study somebody with this particular situation, use like a keto diet, see what happens, so that you're not just, you know, talking in theory, but we're seeing this unfold in real time. How is it truly affecting people, and is there any forward momentum for these issues?
There. Well, let me ask you to rephrase the question, because well, yeah. Let me make sure I'm answering your question.
Yeah. Well, are you? How exciting is it to see this being put into play? That this book is not just in theory, but that we're actually taking it to where people are seeing, you know, patients utilizing this diet for specific needs.
You know, honestly, I'm still dumbfounded. I can't believe it's really happening. I'm waiting to wake up from like a dream or something.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to back up, and some people may not have seen our original interview with you. How did you discover this to begin with?
Yeah.
You know, the real answer is it's a 20-year story, and it started with my own story. I had mental illness when I was a kid from a young age. I went through a lot of hell earlier in life, and ended up having severe, unrelenting depression, suicidality, all sorts of symptoms of mental illness. But by the time I was in college, things started turning around enough. I was still getting treatment. I was actually getting mental health treatment. I was seeing therapists or taking medications, trying to feel better. But things turned around. It wasn't as crippling and disabling for me anymore. And then I got, you know, into medical school, and then I did really well in medical school, but was still seeing a therapist, still taking medications in med school, and then got into a residency at Harvard. Like, I did really well in medical school. I actually won an award for being one of the top students. And so on the surface, people would have been like, "You're fine, Chris Palmer. Like, what, you know, there's nothing wrong," or, "Oh, it must be mild anxiety," or whatever. But I knew what it was. And I did not want the suicidal depression to come back. That was my fear.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to be dead so I better like get on a pill, or like, I better do the therapy, or whatever I need to do. I better do it to feel better, because I'm scared. If that comes back, I'm going to be dead. And so by the time I was in my mid-20s, I already had metabolic syndrome, and which I would have never thought was related to my mental. That has nothing to do with mental health. That's just, you know, that's my metabolic syndrome. And I had pre-diabetes and high blood pressure and horrible lipids, triglycerides and HDL, and I had all of them. And I was religious about my diet. I was on a super low-fat diet. That was supposed to be the healthiest diet for me. And I was exercising at least 3 times a week. I was doing what I was supposed to be doing, because I did not want to be having heart attacks or strokes or any of that stuff. So I was doing everything that they told me to do, and it was not working. And I finally got to a point where, you know, my doctor kept pushing meds on me, and he's like, "You're going to have to go on meds." And I'm like, "I'm only in my 20s. Like, no, I don't want to go on meds. Like, I want to control this with diet and exercise." And he leans in and he's like, "Oh, are your parents overweight? Yeah. Do they have diabetes? Yeah. Do they have high blood pressure? Yeah. Oh, sucks to be you. It's genetic.
Yes.
You're just going to have to go on pills. Just accept that you're going to have to go on pills. It runs in your family. It's genetic. There's nothing you can do about it because you're doing everything. And he believed me. He was like, I believe you. I believe that you're doing a low-fat diet and exercising. And so it must just be genetic. And there's nothing else we have to offer other than pills. So take your pills. And I was like, you know what? I don't like that answer. I just do not like that answer. That is not going to be a path to anything good for me. And so in the last ditch effort, at that point, this is over 20 years ago, I tried the Atkins diet. That's what it was called. That's what I tried. Lo and behold, within 3 months, my metabolic syndrome was completely gone. So that was my goal. Get rid of my metabolic syndrome so I don't have to go on pills. So that all went away. But the thing that I noticed the most was this improvement in my mood, my energy, my concentration, my confidence, my sleep. All of that got dramatically better in a way that I had never experienced in my whole life. Whether I was having a good time or a bad time, I had never felt that good. And I just felt normal. And I was waking up before my alarm went off and I felt rested. And I was like, how is this even possible? I never wake up before my alarm goes off. I always have to push the snooze button 3 times. And I had it timed down to the minute about what time do I absolutely need to drag my ass out of bed so that I'm not going to be late. And I knew it like choreography. And all of that changed. And then, so I start telling all my friends and family, oh, if you're looking to lose weight, try this Atkins diet. It really works. It's like great. And I feel so good. And so they're noticing benefits. And then I start using it in patients with treatment-resistant depression in my clinic because those patients had already been on 30 or more pills. I'm like, we don't have that many more pills to offer. I'm sorry. We just don't.
Right.
And the chances of another pill working, like after you've tried 30, I'm sorry. Like,
Seriously.
good. Yeah. And lo and behold, it worked. And then I think, but I kind of stayed on the down low because it was like low carb keto diet. I can't be, I'm a Harvard doctor. I can't be talking about this. Nobody's gonna buy this. I'm gonna lose my license if I go around talking about treating depression with a keto diet. I mean, and there were in fact physicians losing their licenses or at least being threatened with lawsuits, being threatened with disciplinary action by licensing boards. And I was seeing that firsthand. And I was like, I don't want to be one of them. I've worked really hard to get where I'm at and to get my career. And I'm not giving up my career. I was still using the treatment with patients, but I figured, well, that's all I need. I'll just help the people in front of me. And then that all changed in 2016 when I had a patient with schizoaffective disorder who asked for my help to lose weight. And we decided to try the ketogenic diet. I really did not, he had schizoaffective disorder. That's a cross between schizophrenia and bipolar. He was tormented by his symptoms, had hallucinations and delusions. And I had no expectation that would do anything for his mental illness, any part of it. I just wanted to help the guy lose weight. That was all I was thinking I would do, is I'll just help him lose some weight. And after 2-3 months, his symptoms were melting away. All of the symptoms, his depression, his hallucinations, his delusions, all of it was melting away. And the fast forward on him is, he's lost 160 pounds and kept it off to this day. And he was able to do things that he had never been able to do since the time of his diagnosis. He was able to complete a certificate program, go out in public and not be paranoid. He is able to teach karate now. He was able to do a lot of things. I will say for the record, this particular patient is not cured yet. We're still trying to get him off his meds, and that is hell. It is a living hell to get some people off their meds. He started meds when he was really young, a young child. And it has been really, really difficult. But what I noticed was about a 90 to 95% symptom reduction in him within 6 months. And again, that was the thing that told me I can't shut up about this anymore. I can't keep this quiet. This is too important. There are millions of people like this, and they don't have any other options. And they're not getting better with our treatments. And we all know that. That's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a secret. We all know it. If you get diagnosed with schizophrenia, you're screwed. Your life is essentially the life that you thought you were going to have. That's all over. Just forget about all of it and just expect to be disabled. And, you know, if you can hold a job, an easy job, maybe that'll work out for you, but don't think about like going to college or grad school or anything like that. That's impossible for those people. Not that some people with schizophrenia can't do those things, and I'm not trying to marginalize them or diminish them or anything else, but that is the prevailing mindset and attitude, even from mental health professionals.
Well, and it's kind of incredible what you're saying. For somebody who has been on medication like this patient was for just decades and not seeing improvement at all, the thought of 6 months of eating a different way to start not just having like a little bit of change in your life, a little bit of forward momentum, but as you say, just melting away. When we talked in our last interview and you talked about how, you know, during a session, your patient says to you, well, maybe I don't think I was hearing those voices. Oh my goodness. I mean, our entire live stream today is to raise money so that we can help people change the way that they're living, to maybe help to aid that whatever they have now, like how can we help them be empowered moving forward in their life? Are there some services? Is there something that we can do to help facilitate them living a fuller life? Because when we invest in people, we change not just their life, but the world at large. Because you think about if people can go from being on disability to being able to pursue careers and live this fuller, richer life, like that's not just great for them. That's not just awesome for them, but it's awesome for us as well. Can you speak a little bit about, what does it look like as far as, you know, what could be the changes from somebody going from being, you know, registered as like a disabled person? How can that bless the whole country financially if we can just have this dialogue about it?
It is such a no-brainer. It really is. And you know, so some people are like, Chris Palmer, you know, nobody can do the keto diet. That's the biggest criticism. Nobody can do the keto diet. And if you want people to eat meat or eggs or fresh vegetables, well, those cost more money than a box of Cheerios and and a turkey sandwich for lunch or something. They cost more money, and these people can't afford that. So, and they don't have the willpower and motivation to do it anyway. So one of the things I am advocating for is support services for these people, at least in the first 6 to 12 months. And for some of them, if they really are poor, they're disabled and they're on food stamps and they don't have enough money to afford the food, I would love to be able to get them food and maybe someday have insurance pay for it. Why? Because this is a legitimate treatment, just as legitimate as a pill is. And the insurance companies are more than happy to pay tens of thousands of dollars a year for one prescription medicine. Well, guess what? They can pay a few $1,000s for some healthy food.
Yeah.
And I would love to see dietitians involved so that people can get accurate, customized, dietary advice. Some people need to lose weight. Some people are thin already and they need to gain weight. So, so there are going to be different variations. And some people might benefit from health and wellness coaching or more motivation or more education or classes or whatever. And some people are like, Chris Palmer, that's going to cost a lot of money. And
But how
I'm
much
like,
do medications cost?
Right.
that's the thing. That's what I want to say. So first, this is going to get people off medicines. We're going to save money right there. Just right there. We are going to save money because these medicines, especially antipsychotic medicines in particular, a lot of them cost $8 a pill. And there are people taking 10 of these pills a day. They're different prescriptions, but they're taking 2 of this drug and 2 of that drug and, 1 4 times a day of this drug. And then this one is 3 times a day. And so let's first start with that cost. But much, much, much more importantly, if we get people better after a year of this kind of treatment, the goal is not to float them forever. The goal is to teach them how to do this independently. The goal is to help them figure out how they can develop a new life. And that might include work, where now they're no longer on disability, taking from the system. They are working and paying into the system. And we've got them off their meds now. Now they're working and no longer disabled. And now they're not going to need to see psychiatrists and mental health professionals forever and ever. And they're not going to be in and out of hospitals anymore. And so in terms of the cost, and by the way, we're also going to be at the same time treating their obesity and diabetes and preventing a cancer. And oh gosh, all that's just icing on the cake because I'm a psychiatrist, so I only care about the brain. But I'm going to be helping with all these other things. And we're going to save a ton of money. And most importantly, to me as a physician, as a psychiatrist, we're going to restore people's health and dignity and self-respect. And that is ultimately the real goal. And I think this theory, the brain energy theory, represents a new day in the mental health field. And we need to make the goal remission of illness and recovery in society. Those need to be the goals, remission and recovery. So remission means we're going to stop the symptoms. Once the symptoms stop, people still need to recover. If they have been plagued by mental symptoms for years or decades and have been unemployed, they're going to need help. They're going to need a recovery plan. And that might mean some job coaching or some training or some support. Again, the goal is to get them back into society as productive human beings. It's going to pay off in dividends.
Yeah. Which I appreciate so much the dignity that you bring to this space, because yes, I mean, we need you to kind of champion this cause and speak for us, because man, I think what really irks me the most is how much people can underestimate the desire I, as a mental health patient, have to live. I want to have forward momentum. It's not a case of like, I'm not willing to put the hard work in. It's not a laziness. It's not a hopelessness. The fact that I have survived through 2 suicide attempts and other many dark days is that great desire that I think a lot of patients like me have on the inside of me. We want to live. We will put in this hard work. It's not easy taking the pills. It's not easy having the treatment. You follow whatever protocol is prescribed because you are so desperate to see results. So I think that for a lot of people, it will be a transfer of, hey, we were following this protocol, which was a pill heavy protocol, and we will shift our gears if we believe that there is hope for forward momentum to a nutritional protocol. And if I got to eat, hot dogs, or we have to, make changes in the family budget in order for us to prioritize the food, we made sacrifices to prioritize the medicine. So we're willing to make that shift. And I just thank you so much for always bringing dignity for us as patients, because again, there is a stigma, I think, attached to, if your metabolic health issues happens to be in your brain, it's like, some people just don't want to talk about it, or they sometimes classify people as like a less than person. So you always bring dignity to that. You always bring dignity to the healthcare workers too. And we're seeing that in the chat. I see Tina says, so excited. I pre-ordered Dr. Palmer's book from Audible. I am a mental health nurse and so interested in this. Thank you. So valuable. We're seeing other people who, and we see it at conferences a lot too, where they're like, hey, I work in an assisted living facility, or I work in a treatment program. And like, what can I do? For my part, I'm coming to work every day, pushing pills accompanied by terrible food to have something in the patient's stomach when they take these pills, because the side effects of taking it on an empty stomach is just like so bad. And so they're like, but I feel terrible administering this medicine, and then also giving them this garbage as a diet. So I wonder, what is your recommendation for the people that we talk to in healthcare that are so desperate themselves to hopefully make a difference? That's why they got into healthcare in the first place. How can they help be a part of this movement?
So everyone can help be a part of this movement, whether you're a healthcare professional, a patient, a family member, a bystander who's just looking around the world thinking, we got a problem here and I want to be part of the solution. We're going to need everyone. We're going to need everyone working together. It really is going to take a grassroots movement. And that much I'm convinced of. And so the easiest place to start is if you go to the website, brainenergy.com. So brainenergy.com, I am hoping is going to, we've got the start of a grassroots movement landing page, but very quickly we are hoping to ramp up with information materials. If we can get enough funding or support, I'm hoping to start offering free webinars for everyone. So free webinars for patients and family members who just want practical information on what can I do, how can I use metabolic strategies to get better. But I also, my day job, my regular job at McLean Hospital for the last 20 years is educating mental health professionals. This is what I do for a living. So I know how to do that. I know it like the back of my hand. So I am eager and excited to start training programs for clinicians so that we can talk about team approaches this is going to be a team approach treatment. So it's not just going to be a one-person show. There's going to be some kind of a physician or prescriber, maybe a nurse practitioner or physician assistant. But if people are on meds, we have to have a prescriber involved if nothing else, to safely get people off those meds. We're gonna, and some meds are still gonna be useful or play a useful role. And so those people are gonna need to be on board. We're gonna need therapists, but we're gonna need dietitians and, people who can, like I said, health and wellness coaches, maybe personal trainers or physical therapists who are going to help people start an exercise program safely and responsibly and in a way that they can do it. So I think the first place to start really for most people, and I'm not here to sell a book, but is going to be read the book, because I need people to understand the theory. It's more than the keto diet. So one of the big disappointments, I'm going to just tell you now, so my claim to fame over the last 6 years has been, Chris Palmer, keto diet for mental illness. And a lot of people think that's what the book is about. The book is not about the keto diet. It's not. Sorry, folks. It's just not. The book is about the metabolic theory of mental illness. And there's more to metabolism than just diet. Although, as we all know, and as we've just shared, you've shared with your story, I've shared with mine, we know that diet is a powerful, powerful lever that we can pull to improve metabolism. But it's more than that. It involves substance use. If you're heavily drinking alcohol, that's really poisoning your metabolism. You got to get rid of that. If you're smoking cigarettes or vaping all the time, that's not good for your metabolism either. Sorry. If you're super stressed, if you're not sleeping well, if you're using other substances, including prescription meds that are harming your metabolism, those need to be managed. And so if somebody's taken 4 metabolically toxic medications and doing the keto diet, they may not get a remission. The goal has to be getting them off of those metabolically toxic medications, but that needs to be done in a safe, responsible way. Because if you go off your meds cold turkey, you can end up a mess. And so I want people to understand the theory. Even if you don't want to buy the book, go rent it from a library or borrow it from a friend, or just sign up on brainenergy.com and you'll get a lot of free information. But I'm convinced, this theory in the book is poised to upend the entire mental health field. And I am passionate about doing that because I firmly believe, based on science alone, but probably more importantly, based on, I have seen this now in dozens and dozens of real human beings. I've seen people get all the way better off medications and restore their lives. I know this is possible. And the reason I'm convinced that we need a grassroots movement is because, as you said, there are a lot of powerful interests who have financial investment in the current system, the status quo. And it doesn't make them evil people. Like if I was a drug developer and I just last year came out with a brand new antipsychotic medicine, and I'm making $1 billion a year right now on that drug, I wouldn't like Chris Palmer.
I totally understand that. But as the person, if you have to take the medicine, I love Chris Palmer because it means that there's hope for something different. And I love what you're saying about that.
So I was looking in the chat here, and Lori has a thing. She said, I work in a psychiatry office and I hate seeing kids being placed on all of these meds. She's like, what burns me the most is the kids in the waiting room and they're eating the junk food. No one is even asking the parents, what are the kids eating?
Well, we find that a lot, in every type of even
they tried it with our youngest son.
Yeah.
you know, he was like kind of fidgeting around in school in 2nd and 3rd grade. And they're like, he needs to go on Ritalin. And we're like,
Let's
what?
talk.
And we refused, and we were like, let's just cut back the sugar, and immediately saw the fidgeting stopping.
Yeah, it was amazing. You know, a lot of times they don't, when we go to the regular doctor, if I take my dog to the vet, the first thing they ask is, what is she eating? Is there something here that she's doing? What does her movement look like? But if I go to the doctor, that is not, we don't even discuss it. It's just like, tell me what the symptoms is, and we're going to, you know, treat to the symptom.
A big question coming out in the chat, Dr. Palmer, is who is this book written for? Is it written for doctors or is it written for us?
It is written for a lay audience. So I will give you the real deal. This is a science book, for better or worse, but I have written it for ordinary people who are not necessarily scientists, who are not healthcare professionals, but I do cover science. So I'm talking about cells at some points, and I'm talking about what makes cells malfunction so that you can understand the detailed, enough detail to make a decision about whether you think this makes sense, whether this really lines up or not. Because again, I'm trying to disrupt an entire field.
Right.
And so one of the challenges that I actually had years ago was this decision is like, who am I going to write this for?
Mm-hmm.
And what am I trying to accomplish? And I contemplated initially, like, maybe I should just write a journal article and try to get it published and see if I can convince the profession of this. But there were a couple of problems with doing that. One, and it's not, I do write journal articles and I do publish things in academic journals. So I don't want anybody to think I don't do that. I do that. But this is such a big overarching theory that I quickly realized journals don't have long enough article options to be able to include everything I need to do. Because I'm kind of so I tear apart all of our diagnoses and I talk about the new theory, and then I go through all of the risk factors that we know play a role in mental illness, and I connect all of the dots.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize you can't do that in one review article, like a 1.5 page or even a 3-page document. You just can't do it. But more importantly, I recognized even if I submit this theory somehow or another to the powers that be, it will end up in a committee somewhere, or it will just be rejected for publication with no explanation, because this is disruptive. And it's not just disruptive to industries like pharmaceutical companies, but it's disruptive to researchers who have staked their careers on the serotonin theory of depression, for instance.
Yes.
Or the dopamine theory of psychosis. And those people are going to be wounded. Their egos are going to be wounded by this theory, because they're going to be like, why didn't we see this? Who the hell's this Chris Palmer guy? Why did he figure that he shouldn't get credit for this? It can't be as simple as he's making it out to be.
Yeah.
And so I decided a long time ago, the only way we're really going to get change is a grassroots movement. So I need to write this book for the people. I need to write this book in a way that is accessible to the people. Now, I'm going to say, for some people who don't like science and who don't read science books, it might feel a little bit like a textbook in a few locations, and a few chapters might feel like a little bit of a textbook. You might be like, why do I need to know all of this? And that's okay. You skip over that chapter if you really want. just skip it. But I tried to walk the line so that I could include enough science and evidence to support the theory. I really tried. I use so many analogies to make it understandable. I really do. I go out of my way to use analogies to make it understandable. But it's not like some of the self-help books that have one and only one theme, like cut out the sugar and everything will be fine.
Right.
That's not my book, unfortunately. For better or worse, that's not my book. I have a much more complicated message because I'm trying to tackle the entire mental health field and all mental illness in one book. So it's more complicated than that, but I really bent over backwards to make it understandable. I've had about 35 people read the book, and universally, the reviews are pretty good. There have been one or two scientists who were like, I wanted more science. I'm like, well, this wasn't written for you as a scientist. It was written for lay people. And they're like, but this is really great and intriguing. I want more. And I did. I will full disclosure, out of 35 people, I had 2 people who told me, oh, that section 2, that part 2 was really getting complicated with all that science. Do we really need to know all that? Can't you just tell us what to think and we'll think it? I'm like, well, unfortunately, no, I can't. Other people aren't going to trust me as much as you. So I need to like line up the evidence and prove what I'm asserting. But the other 33, or so, again, across the board, love the book, feel like this could really be disruptive. Numerous people who have read the book are already lined up volunteering for me. They're like, we want to help you start a movement. You are right. There's no way you're not right. Like tens of millions of lives are ruined right now, and nobody's doing anything, Chris. We've got to do something. Now that I've read your book, I'm mad. Like, we've got to do something. And I'm like, good, I'm mad too. Please help. Please help.
I think the hardest thing to believe is when Dr. Palmer says I'm mad, because he's just so joyous in his countenance. Like, but yes, and we feel the same way. Like, now that our life has changed, there is a point when your life has been transformed, when I am able to. It's changed our whole family. It's changed our marriage. It's changed my mothering. It's changed what I can do as a vocation. And there's a moment that you do take and you say, oh man, I'm so angry for those lost years. I'm angry about how I just wandered around, frustrated for so long. But this book is going to help. I mean, I understand that you're disrupting. You're going to be a disruptive gentleman for this whole field, but we're so thankful for this disruption. We're so thankful for this opportunity, and this book is going to help more people be set free, understand what's going on, start changing things, and the life that they're going to be able to have moving forward. There will be a moment that once you start this track, you are going to look back and be a little pissed off that it took you this long to come to this conclusion. But we're so thankful for where we are right now. And please, we're asking people, he said, Dr. Palmer says he's not trying to sell books. I'm trying to sell books today. You need to get this book in your hand. We're heading into the holiday season. There's a doctor. There's a library you can contribute to. Let's get these books out there. As Dr. Palmer releases this book, I'm sure you're going to be going on television shows. You're going to be, having book signings. Let's support this cause. If are you going to be giving us on like Twitter, kind of like what you're doing as you start releasing this book, where we can follow that and kind of retweet that, Dr. Palmer?
Absolutely. So so over the last 2 months, I have been diligently working on all sorts of media and podcasts. There are about 30 podcasts ready to be released over the next 2 to 3 weeks. The Tim Ferriss show just released yesterday. and some other really big podcasts, and even more are getting scheduled now. I'm really hopeful that mainstream media will start picking this up, and some mainstream media has already expressed interest in this, but it really is going to take a grassroots movement. If we can get thousands and thousands of people to start talking about the metabolic theory of mental illness, the brain, I'm calling it the brain energy theory, call it whatever you want, but mental health is metabolic health. If we can get more and more people talking about this and tweeting about it and posting on Facebook, and, maybe, your nephew or niece who's got chronic depression or chronic anxiety or ADHD or whatever, and nothing's working for that person, talk to that kid, talk to your sibling who's got that kid, talk to teachers, talk to principals, talk to pediatricians and mental health professionals, and tell them there is a new theory out. It is disruptive, but it holds the potential to change people's lives and improve people's lives. You've got to know about it. And the more that we can get people doing that, the more that we have a chance of really creating change. And we're doing it. I'm not asking people to do this for me. I'm fine. I know how to take care of myself and my family. I'm fine. I'm asking people to do this for the millions of people out there who are not fine. I'm asking you to do this for the people in your life that you know right now who are not okay, who are not being served by the current treatments and the current system. I'm asking you to fight for them. Not for me, for them. You're going to fight for them because they are worth fighting for, because you know them, you love them, you like them, you respect them. They're your neighbor, they're your child, they're your spouse, they're your father or mother. You're fighting for them. And together, if we all band together, maybe we can do something.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Palmer, thank you so much for sharing your day with us and bringing awareness to that, and to continue to just fight and champion for this cause. We appreciate your time so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all you're doing. I think demand for you guys is going to go through the roof after this book releases. Everybody's going to be like, where do we get practical information on all of this? And they're going to be coming your way. So thank you for all you're doing to pave the way. And together we will help the world.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Dr. Palmer.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Is he just the most precious man? I mean,
I do want to say, I'm sorry we didn't get into the
amazing.
chat, but I mean, it's I
so
know his time
good.
is precious.
Yes.
And so much information to share.
So
and
much.
I was so fortunate to be able, when we were able to spend some time with him in Omaha, because you can see the passion.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, you
can see the passion that he has. And let's go ahead and look up here. I can look right here.
As we're going into
$6,328.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, amazing. We are. Well, actually, we're finished with hour 3, but we're going into 4 now. Is that right?
Yes, we are.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So excited.
I'm getting a call from Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Well, do they want to help with the 11 on 11?
I don't know.
We'll let them help.
I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to let you take over the chat for a minute.
Ooh,
because
exciting.
I have to pee.
Oh.
Because if you thought I was going to go 11 hours without going to the restaurant,
that was not going to happen.
That just was not going to happen. So I'm gonna kind of bring you down a little bit so you can kind of go.
Can I start in there?
Right about here.
All right.
There you go.
Okay.
You can take off your headphones.
Oh, yeah, I guess we can. Here we go. But you see, like, I wore pigtails today because I know my hair is not going to hold on for 11 hours. Y'all know that, right? Okay. All right. So thank you, Becky, for leaving the link to Dr. Chris Palmer's book. It does release November 15th. It's called Brain Energy. Janice says, if I can click on this. There it goes. It wants to. Says, I don't like chicken, but love the skins. They're vacuum packed and frozen in 1 pound packages. The company is Grow and Behold. Thank you again, Janice, for sharing that company. We're excited. I'm going to be placing my order because my Publix said that they don't keep the chicken skins, and I was going to run into a local grocery store. But I mean, I love the convenience of being able to just order it and have it shipped right to the house. Jennifer is here. Hi, Jennifer. Says, hi guys. Thank y'all for doing all you do. Great message and energy for change. Love y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Betsy says, Dr. Palmer, you are so humble. He is, isn't he? I mean, when you think about his credentialing, he could actually be so snobby, right? And he's the most down to earth person ever. And talk about somebody who has had just an amazing career. And he is the most down to earth, approachable person. I just love Dr. Palmer so much. Lady Fritzer says, pray for us for protection over these pioneers and warriors as they threaten the cookie jars of those who profit from sickness. Yes. I mean, there's so much, as Dr. Palmer was saying, that we can do as part of this grassroots effort. I definitely recommend following Dr. Palmer on Twitter. He's very active on Twitter. I think he's under Dr. Chris Palmer. But find him, retweet his tweets. I've noticed that he's more active on Instagram lately. So if you have an Instagram, make sure that you follow him and just kind of share what he's doing. He probably will be speaking at some local places as the book is released. And so we want to make sure that we're sharing those interviews, because I think that this in particular is a subject that touches the lives of so many people. I think that I don't really know anybody that hasn't shared with me that somebody in their realm of influence hasn't been touched by a mental health issue. Like, this is something that speaks to all of us. So I think that it's really important for us to support him. Rita says, having suffered from mental illness most of my life and there not being a medication to help, I can say with authority that this way of eating has helped more than anything else. That's definitely my story. That's definitely my situation. And I'm truly appreciative to Dr. Palmer for bringing this to light, for talking about this issue, and for making people like me able to celebrate our recovery. That I'm so thankful for my mother putting her type 2 diabetes in remission. I'm thankful that I have been able to put my anxiety in remission and my depression in remission. Things that I battled with for a lifetime. And I'm really thankful for him. John says, keto makes Rachel happy. I thought she was naturally always super happy. I think that, this was me on the inside for years, but I was trapped on the inside of myself. And I'm really thankful to be set free and to be able to have a clear mind and not being, constantly battling with this, constantly on medication, just like Dr. Palmer was talking about, the side effects from these drugs that I've been on over the years. It's crippling. It's debilitating. It didn't allow me to be the mother that I wanted to be, the wife that I wanted to be, the worker that I wanted to be. It put a lot of limitations. The side effects of these drugs put a lot of limitations on me. So I'm really thankful to be off of these. Betsy says, I've been on one or another antidepressant and or anti-anxiety since the 1980s, off now since keto and 2 years now. So Betsy, man, it's amazing, right? Talk about the ultimate
I'm going to turn the air on
non-scale
for a minute. So
victory.
you may hear the wind. If we
Sorry
have to,
about that.
We'll switch over to the other, whatchamacallit.
Beth said, I'm so glad to see you, Beth. And Randy, I tried everything for 50 years of anxiety that was getting worse. Keto healed me. Yeah, I mean, if weight loss was not a thing, if I had no weight loss, I would still want to go on keto for the life that I'm able to live because of this way of eating. And I believe that this is going to continue to be a blessing to so many other people, that the thought of other people being able to be set free from this metabolic brain health, like some of the situations that we've had, the thought of other people being able to be set free like I've been able to be set free is just amazing. Lady says they do not even begin to understand the human body, let alone the brain. You're right. You're absolutely right. John says drugs will never solve any problems because they're designed to treat conditions and not cure them. Very, very good point you got there.
Can I give you guys a little preview thing?
Yeah.
So, this is not available yet unless you've purchased a bundle just recently. If you have bought a bundle from Element, you should have received an email. Click through our link first.
Yes.
Because then you know that they know we sent you.
Right.
And then use that link in your email. But it will be coming to everybody soon. Element is bringing back their chocolate mint,
which I really like. At first, I wasn't sure that I liked it, and now it's
Right,
honestly the
every
one I
day.
reach for.
Right? But they're coming out with a bundle, I think within the next week. Right now, I said it's only available if you've purchased a bundle from them. But it's a chocolate medley. It's chocolate, mint chocolate, and chocolate caramel.
Mm-hmm.
The chocolate caramel is amazing.
It is.
It is amazing.
It's
We
incredible.
didn't like the chocolate at first. We found just don't use as much water as you normally would.
Yeah.
So just wanted to let you, it was sitting over there at the door, and I'm like, I saw the email come out yesterday that if you had a bundle, it was available. So I just wanted to let you guys know.
So we are in hour 4. And we're going to be bringing on at 1:30, Phil and Stacy from
Yep.
Today is Someday. The theme for this hour is discipline, and this gentleman and also Stacy, they're both Navy veterans. Phil retired after 27 years with the Navy, and Stacy served for 5 years. And we're going to be talking about discipline and also setting personal expectations is kind of the tone of this year, because they're retired.
Yeah.
And after you retire, you could totally just sit on the couch and do nothing.
Yeah.
Right?
I
But
want to shout out some of our veterans from our
yes,
family.
let's
So
do that.
let's jump into Emmy. I think Emmy
Yes.
is the next one that you
All
have,
right.
right?
Yes.
So let's take a look
Hey,
at
Emmy,
this.
look at these beautiful photos. Emmy says, these are my veterans. Alan, U.S. Army for 21 years. My son, Alan Jr., U.S. Air Force for 6 years. And my older brother, Emil, U.S. Army, 20 years, Vietnam veteran. Each served honorably. Alan served the Army for 21 years, even after retiring. He continued to work in Afghanistan and Iraq as a civilian for another 15 years until his retirement this past February. My son, Alan Jr., had 2 deployments overseas, Germany and South Korea. He went on to finish his deployment overseas and went to school to further his studies in cybersecurity, which brought him back to work and support the military once again as a civilian contractor. Finally, my oldest brother, Emil, who served 20 years in the Army. His first deployment was in Vietnam for a year in 1971. I remember my mother clutching my brother's picture, praying daily for his safe return. I was too young at the time, but I understood her agony. My brother to this day is suffering from lasting sad memories and PTSD he endured in Vietnam. All of it became real again during the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. So many soldiers came home physically and emotionally scarred. God bless all our veterans, past, present, and future. Thanks again, Joe and Rachel. I will be watching and supporting your good cause. Well, Emmy, thank you so much for your family, for their service, and for the opportunity to shout them out today. We think it's an absolute honor and privilege for us to share your story.
Okay, let's take this opportunity to, for the 3rd time,
Yes.
attempt the video from last year. This video is really impactful. Again, it was actually made by, I believe, the dad of one of our subscribers. I apologize because I do not remember who it was, but the video impacted us so much that I saved it.
Yeah.
And this video is going to be part of 11 on 11 because this is now an annual deal.
Yeah.
Right? So long as we have a channel, we are going to do this because it means a lot to us. It's and seeing how our veterans are treated, how they're affected by their service. This is the least that we can do. And we appreciate all of you for supporting us, for supporting our movement, for donating to Wounded Warriors or donating to the Gary Sinise Foundation or any other veteran organization, or even just cooking a meal for a veteran. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this video.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Freedom and fear are at war. The advance of human freedom, the great achievement of our time and the great hope of every time, now depends on us. Our nation will lift a dark thread of violence from our people and our future. We will not tire, we will not falter, and we will not fail.
It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We will never compromise our principles and standards. We will never give away our freedom. We will never abandon our belief in God.
We've always needed God from the very beginning of this nation. But today we need him especially. We're facing a new kind of enemy. We're involved in a new kind of warfare, and we need the help of the Spirit of God.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
We, as Americans, have the capacity now, as we've had in the past, to do whatever needs to be done to preserve this last and greatest bastion of freedom.
As we've been assured, neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth can separate us from God's love. May he bless the souls of the departed. May he comfort our own. And may he always guide our country. God bless America.
Such an amazing video.
It's just so you see why we were like, we are going to show this video somehow.
I'm also going to do my intro at some point.
Yes.
I'm going to go edit it to take off the countdown timer, and we will end with our what was supposed to be our opening
because it's just
video.
so stinking beautiful. And you know what? Sometimes it's good to just take time to slow down, and even if we have to redirect and come back to it, it's important enough to take time to do that.
I was just thinking of something winning. I need a high five. You did not freak out on me when I decided that I've got to get this fixed.
I right?
Right?
I
A lot of
mean,
times it's just like, y'all have been with
winning.
us long enough to know I'm like Chris. Like I go down a rabbit hole and I have to fix it. And now we've got 11 hours.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So I was looking at some of these comments. Future Breeze said the ketogenic ketovore diet has controlled my alcohol cravings, alcoholism.
That's awesome.
No more cravings, days and weeks with no alcohol. And now I can stop after one drink with a nice buzz instead of drinking until. ...
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. It's amazing. It's amazing. And that's why we are so passionate about spreading the word and also building community, because I think that while mental illness for me in itself was terrible to have to traverse through, feeling isolated made it even worse, right? When you feel like you're all alone. So I think it's so powerful, this community, that it's not just that we're getting well together, but we are getting well together in community and we're sharing our experiences together. And I think that is just so stinking amazing.
Yeah. Let's go ahead back into the chat a little bit. We're going to jump down a little bit. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So like I saw this one. Lori said, and now we're facing an Adderall shortage. So what's going to happen to all these people
who are dependent on it.
these medications?
And like, boom, all of a sudden, and you see that Dr. Palmer is talking about safely helping patients to transition off of their medication, right? Like, that is a very important thing. But when you get to a situation where there's a shortage of medication, now what? Just unplugged? I think we may have somebody that has to be bounced, Becky.
What is going on here?
We somebody that's continuing to talk about playing a game with other people. So that one right there. I don't know if you can just take it off.
Yeah, we're gonna get rid of, like, I'm sorry, like, Becky has had to put you in a timeout for a lot of times. I saw that. So, you know, listen, this is a charity stream.
Yeah.
You know, so we're just gonna go ahead and remove this person.
Yeah.
We're here trying to raise awareness.
Yep.
For veterans issues. It's not just about money. Honestly, it started with raising awareness. But that does take money.
It does.
It does take money. As Dr. Palmer was talking about, he's risking his career. People like Dr. Barry and Dr. Bobs, they're risking their careers.
Well, when he was saying about how, like, they're going to start doing, you know, webinars and things like that within the medical community for them, you're like, we need to stop and celebrate that, because the thought of being able to safely talk, you know, educate in this space, that right there is a dangerous thing, right? Like, that is something that is unheard of. Like, we're going to start talking as like a medical community about like nutrition. That's a scary thing. You heard when Dr. Palmer first started to see results, it was like, yeah, but you don't want to talk about it too much at first because you're afraid of your medical license getting revoked.
Yeah. So, you know, we've attached a charity to this stream. We bought a lot of equipment out of our own money to make sure this stream goes well. I know not everybody likes Wounded Warriors. I'm sorry.
Right.
You know, that's what we chose.
Yeah.
They're here in Florida. They do a lot of good. You know, I look at the old telethon that I will not name, but a very, very popular sing and dance actor,
right,
who took most of the money from that telethon. And, you know, that's not the case here. We're just trying to raise awareness and also maybe benefit and help some people. But if you're going to come into the chat and you're going to start spamming things and you're going to start using words that you're not supposed to be using, and you're going to start going like, this is a horrible organization, you don't belong here.
Right.
And so I'm sorry. I don't need you as a subscriber. We're on a mission right now. And our mission, along with Dr. Palmer and Dr. Bobs and Dr. Cywis and hundreds and hundreds of other keto YouTubers, is to change the world.
Yeah.
And we've got enough people in society against what we're doing.
We got to make this.
We don't need people within to help hurting all of you guys. So, Gloria, thank you very much.
Gloria.
I can't get the cursor over there, for the $20 super chat. Said thank you for the support that you give us all.
Wow, thank you so much for just participating. And like, can we check the numbers?
Yep.
We're still like,
all I gotta do is make the screen
we're nearly to the half.
$6,648.32.
Thank you so much.
Like, I know $25,000 is a lofty goal, but we got to at least beat last year.
Yeah, we've got to get past $10,000 for real.
So Becca said, as long as I describe my diet as low carb, my doctors don't give me grief. I don't dare say the word keto though.
I get that. I totally understand it. So it's real. And I appreciate this community so much, because I see that in Mighty Networks and on Facebook and stuff, where people share, hey, this is how I presented it to my family, to my doctor. It just helps people to begin that conversation. But if you're new, it's like, where do I start?
Yeah, Rush, that's who I was talking about. I just wasn't saying the name.
Right.
If somebody else wants to put it out there, yes.
I see a beautiful couple that's come up onto the screen, and I want to make sure that I do a little intro before we bring them on. We're going to be talking with Phil and Stacy from Today is Someday, who we are huge fans of their channel. As soon as we got our RV, we subscribed to them, and they just make adventure fun, right? And I love seeing that, you know, especially since we're not in our 20s. We were like, are we crazy getting an RV and also trying to explore new things? And I really feel like Phil and Stacy have helped us to kind of have permission to set new expectations for ourselves and have
And
new
more
adventures.
importantly, they have similar missions to us.
Yes.
They definitely care about health.
Yes.
They do challenges with their community to get healthy, and they have a heart for veterans.
Yeah.
Which is why we asked them to come on today.
So I just wanted to share a little bit about them. Phil and Stacy from Today is Someday. Make sure you're subscribed to their channel. Believe in the power of experiences and want to help people explore the world. Whether it's through their vlog, social media, or products, they aim to inspire others to chase their dreams of travel. They do have a second mission, though, and that is to bring awareness to the needs of our veterans. They are both Navy veterans. Phil retired after 27 years, and Stacy served for 5 years, and they've raised more than $130,000 for veterans charities. Now, Becky actually has the link to their website.
It's in the description.
It's in the description because they have some veteran themed shirts and hats where there's either $1 or $2.
In the other room. I should have worn
It's so good. Really quality merchandise, and part of the proceeds of those particular hats and shirts do go to raise money for veterans issues.
Let's go on. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
And we didn't even have to pay you to say all of that. People to say nice things about us.
Well, it's not bragging when it's true, right?
There you go.
Well, it's great to be. Thanks so much for inviting us. We are really excited. When you guys reached out, we were like, oh yeah, we are going to make sure we can show up for today, because I think what you guys are doing is just amazing.
Thank you so much. I got to tell you, when he pushed send and was like, he was like a giggly little girl. He's like, I sent in a request to Phil and Stacy. Like, I know it's a long shot, but like, let's do it. And then when you guys were like, yeah, we'll come on, he was like, oh my gosh, like, we're doing a dance challenge right now. And Joe actually participated in that dance challenge the moment that you guys said that you would come on. So thank you so much for being here.
We're really excited to have you guys, because we love what you stand for. And so we wanted to have you tell your story a little bit. I mean, first of all, about your history in the military and moving on to, you know, living in an RV, and why you do what you do now.
You want to start?
We have no idea why we're doing what we're doing now. No, I'm just kidding. So the Navy, we're a huge Navy family. I mean, the Navy has been really good to us. It was the best thing both of us could have done back in 87 and 88. We're aging
way
ourselves.
back in the day.
And we too are not 20 anymore. When we joined the Navy, you know, it was an outlet for us to get out and, you know, from our families and hometown, just like everybody else. And when we met in Yokosuka, Japan, we were both stationed over there. I was on a ship, Stacy was on shore duty, and that's where we started. And we've always had a love for travel, and the military allowed us to do travel a lot more.
Of course, on their terms, we all know, but it did, you know, get us out there. We were both from, well, I'm from a small town. Phil's actually an Army brat, so he saw a bit more than I did as a kid. But, you know, I'm from a very tiny town. I graduated in a K through 12. There was 76 of us. So it was one huge building. So for me, the military allowed me to really see the world and get to know people and learn that there was really more to life than just my backyard. So it helped us see the world in a whole different context. When you meet different cultures and people and from all over the world, it really changes who you are. So it did that for both of us.
Yeah.
And of course, if you guys don't know, our son is currently active duty Navy. Our son-in-law just got out of the Navy after what, 9 years? 9 years.
Yeah. But he
So
stayed in the reserves.
he is reserved. So we really, when we say we are a Navy family, we bleed blue and gold. So that really is, it's who we are, honestly.
Yeah. And we come from humble roots. We both went in enlisted. I came in as an E1. I knew that I had to, once we got together and we started a family,
Basically, once I told him he had to grow up.
Yeah. She said, no, you're not growing up because you have no plan. But once I realized, okay, I've got a family now, I've got to really hone in and make this work for us. I went from E1 to E8. I'm 88 in 13 years. And that was hard work, dedication to the job, and being gone a lot from the family. But those were sacrifices we were both in line for, and we knew that was part of the plan. So then when I put in a package for a commissioning program, it just made, our lifestyle a little bit better to manage and handle.
Yep.
And it got us to where we could, I retired at age 45 in 2015. Mm-hmm. I did work for a couple of years as a contractor from home, but all of that to say that it got us to where we could sell everything, buy an RV, hit the road, and do what we're doing currently.
That's amazing. And now it's interesting. You retire. Aren't we supposed to just sit in an armchair and do nothing? What, you now nobody's telling you where you have to go. Nobody is, requiring you to maintain for like fitness exams or, for re-up stuff. Why did you decide to really get super active in your retirement?
It's crazy because we actually, I wish we knew, of course you can say this about anything. I wish we were as healthy and we knew as much about it in our 20s as we did today, when we actually had the bodies to be healthy and it wasn't so hard on us. So I think really the truth is we want to be able to travel and do as much as we can for as long as we can. And the only way to do that is to take care of your body. So if we want to go on the hikes and see the national parks, we have to take care of ourselves, or else we're going to pull up to the campground and we won't be able to go hike. We'll have to just sit and chill. And that's not really in our nature. So we want to experience as much as possible for as long as possible. And, you got to take care of yourself to do that.
I love that message so much, and setting new expectations for yourself, no matter what age, is so important. Yeah. And for us, buying an RV for us was a COVID decision. We were like, okay, we're trapped in our house. Like, how are we going to, move out? And, we had each lost 100 pounds. Wow. And so, but we found out that we had a smaller shirt, but not a bigger life. Like we were doing the same thing. And then once we started RVing, we were like the Beverly Hillbillies, where everything was like, oh my goodness, look at that.
I was an Eagle Scout growing up. I'm a tent camper, and so RV, I'm like, RV, no, that's not camping. And so she bought me a pop-up camper, which in Florida, we live in Florida, was not a great decision because the canvas and you got to dry it and it never dries during the summer. So then, like, after 3 months of having that, she was like, okay, for your 50th birthday, we'll get an RV. But our thing was, as we started RVing, and we're big into state parks. I mean, Florida's got so many state parks. I mean, you can go to a different state park every single day and not hit them all.
Yes.
But what we started noticing was we've got, like, all of a sudden, we've got all of this energy. We've got more energy for activities. We're going to do something with it. But we were, like, noticing that in the camping world, in the RV world, there are a lot of people that are not as healthy. They're not able to move. And we're like, what if we could mesh these two things? And as you guys talk about, like, getting movement in, we've got to be able to take care of our bodies so that we can enjoy all of these amazing parks that we have.
And I wonder, what was the thought behind your name, Today is Someday?
Well, actually, we started as You Mean the RV. I'm sure you guys know that. And we were that until recently, but we've picked up the motto of Today is Someday really from the beginning of our channel.
Early on.
And it really honestly stems from everybody always says, someday I'm going to, someday I wish, someday. If you say someday, you are never, ever going to make it happen. So the goal is to talk about today. What can I do today to live my dreams? And even if you're still working 9 to 5, you're at home, you don't have an RV, there is something you can do right now that you can do you've always dreamed of, whether it's a weekend trip or, I don't know. We just put out a bucket list, so I have that in my brain. But there's a million things that you can do. It doesn't even have to be travel related to really get a more fulfilled life. You just have to take the steps to accomplish your goals.
Yeah, and Today is Someday crosses so many different lanes.
Yes.
It's not an RV thing. It's not a camping thing. We got a lot of requests for, I want your hat, I want your shirt, because I'm going to wear it on my last day of work. I'm retiring. Or I dropped 100 pounds and this was my today. So it just kind of hit, a nerve with people, and it stuck. And we just, over the years, we said, you know what, maybe we should have changed our channel name to that, because more and more people now refer to us as Today is Someday.
Yeah.
And it was confusing. They would hear Today is Someday, then you, me, and the RV, and they were like, who the hell are these people? We just don't know.
Your channel name was always You Mean RV, but all of your hats and everything has always been Today is Someday.
Yeah, because Joe was like,
I bought the hat just for the same.
Yeah.
And the reality is, nobody wants to wear your logo. Your logo is about you. We did not want any merch we have to be about us. It's not about people wearing our dream. It's about people being aware of their own dreams. And that is really why from the very beginning, our merch was Today is Someday, because we want you to grab a hold of your own dream and see where it takes you. And that's why we're Today is Someday. And it's funny because we didn't have a website for... It was almost 2 years into this process, because I battled with, do we do Today is Someday or You Mean the RV for our website? And so, I just froze and did nothing. And finally I decided, you know what? It's about living the dream. So why don't we make it Today is Someday? And that's what we did.
And our someday happened May 13th, 2018. I mean, I remember the day that we drove out of San Antonio, starting our dream of traveling our own country. And it just resonates with so many people. Today is Someday across the board.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. And when you hear the stories of, what people applied it to or contributed to, it's just amazing. And, we fought for the longest time. We weren't going to do merchandise because it was like, oh, that's just a lot of extra work. And then people kept asking and asking. So we said, okay, let's try it and see. And then boom, it just kind of took off on its own. So,
and that really was our first fundraiser, was our first set of t-shirts. And that's really how we started pulling in our goal of contributing to our military, was through our t-shirts. So it was kind of like, okay, if we're really going to get a go at this, then it has to be something that we can really, get behind, because, and always we want to get behind our veterans, because, they are who we are, and they are a part of us. So that's really how it got started with the t-shirts. And then we realized, wow, this could totally be a thing. And here we are now, and we've done auctions and t-shirts and hats, and we're about to do, I don't know if you guys know, but we're about to do our Army Navy Smackdown. We did it a couple years ago. We missed it last year. And anybody can join. We only ask that if you join and pick a side, either the right side, which is Navy, or that other side, which is Army, then you have to promise, if your team loses, to donate at least $5 to our charity, our favorite charity, which is Homes for Our Troops. So it is a lot of fun. We talk smack on social media for the next few weeks. We poke at each other, because we all know the military rivalry is just so much fun. And then typically after the game, we do a live on YouTube, and we either get beat up a little bit, or we, spread more smack. And it's a great way to do a fundraiser.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, could you say a little bit about like what is this organization about, and like how do you serve it within that?
Yes, Homes for Our Troops. It is one of our favorite charities. They do a wonderful job. They actually build homes for deserving veterans who've had an extreme injury, whether it's a brain injury or a loss of limb. Post 9/11 is usually who they're working with. And these homes, they have one plan, and this plan will take care of any of these veterans, and it seriously changes the lives of these veterans. So they apply. When they're chosen, the veteran chooses where they want to live. They work with Homes for Our Troops to pick the land, so they are living in the city, in their hometown where they want to live. They come in and they build the house, and these families move in. And what I really love, now it's too early to get teary-eyed.
No, they come in and they take care of everything, soup to nuts. And the houses are pretty much cookie cutter style homes. So every veteran's going to get the same house.
Which means they perfected these floor plans.
They think of everything from the thresholds, the wider doorways, to the showers that they could wheel into. And they have a room in the house that they have a generator attached to the house. So there's a room in the house that in the event of a storm or a hurricane or tornado, whatever, they can fire up their generator, go into this safe room, and they can still operate their medical equipment if they need to. They can recharge things. I mean, if you have not been to a key ceremony for one of these houses, I tell you, find one, make it a day, go check it out. You bring plenty of Kleenex because you'll need it. It is super cool what they're doing. And as long as we have breath, we will continue to bang the drum for them, for that cause, and for our veterans.
And what's really cool about this organization is they don't just build a house and drop them off and leave.
No.
They do job placement. They do financial education. They do so many things and for the families, and they never walk away. Once they are a part of the family, they will come back and help them with whatever their needs are.
And if there's an issue in one house, as an example, there was in the shower, they had grab bars kind of in the middle or all the way around the shower, but it was where they had a seat in the shower where you could sit and prepare to take your shower. Well, there was a grab bar in the back, and there was one veteran that was a double amputee, and he could not sit back without falling out.
He kept sliding
off the seat because the grab bar was where he needed to lean back to. So they went in, not only fixed his house, but they went through every house that had that and removed it.
They retrofit it so the veterans can have what they need. And then they changed it for all future homes that they build. So that's what we love about this organization. And 91 cents for every dollar goes to the programs. So almost everybody that is there is volunteering, all the way up to the general. I forgot his name.
Oh, the bigwigs running it. Yeah, they're
it's
one
just
stars,
an
2
amazing
stars.
organization. I'm telling you. And you can find, info on our website about it, or you can just go straight to Homes for Our Troops, and they have all the stats and all the numbers. They're impacting lives in an amazing way. So, of course, we've been working with them for quite some time now.
That is awesome.
And that leads me to one of the things that we've been talking about all day. If you can't afford to donate to a veteran's cause, that's fine. There's a lot of things you can do as little as cooking a meal for a veteran in your local community. But you guys don't just raise money. I've seen you guys actually go in and help with these houses. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, we haven't actually, we did a tour, a key ceremony. So we went in and did the tour. We haven't actually been able to build because the way they are set up, they don't have volunteers come in. We have done a ton of volunteering. Volunteering, I mean, that's also who we are. We love to give back. So we have another organization we work with, and we've helped nonprofits through them. It's a year to volunteer. They are also full-time RVers, and that is their mission on the road, is to give back. And that's how they're doing it. So we've worked at some state parks, and we've done all, I mean, we figure out we are really blessed, and when you give back, you become more blessed. So that's why we do it.
Yeah.
Now you guys have a very unique marriage. You went from where you were like apart when there were stars, and now I mean, this is the test of a marriage right here, is like living in an RV.
True.
what are some of the things that you guys have done intentionally to not invade each other's spaces, but to be able to be your own person within this closer space than some people would be comfortable with?
Now, it has been a growing process, as life always is. Honestly, our first time we had difficulty was we'd been married for about 7 or 8 years. We had our second kid, and for the first time since we knew each other, we were both together at the same time. Normally, either he was out or I was out. We were both in the military, or after I got out, Phil was never there. Like literally, for the first 5 years we were married, I'd be lucky if I said I saw him 12 months of that. So when he went to shore duty, we went to Great Lakes, and we were both there. I was in school. I was in nursing school. We were both there like all the time. I thought we would kill each other. And we had the whole house.
Yeah.
And I was busy with school. We had 2 kids. You think that would be enough to wear, but no, like he was home every single day.
She would ask me, she was like, don't you have duty or something?
Shouldn't
you be somewhere else right now?
At least like every 4th day,
Yeah.
I need my chicklets or something.
Because when I was on the ship, we had duty days, and it was probably every 3rd or 4th day that I had to stay on the ship 24 hours when we were in port. Other times we were gone. We were just underway wherever. So that was a learning point for us. But we, being in the Navy and on ships, you only have so much space on the ship that you can call your own space, mainly your rack. And the privacy you had in your rack was curtains. You just closed your curtain on your rack, and that was it. It wasn't soundproof. I mean, it wasn't light proof.
A lot like the RV now.
Yeah.
So, but I think
so that kind of prepared us to be, together. And oddly enough, this is as small as I will go, 35 feet. I won't go any smaller because I think then we'll really be on top of each other. But Stacy does wear her headphones a lot.
A lot.
So, and then I like to sit outside, and, I have the TV outside. So I'll go outside, grab my laptop, I'll go out and work and have the TV on outside. So we have, kind of that space separation. But
we've learned you don't actually have to be in a different room to have your own space.
Yeah.
So that's something that we've learned with the RV. The headphones, you can be in your own little world. We do have a door in the back, so if I really want to go back there, I can. And I have sometimes. But other things you can do is I read a book, I go to the store and just wander around our whatever store wherever we are, or go for a walk. There are things you can do to get your own space. But I gotta say, if you're planning the full-time RV life with your partner, you got to make sure you like them as much as you love them. And any tiny problem that you have that makes you crazy will get bigger when you are in a small space. So just be aware of that. You have to learn a little bit of communication. You can't let things fester like when you're in a house and you can just go close the bedroom door.
I feel that way now. Like, so back in June, we made YouTube and our mission for the keto lifestyle, our full-time job. And it's like, all of a sudden, it's like, we're always together.
Right.
And it's like, and we're in a house, and it's just like, you have to find those breaks. But speaking of YouTube, so people ask us like, hey, I want to start a YouTube channel. My answer is always like, no, you don't.
Be careful what you ask for.
Start a YouTube channel.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
What made you start a YouTube channel?
So, we wanted to show our moms that this lifestyle isn't totally crazy. That was the first thing, because literally both of them, I thought they would kill us when we sold our house.
Yeah. In fact, my mom said, when we told her, hey, Mom, we're going to sell the house, we're going to sell everything and buy an RV. She said, you will not sell your house. Well, guess what? We're grown and we sold the house.
So the next thing is, for anyone who doesn't know me, I tend to be a little bit of a workaholic.
Yes.
Just a little bit. So leaving my life, I'm a nurse practitioner by trade. So obviously I was very busy before I walked away from the job. But even with that job, I also was always working on outside creative stuff. So I built furniture. I was a photographer for a while. I mean, like I've always done something. So when I walked away from my job, I was like, what am I going to do? I got to do something. So this was my creative outlet, and it gave me something to do. The only problem is now I work actually more hours probably than when I was a nurse practitioner. The only difference is I do it from home instead of from the office, and I can't kill anybody here if I screw up. That's the difference.
Our commute is 5 seconds from the bedroom to here. But it was just, we never intended for the channel to do.
Well, we never dreamed it would become what it is today.
So when the channel kind of took off and it blew up on us, which is a good thing, then it was like, okay, now we're in it. Now we've got to make this work. One, for us, and two, we've got to make it to where people still want to hang out with us. They want to join this community that we have formed. And I got to tell you, I wish we would have done this years ago, because the RV community as a whole has been super, super friendly. We have got a great following, and if we hadn't have done this, there's no telling where we would have ended up.
Yeah. And I know I'm sorry, it sounds really cliche because everybody says the RV community is so great, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? Once you get into it, you realize that it is actually true. It's not just a bunch of hype and a bunch of things YouTubers say. It is amazing, and people really care about their neighbors. So we are blessed to be a part of it.
Yeah.
That is so true. And our channel is like that because we do believe in community. Like you said, it's a word that's used a lot, thrown around. It's like the word love, right? Like I love my lamp, I love my husband, I love my kids, I love this pizza, everything. But community, I think if you're trying to pursue any type of goal, and you're trying to, have motivation for, okay, I'm going to explore new things in my RV. I'm going to not just park this thing. I'm going to get out and I'm going to do something. I'm going to set new expectations for myself. If you're trying to get healthy, if you're trying to eat differently, doing it in isolation, it doesn't propel your goals. How has community helped you guys enjoy the RV experience more?
Oh gosh, well, everybody knows loneliness is a thing on the road, and it is hard to isolate yourself and just be alone when you have all of these people all over the US that you now call friend, and you meander from state to state, park to park, place to place, and you can meet up with these people and enjoy your time with them. It really changes the way you RV.
It is. And, when we first started out, we met our RV besties, that we call them, at an event, an RVing event.
A rally,
A rally. And we were all newbies at the same time, just, I guess it was maybe weeks or months apart. And we found each other, we connected, and to this day, we communicate every single day. Not only do we communicate every day, but we meet up as often as we can. We travel together, sometimes all of us together, which is even better. But just having people all across the country that know everything about us and we don't know anything about them. But when we meet up, it's like we've been RVing or we've been friends for a very long time, which is really, really cool. So we're really loving the community aspect of that, because no matter where we go, there's somebody there that we've met or they know us and want to meet up.
And we're going to meet,
Yeah. So it's kind of hard to put into words until you're out there living it. But like Stacy said, being out here, we get a lot of questions about, how do you meet people on the road? And, what are you doing to make friends and this, that, the other? And it's a really, really hard question to answer. And, mainly we just say, get out there, talk to your neighbors, go stand on your roof. They'll all come out and talk to you because they want to know what's going on.
It's so true.
But it's, put out an extra chair outside at your campfire, and as people walk by, invite them to have a seat, things like that. But it doesn't take much in an RV park to meet your neighbor and meet other like-minded folks. And when we when our community, our crew members, started to meet up, and then they realized, hey, I live an hour away from where you're at, and then they would meet up and caravan to a spot for the first time ever. That was huge, huge to us. It was like, okay, we're sharing the love with people, and they're going out, finding their community, finding their friends, and I mean, there's so much of that out there. People just have to, make the leap. That's what we did.
That's one of the things that we found even when we got into RV. Like, I am not a super social person. Like, as somebody who was obese most of my life, I never knew how to talk to people. And so, I was a loner. But when we got into RVing and going to state parks, it's like all of a sudden people are just like, hey, how you doing? And talking to you. Of course, like, you make sure you know how to back up your trailer.
Right.
We'll meet everybody in the park.
Oh, everybody. I was just recently editing a video for our RV channel, and Rachel will usually stand and just film for B-roll, the trailer backing in. And I'm watching the footage, and there's like 8 people. We were in the Keys. We were at not Beyonda. We were at I think it was John Pennicamp. And yeah, there's just people, you can see them in the background just watching, like, are they going to be able to do this? Because John Pennicamp's got small spots. And, I've been driving a trailer since I was 15, but in 2020, we went to the Tampa RV show and we stayed at the Super Rally. And I will never forget, we pull up and
the person
in front of us couldn't back their trailer into the spot at the Super Rally. And like they pull up and they pull back, and then finally one of the volunteers just jumps in the car, like, let me do this. And I looked at Rachel and I'm like, please don't let me be that guy. Like, I'm amazing at driving a trailer, but when you got a bunch of RVers watching you, like, you may choke.
Well, if someone else has to park my trailer, like, I just want you to know we're not staying here. Like, I'm just driving forward and we're keep going.
I'm out.
I agree with you, and I've said that, and that's why we're in what we're in, because the thought of backing anything up just scared the what out of me. And I drive this thing like I drive my Jeep. I mean, I am so comfortable driving it, and we're pretty good now at pulling into spots if we have to back in. Stacy's out there; she looks like Tiger Woods getting ready to make a putt. She's out there checking it and the angles and everything. So, But I like a good train wreck. I will sit here and lower the blinds, and I'm like, oh, this is, babe, you got to see this. They're on the third front and it's not working. But it's what better icebreaker in an RV park than go outside and go, and they know what you're thinking, and it right then. You're friends for life because you get a good laugh out of it.
But there have been times where you've seen people brand new, they just got whatever they have, whatever kind of RV it is, and they're nervous and they're coming in and they're sweating, and we've seen it, and we've also seen people jump in and help them or back them up or whatever. So I don't know. I'm glad I'm the one on the outside with the walkie. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't drive, right, Stacy?
I have driven.
She knows how.
I typically don't drive. I've done it.
I can't get Rachel to drive the RV.
I've done it. In case of emergency, I can do. When Phil had his first surgery, 2 years ago, last year, I actually packed everything up. I moved the RV. It's the same campground, but I moved it to a different site. So I did that all by myself while he was actually in the OR. I couldn't be there with him during COVID. So I dropped him off, came home, moved the RV to another site. And then right before that campground, I drove. It was about a half-hour drive from one campground to the other. I didn't get on the freeway. It was all back roads, but I did it. I made 6 turns, 3 left, 3 right, but who's counting? I did it, and I pulled this in. I survived.
We made sure that we both knew each other's jobs, if you will.
Yeah.
So on moving day, I do all the outside, she does all the inside, and then we did a swap one day where she did everything.
We swapped a couple times. I even hooked up the Jeep. I did all that stuff because we've really heard of people where something happened to the main driver or the person who does that stuff, and they've been lost. Am I lecturing? Oh no!
We were driving home from New York, and I'm like, "Why don't you just drive?" And she was like, "No." And I'm like, "It's a straight road. The hardest part about driving an RV is backing up. It's a straight road." She's like, "No." And I have a Hensley hitch, so I mean, driving that thing, it doesn't sway at all.
No, it's
I mean,
good.
and she's like, no. And I'm like, what happens if something happens to me and I can't drive? She's like, I sell the RV right where it's at.
But hey, you can get SkyMed like us, and you can just call them, and they'll come take care of it for you. It's worth it.
You know, we've had a lot of people say, you know, when you showed us the video of swapping each other's roles or duties on travel day, it forced us to go out and do the same thing, especially when, you know, like driving your house around is scary enough. But then you add, like, we've got the Jeep on the back of the rig. That's scary in itself. And if you don't do it on the regular, the thought of having to do it will make your hands just start sweating. So Stacy, she can do it.
I started actually in a big parking lot. We were in Gulfport, Mississippi on the Navy base. So there was a big parade parking lot, and we do have the video up. That was the first time I got behind the wheel, and I was so scared, and all I did was drive through some cones in this empty lot.
I remember that video.
Yeah.
So start there, find an empty, like a old Kmart or a Walmart or something empty, and just start in a parking lot, because you will feel much better when you do that before, you know, you take it on the road somewhere. It'll help build confidence. And I do recommend it. I don't want to drive the RV, just so you know, but if I had to, I would.
Yeah.
I would go really slow and make everyone mad, but I would drive it.
Yeah.
Well, we've really, and again, if someone's even contemplating getting an RV, or I mean, I recommend everybody subscribing to this channel, to Today is Someday, because I mean, this is just such a wonderful couple to watch. Their videos are so stinking fun. I will say that particular video where they switched roles, and the most I was willing to do at that time was we
videoed her. She emptied the black.
I emptied the black tank, which I was like, I'm never going to do. But at least it was like some forward momentum. And I will say that it gave me a new respect for my husband. I do think that as much as it can be difficult to RV and be in those close spaces, it also is such a great opportunity to develop communication within your relationship. And I thank you guys so much for helping us to kind of know, you know, what are some of the things that we do need to prioritize when you are on a trip. And one of the biggest takeaways that we learned from you guys was, you know, making a list of roles and having that checklist, and, you know, knowing, you know, what you're responsible for, being clear about that, because it's really helped us, you know, not drive off with, you know, Lord knows what, because you could really hurt yourself or your rig if you don't, you know, take those safety precautions. We're just so thankful, you know, that you've helped us kind of steward that aspect of our journey as, you know, newbies to this space. But I wondered, before we let you guys go, what is like a must-see camping spot? So I know you guys have traveled all over. You've seen so many beautiful places. But if people are thinking about going someplace on a vacation and going to one spot, what's some place that you recommend?
You first.
Okay. There are a lot, as we all know, and it seems like the more we see, the more we find that we love, and the more we want to see. So honing in on one, as you know, is very difficult.
Yeah, it's tough.
But there are a couple that we have found that we will share. And one, I'll start with Yosemite. So we were we weren't in Yosemite. Of course, you know, we're last minute. We're never getting into a national park. It's probably never going to happen. So, but we were on the outskirts of Yosemite at a forestry campground, a national forest campground. It was no hookups, but it was right on the edge. And we
outside the east entrance.
Yes, we looked up at the mountains every morning. So the campground, now I don't even remember the name of the campground.
Lower Levining Campground, because that's my number one spot. I know exactly where it is.
Oh my gosh. It was, we ended up being there. We were supposed to be there a week. We ended up being there
3.5
weeks, because that's where the bear broke out our front window, our very first night there. But even with that is like my new, just peaceful place. I could be there forever. It was just so amazing.
Yeah, that's my number one spot. But I will also add that recently we were in Colorado and we hung out.
We are on the same place today. That never happens.
We hung out in Creed, Colorado, on a mountaintop, boondocking. Both places we boondocked. And I got to tell you, if you want peace and serenity, those two
it's
places.
amazing. Those are
Yeah.
our new favorites right now.
Yeah.
Of course, a year from now, we might have a new one to add to the list. But I do want to say, for those people who are thinking about going full time, you know, there's a ton of advice online. I recommend watching all different kind of people because they're going to give you all different types of advice. But the one piece of advice everyone forgets to talk about is having an exit plan. We do have a video that talks about it, but I just want to remind everybody, if you get into this lifestyle, most people don't get into it to get into it forever. So make sure you have your exit plan. Make sure you know if today you could not RV anymore, what you are going to do instead. So make sure you have all of that set up before you get rid of all your worldly possessions, your home, and you spend all your money in RV, because there are a lot of people who financially got themselves into trouble when they couldn't RV anymore. So always have your exit plan and know what you're going to do when you're done RVing before you start full-time RVing.
Wow.
Now, I know you guys are all about community, and before we let you go, you have a bunch. We're in Florida, and you've got a bunch of things coming up in Florida.
We do.
We can't wait for January to get here.
Well,
I'm ready to get to Florida.
Kind of, because you know we've been hanging out with our brand new first grandbaby, and it's been amazing.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Oh my gosh, your life will change forever. It's just been the most amazing thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, that being said, we have a ton of stuff coming up. We will be at the Tampa RV show. Of course, we always go there. But this year, we're going to do things a little bit different. We're not going to have a ton of meetups. We are going to be there walking around and meeting everybody. But we are going to do a meetup with our RV Unplugged group. So if you haven't heard about RV Unplugged, it's going to be a brand new show that's going to launch on its own YouTube channel. It's Rvers meet Survivor / Amazing Race. So we're going to
have like Amazing Race for RV.
Yes. Yeah, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. But
If you haven't seen the trailer, check it out.
yeah, it's at RV Unplugged on their YouTube channel. But the cast and crew, we're all going to be together, and we have just enveloped them, and they're going to join us for our meetup, which is going to be at the Elks Lodge. This meetup is going to be, of course, a fundraiser for our favorite charity. It's going to be the only meetup we do in Tampa, and all tickets will go on sale December 1st. It's only going to be $10 a person, but the tickets will go on sale on our website, and 100% of it will go to, it actually won't be Homes for Our Troops this time. It will be the Elks charity. They have 2 veteran charities that they promote and they work with, and they're giving us a space for free. So all the money will go to their veteran charities, but we are doing that. We're also having our second gathering with our Sunday crew, and it's going to be so much fun.
Yep.
There's 57 RVs coming to that one, so I'm a little scared because that's a lot of people. Hopefully I don't screw it up, but it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I just
the
realized
before Tampa, right? I know you closed it off like the day I went to sign up for it.
Well,
and I know it's a week before Tampa, right?
We'll have to talk after this. I might know the person in charge. I might be able to give you a hookup.
we might have an inside track. I just noticed my daughter's over here on the chat side.
Oh yes,
Brianna Nail.
Baby Nugget visiting you.
Yeah, I just saw her name pop up there. But we're going to, once we hit Florida in January, we're going to be extremely busy, because right after the show, we're going down to the Keys, and then we're going to hang out for a bit, regroup, and then we're doing Keys to Canada.
Yes,
that's going to be our trek.
We're actually going to
favorite place in the Keys.
Say again.
What's your favorite place in the Keys?
Well, we've never been in the RV.
Yeah.
You've never been to Key West in the RV?
When we were active duty, we took leave and we went down for a week to Key West, but we've not been able to get in anywhere.
We actually stayed in Old Navy housing. It was
on Trumbo Point.
Yeah.
So
it was really cool.
This was the first year that we were actually able to get reservations down in the Keys.
No, I've gotten reservations 2 years before, but both times we had
to
cancel.
cancel
Because someone injured themselves and we had to trek back to San Antonio. Both times he needed surgery. So, but anyway,
we got a waterfront spot up at Onda next week.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And I booked it 4 days ago.
Well, so people are canceling. We are last minute people. And
people cancel. I every day get messages. If you have the ability to just drop everything and go, pretty much every day I see cancellations in the Keys.
Yeah.
So we actually had a reservation in one spot, Sugarloaf Key, somewhere in there, and they had to cancel it.
they're just bought out. They've been remodeled. They were supposed to be open, and guess what? They're not going to be open.
The hurricane slowed them down, so they
now
canceled.
we're hustling a little bit, but we're going to be there. I do not doubt one way or another we're going to be in the Keys, especially since I've already announced we're doing Keys of Canada, so we got to figure out how to get there, right?
We'll get there.
So it's not.
Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the work you do for our veterans.
Thanks for doing
Looking
this
forward to
today.
seeing you guys in January. So can you share once more where everybody can find you?
Obviously todayissomeday.net, and you can also find us over on YouTube at so this is going to be long, but Today is Someday by You, Me, and the RV. Long story, I had to throw You, Me, and the RV back on there, but anyway, you can find us if you type in Today is Someday.
Yeah, and we're wearing our veteran shirts, but we always wear red on Fridays, always. In fact, our first shirt campaign, the only color shirt you could get was red because of Red Fridays. So we're always in red on Fridays.
And for those who don't know, Red Friday stands for Remember Everyone Deployed.
Yes.
So it's a simple way that we try to just put the military, not just veterans, but active duty in the forefront of our mind and just remember what everybody's doing for us.
Yep.
Wow, that's so precious.
Guys,
thank you
so
guys
much. Have a good night.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Hey,
Oh my gracious, are they awesome? I mean,
Yes.
just amazing couple. So excited that we're gonna get to see them in person.
Yep.
And I know Chris Miller is actually going to the Tampa RV
She's
show.
staying with us in the Tampa RV show in her own RV.
Super, super excited. It's an awesome community, and we just love this couple so much.
I know they're not keto, but they are about health.
Absolutely.
And more importantly, as you saw, they're about veterans.
Yeah. And so we've been so inspired by them, and we just highly recommend it. Their videos are beautiful. They're just a fun couple. And again, I mean, something that we've learned from RVing is being able to communicate.
That's right.
And I think that that's been really helpful, for us in our marriage.
Time for you to drive a trailer.
You've got to work it. I know. I really got challenged. I mean, and they got me so far as to change the black tank. And if you have not seen that video on Two Crazy Campers, you definitely need to check that out, because it's not a fun job, but I know that it needs to be done. And I really appreciate Joe for taking the lion's share of that. Oh, I see Chris is right there. Hey, Chris.
Let's shout out another one of our family veterans.
Yes, let's do it.
We got Carrie, I believe.
Oh, Carrie with a Kerry.
Yes.
All right, we've got a picture up for them. So this was my mom's cousin. I never met him because he chose to fight for our country in Vietnam. Major Larry J. Hanley was born February 13th, 1943 in Spokane, Washington, and raised in Walla Walla, Washington. He graduated from Walla Walla High School, where he was a member of the Army Junior ROTC program, and continued his education at the University of Washington and Central Washington State College. While at Central Washington State, he was a member of the Air Force ROTC, and upon graduation in 1966, he received a commission as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force. He graduated from flight school and received his wings at Laughlin Air Force Base, Texas in October 1967. He went on to train in the F-4 Phantom at Davis Monahan Air Force Base in Tucson in 1968. Then Captain Hanley was assigned to the 8th 435th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Yubon Air Force Base in Thailand. He completed 119 combat missions and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross with Bronze Oak Leaf Cluster, Bronze Star, and 13 air medals for service in Vietnam. He returned to the States, trained in the F-105 Thunder Chief at McConnell Air Force Base in Wichita, Kansas. In August of 1969, he volunteered for a second tour of duty. When Larry was asked by his family why he was volunteering to return to the war zone, his reply was he was going back so some married men would not have to go. He was assigned to the 355th TFW 357th Tactical Fighter Squadron out of Tequila Air Force Base in Thailand, November 4th, 1969, on a mission to North Vietnam, Captain Hanley's F-105D aircraft number 1734 was shot down over Laos. He was listed as missing in action until February 6, 1979, when the U.S. Air Force changed his status to presumed killed in action. On June 1st, 1978, Captain Hanley was promoted to the rank of Major U.S. Air Force. In 2012, the Defense Intelligence Agency recovered human remains that were obtained from an indigenous source and found at an aircraft crash site in the Kuomon province. Using modern forensic technology, U.S. investigators were able to identify the remains as those of Major Hanley. On March 15, 2013, his sisters were notified by the Department of Defense that Larry's remains had been received from a source and positively identified. Major Larry James Hanley was finally brought home on July 11th, 2013, and laid to rest on July 13th, 2013.
She's got a picture of the grave.
We're so thankful for the opportunity to share this story, Carrie, and to honor Major Larry James Hanley. What a blessing.
Let's let you take a little rest for a second.
A minute?
Okay? We'll be right back. Here's a nice video for you to watch.
My name is Lisa Crutch. I'm 53 and I'm originally from New York, but I live in Orange Park, Florida now. Being from New York, people would assume that I am a New York Giants fan, and oh, how wrong they are. I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan.
And for the Philadelphia Eagles, the long drought is over.
I didn't want to be a Giants fan. My whole family was. So what's the fun in that if everybody's rooting for the same team? So I wanted to be different. The Eagles, my team, and the Eagles are champions whether they win it or not. They're the best team out there. I was in the Army for 8 years, and I was deployed to Iraq from 2004 to 2005. I was an E5, which is a sergeant. I was a truck driver. When I went there, that was my job. But when we got to Iraq, they informed us that they no longer needed truck drivers. So we automatically became gun trucks. We would escort whomever, wherever, safely. So I designated myself the 50 cal gunner, and being on the back of the gun truck, being the person that has to shoot to make sure that the convoy got to where it needed to be to keep the soldiers safe, then that's what I was going to do. The things that I did, I had to do that to survive. Just because I came home from Iraq, this stuff doesn't go away. You know what I'm saying? It's still here. Transitioning part from military to civilian was a very, very long process. I can transition from Lisa to Sergeant Crutch very easily, but transitioning from Sergeant Crutch to Lisa, it's not so easy. The only way that I'm able to sit and tell you this today, honestly, is because Wounded Warrior Project taught me how to transition. And because I didn't know what PTSD was, not knowing that I had it, it was affecting me really badly. I try to get people to see that there's a such thing as invisible wounds, because someone says to you, Lisa's a disabled veteran, and then you see me. Just because I look fine doesn't mean that I am. 2020, I like to say this was a wash. I try to stay away from so much because I don't want to put myself in a position where my PTSD will sort of like flare up. I definitely think that there are similarities between the NFL and the military. The team effort, they have one goal, they move as a unit, and for me, it's the camaraderie.
One steps up, avoids it, throws to the end zone, caught!
Over the years, the Philadelphia Eagles went through a lot of quarterbacks, and Carson Wentz, he's done an excellent job. So I would have to say that he is my favorite player. And as long as he's there and he's the quarterback, he's going to continue to be my favorite player.
That is a guy that put everything on the line every time he ran the ball.
We have someone from the NFL who would like to speak to you.
Hello, Lisa. How are you?
Hi.
We just wanted to say thank you for your service, not only when you were in the Army, but also what you're doing in the Wounded Warrior Project. For me and from really the entire NFL, I think that's so cool to see how you came back and realize there's a platform for you to help make a difference in helping people that are going through the same things that you fought. Can't imagine the experiences and the things that you've endured and gone through. And, you know, I know some people call us as athletes heroes, but, you know, I don't like when people say that, because it's people like you that are willing to really sacrifice and give of themselves in a real way that are the real heroes.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this was the biggest surprise. You didn't say the quarterback. Oh my gosh.
People like you that make this game fun to play for, but also these opportunities and these interactions that make it really special.
I appreciate that.
That's right. Amen. So thank you so much, and God bless.
Oh my God. Just the fact that he would just take time, you know, to even if he would have just sat there and waved and said, "Hey, Lisa, thanks for your service," that would have been, you know, way, way more than enough. He was literally in my home, and he like talked to me like he knew me. Who does that? Carson Wentz's my favorite player, hands down. Fly, Eagles, fly. That's my favorite player. Whew.
So
Great
good.
story.
Such a good story. Thank you for just letting me have just a second. Sometimes it's hard when we read these stories, but that's okay. It should be hard. The gravity, the magnitude of these stories, they should touch our lives, right? They should impact us. And it's okay for us to get a little emotional as we discuss just the sheer weight of this. And that's actually we're in hour 5 right now. You guys are amazing. Right now we have raised
Deb Connor.
$258.43. Deb Connor. Oh my gracious. Like, absolutely blown away. And I think about who are we trying to serve? And the Wounded Warrior Project currently serves 152,499 veterans across the continental United States and its territories. In case you're interested in the breakdown of like age groups that they serve, 0.6% are aged 18 to 24, 16.6% are aged 25 to 34, 47.9% are aged 35 to 44, 24.2% are aged 45 to 54. That's our age group. 9.3% are aged 55 to 64, and 1.4% are 65 and older. Right now, about 1 in 10 warrior households live in poverty. 42% of warriors indicated that they, at some point in the last 12 months, did not have enough money to make ends meet. The unemployment rate for wounded warriors is 13%. This is unbelievable. And some of the barriers that they're experiencing to employment include mental or psychological distress, a lack of skills or knowledge for civilian work, and a lack of education. The Wounded Warrior Project, their Warriors to Work program that they have instituted, actually helps to bridge the gap between veterans and employers and make, you know, that transition from active duty to civilian life, you know, a more streamlined thing for them to have the best future moving forward. And we owe that to them. We owe them, you know, the best possible future.
And honestly, these statistics right here are why we do this. When Jay Morales, if you don't know who he is, he helps Dr. Jamie Seaman run the Hard to Kill Summit in Omaha, which we will be at the last week of July. when he sat down and had a conversation with me about being homeless and not knowing how to transition and suicidal and not being able to get a job, because I can't even fathom having this time in your life where you're being told what to do, when to do it, when to go to the bathroom, when to eat, where to sleep, when you sleep, all of those things. And then all of a sudden you're released into society and you don't have anybody telling you what to do.
Yeah.
And you end up many times homeless or unemployable, and it just really hit us hard.
Well, especially when Jay was talking about how even when he had a place to stay, not having that confidence that it was going to be like a forever situation. Like, okay, I have some place to sleep tonight. Will that be the case a week from now? And I think about, with Today is Someday and, the service project that they're working with, building a home and then like handing the key over to that veteran and being like, this is your home. You can have confidence in knowing that this belongs to you. And all of these, the Wounded Warrior Project, all of these veteran services, designed to help honor and give back to our veterans. What they're doing is changing lives. And we're so thankful to bring awareness to that, wherever you're serving, is just, it's a powerful thing.
Now, I do have some bad news. While that video was playing, we just got a text message from Miss Nisha that she's not going to be able to join us today because the babies are sick and
she's got two of them
and she's home alone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to actually contact Jay in a minute and see if maybe we can get Jay on, but I can't promise that. But we will get Nisha at some point in the future on our podcast and on an interview for our videos, because I love Nisha.
I love her so much.
Nisha
is
amazing. And, she has so many things going on. She's battled so many issues in her personal life. And then I look at, like, she's reversed so many things eating this lifestyle. She's now, in fact, she's helping Michelle.
Yeah, and so many other moms.
And so many other moms with lactation. She's a lactation counselor. We actually purchased a package.
Best money we've spent for this baby preparation.
The thought that, like, she and people like Crystal Sykes have been able to help our daughter-in-law and our son have a baby, or about to have a baby, and they've helped guide them along to make sure that our grandchild is eating right and is right from the womb. Is going
Best
to be
possible
a healthy
start.
thing. So what we're going to do is, you have a giveaway.
I do have a giveaway, but I did want to say,
I need to go fix the air conditioner so we can announce the giveaway so that I can start the timer up there.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. So I do want to ask Becky, because I know she has the links because I sent her stuff. If you could go ahead and share. Nisha and Kim Howerton have a brand new cookbook out with holiday recipes. And I mean, Nisha's cornbread stuffing is so good that Joe stopped trying to figure out like how he was going to make his own
modified
recipe.
it a little bit, but the basis is
it's so good.
It's so good.
So there, that's one recipe in her amazing self, right? And then Kim Howerton's an incredible chef too. So I'm going to ask Becky to go ahead and share the links. You can get their ebook, that cookbook, online now. And definitely, yes, we highly recommend seeking Nisha out for lactation consultants. If there is a new mom in your life, that was basically what we purchased. We were like, we could buy like the travel system for the baby. Like, what gift are we going to give for the baby? Travel system, or should we buy the course that Nisha was leading for, how to breastfeed? It just because it is a natural thing doesn't necessarily doesn't mean that you know how to do all of these things, right? So it's really helped to give Michelle a lot of confidence, moving forward.
So you've got something you want to give away over there.
I do.
What do you got?
So we have 3 new products from Chalk Zero that we're going to be
Is this
giving
one,
away.
one or
It's going to be three
Three.
different giveaways. So we have more possible winners. And of course, every winner is going to, for all of our giveaways today, is going to also get one of these beautiful bracelets to remember, you know, because the chocolate won't last forever, but like the bracelet you will get to keep long after you've consumed all of the chocolate. But we've got keto bark. We have a beautiful Santa Claus. And we actually have a 24-piece advent calendar book of chocolates to give away from Chalk Zero.
So here's what you need to do. Just participate in the chat. We're going to let it go for 15 minutes.
Yep.
And then anybody who's participating in the chat, what you'll have to be here to win.
You got to be here
We're
to
going to
win.
pick the winner. If we don't hear from the winner, then we just give it away to somebody else.
Right.
So you just leave your thing. Now this one you do have to live in the United States because shipping
gotta
food,
mail it.
shipping food to other countries not always the easiest thing to do.
Yes.
A book is one thing, but not this.
Right.
So we're gonna let you handle the chat a little bit.
Okay.
Because I just turned off the AC and I hear it leaking.
It's leaking
behind me, which means that the drain hose is full.
Right.
So I'm going to let you handle the chat over here while I go repair our AC. Live things, live events.
Life, you know, we ain't letting it stop us. Let's keep going. Okay, so let's see. Thank you so much, Gloria, for that $20 super chat. Thank you for the support you give us all. Our great pleasure to be here today. Juju says, OMG, oh my goodness. Chicken Chris, y'all, shut the front door. So flipping good. Thank you so much for utilizing our recipe. We really appreciate it. I believe it came out yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. If you guys have not made the chicken skin crackers, basically what we were calling the best carnivore chips ever, you want to make it. It is so good, so easy. Even Rachel can make it. It's that easy. Really, really good. Oh, thank you so much. Shout out to all the moderators. You all are awesome. Thank you. Yes, for keeping the space, I'll get it right, safe as much as possible. We really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Lori said, you guys are doing fabulous work. Don't let haters get to you. Love you and hugs. Love you so much, Lori. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'm going to keep creeping down because I see people posting stuff. Let's see. Julie says, whoop, let me see if I can make it go. Back home from arthroscopic knee surgery. So thankful to have this live stream to enjoy today. More damage to my knee than expected. I'm sorry to hear that, Julie. Celebrating my son, Army surgeon, for his sacrifice and dedication. Well, thank you so much for his service. We appreciate that. Thank you for raising that precious child. Robin is here. Hi, Robin says, so I am an hour behind in the video. Pesky work interferes. I know. We understand. This is like, we're at 2:30 in the afternoon. I know that people have work and you have errands that you're running and you're doing so much. And we really appreciate you for, just checking in with us in and out throughout the day and just being here when you can. We really appreciate that. Let's see. I'm going to keep going down. Oh, I love this. Danita says, go Navy. My dad served on the USS Nimitz. Probably saying that wrong, but thank you so much for your service. And I love seeing you guys as they were having the little bit of a, is it go Army or go Navy, Air Force, Marines, and you guys were kind of like putting into the chat, all of your favorite service. I love that. So Cody says, want to send a shout out to my living veteran, my older brother, Anthony Eaton. My brother went to the Naval Academy, went in the Marine Corps, and he is one of my heroes. Cody, thank you so much for sharing your story. And thank you so much, Anthony Eaton. We really appreciate you for being one of our heroes as well. Let's see. I'm going to keep going. Yeah, it's like go Navy, go Army. I love it. So fun. Jackie says, as a civilian, I respect and appreciate all branches. One big protective family. We feel the same way. I love that so much. And yeah, I mean, what Joe's family was in the Navy, mine was in the Army, Air Force. Just so good. Angie says both my parents and grandparents tried the full-time RVing. Both sets almost ended up divorced and sold the RV and got houses. Didn't you love the fact that they kind of, made sure that they told people, hey, if you're thinking that, you're going to start full-time RVing and that's going to be the best fit for you, you may be wrong. So make sure that you have a backup plan, an exit strategy. Definitely you want to have a strategy for moving from one place to another. We've seen a lot of RVers who are not based here. But for instance, this past week, we're faced with a tropical storm. Tropical storm Nicole was an uninvited guest this week. And so all of a sudden, RVers are like, okay, where do we go if you can't stay there because of like rains or, storm damage or stuff? It's definitely a huge concern. I don't know if Joe and I could ever go full-time RVing. I think where would we put all my clothes, guys? Right? I have all of those clothes. Jujube says, tell a vet what to do when they retire and watch them do the exact opposite just because they can. Thank you so much, Jujube, for your family and for military service there. We appreciate you. Brianna says, Angie, Phil, and Stacy are my parents. We thought for sure they would be buying a house again within a year, but we're so thankful that they didn't do that because we love watching their videos. Brianna, thank you so much for sharing your family with us. We appreciate it. Deb says, Deb, thank you again so much for your amazing contribution to today's live stream. We really appreciate your donation. That is incredible. She says, hey, everyone, just finished work today and am excited to join. Thank you to all our veterans. So grateful for your service. Boy, Deb, we really, really appreciate you. Betsy says, hey, since starting keto 2 years ago, this community and my dog have been my community, and I am so grateful and can't and shouldn't complain. Didn't you love what they had to share about community that today is someday channel? Phil and Stacy, that's something that really resonated with us right from the get-go. As soon as we started watching their channel, was just how much that they value community and what a difference community can make. And I think that that's true, for anything that you're trying to do. And it's certainly true for keto. In today's podcast, when Robin is sharing about the value of community in her own life and how having opportunities to see people in person, it's just so important. And we see even for this RV channel that getting to see people in real time is just so powerful, and they love it. And that's why we're always like, if there is a meetup, if there's a keto meetup, make it a priority to get there. If it's near you, if you can make it happen, make it happen. Joe, I hear an echo, friends. He says, we just came back from errands. Who are these folks? Yeah, probably like, who are these people? So let's see. Susie says, reminds me of my veteran dad who used to watch people launch their boats from his dock. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting to watch people have that kind of challenge parking their rig. Because, even when I was scared when we bought it because I thought, I know that you've been driving a trailer for our landscaping business for a really long time, but
trailer's a trailer. And the bigger they are, the easier they are.
Is it the same?
Now, trying to teach somebody how to drive it. I mean, Anthony actually yesterday for the first time backed the landscape trailer into one of our customers' driveways, and it's a challenging driveway to get into without having to maneuver a bunch of times. So I was really proud of him, but it's been 5 months and it's like, I don't have patience. I'm like, get out, let me just do it. No, I need to do it, but the bigger a trailer is, the for me anyway, the easier it is, because when they're small, especially if they only have one axle, they pivot very quickly.
Pivot.
And so the longer they are, the more forgiving your movements are.
It's definitely a learning curve. I don't think that my best friend Beth will mind me sharing that. They actually got a Class A.
Class A, by the way, if you don't know, that's like the bus kind.
It's a bus kind. And so, and her husband Noel is like a great driver, but he's never driven something this gigantic before. And he wasn't prepared for like the bus swing. Like the tail of it swings.
It's called tail swing. Yeah.
It swings different.
They're different than a trailer.
And they were driving it home first time, and it was like new RV owners. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, that's a big thing. Like they had never RV'd before, and then they're buying this giant bus. And I was like, oh, okay, are you sure you're doing the right thing? And they were like, oh yeah, got it. You know, I drive all the time. So they get it home, and on the way home,
Paul Price is here.
Oh,
We were
good.
actually talking about you the other day. I missed you.
Miss you, sir. And so he hit a stop sign like a block from their house because the tail swing was too much. So it was funny. They were like, uh-oh.
Reminds me of when
Learning
my dad
curve.
was teaching me to drive the car. We had a Suburban. So I learned how to drive in a Suburban in New York City.
Right. Good luck.
Like the second time I remember driving, we pull into, we're getting gas and we're pulling out. And, you know, when you're in a longer car, you have to swing out a little bit. And I quick cut, and the pillars that are protecting the gas pumps right into the passenger side door.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, oh, and when you would drive the Class A, when you turn the other way, the back end swings. That's why I find it easier to tow a trailer than a Class A.
Yeah.
But everybody's different. They actually had a video once where they swapped with changing lanes.
Which is another YouTube channel.
And changing lanes had a fifth wheel. And so he drove the fifth wheel, and then they drove
it was comical.
It was very interesting because you get used to what you're driving, you know, and
boy, won't that preach. You get used to what you're driving, whether or not you should be driving that particular thing, or you need to change, switch gears. Sometimes you get used to what you're doing. And so it's nice. I love the fact that they were willing to, kind of, challenge themselves to try something new. Heath is here, says, my dad was a truck driver and taught me how to pull a trailer, and backing it in was actually pretty easy to learn. He said the key was to begin by keeping your hand at the bottom of the steering wheel.
Yeah, because if you have it at the bottom, whichever, I don't drive it that way, but that's how I've been teaching Anthony. Whichever way you turn it is which way the trailer is going to go. But Anthony's nervous because he's trying to impress me. And then also whenever we are driving, like we were talking about with Phil and Stacy, there's always people waiting or watching. So like when we're pulling into my customer's driveway, there's always cars coming down the road, and now they've got to stop and wait for him because he's blocking the road, and it's a one-lane road. And then in the storage yard, you've got all of these trailer drivers who are watching. This kid had to circle around the thing like 3 times already.
Right. Angie says, RVs are a camper that you drive and pull a car behind. A trailer camper, you drive a truck and pull the camper. And so Betsy was asking, what do we have?
RVs, honestly, RVs are any kind of recreational vehicle. So when you look at RVs, I know this is a keto channel, not a camping channel, but you have basically what you see out there is you have Class A's, Class B's, Class C's, and travel trailers. We have a travel trailer. Travel trailers, you tow behind your car, hooked up to a hitch on your car. You also have within that fifth wheels, which is where you have the pin in the bed, but you lose your whole bed. They are honestly, to me, even easier to drive. Then a Class A is the bus. A Class B, believe it or not, is the van. It's where it's a van that's been converted.
Mm-hmm.
They're really some of the most expensive. I mean, Class A's could be $500,000, but those Class B's, they start at like over $100,000.
Super expensive.
And then Class C's are where it's basically, I would say, think about U-Haul. A U-Haul, but as an RV, where you have a van. It's a van, and then there's the thing that hangs over it. That is a Class C.
it's just interesting to go and see these different. We like going to the Tampa RV show. We will be there this year. This
5 days,
January.
and we're going to do a meetup while we're there for everybody in
We
Florida.
will.
And there's also a meetup the week before.
Yes, if you're
right?
going to be
in Orlando.
in Orlando,
2 days of meetups.
2 days of meetups.
But if you can't make that, we'll be at the Tampa RV
we
show.
will be at the Tampa RV show, but the first one will be January, like the 14th, the weekend of the 14th. But it is interesting to see the innovation that is in there, because you've got to get creative. When he was saying like, hey, when you're in the military, you only have your rack, you only have this much space to put your stuff. Well, that's where it is in an RV, and they're living in it. And it's like, you have to be kind of creative about where you store stuff and like, what you bring. Now, Marianne, who I also call Truly, I call her Julie, I call her Lisa. I love you so much, Marianne. But she said, I never knew about Red
I didn't
Friday.
either.
I'll remember now. You better bet your bottom dollar I'm going to start observing that.
Yeah.
Right? How precious. That was really awesome. Wearing a red shirt on Fridays to remember those people who are deployed. I thought that was really awesome. Thank you, Becky, for continuing to post it. Where are we at? Are we able to see where we're at? $8,478. Thank you, Rachel and Ron and Anonymous. We thank you so much for your donations. Let's see. I'm skipping down. Oh, Deb says, I love you guys. Thank you for doing this fundraiser for such a wonderful cause. Thank you so much for being here, Deb. Chris said, Home Alone. I can imagine Ken doing some of the stuff from that movie. Yeah, oh, absolutely. So, yeah, our hearts are with Nisha right now. I know what it's like to be home alone, taking care of multiple children. Like that is very, very challenging. Haley said, my cousin Daniel is a warrior. Last thing I heard, he was at a base camp in Germany. Well, thank you for sharing that. We're glad to at least be able to honor him today. Tony said, I made Anisha's cornbread recipe to try it out before Thanksgiving for my stuffing. Delish. It is absolutely fantastic. Do you want to see if we can pull our first winner?
Yes.
The first winner is going to be receiving a keto bark. Let me make sure I write this down.
Ready?
Yep. Dun, 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 dun. Sophia Penny Hascat. Congratulations. Now, how do they contact you again?
You're going to send me an email at joe@twoCrazyKetos.com with all of your shipping information.
Christmas has started early.
And just let us know in the chat that you are here.
And Santa?
Next one is for Jeannie.
All right, Jeannie Santos. Congratulations. You won this. It's adorable and very retro looking Chalk Zero Santa. Jeannie Santos. Congratulations on that. And then we've got this is the biggie. This is the 24-piece countdown to Christmas.
Ready?
Yeah. Gina
Marie.
I love it.
So once again, if you won, go ahead and send me an email at joe@twoCrazyKetos.com with all of your shipping information. And we will get that out probably on Monday.
I love it.
Yeah, Defense Wizard, I saw them promote that ebook. The recipes sound awesome.
It really does.
Yeah, Sherry said, good things from Nisha and Kim's cookbook. I got their holiday books from 2021. Good food. And we
really
love
good.
We love both of them. Kim is amazing.
She's amazing. I mean, and a fantastic cook.
And don't forget about the Common Sense Labs book that Kim did with Dr. Barry.
Yes.
I know they're shipping out the hard copies now. You can also get the PDF. But, if you want to know about labs, what labs you should order, all of those kind of things, it's a great book. Santa said Chicken Crisps make such great nacho chips.
They really do, because they can hold up to whatever you're putting on them.
You want to read another
Yeah, let's
story?
do it. I think next up is Megan.
Ready?
Yeah. There we go. Okay, so Megan says, here's a little story about my grandfather who was a veteran. If you need more content for your noble Veterans Day endeavor, here you go. Feel free cut it back for time if you need to. No, we're going to read the whole thing, Megan. Leroy McNinch, best known as Mac by most, was my maternal grandfather who served in World War II. What a handsome young man. He grew up poor in Wyandotte, Michigan, with 5 older siblings. I heard he had the same pair of shoes from ages 8 to 14. He signed up for the CCC before he was 18, where he helped on infrastructure projects in the Upper Peninsula. After the service, he enlisted. He met my grandmother, Violet, who we call Mim, while they were camping with their families at Murphy Lake, though they were never allowed to date without her little brother acting as chaperone. They married when she was only 17, and Papa immediately shipped off to Navy training on Navy Pier in Chicago. That must have been really challenging, right? Just married and having to go leave that beautiful woman. She finished high school, but had to keep her marriage a secret from the school or they would have kicked her out. After she graduated, she was able to meet up with him for a short while before he was shipped out. She drove unlicensed from Michigan to Florida. That sounds like the people in my family too, to be with her new husband. While on board the USS Princeton, a plane fell on Papa, breaking his back. He was recovering in a hospital somewhere when his ship was sunk by Japanese aircraft. His doctor said he would never walk again. He made a full, quick recovery. Mac and Vi went on to have 4 children, 9 grandkids, and 9 great-grandkids, and still counting. Their son, Tom, served in Vietnam. They were entrepreneurs in our small town of Interlaken, Michigan. They owned a restaurant, convenience store, filling station, and retired as successful realtors. Mim even served as our township clerk. Mac and Vi did so much for our small community. Papa also served on our local volunteer fire department and was at one time the oldest EMT in Michigan. Everyone in town in our family was nourished by his generous food offerings as well. That man could cook a piece of meat like nobody's business. A man after my own heart, Megan. I can't describe the perfection that was bacon from his frying pan. Not too wiggly, not too crispy, just perfect. He was a horrible driver and was known to hold a grudge, but I always felt so loved by him, even when I crashed his car when I was 16, whether by the custom-shaped pancakes from the griddle or the famous oatmeal cookies that were always freshly baked. Both just tasted like affection. Even better were the huge, all-encompassing hugs and wet kisses on the cheek. He also taught us all to be the best patriots that we could be, showed us how proud he was to be an American. Papa and Mim took us to campaign rallies and proudly flew the American flag at their home and business. They were married over 60 years when Papa passed away in 2009. While that was a very sad time for me, it made me more resolved in my desire to stand up for our country. I have followed his example in patriotism and generosity. Rachel and Joe, your kindness and generosity of spirit make me feel right at home, just like my Papa always did. Thank you for everything you do to help all of us and our veterans. God bless America. Thank you so much for sharing that and for letting us share your Papa's story and your grandma's story. That's just such a precious thing. And again, we're always so cognizant of the fact that it's not just the veterans, but the veterans' families that are serving our country, and we're so thankful for it.
Marnie, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Said, hey guys, nice hanging out all day, working from home. Want to do it again next Friday. God bless all. So guess what? You guys have broken the internet for us.
You have.
If you notice, we're not updating chat anymore on my plugin, which means we've exceeded the chat on the API. So I need to go create another API so that we can continue to have it.
Okay.
So I will do that from the other computer so that you have access to the mouse.
Absolutely.
Wait, no, maybe it just.
Oh, it just booped?
It just booped.
Okay.
So maybe, I don't know. We're going to watch it, but I'm going to create another API in a minute just to make sure so we have a backup. I did see, though, Carrie asked if we showed his picture. No, Carrie, we have not gotten to you yet. But we definitely have your story.
Yes, and actually we're just 6 minutes away from hour number 6, and we're going to be chatting with somebody amazing.
I'm going to go fix the API before we bring Bob on.
Yeah, we're going to be having semi-retired Bob on. So moved by his story. He was recently interviewed by Ready, Set, Keto. Love that interview so much. And our theme for hour number 6. Can y'all believe that we're 5 hours into this? We're basically at the halfway point now, and we're going to be talking about community. And we're so thankful that we have semi-retired Bob as part of not just the veterans community, but as a part of our keto community. Semi-retired Bob is coming from North Carolina. He's down 114 pounds in 6 months and has reversed his diabetes and high blood pressure utilizing a carnivore diet. And he really is so helpful in helping people on board with a carnivore lifestyle. He was discharged from the service in 1983 because of gout. And we're going to be asking him to talk a little bit about, how this particular health issue impacted, the change, the trajectory of his life. How did that impacted him? We are going to be talking about community, and just to kind of bring up some of the statistics and things that we've studied this week. Something that the Wounded Warriors Project has available for our veterans is equine therapy, which I thought was so awesome. And they also bring special programs for the caregivers of veterans. And I think that that's an amazing service that they provide as well. So there's just lots of things. The Wounded Warrior Project helps to connect warriors with services to help them live as independently as possible, instead of only having the option of nursing home care, which I think is a very powerful thing. Just to give you a perspective of who are normally the caregivers for the warriors, 75% are the warrior's spouse, 6% tend to be the warrior's parent, 4% the warrior's child, and 2% the warrior's sibling. So I just thought that was just some amazing statistics of caregivers and what that looks like for our warriors. Another statistic to keep in mind, very sobering, the likelihood of experiencing PTSD symptoms is 57% lower among warriors who've maintained the social support of their military friends. So as we're talking about how can you be successful in anything you're setting your mind to, we see within the veterans community also, community makes the difference. Community, staying involved and staying active and getting in community is a very, very important thing.
Yep. You ready? You want to bring on Bob? I see him in
Ooh,
the wings
yes.
over there.
Look at this handsome young man.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay, we're going to turn off the overlay. Bring on Bob. There he is.
Hello.
Can you hear us, Bob? I don't hear you.
Let's see.
Are you muted?
Here he is.
How about now?
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, the rain just decided to pick up here. I'm sure you can hear it. And that's one of the fun things of living in a 5x10 cargo trailer.
Right. But that is absolutely okay. We're so honored to have you here today. Thank you, sir, so much for your service and for making time to chat with us today on Veterans Day.
Well, thanks for having me. It is such an honor to be a part of this. I've been pushing it all week on my channel, and I even took today's video and rescheduled it to tomorrow because I don't want any distractions for this very important live stream you guys have going on here.
Wow, Bob. Thank you so much.
Bob. So, Bob, I know a lot of people know about you, but tell us a little bit about your story. Tell us about your service and what life was like before keto and how you found keto.
Okay, well, as you said, I was discharged from the Army in 1983 because I had gout. And that was a very tough thing to deal with because I come from a long line of service members. My mom was in the Navy. My dad was in the Navy. Because of a very large generational spread in my mother's immediate family, I actually had an uncle who commanded a PT boat in World War II. So I come from a long line of Navy, and most recently, my sister just retired from a 37-year Air Force career.
Wow.
But as the doctors in the Army and the doctors I found right after I got out, they, gave me a gout diet to help keep it controlled. And of course, the main thing was don't eat meat. Lots of fruits and vegetables, lots of whole grains, all the healthy stuff. And that went on. I continued. I knew I was gaining weight, but there wasn't a whole lot I could do about it because every time I started or some kind of an exercise program, because we all knew at the time that, if you want to lose weight, you just eat less and you move more. That's the way things were back then. But every time I'd start a program, I'd get a gout attack, and that'd set me back a couple weeks, and it just kept snowballing until I got to 25 years later when I was diagnosed with diabetes. And the diabetes dietitian in my doctor's office basically gave me the same advice that I was given for my gout. And all that did was lead to a triple bypass surgery 4.5 years ago. And I was literally circling the drain. I was sitting right here almost a year ago. Well, not even quite. It was back in early March. I was sitting here in this exact same spot where my trailer's sitting. I have no idea how it showed up because I've always been a photography, travel, camping kind of a YouTube consumer. And for some reason, this video popped up in the middle of my screen right at the top. And it was a Dante Ferrigno video called like 125 Days on the Lion Diet. I didn't know what the heck the Lion Diet was, but he had a before and after picture in his thumbnail. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to check this out. And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, it's another form of extreme keto, and I can't do that because I have gout. And that was a Monday early in the morning. I watched a few more of his videos, and that led me on to Dr. Berry and a few others. And then because I had subscribed to Dr. Berry because I was hoping to connect with him and get some advice about my arthritis, I saw that he was going live. So I went in, it's like, oh, I'm never going to get a question answered. There's already 2,000 people in this live. So, but I went ahead and typed my question into the chat. I said, I have gout. I can't eat meat. Is there some form of this diet I can do? And I wish I had written down which one of his moderators sent me a message back directly. I don't remember who it was, but they said, Bob, gout is not caused by eating meat. Here's a link to Dr. Berry's gout videos. And I, of course, left the live stream right there and I watched it. And I watched a few more of his videos that mentioned gout. And he literally turned everything I knew as fact for 40 plus years on its head. And I was just getting ready to hook up and head to my sister's house in Ohio. So I didn't feel like it was right to impose upon her to change my diet on such short notice. So I waited. I knew I was driving home on May the 8th. And I was going to start on May the 9th, the day before my 59th birthday. And wow.
What was that transition like? Because that is a major overhaul. And you're doing, I mean, we talk about like the keto flu, and that, it's a little bit of a challenge to transition from being carbohydrate fueled to fat fueled. I mean, it does take a toll. And here you are on the road. How was that your first days and weeks of transitioning?
Yeah, well, luckily I was at home in Omaha for the transition because I did not transition. I jumped straight in with both feet. Anybody that's watching, I do not recommend that unless you have a week to a week and a half to literally camp out in your bathroom. And that's enough. And that's enough about that because this is a family show.
Yeah, it is. It's so dramatic. What did you have any fears? Did you have any qualms about transitioning like this, or changing your?
I didn't really have any fears about anything because I had been so sick for so long. I was desperate to try anything. When I first started, I didn't even actually have weight loss in mind when I started this. I thought that if perhaps I lost a few pounds, that would be good. But the day I started, this was as much of a fist as I could make. My joints were so locked up. And now, just 6 months later,
6 months later. And how long had you been suffering with gout, like years wise?
About 40.
40 years. And then to have that kind of a change in just 6 months, that is incredible. When did you start to realize, like, oh my goodness, this is actually working?
It was actually maybe just 2 weeks into it. Because of course I didn't really notice a whole lot going on those first 2 weeks, being where I was and the things that were going on. But right after that, I went up to make a YouTube video, and that started I had an old failed photography channel that had like 25 subscribers that were basically my family members. And I thought, well, the easiest way to let them know what I'm doing is to just post a video up. So I posted a video up, and I had left my note sheet over on the left side of where I could reach. And for decades, this was about as high as I could reach my elbow, and without even my shoulder, and without even thinking about it, I just reached over, grabbed the sheet, and started reading it. And then I'm like, did I just do that?
Wow.
And then I realized I was holding the paper, and for the first time in probably 30 years, my hands didn't hurt.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is absolutely incredible. Now, I know you said that you didn't come to this for weight loss. And I love that. I honestly wish that more people would come to this space for health momentum, health gain instead of weight loss. You know, we came to it for weight loss, and then the health was just like a surprise to us. But having the health in mind, I feel like is just really wise. I wish more people would grab hold of that. But you did, as a side effect, also experience weight loss. And am I correct? 114 pounds?
It's actually 115 and a half now, but who's counting?
Oh, dude, I'm getting that pound and a half. If another pound, you better believe it.
Well, the significance of that other pound and a half, when I talked to not Too Crazy Ketos, that's you guys. When I talked to Ready Set Keto the other night, I was at 200.1. I am now below 200 pounds for the first time in probably 35 years. And I'm now only 6.5 pounds away from the weight that I was discharged at.
Oh my goodness. Well, welcome to Wonderland, young man. That is awesome.
One of the things that I love about you is your 1%. If I can just do 1% better. I want you to speak to that a little bit, because a lot of people, you know, we talk a lot about, like, listen, we need to move daily, and we need to lift heavy things once in a while and sprint occasionally. And a lot of people think that if I can't go to the gym and run on the treadmill for 2 hours, which by the way is not good for you, then I'm not going to bother. And, you know, we've heard Nurse Cindy, who's going to be on later today, talk about this. We've heard other people talk about just do everything you're doing now twice. If you go to the mailbox, do it twice. When you get up off of the toilet, do it twice. Just that little bit. I want you to speak a little bit to the 1%, like doing 1% better.
Okay, well, I do have to give credit where credit is due. I watch a lot of Coach Bronson. And in one of the videos that I was watching, he said, just try to do a little better today than you did yesterday. And I thought, that's a really good idea. What can I do to expand on that and fit it to my audience? Because most of my audience is my age or older. And I came up with just try to do 1% better today. And it does not necessarily have to be exercise. Whether you're trying to learn a new skill, do needlepoint or crocheting, or whatever it is you're doing, if you do something 1% better today than you did yesterday, then you will never, ever stall in this lifestyle because you did something else. I have to tell you a quick little story. I have a 79-year-old that watches every one of my videos. And she started off by just cleaning one of the rooms in her house. And then she organized something else. And she says, this 1% has changed my life. I am getting so much done every day, and that just makes me so happy.
That is so precious, because that's, again, we sometimes don't set proper goals for ourselves.
Right.
And if you set something like, I want everything overhauled, in the next 2 weeks. And I mean, a lot of times magazine articles, we see, things on the internet, social media stuff that is just like, yes, you should be able to overhaul your life, your behavior, everything that you're doing should be 80% better within 2 months. And then when I cannot meet that expectation, that unreasonable goal that I've set for myself, it really is an all or nothing. And then I just give up and don't want to do anything. So I think that this 1% in all areas of your life, and I'm so thankful that you didn't just say just for eating, but also in any endeavor that you're trying to do. And it's something that's really good, because even in those days when you don't see some giant movement on the scale, I mean, we are, in the last 2 years, I finally have lost 6 more pounds. I've lost 6 pounds this year. Okay. But I need to have other things to celebrate. Right. And so getting 1% better, if you're like, hey, I can lift a little heavier, or I've gotten 1% better in this skill, I'm not going to bed every night thinking like, well, there's another day and zilcho progress at all,
Right.
Because that can be really damaging. Now, I know that you actually help people to observe a carnivore lifestyle. So you've jumped past keto into carnivore. Is that right?
Yeah, actually, for the last 2.5 months, I've been doing Lion diet. I do just beef, salt, and water.
Wow. And how has that been going?
It's been going great. It makes my shopping list very easy.
What are some of the things you like to purchase? Because some people have asked, like, how do I make that happen? What kind of cuts of meat do you get, and how do you prepare them?
Well, to be honest, 90% of my food is the cheapest ground beef I can get my hands on at Walmart. I just got one yesterday, one of those great big 10-pound tubes that took the cost of it below $3 a pound. I cut it up into about 2-pound blocks and put them in freezer bags. They're in my freezer now. I've actually got one for this afternoon in my refrigerator. And I have been eating some roasts the last couple of weeks, because they've had roast on sale for less than $5.50 a pound. And when the real beef is that cheap, I have to buy some. And I have 3 or 4 roasts in the freezer that I'll space out over the next 2 weeks or so.
Wow, that is awesome. And so have you seen a significant difference in the way that you feel from going, making that from keto to carnivore to Lion?
I have. The biggest thing, I can't really say that it was the Lion diet that did it, because I went Lion diet for my September challenge to my viewers. And I decided I was going to walk every day in September. And the first video was like 3.5 minutes long. I went down to the corner and back. I didn't even measure how far it is, because it's 2.5 houses down to the corner and back in my neighborhood in Omaha. But because I started the Lion diet and then started walking 1% better, and as some of my subscribers have said, Bob, your math is way off, because in yesterday's video, I walked 5.5 miles.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible.
And, you have to understand, part of the reason I started this was when I first started, it wasn't just my hands. I have spinal stenosis as well, and I could not even stand up for more than 2 minutes at a time without severe pain. I mean, it feels like somebody's hitting you in the back with a red hot sledgehammer after about 2.5 minutes. And now I'm walking. The video that's coming out tomorrow, I actually got lost. I was out hiking on one of the trails at the state park with my backpack on that I have 16 pounds of weight in. And I got lost, and I had planned, I thought I was going to walk about 4 miles, which is what I'd been doing on trail. And I ended up at just under 6 miles with a 1/4 mile of upstairs in it because I took the wrong trail.
That is incredible. And this is such a big change. And could you share about why you are continuing to ask more of yourself. I think a lot of times people, if you've been having 30 years of like, hey, I identify as somebody that like has kind of some limited mobility, I can't do these things. And for us, we stopped pushing ourselves after a while. It was like, I got so used to saying like, these are the things that I can't do, that it was really hard to start identifying when I could do them again. It seems like was that a big transition for you, just getting into the mindset of I can do things?
Yeah, well, and I didn't start walking until September, so there was May, June, July, and August. The first 4 months, I still don't think I could have gotten very far. In fact, in that first video, I commented that, I've left my cane at home. If I get in trouble, somebody may have to come get me because this is a real problem. But after you do it for a while, it becomes habit. And, I just started putting the videos up on YouTube so that I could share it with my family. And I had been hovering at 25 subscribers, the same 25 subscribers I had 4.5 years ago. And somebody must have been talking or seen it or shared it, because within 4 days I was over 1,000 subscribers.
Wow, that is
And
awesome.
it was amazing how fast it went. But you asked about the motivation. I have 2 motivations for continuing what I'm doing. The first is, after I got that big boost of subscribers, I didn't really feel like walking every day anymore, but I thought, there's so many people watching.
Right.
I have to keep going, because if me doing what I'm doing helps just one person, then it was all worth it. And my other motivation came quite a bit later. It was about the end of September, 1st of October, when I got this wild idea, because, I grew up in the heart of Appalachia. And one of the things I'd always wanted to do when I got out of the service was to thru hike the Appalachian Trail. Well, once I got gout and my health started to go downhill, that was completely out of the question. And I thought to myself, this is getting rapidly enough that if I target it out far enough, and I'm targeting 2025, I am going to thru hike the Appalachian Trail, 2,120 miles.
Wow. That is incredible. Oh my gracious. I love that. I see Crafty and Carnivore said, I have a feeling he'll have 3 times that amount of subs after this, and well deserved. Can we make that happen for semi-retired Bob, guys? Can we make sure, if you haven't already subscribed to his channel, go ahead and do that? We want to see he's only 6 months in.
Right.
I want to see what 1% every single day is going to look like. I need that motivation. And, this hour we're talking about community. And I love what you said, Bob, because you're right. There's some days where Joe and I are like, man, I just don't want to move. I don't want to keep going. It is a challenge. You always have things that spring up in life that pose a challenge, but it's knowing that there's somebody that maybe you could be a blessing to.
Right.
And in community, that really is always at the forefront of your mind, that you're like, man, I want to do this. I want to keep going, because maybe somebody else is going to be blessed by this. And I feel like times of pain and when we were overweight, that was a really isolating time. Has it been a challenge for you to kind of come out and share your story and be willing to be vulnerable with your audience?
I haven't really had any trouble with that, because when I got out of the Army and went back home to Southern Ohio, and while I was going to school down there, one of my best friends' dad owned a car lot. And he said, Bob, if you're not doing anything else, you need to come work for me, because you have the gift of gab.
Oh, I love that.
And
that's a really,
I am my mother's son. I have always been very outgoing. Both of my sisters and my brother are very, very shy. It takes a really long time to get them going. They take after my dad quite a bit, but I am my mother's son. I have no problem walking up to somebody on the street that I don't even know and say, "Hi, how you doing today?"
Oh, I love that.
That is the
I even-
complete opposite of me.
That's more like me. I enjoy that. Now, I do really like the fact that you shared about that you're able to get value cuts of meat, because now, and especially when it comes to gout. So our very dear friend Steve from Keto Chow also has had a past with gout. And he's the person that, because of that, we got the statement that we say all the time, which is pain is a powerful motivator. And he has talked about how staying on the keto diet has been easy for him when it comes to pain. I don't want that pain to come back. Therefore, it makes it very easy for me to make eating choices, to help with that, because I don't want the gout to come back. Now, a lot of people would be concerned that, like, is it okay to utilize value cuts of meat? Will you still have good results even if you're not buying that Panda Massage steak? And here, I feel like gout is one of those specific things that you would know right away.
Yep.
If you were eating something that you were not supposed to. But have you had any trouble using like value cuts of meat?
No, in fact, I just went to the, like I said, the Lion diet back at the start of the September challenge. Prior to that, I still had no gout attacks. And, if I were to eat, as Dr. Barry says, the grass-fed, grass-finished, Panda massaged meat, on my fixed income of retirement, I could afford to eat 3 or 4 days a week, and I'd have to fast the rest of the month. So I have, in that initial period, I utilized, besides cheap hamburger, the thing that was on sale a lot back home in Omaha was stew meat. And I have Spam, bologna, hot dogs, all of that stuff. Is it ideal? No. But if you stop and think about it, a can of Spam is better than a large pizza from Domino's by a long way. And what you were saying about pain being a motivator, people that have never suffered through daily debilitating pain have no idea. There were several points in my life, if somebody had come to me and said, if you go stand naked in the middle of Main Street and sing the national anthem, you will get some relief for 5 minutes, I probably would have done it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's one of the things I wanted to ask you, because again, we're talking about the cost of this. About how much beef are you eating a day?
It depends on how hungry I am. I am anywhere from 2 to 2.5 pounds. The other day, after I had fasted the day before, I had a 3.5 pound roast, planning on having a little bit of leftovers. No, I smashed it all.
I love it.
So good.
And you said you live on a fixed income, so in other words, you're saying it is affordable to eat beef, because I think that's one of the biggest things that I see a lot in comments on our videos, or we get emails like, "Oh, well, you don't understand. It's too expensive to eat carnivore." But you're living on a fixed income, eating 2 to 4 pounds of beef a day.
Yes. And, one of the places that people don't think about that you get a little extra money that you can then shift over to your food is, when I first started this, I was taking 13 pills in the morning and 9 in the evening. I now take 1 total. And I expect to come off that one in the spring. My cardiologist, who's done a wonderful job of keeping me alive for the last 4.5 years, who's totally on board with the ketogenic lifestyle because he is himself keto. And I asked him, can we stop this? He's like, Bob, you're doing really, really well. Please take it through the winter. And when you come back to Omaha in the spring, we'll do a few more tests and see if we can't get you off that last pill.
Wow. But you're so right. I mean, we just don't think about it. It's because people are looking for just their grocery bill to stay the same, and they're not looking at the big picture of all of their expenditures. Even like our visits to the doctor is like it has gone to nothing. I mean, the amount of specialists that we have to have in our lives, where we have regular appointments with that, all of the over-the-counter medication that we use to just kind of take the edge off of pain, didn't really cure anything, but it was just like trying to take the edge off of stuff. All of those things cost money. So it's like taking a look at like the broader picture and seeing that you are going to have plenty of money for your ribeye budget, as we call it, as you reduce some of the other things that you needed pre-keto.
Yeah. Do you mind, how much were you spending out of pocket on those medications?
I used GoodRx. I was spending probably, well, I can tell you exactly. Before I found GoodRx, I was spending $118 a month. And I switched to GoodRx and moved my prescriptions to Costco. And that got it down to $67 a month.
Wow. But that's still, and GoodRx is like as cheap as, we always check that too if you have to fill a prescription. GoodRx is like, if somebody does not know about that, that really helps GoodRx. But like that's
that's 20 pounds of ground beef.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that people don't think about, the other thing that people don't think about is the cost of that tube of ground beef I picked up yesterday is almost exactly the same cost as a large single topping pizza from Papa John's. And I would eat a couple of those a week. And that tube of ground beef will get me anywhere from 4 to 6 meals, depending on how hungry I am. And I only eat once a day. So that's 4 to 6 days worth of food for the cost of one large pepperoni pizza.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at this comment right here from Ugly Joe. I can't see it now because I'm going to have to take it off the screen. So
we can actually read
I can read it. But he said, I just found 80/20 beef in 10-pound tubes for $2.69 a pound and 15-pound cases of bacon for $55. Buying in bulk saves so much. It is the key to keeping costs down when starting this diet. $2.69 a pound for ground beef. I recently went to Wawa and got a seltzer water, like just a large seltzer water, and they're charging $2.89 for a 48-ounce cup of seltzer water. That's the cost of a cup of coffee in most gas stations. And we're not even going to get into Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts. $2.69 a pound. 2 pounds, $5, and you've just eaten all of the food you need for the day.
It's just nice to know that
for
it's
2
doable,
cups of coffee.
that it's doable, that it is affordable.
So it's not that we can't afford it. It's where do we want to put our money? And what, Ugly Kid Joe was saying is great. Like, yes, buy in bulk. You can freeze it. We've got right there sitting. I just had a vacuum sealer delivered to our house today. I can't wait to play with it because we started making our own hot dogs. Why? Because we were buying hot dogs. I wanted them cleaner, but it was costing me like $16 for 8 hot dogs to have not garbage in my hot dogs. I'm making them myself. I just made 28 hot dogs and it cost me like $30 for 28 hot dogs. And the only ingredient is beef and spices. So we can do it. We just have to shift money from medicine or buying a cup of coffee or things like that.
How has this way of eating and how you feel now changed your plans for the future?
Well, I'm actually planning on being alive, which is a really big deal. Because as I said, before I started this, I was definitely circling the drain. I mean, I spent all last winter down here and barely left my truck and my trailer because I just couldn't go do anything. And now I'm making plans, in 2025, I'm going to hike the Appalachian Trail. And if all goes well, I would actually like to live long enough to do the Triple Crown. I'd also like to do the Continental Divide Trail and the Pacific Coast Trail, which if I get all 3 of those done by 2030, then, well, let's go 2032, because I believe that'll be my 70th birthday. And that would be a total of like 7,800 miles hiked. And that's what I'd like to get done.
Amazing. And I think about,
and you used to not be able to get down the street.
Yeah, I think about like 10 years
I couldn't even get to the front door.
10 years ago, would you have thought that like, okay, well, this will be a future goal for me?
No. 10 years ago, my future goal was to hope to live to the next day.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that is so awesome. And it's so good to remember, because again, the name of his channel is Semi-Retired Bob. A lot of times we're like, if we're not 21 years old, then we have no future plans. It's too late to get started. Like, the adventure's over. Our best years are behind us. But for Joe and I think for you, like the same thing, I feel like our best adventures are ahead of us. Don't you?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I was listening to your last guests and chuckling at all of your stories about backing trailers in, because I was an over-the-road truck driver for 20 plus years. And not to toot my own horn, toot, but I took a challenge there one time, and it was when I was working for a construction company. And you are absolutely correct. The shorter the trailer, the faster it turns, the harder it is to do. And I backed a 23-foot trailer all the way around the building and back into the spot where it was.
Wow.
So I don't have any trouble backing into places.
That's amazing. I mean, we are definitely a family that admires like that. Like, we'll sit and stop and like I'll watch like a truck driver and stuff. I mean, Robin used to be one of our subscribers used to be a truck driver, and as soon as I found out she used to be a truck driver, I was like, oh, really? Because I think that's just the coolest thing. And we will stop and watch people do like just the amazing, impossible looking back ends, because I think that is
just
so
all about knowing your wheel
level.
placement.
I love what Rita is saying in response to your like 1% better. She says, the way I got out of a wheelchair was adding 5 steps a day, and then moved on to the stairs and other goals. And recently, as we're doing our like Just Dance challenge this month, Rita actually shared a picture and she's like dancing. And I thought that that's a powerful thing. Five more steps, 1% better. Like, we can do this. Right. And I'm so thankful for your challenge. I mean, for your channel to challenge us to get 1% better, because if you can do it and you can walk a little further, then I can walk a little further, and we keep each other accountable, in community.
Absolutely. And, I've been watching your dance videos on Instagram, and one of the things I've never actually told anybody before, but I'm going to say it here now. This is a Too Crazy Ketos exclusive.
Woohoo!
When I was younger, I was a member of the New York City Ballet. And for the last day of your dance challenge, I am going to attempt to do a pirouette on camera.
Oh my gosh, yes! Yes, you heard it here. Oh my gosh, yes. You got to send me a clip of that. Because I will repost the heck out of that. Like, that is flipping awesome. Wow, how wonderful. When did you start to have a love for dance?
Oh, I started dancing when I was 3 years old, and danced. The last performance I was in is I danced the Nutcracker my senior year in high school, and then went off to the Army.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That is so stinking cool. You are rad, man. Like, that is awesome. Oh my gracious. I want to leave it open if anybody has any questions specifically
before we let Bob go,
about
put the questions in.
carnivore,
I have to reset the other thing.
lion diet. Gonna let you guys have that.
Susie said, I could not live without my vacuum sealer. Buying bulk meat at Costco or Walmart or whatever it is on sale is magic. I never ate frozen meat before. Now it is not an issue. Well, we got a video coming out that's going to show you how to have frozen beef, but be able to use it frozen.
Yeah, it's really
we're really excited
cool
about that. Very simple step.
Don Kingston says, I just subscribed to Bob's channel. Another kind, sweet, motivating person that I want to listen to. Yep. So thanks so much for being that beacon of light and that positivity, Bob, because it really does make a difference.
Future Bree said, prioritizing your beef budget over carbs and no waste. I don't throw out spoiled meat. It gets eaten or frozen. But I was throwing out fruit, vegetables, and bread weekly. And that's the thing that people don't think about. Like, now, I forgot the exact number, but something like 30 or 35% of vegetables that are purchased in a store end up in the garbage because they go bad before we eat them.
Was that something that you had to deal with also?
I've never thrown out meat that went bad in my house.
Meat doesn't go bad. I mean, because I keep most of it in the freezer and I plan out my meals a couple of days ahead, and the meat gets moved into the fridge. And then the day I'm going to eat it, before I go out for my walk, I set it out on the counter here and let it thaw to room temperature for 3 or 4 hours. And then I go throw it in a skillet, and then it's go time.
Yeah.
Because after I get done with my walk, I'm ready for a little food.
Right. Seriously. Oh my goodness.
Betsy wants to know, is this guy married?
Oh.
She's like, wink, wink.
No, I'm not married. And as you can see, I'm not a great prize. I live in a 5x10 cargo trailer. It's not going to always be quite this bare. I actually have some cabinets for above the bed coming, and I have a whole wall of cabinets coming in for the other side. And right now I have a fold-up table in the V-nose of the trailer. But Brother Jorge, the Spanish pastor here at the church, is very good with tools and woodworking. And when he gets the chance, he's going to build me a proper counter in the front. So that will expand my space as well.
Well, I have to say, I think Bob is a prize, to be honest. Like, super awesome, and like getting 1% better every single day. So hello, I love it. Also, I'm very partial to someone with your hairstyle, sir. Just
yeah.
Gina said, my original and current why is to be here for my daughter, to be a grandma and not one who's in a home. I plan to live 100. So many people saying they're planning to live.
I love that. I love that. The people are just having that goal, for themselves, that like, we're going to have longevity and we're going to be well as we live longer.
So Becky, you wanted to know, do you use seasonings for meat? So the Lion diet is only salt.
Just salt.
Just salt. Salt,
Just
water,
salt.
and beef. Ooh,
That's all I use. Back when I wasn't doing Lion diet, I did use some black pepper, and my favorite thing to put on meat, of course, is crushed red pepper because I like it a little spicy. But I am sticking to the tenets of the Lion diet. I even went without coffee for the month of October.
Oh, man.
No, it was good. I didn't really have any trouble with it. But I put out a video called "Okay Coffee, You Win This Round" because I had a cup of coffee on November the 1st, and I don't know if it's because coffee is a diuretic and I was starting to hold on to something or whatever it was, but that first day of drinking a cup of coffee, I was down 3.5 pounds the next morning.
Wow. That's amazing.
So drop a bunch of water with it quick.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what it was, but that's what I did. And now I feel like coffee is a choice rather than a must-have, because I belong to all the coffee groups on Facebook, and I would share coffee memes 3 or 4 or 5 times a day. But now I did not have coffee today, and I think, what is today? Friday? I think Wednesday was my last cup of coffee. I had a cup of coffee on Wednesday because I was inside talking to the gals in the church and decided that I wanted to talk to them, and I sat down and had a cup of coffee with them.
It's nice to know that a certain ingredient, though, doesn't boss you around anymore.
Right.
I feel the same way, and coffee is my specific, same ingredient, where it was like, there was a time in my life where I thought there's no way that I could get through a day without it. And it's nice to have it in a position where, like you said, where it's like, it's I can have it or not have it, but it's not something that I have to live my day by.
Well, here's the thing about coffee. Rachel used to drink 2 pots a day. 2 pots a day.
Oh, that was me. I'm with her on that.
And so recently I was figuring it out, and our coffee budget has been reduced by more than 50%. We drink like 1 or 2 cups a day, maybe sometimes 3, but most of the part it's 1 or 2 cups a day. And we literally can afford to go out to eat twice a month at a Brazilian steakhouse on just what we're saving on not drinking 2 pots
our
of coffee
coffee
a day.
budget. So again, it's just a shift in budget depending, you know, on how you do stuff. Now, I wonder, is the Lion diet something that you're going to stay on, you know, for the future? Or are you planning on going back to just carnivore, or what are your plans?
Right now, my plan is to continue on the Lion diet until I get to my goal weight, which is about another 45 or 50 pounds away.
Okay.
And then after that, I've been watching your channel and all the recipes, and I'd like to give keto a little bit of a shot for maintenance, with the exception of I'm never. I had a kidney stone a few days ago, and was watched a lot of Sally Norton and some other people doing some research on why that probably was, and I can tell you absolutely with no hesitation at all, I will never, ever eat another plant for the rest of my life, because they are out to kill you.
Right. That's their one defense mechanism, right? It makes sense. It's like they can't punch you in the face, so they're gonna like hit you in the guts.
Well, it's the oxalates. The oxalates just keep building up in your system and build up in your system. And if you do dairy with the plants, that does buffer some of the effects and get some of the oxalates out of your system. But they just keep building up and building up. And, you know, I'm convinced the kidney stone that broke loose has probably been in there for decades. I have to keep reminding everybody, in no way does this diet cause kidney stones. It makes them better.
Yeah,
They
Dr. Berry has
continue to
several videos about that.
Yes, and that's where I got my information on a lot of that. And
that's one thing you did mention, Dr. Berry, and the moderators, and I just wanted to speak to that for a second, because we are like really honored to be one of Dr. Berry's moderators. And, you know, yes, when you show up in Dr. Berry's live stream, there's 2,000-3,000 people in there. Now you can join his Mighty Networks group for as little as $5 a month and end up with only a couple of hundred people. But he does ask a few of his moderators to, you know, he's only got a few. And he says, like, listen, some of the basic questions I want you guys to answer because I trust you. And Bob, I've seen, I actually had somebody message me once as a moderator and say, please stop answering questions. I'm here for Dr. Berry, not you. But here, your whole life changed because of a moderator in Dr. Berry's stream.
absolutely. And I am well aware of Dr. Berry's Mighty Networks. I am a, what does he call it, a vital supporter? I'm in the top tier of his supporters because, you know, I didn't really join that to get more information because I felt like I had already gotten the information I needed. I did that as a thank you because
that's us.
Dr. Berry and Nisha and you guys and several others that I won't name because we're on your stream, but I owe Dr. Berry my life.
Yeah.
And
that's how we
anything I can do for him, I will always do it. I mean, if he says, hey, I need you to come up here to Tennessee and help me dig this hole to put my barn up, I would jump in my truck and head that way right away. And, you know, I'm still waiting for him to get everything done up there because I don't know how much it's going to cost to get locked in Dr. Berry's barn, but I want to be a part of that.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome.
And we feel the same way. I mean, we are Mighty Networks members. We have been one of the highest levels of Patreon supporters for him because we want to support what he's doing because we owe so much to him. I mean, and we're honored. We have Nisha and Dr. Berry on our phone, but yet we still support him just because we want to support that cause. And he's done so much for us. But I just wanted people to understand that, like, you know, the moderators that Dr. Berry has in his group, and he has handpicked them to know that they are going to give the answer that he would give. It's not the big question. It's, you know, the simple things like what you would ask, like, you know, does carnivore cause gout? You know, so I just wanted to make sure that people understand that. Don't get upset when the moderators are trying to help him out. It's just trying to keep the chat flowing, and he wants as many questions answered as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I want to support his mission because I have, I think, 2,500 subscribers. Well, probably a few more now. And
We
you
hope
guys,
so.
you guys have somewhere between 35 and 40. I think I read that right or remember it right. But, you know, between us, we're reaching roughly 45,000 people. Dr. Barry has 2.5 million subscribers.
Right.
He reaches a lot of people every day, and I want to support him in that mission. I can only hope to be, you know, 5% as big as him someday, because I really do continue this because I want to help people. Because anybody that starts a YouTube channel thinking they're going to get rich doesn't know anything about YouTube.
Here's what we say. I say that this is the hardest job that pays you part-time money.
Yeah.
That I've ever done in my life, but it's the most rewarding thing I've ever
It
done
is
in my
the
life.
most rewarding.
It is. And I mean, you know, I get out there on my walks, you know, I'm, you know, in mile 4 to 4.5, and I'm like, I can't keep going, but I have to. So I'm out there literally sweating to death
Yeah.
to make almost nothing. But that's okay. It's the almost nothing does still make it worth it. And that's not why I'm doing this.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. Oh, so semi-retired Bob, thank you very much, Becky, for posting his channel in the chat. We ask you guys, go ahead and head over there, subscribe to his channel. Let's see this journey continue. So amazing what he's been able to accomplish in 6 months. And we know, boy, 6 more months. Where in the world will this gentleman be?
Yeah.
The sky is the limit.
Thank
Well,
you.
have me back in 6 months and we'll talk about it.
Heck,
Absolutely.
yes, we will. That is
Absolutely.
awesome. It is a deal. And I cannot wait to see your dance, sir.
I will. I'm not promising that it's going to happen because I still have
You're going to
bad
attempt it.
joints, but I'm going to attempt it. Yes, indeed.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Bob.
Have
We
a great
appreciate
night.
you.
Have a great day.
Oh my goodness. Is he just the awesomest?
He is awesome. I'm
Just
going to let you
absolutely
talk
awesome.
for a minute while I try to get our chat back up so we can post things.
So good. Thank you guys for subscribing to Semi-Retired Bob and to all of the channels today that are representing. I mean, what a blessing. What an amazing, I guess I can take this off now.
Yep.
I love the topics that are just kind of organically coming up during today's live stream. And, you know, what he said about community, you know, we say, hey, a community is important. Community is important for the YouTubers as well, right? And the community is important for whatever you're trying to accomplish. And it's not just eating. It seems like he's got like him eating like the lion diet. That is not the challenge. For some people, the challenge is staying keto every day. For some people, the challenge is, okay, I'm going to try to do triple B and E, and I need community for that. And for him, it seems like the challenge is a little bit in the mobility area, right? Like I'm trying to push myself in mobility to get more out of my body. And look what helps: community. It's not just that, like, I need to understand more of the nuances of this diet. I mean, he understands like, okay, I need to move this much more every single day. It's not that he needs more information. It's the community builds that resolve. And we continue to say that, you know, you want resolve, you want to stick to something, get in community. If you're trying to do it in isolation, it really makes it more challenging to stay on track. It's nice to have somebody, you know, even in a tough day. I'm so appreciative. I think it was Today is Someday mentioned how much they talk to their subscribers. You guys, I talk to you every day. I do not talk to my extended family every single day.
That's right.
Right. But you
Sorry, this is
communicate.
not cooperating.
Whether it is, you know, in Mighty Networks or you're posting things on Instagram. I'm so privileged to get to talk to you guys every single day. You send us messages and I love it. And I know, I'm not even confused. I know if it wasn't for community, we would not be pursuing our own personal health goals with the passion that we bring to it now.
Yeah.
I think about like what moved my stall this year, because let me tell you, it was what, two years. In the last 2 years, I finally lost 6 pounds. So I understand what it feels like to be stuck at the same weight, even when you know, hey, I'm eating the right things, I feel like I'm doing the right stuff, but this is really hard. And I understand like that it's frustrating. You know, when someone says, man, I've stalled for like 2 weeks and I'm really frustrated. I'm like, I've stalled for like 2 years and I am really frustrated. Like, I get it. So I'm thankful for this community because you guys keep us motivated, you know, to keep going. And let's help semi-retired Bob like keep going. I want to see him cross these amazing trails off of his bucket list. Don't you?
Oh, I did.
I mean, I want to see it happen. Haley says this live has been amazing so far, and Bob seems like a wonderful man. He really does, right? Like it was.
I'm gonna let you read from here because
I
need the mouse.
Awesome to just to get to talk to him in real time, because again, you know, you get to see somebody's channel, watch their videos. I loved watching Ready Set Keto interview him. I definitely recommend, if you're not subscribed to their channel, go head over to Ready Set Keto, check out their interview with Bob, because it was a really great comprehensive interview with him. Crafty and Carnivore said, yes, he reminded me yesterday to think that way when I was having a down day and made such a huge difference in my day. That is the power of community, right? That it helps to turn around dark days, because it's not like we don't still have obstacles. We do have a leak in our air conditioner.
Well, no, I fixed it. The tube was just full.
Is it frustrating though?
Oh, absolutely. 'Cause
Absolutely
you never know
frustrating.
when it's going to come.
In the past, before we had community, what would that been like? We'd been like kicking cans for like an hour, frustrated. Why do I buy expensive things and then our air conditioner doesn't work right? But there's something about community, even in the midst of a struggle, didn't even bother us at all, right? Just
in the
keep
middle of
going.
an 11-hour live stream, I've got the API going down because the chat's going so fast.
Yeah.
And YouTube booted it out.
Yeah.
So read the one up there.
Okay, so I love someone said superstar guest. Thank you. Drax of the North said, I greatly appreciate all of the interviews and the variety of topics. Will you save them as separate into individual videos?
So I am going
Are you going to try that?
I am going to try to do that.
That's a lot.
Here is the issue with that.
Okay.
I have to download
it all,
an 11-hour live stream, because I am not recording this. Because there is no way I would have enough hard drive space on my portable hard drive to download an 11-hour live stream.
Right.
So I do have an 8 terabyte hard drive on my computer. So I will have to download it from Restream, if it's even recording it like it's supposed to be. And it's going to be a lot of work. So it's not going to be in the next week or two.
Right.
I will promise you that it's going to be a little while.
All right. So I'm trying to see.
Yeah, because I don't. There we go. So I got that back up.
So oh my gracious.
Well, wait,
Oh
don't
my
say
goodness.
anything yet.
Oh my goodness.
Don't say anything yet. Okay.
You guys, I'm about to legit.
Okay, let's see if I can pull it up. 11
'Cause
on
you don't
11
know.
overlay.
You don't know, do you?
And then, no, I don't, because I gotta turn this key on now that I got it. And then we're gonna go up here. $9,063. And we still have 5 hours to go in this live stream.
So we're coming to the end of hour 6, and you guys
I
have
almost
just
closed out Restream.
just brought it. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Do you think though that in the midst of this, would we be able to take a little bit of a potty break somehow, or
yeah,
maybe I can leave you and make that happen?
I kind of could do that too. Let me go ahead and find a video here
that we can post in there just for a quick potty break.
Okay. We've got let's see. Did we watch 2 Marines yet?
No, I don't think we did.
How about 15 years?
There you go.
Ready?
For me, it started with a backpack and a promise. The promise was that Wounded Warrior Project would always be there for me. And as I've continued on my journey, Wounded Warrior Project has kept that promise every single day.
hopping on that bike and seeing that smile on my brother that I haven't seen in so long, and be able to do something with my brother, it was life-changing for me.
They've given me education. They've given me a smile. They've given me this huge extended family.
It's a great privilege to lead an organization that is firmly committed to changing the lives of wounded warriors and their families. What a mighty goal we have set for ourselves. But I can think of nothing more precious than what we have set out to do together.
Those 5 days that I got to spend with my brothers were the first 5 days that I saw hope in years.
Warriors to Work helped me find a job where I was happy going to work.
My wife and I, as caregivers, ask you, beg you, to get the caregiver bill passed.
That was the moment it was finally official, and it meant so much for me to be there with Wounded Warrior Project.
It doesn't even matter to some of these guys if they catch fish or not. They're just happy to be in a boat and happy to be out with someone else.
Wounded Warrior Project has given my children the dad that they deserve and need. And it's given my wife, Ashley, the husband that she thought she was marrying 14 years ago.
Jason's part of the Wounded Warrior Project Independence Program.
We have confidence that Wounded Warrior Project has Jason's best interests in mind.
Are you proud of that one? You earned it. You sure did.
Sure did.
Now I have like 50,000 brothers and sisters I can call anywhere, anytime. It's like made the difference.
It was just so good for him, and he really did. He really did come back to life at that time period.
There are guys that have lost so much, and they shouldn't have to lose their ability to have a family.
Man, it's just so exciting and so powerful to think about the impact that one organization can make on the whole world.
Since 2003, Wounded Warrior Project has improved the lives of millions of warriors and their family members, and there's still work to be done.
That was very much needed.
Well, I still have to go, but I don't.
That's all right.
I never want to leave the computer because just in case, because the reason I was up till 5 a.m. is, believe it or not, I put these into something over here, like it's a little deck, but then you have to program the switcher to literally like play it, pause it, switch, turn off microphone,
right?
Turn this microphone back on, pause a certain amount, and I'm afraid if I programmed it wrong, you're gonna have dead air or hear us going to the bathroom. Angie said, I found keto Googling anti-inflammatory diet. I found Dr. Berry. I'd given up on losing weight. I just couldn't walk to the bathroom
without crying. Yeah. I mean, we just are so thankful for Dr. Berry. Yeah. I mean, just so thankful. I remember the very first time that I watched a Dr. Berry video. I was in the garage. I was doing some shipping for my brother. We were shipping out some comic books, and you were out cutting grass, and we had been watching Dr. Berg.
We were watching Dr. Berg, and I'm gonna say this because it's messaged to us a lot.
Yeah.
Do I agree with Dr. Berg's philosophy on doing keto now? No, I don't. The 6 to 8 cups of vegetables and 6 ounces of protein. I don't agree with it. Rachel was losing all of her hair. We had no energy. I was losing muscle. But I'm thankful
for Dr.
because
Berg,
without Dr. Berg, I wouldn't have started.
No, we would not have gotten started. So we started that, and then as YouTube does, it suggests other things to you. It suggests other things. That's why
I found what works for me.
So we had, they had proposed this Dr. Berry gentleman. And I remember calling Joe, and I said,
"You got to watch him.
You have got to watch this guy."
He only had 3,000 subscribers.
It was like I said, John Schneider from the Dukes of Hazzard has started a YouTube channel, about keto, and he is fantabulous. And so it was just his wit and his wisdom, the combination of the both.
I had literally bought his book the second I heard him.
Yeah. And
started
then
listening to it at work.
And then when we saw Nisha and her channel and started listening to her, I was just like, oh my goodness, it's just so much brains and so much beauty in one concentrated package. What a couple, you know. It was just they're just amazing. And so down to earth, so loving. I'd have to say Dr. Barry's probably the most approachable person I've ever met as far as, you know, just a down to earth person. He always says, and it's absolutely true, if you don't get an ussy, as he calls it, a selfie, if you don't come talk, it's not my fault. He always makes himself available. And just such a great guy. And we're so sorry this, as we're moving into hour 9
for people to text
number
me, so I apologize.
7. We're walking into hour number 7, and we're so sorry that Nisha can't be here today, but she has 2 kids, 2 littles, and she's home alone, and they're sick today, so we're missing her, but love her so much. And don't miss out on the holiday ebook, the cookbook that she and Kim Howerton have put together, because both of them are amazing cooks. And I can't wait to get it ourselves. We still need to order it, but it's now available. So we got to get on that.
He said, yes, ditto. Anytime I see Dr. Barry in person, I make sure I walk up to him and tell him thank you for saving
our life.
Yep. Then he said, thank you to my husband's grandfather, Robert Benjamin, who went into the Navy at 18, right before Pearl Harbor, and served in Pensacola through World War II. Rest in peace. And thank you to my cousin Dave. Go Navy. Uncle Don, go Army.
I love that.
You want to go ahead and do another one?
Yes, let's share another
Michael.
story. Okay, so Michael, thank you so much for sharing this. First, nuclear test, how he looked in the Navy and how he looked before he passed away. My father was in the Navy on the USS Tucker. He was in around the Korean War time. He was also at the first nuclear test and second one. In fact, he was on the ship that was closest to the blast. Look at that. That is amazing. Michael, thank you so much for sharing that. About your father. That's amazing. Oh my goodness, to be that close to it's history. That's amazing. You want to do Cody too?
Yeah, let's do another one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You ready?
Okay, this is from Cody. Cody says, this is my dad. I guess, is that Sergeant General? I'm not good with identifiers, but Carl Eaton, he's retired. My father, Sergeant Major. Okay, sorry about that. My father joined the Army when he was 17 years old and retired when he was 45. He spent 28 years in the Army, including being involved in the Vietnam conflict. Thanks to my dad's many years of service, we were afforded a very interesting childhood as Army brats. We lived in Germany. My older sisters were actually born there. Also lived in California, Virginia, and Texas. Because of him, we had a truly interesting childhood and got to visit so many interesting and wonderful places. Unfortunately, we lost my dad in January of 2019, but was thankful to be able to bury him in the Ohio Western Reserve National Cemetery. His service there was beautiful, and because of his years of service and his rank, the highest enlisted rank that he could achieve, he was afforded a beautiful funeral. I miss him terribly, but am still thankful for everything he did and all the lessons I learned from him. I feel like my honesty, integrity, hard work, ethic, and patriotism all stem from the years of watching and following him around. He was proud of being in the Army until the day he passed away, and I am now and always will be proud of him. Cody, thank you so much for sharing that beautiful story of your father. And thank you. I love that you give a testimony of the Army brat life. I've heard that from a lot of Army brats. One of my dear friends, Karen Dotson, was an Army brat. And when I lived in Northern Virginia, she was such a blessing to me. And boy, she was great at moving. I think that if you grew up as an Army brat and you had to move like a lot, shift and go to different bases and stuff, they got packing down to a science. It was like, and she had all of these amazing
You know
things.
what the key is?
What?
Don't have a bunch
Don't
of
have a
junk.
stuff. Well, the only thing is what I admired about her and I knew her, mother and father also, was that they did have lovely, decorative items in their house. It was always very important for her mother to make the house feel like a home, because it was like, hey, this is us, this is our home and it needs to feel homey. And so, but her skills at packing was like nobody's business. I mean, some of the tips that she had, like even just throwing pillowcases over framed, family pictures and things like that. I just admired her tips for moving. And she's like, you had to be good and fast.
Becky said, don't forget about the 11 on 11 auction. Yes. I think that either people just don't know about it, but I'm going to put that up for a little while. There's a link down below in the description. There's some things up for auction right now. Nothing has a bid.
Yeah.
So we are
This one over there?
auctioning off a $1,000 VIP ticket. For
Hello.
KetoCon. The starting bid is $500.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's $1,000 KetoCon VIP ticket.
Right.
Also, we have a couple of single day tickets and also a month of coaching. All of that money goes directly to Wounded Warriors.
Over to Wounded Warriors. We're so excited.
So let's see. So Bob said, you think backing a camper in is hard? Try backing a truck with 30 grumpy 40-year-old drivers watching and laughing.
That is the thing. It's like, I'm just nervous for the person, but like, I know that when we went to that Tampa RV show, Joe just looked at me and he was like, if I can't back this in, look, we're not staying here.
And the thing
I can't live with the scrutiny.
I can back up a trailer. Like if you would have seen where I used to park before we moved to our current lot, like it was literally like I had this much room on each side of the trailer and you couldn't straighten the truck out in front of me because there was a wall. So I had to come in at an angle and stay in an angle. I can get into a tight spot. But when you have a bunch of people watching you,
yes,
there's something about that makes like, you start doubting yourself.
Right.
I think it's a lot like keto.
Yes, it
right?
is.
You start thinking like, listen, I know that this is healthy. I see all of these people, but all these people are telling me wrong.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you start to doubt yourself. And that's when the frustration comes. I do love how we've helped to communicate, because that's the thing. I'm behind the trailer and you're having to either talk in a walkie-talkie like Today is Someday does, or you need to be able to communicate with like sign language, like do you stop, do you go, that sort of thing. And that's a challenge.
When we first started, Rachel was so nervous because like with anything, Rachel, when she gets into something new, binges it.
I do.
She binges it. Like when we decided we were going to have backyard chickens, she watched every single chicken video on YouTube. She just does that. And so she watched all of these RV channels about you have to communicate, walkie-talkies, and she's back there and she's going left, right. I'm like, left, right. You know what? Just do me a favor. Stand back there, and when I'm about to hit something, put your hands up and yell. Other than that, let me use the camera because I've been doing this for so long. But it became like Phil and Stacy were talking about. It could be the greatest thing for your marriage or like one of the worst things.
You know what's the worst thing for your marriage? A tandem kayak.
Yes. That is the true test of a marriage. Can you survive a tandem kayak? Guess what? We couldn't. It was the marriage or the kayak.
Yeah.
So we dumped the kayak and got single stand-up paddle boards.
Get your own device because everybody wants to travel at a different, clip. They want to see something different. And yeah.
We did a review of a kayak, an inflatable one. And when we did the review of it, like Rachel's in the front and she's on one side and I'm like, one side, one side, one side, one side. And she's like 3 times on one side and like you're throwing off the rhythm. Like,
it's really bad. But I will say that what I did learn, and I think that this is good for anything that you're doing as a couple but it's very important for the RV, is you having a checklist of what is your responsibility as a partner. So like, I'm in charge of everything inside and Joe is in charge of cleaning up everything on outside for go home day. Because if you don't, I mean, you could really hurt something. Like if the cabinets aren't closed correctly, or you haven't like fastened the door, because there's like sliding pocket doors and things. And if you're just like, oh, well, I'll just take care of it, and you don't have your own jurisdiction, then things get forgotten.
Communication is key.
Communication is key, and it really pays to have a checklist of like who's responsible for what.
Platte River Keto
Scott.
is here. Hey, Scott said, people often ask me about my program. I always tell them I don't have a program. I have a community.
Yes.
Principles, yes, but the community has made all of the difference for me.
We were so thankful for the opportunity to get to chat with Scott at it's not Keto Summit Omaha. I just want to call it that.
It's hard to kill.
Hard to kill. And he has a channel, Platte River Keto, and it amazing, inspirational journey that Scott is on. And but yeah, the community makes all the difference in the world as far as like staying on plan, and being accountable.
Jill said, when you talk about getting active, I got home today at about 11. I have been moving 2 bedrooms. The 2 boys needed to switch rooms. Everything, including vacuuming several times.
Still working. And that is so powerful, because again, I loved what Bob was talking about when he was saying about one of his subscribers who is just trying to get 1% better. Okay. We're not trying to overhaul life in a day. But we're doing, what are doable challenges for ourselves. And I love that. And look at how, okay, I'm going to challenge myself to move a little bit, just take 1 room at a time and clean it. 1 room. Do you know that like last Sunday, or maybe it was a Sunday, I think it was last Sunday. I just had my watch on where I was like tracking my steps, because I love my blue dot, right? I love tracking my steps and having that reward of like, look at how much you've walked. But I thought, I'm just going to check it based on me cleaning the house. Do you know that cleaning the house, I got 3.5 miles in? We do not have a big house, okay?
No, we have a tiny house.
We have a tiny house, but moving around and moving this from here and getting your laundry and like doing all those chores, I was able to get in 3.5 miles of walking around and steps just from cleaning my house. So maybe that's the goal for somebody. If you're like, hey, I've got limited mobility and I find myself, not moving, what is a practical thing that I can do? What's a practical goal that I could set for myself? Okay, you know what it is that you need to clean. The one thing, what is the one task that you're like, hey, I've been putting this off for a while. I need to do it. It may take an entire day to do it, but I need to do it. What's that one thing? And then just do it. And that can be your activity, right?
Yeah.
Like just do that
You know
one
what I
thing.
need to clean?
What do you need to
So
clean?
I yesterday smoked some new hot dogs, and I overdid the smoke. I actually wanted to show it off to Chris, so I filmed opening the door and the smoke coming out. I've taken 2 showers and cannot get the smoke smell
I'm not complaining
out
about
of
it.
my body.
I'm very attracted to that.
Like, it is just I don't even have any hair, but I've showered twice and it's still in my skin.
You smoke enough meat. I think about like, what about the people that work in the smokehouse?
Smell my hands. They smell like smoke.
Smells amazing. Like Terry Black's barbecue.
Oh my God.
We were talking to Robin about how much we love the fact that they've moved KetoCon from June, July to April, and the difference that it will make, because you're talking about it's going to be like in the 70s probably at that time
That's
of
what
year.
she told us, yeah.
Way better than what it was during the summer months in Texas, right? So when we went to Terry Black's barbecue, one of the gentlemen was so nice, was like, would you like a tour of the smokehouse? And we were like, no. Now, any other time, that this like smoking
It was
geek
like over 100 degrees.
would love the opportunity for a backstage pass to
Just
the smokehouse.
Because, if I came out of there smelling like smoke, Rachel's going like, let's go back to the hotel.
But he was like, we will die back there. And the guy was like, yeah, we do have a lot of like turnover in employment during the summer months when it comes to that smokehouse, because the thought of having to go out there, it's like, no, I don't think I could do a whole day I mean, can you imagine how hot it gets in there?
Cheryl said, family, the bottom line is we have saved our own lives.
That's so good.
All of our wonderful keto carnivore doctors, nurses, YouTube content creators have pointed us in the right direction.
That is
and that
so
is right.
precious.
You have to.
You got to do the work.
Make the step.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carrie said Gary Sinise is the best also with his Lieutenant Dan Band.
I love.
So
now I want to watch Forrest
One of
Gump.
the things that I love about him is the fact that that movie changed his life. Right? That movie literally changed his life. It gave him a purpose. If you ever watched interviews with him, it was that movie.
Well, and I love the fact that it's not celebrity that makes the difference. So he's had some very big success in his life and his personal career. And sometimes we wrongly think that that is like the measurement of success is if I can attain a certain level in whatever career that I'm doing. But it really is the opportunity to help other people, the opportunity to bless others and serve others in some way. And he leveraged the celebrity that he had to, be able to generate awareness for a cause that he's passionate about and what a difference he's made. But that what you receive is so much more than what you give. And I loved what Bob was bringing out, that in his channel, that it's the subscribers that are pushing him on and making him better, being that incentive to keep getting 1% better every day. And it's just so powerful.
Yeah. Let's see.
Thanks for doing this.
Tedrick said, thanks for doing this. 5 of my brothers served in the U.S. military, including several combat tours. I prioritize hiring vets at my
Thank you so much. And actually, thank you. I recognize your name from making a donation on our channel. Thank you so much for that amazing donation that you've so generously given. And we really appreciate you hiring veterans and serving veterans. And also thank you so much for your amazing family and the way that they've served. We really appreciate that.
Lots of people saying that, yep, they found Dr. Berry after first finding Dr. Berg.
So praise God. Thank you. We're thankful that, and people go in different, trajectories. But again, I love the fact that this community is all about helping one another, cheering each other on in whatever version of the proper human diet you're utilizing, right? So if you're keto, if you're carnivore, Lion diet, whatever you're doing, we're here to cheer for one another. And it's the same thing for today's live stream. We're cheering one another on, whether you're, Army or Navy or Air Force, Marines, right? It doesn't matter. Coast Guard. It doesn't matter. We just want to come together today and honor our veterans. We're all on the same team, right? Yeah. Just cheering one another on. And I love this.
Yeah. What is this? Sana said, I first found Dr. Berry and Nisha 4 years ago. They led me to Kim Howerton
and 2KK. I'm so glad. Yes. Oh my goodness. We absolutely love Kim Howerton. And again, Joe said not only has Kim Howerton done a cookbook with Nisha, but also, an amazing book with, Dr. Berry about all the labs. These are things that when we think about what are we going to get for Christmas and Hanukkah this year for our loved ones and extended family, hey, let's consider blessing them with information, as Chris Palmer's book is coming out on, November 15th. We're so honored to have him earlier in today's live stream. It's just amazing work that he's doing, and what a great gift to give to somebody this year.
Yeah. Bob said, I think I connected to Dr. Berry because we are both no-nonsense Appalachian mountain boys.
He does not mince words. You are not confused as to what Dr. Berry thinks about a certain subject. And I love it because you're that no-nonsense guy as well. But man, there's a way that Dr. Berry can say something and it is sweet as pie. But when he says it, you're just okay, I'm gonna get my act together. I remember the first time he said to you, when you were well, if we do triple B and E, what about my flavored electrolytes or sweeteners? And he would just look at you and was you're a grown man.
Yep.
But I think you could go without it for 30 days. And he was yes,
speaking
sir.
Of which I need because I keep cramping.
Yeah.
MGM said, I watched Dr. Berg first, and I found Dr. Berry 4 to 5 years ago. I haven't been able to stick to keto carnivore for more than 30 days.
You've got this. You've got this. That's the thing. It's not about how many times that we fall down. It's about how many times we get back up and finding what works for you. it is really important, you know.
I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna let you take
I will
over the chat.
I will go back and let's see any of these comments that
I think that we kind
are
of
we
stand down. Yeah.
come back. Let's see.
Air's coming on for a little bit.
Oh, thank you so much. There's mommy's there. Hey, mommy. Yes, your donation, big or small, makes a difference. We can make a huge difference by just doing our part. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much to my mom and to Becky, who are here today, just cheering us on. Just really thankful for you guys and how you're just encouraging us all through the day. Thank you guys. Yeah, Jackie says, I'm thankful for Dr. Berg because he was my gateway to Dr. Barry. Yes. And I'm so thankful for YouTube, for this platform, for the opportunity to reach others. And yeah, if you're not subscribed to our channel, please subscribe. And again, you don't know who YouTube is going to help to the more engagement on the channel, the more often YouTube refers people to the channel. So it's because people subscribe to Dr. Barry that YouTube suggested Dr. Barry to us, and we're so thankful. So we really have to say a big thank you to all of the people in the keto space, the community, who have taken the time to subscribe to channels, because then they get referred to other people, and that's how we reach the whole world, one ribeye at a time. So Teresa said same thing. I started with Dr. Berg and then later Dr. Barry also. Deb says Dr. Barry was my first. Love him. Annette says I also started with Dr. Bird. He did help me in the beginning. Then I found Dr. Barry for the win. Same here. I mean, I'm so thankful. If we hadn't started watching Dr. Berg's channel, I don't know where we would be. I'm so thankful for him. Joanna says, I did the same thing, woke up and said, I can't do this anymore. I Googled foods that cause inflammation, and that was it. How interesting. I love finding out how you came to keto. So if you haven't already shared, what led you to keto, share that, because we would love to shout that out. Hascat said, I have absolutely no idea how Dr. Barry was in my suggested videos, but it just popped up, appeared. That's interesting. Excuse me. Ola said, reading his book now, about 30% in. That's so cool. Semi-retired Bob said, I think I connected to Dr. Barry because we were both no nonsense. That was what we said with Joe's the same way. Sana said, I found Dr. Barry and Nisha 4 years ago, and then Kim Howerton and 2KK. I love it. Nancy, thank you so much for your $20 super chat. Said, would you believe I went to the post office even after watching you all morning? Duh, closed. Okay, so don't be hard on yourself. Thank you so much for that $20 chat. I can't even tell you how many times I've done that. I have done that so many times and gone to in the bank. That's another one. Gone to the bank on a national holiday so many times. Teresa said, I can't remember the first videos I saw of his, but I think it was through someone interviewing him. Yes, that is really a blessing too. And that's always our prayer. I know you guys see that we interview a lot of people from different channels, whether they're on Instagram, we put them on our podcast, because we truly believe in community, and we hope to share as many channels as possible with you, because here's the thing. We know that everybody, like, we don't necessarily resonate with everybody. Everybody has somebody that really, it speaks to them, right? Like maybe we're not going to be the person that appeals to you the most. But we don't want you to miss out on the health and the mobility benefits and like the health reversal. So we try to bring you as many keto channels, as many resources as possible. We truly believe in community and helping to facilitate you with as much information as possible, and help to bring you all of the different people so that you find somebody that you connect with, because that's so important, and it's okay if we're not your first choice. It's okay if we're not your favorites. We just want to make sure that we bring to light all of these amazing channels, all of these resources, make them available to you, so you find somebody that you connect with, and they can be a blessing to you. That's our prayer, and that's why we interview so many people and hope to bring to light, so many different channels. Sophia says it was a carnivore video, then down the carnivore rabbit hole, as we all do, right? What is your current rabbit hole that you're seeking right now? Joe is down a hot dog and sausage rabbit hole. Like I should have tied a rope around his waist, because I don't even know where we're going to end up. Haley says, I understand how it is having small children. I have 3 and my youngest is sick. Haley, I'm so sorry that your youngest is sick right now. It is so challenging, especially when your baby has a cold or something, not feeling well, cutting teeth. It makes you so sad, right? Because a lot of times, they're smiling at you and they still have energy and they're crawling around, even though like their little snot bubbles are showing. I was talking to my friend, all of our friend Heather and Phil Gift yesterday. I was talking to Heather, and her grandbaby that she watches, Leo, is sick. So y'all pray for him. But he was just, she said, just smiling through his little snot bubble in his nostril, hoping that hoping he feels better. But it weighs on your heart when our babies are sick, doesn't it? Let's see. Keep scrolling. Ola said, my dad is a veteran, but in another country. He was a MD in the Egyptian army. How amazing. Wow. Thanks for sharing that, Ola. Work says, I found you last year for 11 on 11 because I was watching Dr. Barry and Serious Keto. You were a YouTube recommended to me. I love your channel and your positivity and encouragement. Thanks so much for being here. I really thank you for taking your time today to be here. I know that here it is for some people, a day off of work even. And there's a lot of places where you could be sharing your time and your energy, and any time that you invest your time in one of our videos or in our lives. We really appreciate you. We understand that that's an investment of your time. Thank you for that. Cody said, my mom was like that too. That woman that could pack and move in a few days. I don't know. The thought of like just having to move very quickly is like a stressor to me. I actually, even when we go and, RV someplace, it's like I have this whole process of RVing. Everything has to be done a certain way. I guess that's like part of my little OCD. But man, yeah, those people who can just like jump up and move, that's amazing. So CS Studio says, congrats on the amazing success so far with your fundraiser. Woohoo! Let's check and see where we're at here in the middle of you. $9,515.65. That is amazing. And I believe it warrants another giveaway. What do you think?
Read these super chats?
I read Nancy's, but not American Girl. Hey, American Girl, thanks so much. It says, our family are monthly donors to Wounded Warriors. Thank you for that, American Girl. Thank you for doing this. I found Dr. Berg, then Dr. Barry, 2KK, Dr. Sean Baker, and now a new up-and-comer, Carnivores Me. Love our growing keto carnivore family. God bless you. I love it too. Don't you? I mean, there was a time when I thought like, we're all alone in this, right? Like, yeah. And now I feel like keto is more than just mainstream. I feel like it's a thriving community.
I just want to say, I love these Keto Chow individually wrapped electrolyte tablets.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can't have the bottles here because they turn into, like, I literally
dust.
Lost an entire thing of the new Redmond barbecue seasoning. It just turned into a big clump. We opened it up. We left it. Somebody left the top open.
I don't know who that could be.
4 days, it was one big glob.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you haven't seen the chicken crisp, do not cook with the Redmond barbecue seasoning.
Yeah. because it burns, because Alius. So we have kind of a unique to this hour was supposed to be talking about the life on the home front and basically talking about, you know, family, because I know that, and I'm sure that Nisha will talk about this as the holidays unfold, you know, for herself. But you think about how much has life changed for the Berry family in the last 5 years. I mean, to be from, you know, going from those guys to like littles, 2 littles. And
Right.
what did the holidays look like? How different are they now than they were? How do you make that transition of like, you're going to have to let some things go, you know, when if you're doing things and you don't have littles, you can have perfectly decorated house and you can kind of like you spend your energy in one area. But when you have littles come into your life, and we're about to have that happen in the next couple of weeks as we prepare for our first grandbaby, you know, things that are important, they shift, don't they? And you have to let some things go, don't you? And you have to kind of, you change what is important about the holidays. And I was thinking, you know, in the past, it was all about for us, you know, having certain foods there. And we kind of connected. You can't have the Christmas holiday, you can't have Thanksgiving without this carby thing or this carby thing, right?
Right.
And we've shifted, and we still are able to enjoy the holidays, even though we have let go of some of those dishes that I think at some point in our lives we thought we'll never be able to have Thanksgiving or Christmas without.
Yeah.
You know, but you do. You shift
No,
it.
as a matter of fact, I got an email that I think it was Rodizio Grill is doing Thanksgiving for like $50.
We might want to just go
I'm
there.
thinking like that would be a good
No
Thanksgiving.
cooking.
No cooking.
Because it's all about the fellowship.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, even when we were throwing our baby shower, and at first, when I first started thinking about having, you know, a baby shower, my first thought was like, we need to buy, you know, make all of the things. And then as we got closer to it, I was like, no, I really want to focus my energy differently. I don't want to be, you know, showing up to the baby shower exhausted from being in the kitchen for hours and hours, you know, and it was okay. So it's funny, even if you want to go out to eat for Thanksgiving, or you want to just say, hey, you know what, if I'm in the kitchen, then I won't make good choices during the Thanksgiving holiday. You know, it's okay to say, you know what, then I'm going to outsource this and I'm going to buy my turkey from Publix or something and have it already cooked.
I think about like
keep
how
it minimal.
Our holidays have transitioned, right? We used to have all that stuff at Christmas and Thanksgiving, and now it's like steaks, eggs, bacon, Brussels sprouts with bacon.
Thanksgiving gets to, in Christmas and Hanukkah, all of these things get to look like what you want them to look like.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So this hour, we're having it. This is not a keto thing right here.
No.
But it is so fun. So this is a game that we discovered this year. It was actually Anthony that pointed us to it first, and he says it was TikTok that pointed him to it. And that is Tapple. And
Let's not get into TikTok.
It's a really fun game. And, you know, that is something that we continue to shift, especially in the evening hours. I think everybody has
Let me go ahead and I got to start up
a
the
different
Nightbot.
A different time of day that's a little bit challenging for them if you are somebody who's a snacker. For me, late night was always challenging, like in early evening. For you, late night is the worst. But like for me, it would be like 6 or 7 o'clock. I would want to get a little bit snacky. And when I was watching movies and stuff, I felt like I had to be eating something. And we've shifted a lot. We've changed a lot of when you have a boredom eating situation, like the danger of boredom eating. We've shifted that for activities instead. You know, like, okay, occupy yourself with something different. And this game has been so much fun. We kind of want to pass it on.
Yeah.
So we bought this with the intention of giving it away. So today's the day.
So, and basically the way it is, there's a little timer and you press down, there's a cards and with a topic, and it could be like food.
Yeah.
And there's letters on it and you have to press it down. You have to think of a food starting with that letter, but not every letter is on there.
Right. And it's amazing because it's really funny because so let's say
it's an addictive game.
So let's say that the topic is food and it's your turn and it's not like you're even going in alphabetical order. You get to pick whatever. So they're saying, okay, let's say the topic is food and it's your turn and there's a timer going and you say mozzarella. But I am telling you, at some point you forget words.
Right.
You're like, oh my gosh, when the timer is
names and you hit J and you're like,
I can't even think of a J name. And it's like, how about Joseph? Right. But like in the midst of it, I cannot.
Nurse Cindy is here.
Ooh, we're going to get to talk to that beautiful young lady very soon. I'm so excited about that.
So yeah, go ahead and in the chat, you can just go ahead and participate in the chat. We'll give you 15 minutes. Anybody who participates in it for the next 15 minutes, you have to be here to win. I saw a comment I did want to address.
Yeah.
And if I can find it now. It's going to be easier. It's just scrolling fast.
You're scrolling fast.
Okay, so let me go back this way.
Oh, I liked what Joanna said too.
Yeah, but this one, let's see. So it's from Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
There are some dishes that hold more emotional than a must-have, like a certain cookie that is mine and Mom's favorite, and she passed 2 years ago. Yes. Now, here's what I'm going to say to that, and I'm going to get flack from somebody for this. If you're going into your holiday going, listen, I want to eat that cookie because it's going to help me feel closer to my mom who passed, I'm going to tell you then eat the cookie. But go into it with the plan that I am having this cookie because it was something that I had with Mom, and that's what I'm going to have. I think that personally, I don't go off of keto. Now, we have said if there was something that we encountered as a once-in-a-lifetime thing, like let's say we went to Singapore. It's like one of our dream trips.
I've always wanted to go there.
Right? And we encountered some food that we'll probably never get again, and it wasn't keto, would I possibly have it? Yes. There hasn't been anything yet to get me to do that because I know what's going to happen to me when I do it. I'm not talking about mentally. I'm talking about physically. You'll recover from it. But what happens is we go into the holidays with, it's Thanksgiving and I'm going to throw caution to the wind and do whatever. That's what I don't want you to do. Go into it with that plan. And if you're going into it with a specific reason like that, other than just, it's the holidays, I should be able to enjoy myself. That's not the greatest attitude to go into because that's where you end up in a slippery slope. We were talking to Robin about that yesterday in our podcast, and she has talked about it has been a struggle for her, Robin Switzer, the organizer of KetoCon for over years. And she's like, but the biggest reason that she doesn't go off of keto is she doesn't trust herself, which is something that I've said about myself.
Well, and there's different ways to honor the memory of some people. And I've really appreciated my mom and watching her go through her own keto journey and how she's like, I miss my mom and dad. And some of the things that she's done is like, okay, I want to put away some of the recipes that my family had because I know that it could kind of lead me to go off track. But instead, in those moments where I'm like, I really miss my mom today. Like, it is okay to like sit down and go ahead and get out that photo album, get out, like she likes to use my grandmother's dishes, cookware, that sort of thing, to really be like, sit down and say, I want to remember right now. I want to celebrate their life. And it can look a lot of different ways. In the past, the only way that it looked was I miss my great grandmother. And so we're making her banana pudding. Like that was it. That was like how we remembered her. And so my mom is like, I don't want to make that anymore. So how do I shift, but still honor? And so it's taken a lot of like extra effort to try to figure out new ways to honor the memory of those people that we love so much and we miss. Okay, so what can I do? But it's been worth the investment of time to find new ways, and it's been a beautiful journey for the whole extended family, to think about, are we more than some of the past recipes, that our loved ones had?
And neither way is wrong. No, it's what's good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to figure out what's good for you. What is not good, as I said, to go in without a plan.
Right.
to go in there and go, I'm gonna see what happens. Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where that little, I don't like using the word, but yeah, a lot of people do. The cheat meal becomes a cheat day, becomes a cheat week and a cheat month. And then 6 months later, you're like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and even bringing very like specific guidelines into Thanksgiving or any holiday, right? So sometimes, you know, people will be like, okay, for Thanksgiving, like I know somebody personally that is doing triple B and E right now. Okay. So they're like, okay, well, the plan for Thanksgiving is I am going to be just keto, like straight keto for Thanksgiving. So when talking to them, I was like, okay, well, are you going to be straight keto for just Thursday, the day of Thanksgiving? What about Friday? And they were like, well, yeah, because I'm sure there will be some leftovers. There'll be keto leftovers, but they won't be just triple B and E leftovers. So I better budget for Friday also to be strict keto. And so then I was like, well, what about Wednesday? Because in preparing the food for Thursday, as you're getting, you know, again, perfectly keto, but are you going to be that person that like, do you need to taste things in order for you to, you know that the recipe is where it needs to be? And so it was like, oh, well, maybe yes. So I need to, instead of setting my goals for just like, hey, I'm going to be just keto on Thursday, let's dive into our plan and be prepared for it so that if Wednesday happens and you're like, oh, this is supposed to be a triple B and E day and I'm eating keto instead, I'm not kicking myself. We don't want to bring a bunch of guilt in, but we want to make specific plans and then be able to live those out.
I just love being able to change the AC for my phone. I'm cold.
Everything's
I'm cold.
on the phone. I love it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and read the next one.
Yeah.
Who we up to? Rita.
We're up to Rita, beautiful Rita. Let's share this story. Rita says, this is my brother, Gary Lindahl. He served in the Marine Corps. He still serves his community as a scout leader and is as an all-around good man. Boy, that is powerful. We do not celebrate that enough. You know, you are serving your community by just being a good person. This is my sister, Staff Sergeant, Sister Sabrina Lindahl. She served in the U.S. Army.
I have another one. Wait a minute.
Okay, I'm like, make sure we get.
Where is the other picture?
Did we maybe don't have that picture?
I had it.
Well,
we'll have to find it.
We'll put it up later.
We'll put it up later.
She served in the U.S. Army Canine Corps and did several tours in the Middle East before retiring. She's an amazing woman who still serves her community. She loves to hike and fish. Please honor her on your live. Absolutely.
We will. I know I made the picture.
Yes.
I know I made the picture. So that, let me see. Is it in here? Rita 1.
So you would be another Rita. Oh, there you go. That's it.
Yeah. So just give me 1 minute.
1 second. We're going to post
Go
that.
ahead and check out a
Cheryl, thank you so much for that $19.99 super chat. We appreciate that so much, as Joe is like trying to find, because we don't want to miss anybody. If somebody sent in their, photo, we're going to try our very best to get
Rita
that
1.
up. Rita 1, I see it right there.
Okay.
So here we go.
Wait a minute. This isn't.
It's not instantaneous.
It's not an instantaneous thing there, Rachel.
So Cillian says, love watching Nisha cooking with Beckett. Always reminds me of my mother cooking and baking with me and my brother when we were little. Isn't that precious? I love seeing that too. Just like, those little tender moments.
Okay. So it's down here on the bottom somewhere. Rita. It's this one here. You ready?
Okay.
So you want to read that part again?
Yeah, let's do that again. So this is my sister, Staff Sergeant Sabrina Lindahl. She served in the U.S. Army Canine Corps. Look at that. I love her partner, and did several tours in the Middle East before retiring. She's an amazing woman who still serves her community. She loves to hike and fish, and please honor her on your live, which we're so honored to do.
Why don't we go on to do another one here?
You want to?
Yep.
Okay, so this next share is coming from John from Colorado. And he says, these are pictures from my grandfather's celebration of life memorial service. He passed in 2009, he was part of the World War II Rainbow Brigade that started out in Italy and looped up through France and back down to the Mediterranean Sea. I could send more information. Didn't know if this would be an 11 on 11 item. It absolutely is. Also, I spent 6 years in the U.S. Air Force as a security specialist here in Colorado Springs. I was one of the first 6 SPs that were assigned to Falcon AFS, now Rvers Air Force Base, basically the start of Air Force Space Command, although not called that back in 1984 through 1990 when I was there. John, thank you so much for your service and also the opportunity to celebrate your grandfather. What a legacy.
Okay. Yeah, you want to do a video?
Let's do it. Let's see it.
Let's do this one.
I was in the military for a total of 8 years, 4 years active duty. I think PTSD is slightly different in the female population. I feel we don't get the sympathy in the space because we're caregivers and caretakers. We somehow have to have these emotional reservoirs for everybody around us and ourselves, which isn't necessarily the case. And so as I started to identify more as a veteran, I also met with a lot of resistance. You know, you don't look like a veteran. You're too young to be a veteran. And even like, you know, inappropriate comments like, oh, you're too pretty to be a veteran. Like, I don't even know what that even means. So I felt very isolated. I just needed help. I just needed somebody to talk to about it. And that's how I met Wounded Warrior Project. The programs at Wounded Warrior Project, they work. They help you help yourself. Over the last 10 years, I've participated in so many different programs to the point where now I feel confident and comfortable that if I were to meet somebody who was thinking about going on a program, I could tell them my story and I could say, well, look at my life now. I feel like when you help a woman, you help a family, you help a community, and everybody's journey is different, but we don't walk alone. When we're in the military, we don't do it all by ourselves, right? Somehow we forget. And then an organization like Wounded Warrior Project comes in and like they remind you of that community.
Awesome. I love the opportunity for us to honor our female veterans as well. And we've got a special one that we want to spotlight, and that is our friend Chris. Amazing young lady. Look at that beautiful face. That smile is the same beautiful, beautiful smile. I love her smile so much. Chris says, here's a pic of me during mob school training in South Korea, training for quick deployment mobility during an attack from the north. On this particular day, we were low crawling through the mud, and I think I got some of it in my mouth. Ew. Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing that. And you definitely want, if you haven't already, you want to join our Mighty Networks group. There's actually like a special topic. It's a tab just for Chris. She shares different movement that we can do every single day, simple exercises that, I mean, she started doing it. So we probably need a tab for this. And then of course, Joe just threw her in like all together.
She's committed now.
Now she's in it. So we're so thankful for Chris. Chris is actually organizing a meetup in January, the weekend,
2 days,
January 14th. So if you live in Florida or you're going to be in the Orlando area for that time, definitely want to check out our meetup. It's going to be awesome.
Yep.
Super,
let's go
super
ahead
fun.
and pick the winner for your Tapple game.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let me write this down.
You ready?
Yes.
John!
Wow, how interesting. We just shared that story. Way to go, John. John, Colorado. So how does he get in touch with you?
Send me an email at joe@twocrazyketos.com with all of your shipping information.
How cool is that? I'm going to make sure I keep everything with where it's supposed to go. I love it. Congratulations, John. It is a fun game. I can't wait to see what you think of it because we've really enjoyed it.
Oh, you went way behind.
Sorry.
A lady said, Joe, your kayak was too short. Usually you can paddle differently from your partner. except for, well, here's the problem with tandem kayaking with a spouse. Somebody, don't know who, decides, I'm tired. You do all the work.
I don't know who that is. That sounds like a kid. I think you're confusing me with a paddle boat experience with boys. As Wilson said, is that, excuse me, I just spit all over. Is that the Chris that you guys all followed each other to Keto Palooza? Yes. Her and her daughter, Megan, just amazing, amazing two ladies. Just so thankful we've met them.
Bob said, my friends got one of those inflatables for the dog because he kept chasing after them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Linda said we love our double kayak, but it is Hobie pedal kayak. Great memories fishing together.
Oh, how nice. You know, probably their marriage is stronger than ours too. If your marriage is surviving a tandem kayak, like, I mean, seriously, next level, hashtag relationship goals.
And here's the next true relationship tester. Start a YouTube channel together.
Well, you know what I'm very thankful for is
we have very different personalities.
We
if
do.
You haven't figured this out,
obviously. But what I've noticed since we started a YouTube channel, is you can't let being upset with one another, you can't let that go on. Now, you know, I think everybody is like capable of pouting or having a bad attitude or that kind of thing. And sometimes my attitude would be just like, okay, I don't like what you said, or like I'm frustrated with you or whatever. And I'm like, I want to do this and like pout for the next hour or so. The problem is we don't have time for that. You're going to have to be quick to forgive and move on because we got to tape a video or we have to do something. So it's funny that it's really helped because you can't get bogged down in the stupid stuff. Like, you have to let things go. And I honestly think that the fact that I roll with things quicker because I have to, because of the YouTube channel, has helped me in my eating plan. Because what is some of the biggest problems that I've had in the past was emotional eating.
Yes.
So for as long as the frustration, the boredom, the sadness, if I'm mad about something, as long as I'm holding on to that, then that's how long that the off-plan eating is going on, right? So because I have to quickly resolve an issue and I can't afford, we have too much to do in a day for me to like have a bad attitude for an extended period of time. It's actually really helped me as far as with emotional eating, because it's like, oh, no, move out of that emotion.
Yeah.
Pat says, oh, Rachel, I would love to hear all of your stall breaking tips. Stalled here for years and have now gained some trying to do a reverse diet, the opposite of my goals. So disheartening. Pat, I totally hear you. I definitely have experienced that, you know, as well. I absolutely credit Triple B and E, especially the second time. So the second time that we've done Triple B and E was a little different than the first time. The first time we did it, it was all about figuring out my hunger cues and my satiation cues. And so we were just eating as much as we wanted until we were authentically full. And it was just, I mean, just a lot, you know, I was just eating as much. And I was thankful that we came out of that not gaining any weight, right? And I actually had some body recomposition during that time, which was really good. But this time doing Triple B and E, we did it differently. And that was, we did it within 2 meals, right? So it wasn't like we were eating all day long. We were eating it within, you know, 2, you know, and people can do 3, you know, times a day, and you like sit down and eat until you're authentically full. And I think that this last round of Triple B and E really helped me, really helped me. And I was so thankful for it because of, again, last year, the first time we did it, it was really new to the space. I mean, we had the opportunity to do it and kind of live it out. And now, now you don't feel alone because you see a lot of people have done Triple B and E. A lot of channels are now, you know, doing Triple B and E, making Triple B and E recipes. So I feel like it's a lot easier to do it.
Right.
And I felt like that added community helped me stick to it. And I think this last Triple B and E has really helped because and again, finally to be another 6 pounds down. Is it my lowest in all of keto? No. Before COVID, I was 146 pounds was my lowest that I ever got.
Right.
And I'm 151 pounds now. So still, some room to grow.
Yeah.
Or
I mean,
to lose.
I'm 10 pounds heavier than what my regular weight was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
And do I want to lose that weight? Yeah. But you know what? It's not a super priority because I feel good.
Yeah, that
Right.
helps. That does help. It's
Right.
like how
And it's so if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. For me, I know I've got healing going on. I also know that I eat a lot more now than I was back
right.
then. So when back then, like I was eating like almost no protein.
Yeah.
I literally
when we got started.
I mean, I was eating like no protein and I was eating a lot of vegetables and I was happy, but I was miserable. Can you be happy and miserable at the same time?
You can. I've proven it.
Like I was happy because I'd lost this weight and I felt good, but I was miserable because I was hungry.
And we talk about that a lot. So the protein fills you up in the moment and the fat satiates you between meals. And so we were, like you're saying, experiencing good results as far as like, okay, the scale went down, but we were frustrated trying to live in between the meals. It was that life in between the meals.
I was counting everything.
Yeah.
I don't count anything now. And I just maintain. I'm actually been over the last week and a half. The scale's been going actually more than that, but the scale's been going down. But again, I'm still not counting anything.
And, just keep in mind too, like
I have no desire to count anything.
You do not get to choose where the weight comes off of either. And so I think in our mind, sometimes we think, I need to lose 5 pounds and you have in your mind what that's going to look like. And it doesn't look the same.
Yeah.
Right. As what you think, pretty soon it's I'm just going to like, it comes all out of my neck. Right. You don't get to decide. And your view of it, Kim Howerton talked about at the PhD summit about how sometimes we pull a number out of the sky, no context, just like, this is how much I should weigh. And that's not good. And then also we think to ourselves, we've pulled a picture out of our mind of like what we should look like. And that is, not practical either.
Penny said, we took a load of liquid tobacco 2 weeks ago. My car still smells like
Oh my gracious, I bet.
Chris said that smoker opening up looked like magic. I'll have to show it on Keto on the Couch. It was like a lot of smoke. I was, because I'm learning, I have a cold smoker hooked up and it's a little box. It's like 15 by 15 by 22 inches and I'm pumping in smoke from a cold smoker. And when you open it up, you couldn't see the back. And I put too many chips in. And so it went too long. And then it's right next to the door. So my whole office smells like smoke because every time we opened up the door, where we at?
We're at $9,730.65.
We got 4 hours to go.
4 hours to go. But we are very close to
last year.
The last year. So
don't forget, we've got $178 up there in chat revenue.
So that's wow. So let me see if you.
Betsy said I had to go to my tablet, even harder to chat, but my phone needed to be charged.
I totally get that. Oh man, I was so frustrated this morning. You guys that count steps and close rings like I do will understand this. I was doing my exercise today and I felt like you are a rock star, Rachel, because it's like you have a long day and yet you are prioritizing still getting your fitness in the morning. So I was like, I was patting myself on the back so hard I almost broke my hand. But then I looked down to be like, where am I at on my steps after I was done working out? And my thing was dead. My battery was dead. I somehow last night
you not charge it all the time?
Unplugged. I accidentally booped the plug in and it came out of the plug. And so this never charged. And it was like you just did a homework project that you're going to get no credit for. I was so freaking aggravated. And
Can I tell you?
And I had to tell myself, like, Rachel, you still get credit for doing it. You know what you did. And I was like, no.
Can I tell you the secret?
Yes.
Your phone can track it too.
I opened it up and it didn't.
Yeah,
it
but
didn't
it
register.
can.
It can. Okay, well, we need to set it up.
Let's see. Lady Fritz said, Dr. Barry told me to watch Two Crazy Ketos, and I hesitated because you sounded crazy.
We're
a little
legitimately.
We are
crazy.
absolutely a little.
I'll get
But
it.
hey, listen. In our defense, I don't think we're any worse than Dr. Barry. You don't know what's come out of his mouth either.
Brace yourself.
Right? Like,
I don't know.
There's quite a few live streams on Monday where like Niche is just like, did you really just say that?
Did you just say that?
Did you really just say that? And I'll be in the live stream and I'll come running into Rachel and I'll be like,
oh, you never guess what he just said.
now that's not usually what I'm saying to Rachel is don't ever say that I can't say this because look what Dr. Barry just said.
Dr. Barry's, well, I'm not Dr. Barry's mom. I'm not Dr. Barry's wife.
Let's see. People are asking Chris when he's coming on. 6 o'clock, I think.
6 p.m. 1 more hour.
Let's see.
Oh, Sophia
Penny said our interview with Dr. Barry is what led us to.
I'm so
to
glad.
our channel. Yes, Dr. Barry led me to you guys.
Betsy says Miriam is worth the wait, and I absolutely agree.
Joanna said I found Dr. Berg, then it was Dr. Barry, then Nisha. Dr. Barry mentioned 2KK. Found Ready Say Keto on my own.
Oh, I love that.
Carrie said Joe needs a pillow if he's going in the restroom.
I love it.
James said I found 2KK during the PhD summit when they emceed a few years ago.
Oh, how awesome.
Carnivore Grammy said good afternoon. Wonderful what you are doing. I have many vets in my life. Husband, Navy, Desert Storm, Dad, Army, Vietnam, son-in-law, Army, Afghanistan, and more. Thanks for acknowledging our vets.
Thank you so much for your family service.
Semi-retired Bob, get up, dust yourself off. Don't let what happened yesterday ruin your today.
Oh, I love that. So good.
John said Dr. Barry is awesome because he is undoing all of the damage he caused in his early career because he realized he was passing on lies to his patients.
You know, and I think that all of us, like, I feel like this is a redemptive story for us as well. As I think of, you know, a lot of times you feel guilty for the way you fed your kids and yourself, you know, and when people would come over to our house and we would feed them all of that garbage, and we did feel guilty for a long time. And so we finally had to let that go and decide when you know better, you do better. And, you know, thankfully that wasn't the end of our story, and we can help more people now, and we can move forward feeding our family in a healthy way. And we really look forward to having grandchildren over and being able to feed them more responsibly, right?
Joyce said, so thankful I found Autumn first, then Dr. Barry, then the amazing 2KK. Totally changed my life.
We love you so much, Joyce and Barry Butler, amazing people.
Patricia said I found Dr. Barry first, then 2KK, great personalities. They've helped me so much.
Gosh, I'm glad. Thank you for sharing that.
Danita said mine was Dr. Axe to heal my gut. Then I found Dr. Berg from Tara's Keto Kitchen. That got me to Keto Chow, which brought me to 2
How
Crazy
cool.
Ketos. That is so cool.
I love hearing this stuff. Cindy says Shauna got me here after talking to her about my health problems. How awesome.
John said I started by searching keto recipes. 2KK and Dr. Barry eventually popped up in my feed. Liked and subscribed immediately.
I'm so glad you did, John. Cody said, my partner started with Dr. Berg. I watched him and it led me to watching Dr. Barry and 2KK from there. Oh my gosh, that's so stinking awesome.
Anthony DiPetrillo, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Says was in and out of the stream at work, gonna get my steps finished for the day with Bruce. Mine lights up and blink shoes on the screen. I don't close rings, but it's satisfying.
Yes.
We should do this weekly.
Oh my gosh, that is super rad. Oh my goodness, I love that.
It just put it up twice.
I love that. That's a good idea. Yeah, anything that I need acknowledgement that I did it. And I'm sorry, it's not enough to come home and tell Joe like, hey, I did it. And he'll be like, good job. I'm like, no, not enough. I need more. I need enthusiasm, especially after it's like day after day after day. It's like, okay, well, this is a holy habit you have now.
Right.
And I'm like, no. I need more celebration. Becca says, I too started out with Dr. Berg, but was turned off by his hucksterism. I'm not sure how I found Dr. Berry, but he led me to 2KK and then serious keto. I love that. Yeah, I think what a turning point for us was like supplements. I think that was a turning point for us when we were like, oh, it seems like a lot of this is just buying more supplements and eating a lot of vegetables. Like, is there something different that we could do?
Yeah. Let's see.
Mary Angel said, I Googled keto recipes and clicked on one of your recipes. Short red-haired Rachel. Yes. Oh my goodness. You've been here for a while. I rabbit holed your channel to find Dr. Berry than the rest of this keto family. Oh my goodness. That is so precious. Yes. There was one time we actually had a giveaway one time of like how many hairstyles has Rachel had? If anybody could see, and it turned out it was like the amount of videos that we had at that time.
Well, it is, because it's never twice. It's never the same.
Gail said, I Googled fatty liver. I was sent to Dr. Berg, then I found Dr. Berry, and then 2KKs. I lost 60 pounds, got off insulin. I no longer have a fatty liver.
Is awesome.
Wow, that's worth getting up for every single day. Tiffany says, I want to give a huge shout out for how amazing y'all's podcast is. Tiffany, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Platte River Keto said, a friend was vulnerable and messaged me about carnivore. He saw how miserable I was. After getting started, I started doing my own research. I found Dr. Berry and Nisha, then 2KK and Kim Howerton. I'm so thankful for everybody who is willing to share their personal journey, even though they know that they might get pushback. I was thankful that, the reason why Joe even thought to Google keto was because Danny Vega attended our church and he was brave enough to share what he was doing. And he left rumblings in his wake of, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is how I'm eating. And he,
because he was like paleo and then went keto.
And he didn't preach it. He wasn't like coming over and hitting you over the head with a hammer, but he was willing to do some connect groups, like basically just have like a free, like, hey, if you're not doing anything on Wednesday night, come, let's sit down, talk. If you're trying to, move forward in your health, I'm willing to share this information, for free, and just like, hey, let's all get together, have a cup of coffee and talk about, what's worked for me. And, it's an investment of time and energy, but if you're willing and will reach out to the people in your realm of influence, you never know, you're planting a seed. As Kim Howerton said, don't, be a lighthouse, not a foghorn. But if you're willing to share what you're doing and encourage other people, it can really make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah G is here. Do you think we could share her family story since I just saw
Carnivore Grandma said, I was looking at our videos and Dr. Berry's video popped up in suggested videos. I researched for a month, got rid of my carby crap in my house. I already watched your camping channel.
How awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, you ready?
So yes, and Sarah G is here. I want to share her family story. All right, so this is Chief Warrant Officer for Patrick Watson II, 33 years in the National Guard, did 2 terms in Desert Storm in charge of medical supply truck. I remember being so worried about him during that time, praying daily that he would come home safe. He was deployed to Italy for 3 years without his wife, Erica, and daughter, Faith. He won a day with Chief Carla Hall while in the chef Carla Hall while in Italy. How cool is that? He was able to go home for this summer and was deployed again overseas to an unknown area. And the dog you see right there is Izzy. So thank you so much for sharing Patrick with us, Sarah. And yeah, I mean, continuing to serve our country, and so thankful for his service.
Jody said, Joe and Dr. Berry are brothers from another mother. Goodness knows we all could use a gentle but straight talk and kick in the behind from time to time. Thanks for being such bright lights in our world.
Oh man, thanks so much for sharing that. Because sometimes it's, it's challenging. It's hard. Sometimes Joe was like, am I too harsh? But it was like, you got to be honest.
Say yes.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and play a quick video.
My name is Sean Karff, and I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army. I'm not the same person I was before, and That's one of the hardest things that people don't understand. A lot of people think PTSD is just, oh, they go crazy, they hear a loud noise, they freak out, but it's deeper than that. Everything from, the chemical imbalance of my brain is not the same. So that to me has been the hardest injury that I've had to deal with. Wounded Warrior Project's always been there, and that is something that we need to have as Wounded Warriors, to be able to come together, be around people that have shared experiences, and be able to, know that there's somebody that's always got your back, and to me that's special.
There we go. What are you looking for?
I was just looking. I was going to grab the next thing to show what we're going to be giving away.
We got some time. We got 4 hours to go.
I get excited.
Down.
I get excited. I'm sorry. I get excited.
Michelle said, I've set up my Amazon Smile to go to Wounded Warriors since learning about it last year on your live
Thank
streams.
you so much. Yeah, there's so many things that you can do to serve different veterans projects, right? Like there's just a lot of stuff, and we're just thankful to be here today to draw attention to just one way that you can bless our veterans who have served us so faithfully.
Pat said my ribbon relight sometimes turns to a rock before I either. Ours too. Now that is
what do you
easy.
do with that? How do you fix it?
I throw it in the grinder.
Yeah.
I throw it in the grinder and it comes right up. The problem with the allulose is it became, so usually our spices become a hard rock, but if it's got any kind of sugar in it.
The Hard Rock Cafe?
It becomes like a clump. It's not hard. It's like it poofs up. It's soft. And so I tried everything I could. There's nothing I can do except for like just kind of spoon it out and use it as a little bit of a rub. Defense was said, I found you guys because someone posted your homemade Folio's cheese wrap in a group I was in. I binged about 10 recipe videos that night, but keto I found through my type 1.
How cool. Oh my gosh. Yes. I would say that probably our Folio cheese wrap video has probably the video with the most views.
It is. It's the highest viewed video.
Isn't that interesting?
And for people who ask, like, do you make a lot of money on YouTube? That video has 10 times more views than any other video. It's 4 years old, whatever it is. And I think it's made us a whopping $500.
Right. So you don't become a YouTuber to be rich.
John said just had Redmond's Wasatch spices, pork chops off the Ninja XL indoor grill. That spice, what is that?
10,000. $5.
That spice is so perfect. Made sous vide beef tongue. Oh, sous vide beef tongue. This stuff is just right hot. That is awesome.
Joe, $10,000.
That is awesome.
You guys, $10,000
to go.
4 hours left. $10,000. Yo.
That is great.
That high five.
High five.
That
high five to you.
That high five is, this one is coming to you. Here we go. High five. That's one for you. High five the screen, y'all. That's amazing.
Carrie said, I have my stuff going to Wheelchairs for Warriors from when I buy on Amazon. They're a local organization here that helps get wheelchairs for disabled veterans.
That is awesome.
Sherry said, watching the berries is the best.
Wishing
the berries the best, as they love this community. The bad I hope is all behind them for a long time.
Me too. Just Jen Delaney is here. I love that the community keeps growing and there is room and love for all. No competition, no snark, no shade. I actually, I follow Jen Delaney on Facebook, and she's just been having some amazing posts. I really appreciate you sharing your journey as she's talking, just like, hey guys, what do you think about this? Just sharing, being vulnerable, sharing what's going on. Hey, I have a question about this. I hope you guys are feeling better this week, Jen. I know you and your husband had been, sick and stuff, and I hope you're feeling better. But yeah, the community is just so amazing. And I love the fact that, yeah, we all in this together, and it does not matter. You are keto, you're carnivore, you're lion diet, whatever, you're welcome here.
Yeah. Let's see. Hoofing it.
Hey, Karen.
Oh dang! I need to get outside. Critters fed real quick because I
You
don't
don't
want to
miss
Ask
Nurse Cindy. And Nurse Cindy is going to be here between 7 and 8.
Yes.
So make sure that you come back. If you got to do something, you won't be on at 7 o'clock.
Haley said I'll be cooking Thanksgiving and Christmas. Is my first keto Thanksgiving, so it should be very interesting. I know there will be so many things I won't be able to have.
Well, and it's more about like focusing, like what can you have? You
Yep.
know what I mean? And getting excited about that and just kind of being able to let go of some of the things because you don't want to feel like, oh, I'm sad, I'm deprived. I like continuing to focus on what is this really all about? Because Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, it's not about the food. It's about the people. It's about the fellowship and the people that you love and sharing time with them and setting it. Sometimes it's also just about rest. You know, for some people, it's like you don't get a day off of work sometimes until, you know, that holiday. My father was with UPS for 38 years and my gracious, the holiday season was the worst. And we looked forward to that one day. Really, Christmas morning was basically all he had off because it was just such a busy time delivering packages and such, as you can imagine. And so just knowing that he got rest, I think that was a precious thing. So it was more than even the food. Him just getting to have a full 8 hours of sleep was always like such a blessing. Why wait, Mel? I love that. $5, or I guess it's euros, right? Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you, John in Colorado. $20 going and contributing. So here on in YouTube, $223.94 raised for the Wounded Warrior Project. That is flipping amazing.
Gwen said my challenge time is Sunday football. I want to snack on the chips every week. My suggestion would be get some pork rinds, make the chicken chips.
Make those chicken chips.
Get a bunch of wings, which
yes,
wings sound really good.
Wings sound really good right now. Actually, all food sounds really good right now.
He said if there was only channel that had pork belly, Brussels sprout recipe video.
Right? Seriously. I know. Heath, which it's Friday night, so the Hungry Horde's probably meeting tonight. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that they incredible
I'm sorry,
recipes.
I love Heath and Shelley. Do not go watch Heath and Shelley tonight. Stay right here. We're doing a live stream for charity.
Okay.
We're doing a live stream for charity. You want to see where we're gonna finish.
Yeah, but you've got to make sure that
any other week.
Any other week.
Out Heath and Shelley. I'm gonna be selfish tonight.
And stay on
you gotta stay here, right?
All right.
Joanna, plus you don't want to miss Nurse Cindy.
No, you don't.
Joanna said it's my first birthday since I moved from New Jersey to South Carolina. It's just 4 of us, our first holiday, and it's going to be minimal. I'm just grateful to have my daughter who's moved to South Carolina also with me.
Boy, that puts it in perspective, right? I mean, that is what is important is being able to be close to your family.
Don said family time is so important. We always play games during the
holiday. Love that. Is there anybody here that
we used to? It just became like, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. When you're only seeing each other a couple times a year, don't play board games. Not when everybody is competitive.
Right. So I wonder, is anybody have the tradition of playing like football, like in the front yard, backyard on Thanksgiving? That was never something that we really did, but I always see it in movies and I hear different people talk about it, but I wonder, like, is that something you guys do? Like after Thanksgiving, you go and play some football in the front yard or backyard?
So talking about board games, fun fact, Rachel and I almost never got married over a board game.
Yes. Over at Becky and Steven's house. We were
engaged.
We were engaged. We were getting together to try to it was really
New Year's Eve.
It was really one of those opportunities for
just the 4 of us.
Well, for Joe to get closer to my family, right? So you're trying to make a good impression. And I felt like he was not making a good impression. He was insistent on
the
winning.
Rules.
He was insistent. It was more important for him to win.
Follow the rules. Now, it wasn't about winning. It was about follow the rules.
It was about winning a little bit.
Guy.
But it was just like, I was like, you are missing the big picture, friend. You were so.
Go take me home.
Take me home and
don't call me again.
So it was like, I was like, you don't call me, I'll call you. And I did call him, but it took a couple of days because I was like so frustrated over that board game.
Mary Jane said, on this week, I have found I totally enjoy plain old pork rinds, but not a lot of them. I do shake more salt on there. I'm going to make panko out of the rest, and or I'll eat them all.
Yeah, I mean, that pork rinds are incredible. We not too long ago released a video on a hot artichoke dip. That is amazing. And you talk about like the perfect companion during the holidays for your pork rinds or your chicken chips. Make that hot artichoke dip. It is so stinking good.
As Wilson said, we have a big night of games with my mom, daughter, and her boyfriend on New Year's
How
Eve.
nice. Don Does Keto says Mike still plays tackle football with all his friends on Thanksgiving Day. He's crazy. I love that. I think that that is so stinking cool.
Sandra said, I saw that game somewhere. My married kiddos love games. That would be so fun.
It really is a fun
Again,
game.
Anthony found it on TikTok. I hate to say that anything positive came out of TikTok, but I guess something positive came out because it's about the only game that we can play in this house that we don't all almost kill each other.
Right. It's a really fun game, but again, it's like, it's one of those things where you're kind of put on, you know, you have to come up with an answer immediately. And it's weird how you just forget all the things when you're, you know, under pressure.
Okay, Cindy said, I do not know how to log on yet. I'm
deficient in
many social things. So all you got to do is go to that link. You press that link.
And it's going to put you in.
And it's going to put you right in.
To the waiting room.
It works best from Chrome. I'm going to actually text Chris and ask him if he can help you.
Yeah.
I don't know if Chris is still in here.
I'll keep going. So John says, making chicken skin crisps Sunday. I hope you will. And let us know how you like it, because it really is delicious. Lori says Tapple sounds so fun. It is. It's like crazy good. Let's see. Looking forward to Nurse Cindy. We are the same age, Janelle says. Cindy is amazing. Just such a just a light.
So
Just a light in
before
this
Cindy
world.
gets on here, because I know it always embarrasses her, we're here because of Nurse Cindy.
We are.
We're here because of Nurse Cindy.
If you like us, it's thank Nurse Cindy.
So we've talked this story at conferences and stuff, but we had like 250 subscribers. We're at KetoCon. We had the opportunity to talk to Cindy a little bit because Chris and Miriam, who I love dearly,
yes,
because they have a heart.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're nobodies. We're nobodies. We made fun of their product, right? We did a review of it and we're like, yeah, okay, not for me. And they meet us at KetoCon and he tells us that, like, I've discovered you can have butter. And I'm like, well, that changes everything.
Changed everything for us.
And he was like, hey, why don't you come over to our house tonight and have some barbecue? And we hung out with them and
We're like,
talked to them
really?
for a while. And Cindy was there and we talked to her for a little while. And then on the last day, we're getting ready to leave. And she grabbed us by the arm and said, come on, you've got a message to spread. I'm going to make you famous. She took us out, went live
Amazing.
on Facebook in the lobby of the center. And we walked away with 2,000 subscribers.
Yeah. Because of Nurse Cindy.
At a mission.
Yeah.
So
because I think that, you know, especially in this space, there's a lot of imposter syndrome, especially if you're like us and you have a background of failure, repetitive failure. Like we had, tried different diets, every diet you can think of, and we had failed and like regained weight and stuff like that. And so you get in your mind that you are overall a failure. And then with my mental health background, with Joe's mobility issues from the past, we feel like, oh man, there's somebody better out there. There's somebody who could do this better. There's somebody that's going to do this without making mistakes.
we don't look like Robert and Danny and
There's going to
Crystal.
be more attractive people, younger people. We are past our prime. We have nothing left to contribute. And I'm so thankful for every single step out of that. And I hope that if you are thinking to yourself wrongly, as we were thinking wrongly, that we didn't have anything more to contribute, that we didn't belong in the space, that we couldn't be a blessing to somebody, I hope that we help you to let go of those wrong thoughts about yourself, because you're so important. You are precious. You have a message. And, I celebrate all those failures because it's not about, failing. It's about what you do in response to that. It's about getting back up again
Yeah.
And we got back up again. And now that we're up, watch out.
Yep.
Watch out, because we do believe that we have a message to spread. But again, we go back to the community. It was Cindy who said, you know, I see something in you. I think
Cindy's
you're
like
worth
a
the
mom to
investment.
me.
Yeah.
Like she really is like a mom. And not only did she have that impact on us, but back in April, when we were at Salt Lake, up until April, Rachel and I have been talking like, is it time to leave the church? Not leave our church, but is it time to step down,
quit our
as
job,
the curriculum coordinators for the children's ministry? And we were going back and forth. Should we step down? Should we step down? I don't know. This is a big plunge. Like YouTube full time. Like, can we even do that? Are we going to make enough money? You know, like we don't have a lot of money. And we were just going back and forth, and we walked in to Salt Lake, and Cindy comes running across us and looks at us like, when are you going to stop doing the church and make this full time? This is a ministry. And we're not talking, when we say this is a ministry, this is not a religious ministry.
No.
Two Crazy Ketos is not a religious ministry.
But you want to
it
help
is a
people.
ministry. It is our calling. We truly believe this is our calling to create a community to help people get their health back in order.
Yeah.
And that was it. I looked at Rachel. I'm like, I told you.
Yeah. This is it.
And then there were some other people that
But
came up to
again-
us and said, I drove here to tell you you've changed me.
Yeah. So it's like, it's the community that helps you, you know, and we trust you guys. We trust the community. You know, it was you guys that let me stop dyeing my hair and say like, you know what, Rachel, it's going to be okay. You know, it's not the totality of who you are. We're not going to think you're an old lady if you stop dyeing your hair. And I think that, you know, that was a really important pivoting moment for me to feel free, to feel accepted, and to be able to let go.
Talk about a money saver.
Well, and I think about how we scrutinize ingredients that go into our body. And I think about like how many years I put probably very toxic chemicals right onto my scalp.
And let's be honest.
It wasn't the top shelf.
Rachel,
stuff.
we were buying box stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
$10
$3
a box.
$3
No,
sometimes.
I would go and buy the $10 stuff.
I bought
but
the cheapest.
You were dyeing your hair every other week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Because it was
as soon
like,
as you saw gray.
you were like, I'm out. And now it's like when the grays come in, then I feel like, okay, it's perpetuating.
The funny part is it's turning like a bronze.
It's weird, right? It's like, is it me or it's getting darker?
Yeah, like up in here.
It's weird. So I don't know if like, you know, does beef have something to do with this? I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels like it's getting darker.
Cody said, I love doing family game nights during the holidays.
It is such a precious thing. I'd like to know, share in the channel, how many of you guys are starting to turn your sights toward the Hallmark Channel? I got a meme that was hilarious about how like I feel so bad for all of like the rich guys wearing like suits, because now all of us ladies are turning our attention to the guy in the plaid button down, you know, because a lot of the Hallmark movies always end the same way, right? Like that it's like it's happily ever after.
We watched that one movie last night.
Yeah.
That I actually enjoyed the movie. And I've only ever seen the very end scene.
Was it are you talking about Love Hard?
Yes.
Love Hard. It's on Netflix. It is really cute. It's a really, really
It's
cute
a really good
movie. It's really cute.
John said I looked at things to bid on, and unfortunately we're out of town and I can't go to Keto Chow.
Oh, that's okay.
Nan said thank you for showing our veterans how much we appreciate and support and love them. Becky said, I just started my waterworks.
Aw.
Teresa said, friend is having a hard time with her diabetes and keeps cheating and is negative.
I'll tell you, the first place to start, I feel like, is the mindset. I feel like the most important thing in shifting me, because it is getting my head into it, is being positive. You know, like we were talking to Robin about, she was saying that, you know, mindset is very important. When she is putting together KetoCon, she's very concentrated, like her energy, not on us getting the macros right, not getting like exactly what we were supposed to do, our ratio of protein to fat. It's about first talking about mindset, because you are not going to be able to stick to something if your mindset is in the negative, because you just notice all the bad stuff. right? You just notice where, oh, change is hard. I'm going without things that other people don't have to. I'm making all these hard choices. And if you just wallow in the negative, it really undermines what you're trying to accomplish.
Joanna said, I'm eating non-keto cream spinach in mom's memory.
Mm.
So always have had to have it at Thanksgiving, but I'm having 1 tablespoon. And
Wow.
here's the thing, of all the things you're going to have non-keto, cream spinach is definitely could be a lot. It could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
Chris said Singapore is
See,
amazing.
I've always wanted, I know it was interesting when she was sharing that she was, served in South Korea, that it was just like, that's another one. Cause I'm like a huge South Korean drama fan.
Yeah. Teresa said, I'm with you, Joe. Make a choice. I pick one thing here and there, but I have a plan ahead.
That's so brilliant.
Even when we went to, first of all, you guys will absolutely know if we ever have something, but when we had gone to Universal Studios with the kids, we had gone and they were doing like all of these special Halloween foods. And I'm like, if there's anything, and I'm like looking around going, just not worth it.
Yeah.
Like, even for a bite, like nothing intrigued me enough that like they had like this hot dog where they took a potato, which again, of all the things that I would like, a potato, like that wouldn't even impact me that much. It's not eating a jelly donut. But it was like it was a potato that they spiralized, put on a stick, and then deep fried it, right? So the oil is worse than the potato.
Right.
But then they put a hot dog in the middle of it. And I was just like, you know what? Do me a favor. Cook the hot dog, and then give me the hot dog.
I gotta just have the hot dog.
Just give me the plain hot dog.
Give me a
without
big,
the
long
potato,
hot
and I was
dog.
good. Because the curled potato didn't like,
dazzle you.
No.
Paul
said, I went off keto when I went to Peru on holiday, but I planned it and went straight back when I got home.
Boom. I love it. Sandra says, I understand associating food with loving memories, but there are other ways to remember my mom also, video and pictures and remembering with my siblings. And that is so precious. When we went keto, we actually had to sit down as a family because, we grew up like my side of the family was very like, we cooked very like Southern dishes, as you would, assume. And lots of floured things, lots of deep fried, and we used the right oil, but like a lot of things were battered, and so we were like, how lots of rice, lots of potatoes, and it was like, well, do we lose our identity as a family? How can we celebrate our family if we don't continue to eat the same foods we've been eating?
Right.
And so we had to sit down and really try to brainstorm, like, what are our contributions as a family? What are other ways that we can celebrate our culture without it being food? Because we have to be more than this food.
The hardest thing about
I think she needs to go out. I'll take her out.
The hardest thing about the holidays for us was Rachel's mom was the food pusher. And she always made so much. Just have her go out the front. Okay. She made so much food. And she was like, you had to have 2 or 3 meals, but here we are now only eating meat. It's difficult to eat 2 or 3 giant plates of just meat. And we had to start learning to put a lot less meat on your plate because you had to have seconds and thirds. And it was just a different mindset. It wasn't that like she was trying to give us bad stuff. It's just that, it's how we show love in our family was food. And so now it's interesting with our family because we all just eat a whole bunch of meat. So Carrie said the church is now doing potlucks on the last Wednesday of the month, and getting through that sometimes is the hardest. I found some meat and was eating just meat. The questions and then laughed at. At some point, Carrie, you just have to be like, you know what? I don't care what other people say. Your health is improving. You're doing better for you. And you have to just make a decision of what is more important, what other people think or how you feel. And take some time to get to that spot sometimes. Let's see. Michelle said, my dad was a pilot and flew to Singapore, said it was the cleanest, safest, and friendliest country he traveled to. And he's been all over the world. I got to let Rachel see that one.
I heard.
Cindy said, thank you for all that. I'm trying to figure out how to make it keto friendly. Joanna said, I use mom's wooden spoon. I use her dishes and her bowls. I connect to her in the kitchen. You're not gonna have enough time for that.
Okay.
Kathy said Tapple, not like the spoons game from the 60s, is it? That was a wild game. Anyone remember playing spoons at the dining table?
Well,
read the next one.
Yeah, Renee, this one doesn't have a photo, but it is from Patricia. I would like to recognize my son, David, for his service. He retired from the U.S. Air Force in 2018. He entered the USAF, or the United States Air Force, and started as a plumber. During his career, he spent 2 different tours in Afghanistan as part of a multi-service international group called Afghan Hands. He retired as an operations manager in base physical operations on an English base. How awesome. You want to keep going?
Yeah, go ahead and do another one.
Okay. So this one probably has a picture. It's from Louise. And she says, my husband, Leonard Bryant, and our son, Eric Bryant, both Navy veterans. Thank you so much. Look at those beautiful young men.
Go ahead and
love
do
it.
one more.
Next one is Carrie. Look at Carrie. Look how cute. Oh my goodness, you're like a baby. I love it. I will be at work cleaning the church. I will try to get done early to watch the show. I'm so glad you're here, Carrie. I will try to watch some of it at work. I will be working when you start at 8 a.m., which should be 7 my time. The day before, I will be donating platelets. Thank you so much for doing that. So I couldn't work the day before. Then since the pastor will be getting the food for the food distribution on Saturday, I just want to be there to help put it away. I will have a picture attached. The picture is a graduation picture from boot camp. The second picture is the current picture of me and how I modified triple B and E to fit my life. The Navy veteran picture of me is labeled as a Navy veteran. The one that is Carrie is just the current one. Have a great and cheesy day. Thank you so much, Carrie. We appreciate that. Let's put up Carrie's one more time because I think we put them up. There you go.
I had them both up.
Okay,
That's what happened
good.
when the
But
one
that
came
is
down.
Carrie. Thank you so much, Carrie, for your service. We appreciate you so much. And so glad you're here today.
Lori said we've evolved into new traditions: turkey cooked outside on the grill, keto, sausage stuffing, shrimp, and deviled eggs.
I will take all of those things right now. A big fat plate of it, please.
Yeah, Teresa said we have a plan. I did that at Disney and only up 2 pounds after a few days. I feel good.
Way to go, Teresa.
Sabrina said the taste isn't usually worth the way it makes me feel. That's kind of how I feel. Like it's gonna have to be something that's like awesome.
And again, I want to emphasize this, and I've said this a lot. However, remember our brain likes the planning more than it likes the having. So a lot of times, you're going to experience a letdown because you're planning like, I'm going to have this off plan thing. I'm going to plan it, but it's like off keto. And I can't wait. And this is going to be the awesome, most beautiful, like you're expecting like Nirvana burst of like amazingness, rainbow stars when you get this thing that you've been planning for. And I would say 9 out of 10 times, the feedback I get from people is, it wasn't as good as I remembered. It wasn't as good as I had hoped it would be. Like, was it broken? Did it not get cooked as well as in the past? No, it's just that you were excited about the getting to have it. The planning was what, gave you that like dopamine hit, and actually consuming it can never like equal your excitement over it. And it's the same for when you're planning anything, right? You're planning that Disney vacation and you're picking your outfits out and you're packing your suitcase and you're making your, oh, this is where I'm going to sit on the plane and this is what our hotel is going to look like. And then when you get there, it's like, oh, it rained. I did not plan for that. I did not, that was not my dream. Oh, the kids are crying. We did not plan for them to have a bad attitude. We planned that everything was going to be magical. Here at the Magic Kingdom, it's supposed to be the happiest place on earth. That's what we planned for. But when you plan, that's where the excitement is.
Right. John said 1 cookie. I taste my old favorites at holiday dinner. So far, I am able to do that without spiraling.
That's great.
Angie said, no plan. I know what will happen. I will completely fall off. Carb addiction is real. Making Keto Chow fluff for holidays instead.
Sonia says, I plan for the holidays is just to focus on family instead of food. I think that is an absolutely great plan. For me, my resolve continues to just really strengthen in my gratitude for mental health. to have that, to hold on to it. It's more than just like, oh, I can fit into this size jeans. The fact that I can do the work that we do, the fact that I can love on people and be around people and not have to daily struggle with anxiety and depression and social anxiety, the fact that we can speak in front of people and make videos and be here in an 11-hour live stream. This is life. There ain't nothing that tastes as good as being able to live the life that I feel like I'm here to do.
Sandra
answer a calling.
Said, also know that 2 years from a loss of your mom is not very long. You should also give yourself grace and love as you navigate holidays without your loved ones.
So
good.
true. What good advice.
Betsy said, one thing I love about Joe and Rachel is how they hang on every word when they speak, and do it to a genuine way. So unusual for most couples. Thank you very much.
I'm thankful for this young man that sits next to me. I've known since the beginning that he's absolutely loved me through thick and thin. We joke about that, but he has loved me through thick and thin. I think that there is something special about the fact that I feel like we chose each other even in our brokenness, even when, we were heavy and unwell, and I'm thankful for the friendship that's continued to develop. And I mean, I can't imagine wanting to be anywhere other than right beside you, sir.
Yep.
All the time. Appreciate you.
Carnivore Grammy said, I'm carnivore, but I'm going to be keto over the holidays.
That is a great plan.
Jenna said, my mom was an excellent cook, chef. All of her food was comfort food. I try to reinvent my mom's recipes into keto recipes. She would have prepared herself if she had been blessed by keto.
What a beautiful way to honor your mom. I love that.
Joanna said, I can't believe it's 4:40. Today is flying by.
Oh, and it's 5:40 now. That's how slow we are on the comments.
We can't be that
Oh,
far
maybe it's because it's a different hour change.
Behind us. Don't scare me that much.
Yes, and we read that one. I do know that. I love watching Nisha cooking with Beckett because it really
So I don't know where you are then.
I probably pulled it from the other side at the wrong time. I'm sorry about that. Good reminder what your donation can provide. $25 provides a session with a career counselor for one warrior.
Let's see. Ola said, I've swam with dolphins, but I'm not happy with photo, so would love to do it again. We're doing that.
In January. They
look at the date now. I wonder if that's the date of our meetup.
Well, we're canceling the dolphins then. Dolphins got to take a backstage.
Move that.
Backstage.
Carrie said, Two Crazy Ketos has the best mighty network.
Thanks,
Thank
Carrie.
you very much. S. Wilson said, is that the Chrissy, you guys? Yeah, we read that. I remember reading that.
Yep. I'm sorry, guys. We actually pull from several places.
Yeah.
The chat.
Jackie said we're doing a small indie meetup on December 3rd.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Buffalo Wild Wings. We can have up to 30 people.
So definitely reach out to Jackie if you live in that area so that you can participate in that. And
no. Swim with the Dolphins is December 6th.
Yes.
Oh, no, January 6th.
Oh, awesome.
January 6th.
We get to do it still.
Yeah.
It was super cheap.
It was
just super cheap.
Like really cheap.
Really cheap. So it was like, but you had to like schedule it like way the heck ahead of time.
Carla said I was one of the last members of the Women's Army Corps, then era Vietnam, and then Army spouse for 25
Carla,
years.
Thank you so much for your service and for your family. We appreciate you.
Becky said, I seriously think this channel has kept you from killing each other.
I think it's true. I absolutely think it's true. Jennifer says, John, we were stationed at Falcon at a SP before and when it opened. Marianne was asking about like more information about the Florida meetup. We will start promoting that.
Yeah, we just want to get through this.
Chris
and
might.
It's in Mighty Networks.
Yeah.
Chris is the person who's really handling that
Chris
all.
Miller.
We've talked before that like we'll try to show up for meetups, but we need help organizing.
Yeah.
Like I'm not a good organizer. And I get so behind on things. Like we will record podcasts 3 weeks ahead of time, and I still wait till the day before to edit it because I just got so much to do.
Stuff.
And then I'm like, oh, I have a day to relax, and the next thing you know, the day to relax becomes 2 days to relax, and it's like, oh, great, it's due tomorrow.
I will say, and our whole thing is we're going to be like Jackie. We're meeting up 2 different nights, depending on like what night, you know,
Because
somebody
we have a lot of people and we don't want to miss anybody.
we don't want to miss anybody. So like if one night doesn't work for you, you can choose another night, but we will be meeting up at a local barbecue joint in Orlando. So no admission. It won't cost you anything to do the meetup
Other than your food.
Yep. So I feel like that is the cheapest way we can make it. And that's the desire. It's not about making money. It's not, I don't even need like a fancy like venue. It's just about getting together, getting to see each other in person. We really feel like it's
we had thought about doing parks, but with our luck, even though it never rains in January, it would rain in January.
Of course.
Paul, thank you very much for the $5, $10 super chat. Said
keep up the good work. Thanks so much.
Let's
Paul.
go ahead and play another Wounded Warriors video.
Yes.
I don't know if I played this one already. So if I did, I'm sorry.
September 11th, 2001 changed the course of history. For the brave men and women who stepped up to serve, it changed the course of their lives.
The main reason I enlisted in the Army was because of 9/11. I was a sophomore in high school when the towers fell. Why would somebody come to our home and kill innocent people? I was just really angry about it. And that's a driving factor why I enlisted.
It's impossible to comprehend the sacrifices, but important to understand the experiences of these heroes. Wounded Warrior Project's annual Warrior Survey is the largest, most comprehensive study of injured veterans who served after September 11th. These are some of the key findings from the 2021 survey, which represents more than 152,000 warriors and helps us tell their stories.
I was a specialist in the U.S. Army, and I was deployed to Baghdad, Iraq. I was injured on December 17th, 2007. I never thought I would get hurt. Being disabled never crossed my mind.
Nearly 8 in 10 warriors have a service-connected disability rating of 70% or higher. The most common injuries and health problems reported by warriors include sleep problems, PTSD, anxiety, and depression, followed by bone, muscle, or joint injuries, hearing loss or tinnitus, migraines or chronic headaches, and traumatic brain injury. 41% of warriors reported difficulty getting care for their physical injuries or health problems, and 20% had difficulty getting mental health care. 98% of warriors reported exposure to hazardous or toxic substances during service. Less than a third who have filed a VA disability claim for an exposure-related condition have been granted a VA service connection.
My last deployment in Afghanistan was from 2010 to 2011. That deployment took a really heavy toll on me. I was a victim of military sexual trauma. The things that they did, no one should endure. So I carried that with me throughout my military career.
67% of women warriors experienced military sexual trauma. Nearly 1 in 4 military sexual trauma survivors believes that VA providers are not sensitive enough to women's needs, and there is not enough access to VA women's services.
I retired in 2008 after my deployment from Iraq. I came home, I was a bit broken. I gradually learned that loud sounds would scare me. People too close to me would give me anxiety. I rationalized in my mind that the best thing for me was peace. And the only way I thought I could obtain that peace was by taking my own life.
16% of warriors have attempted suicide at least once in their lifetimes. Nearly 1 in 4 warriors have had suicidal thoughts in the past 12 months. Of warriors who reported suicidal thoughts, 70% report having them in the past 2 weeks.
I sustained a traumatic brain injury while serving in Afghanistan. I never thought I would go to college in a million years. And so I started college and stuck with it and got my master's degree in sports medicine.
43% of warriors have a bachelor's degree or higher, compared to 31% of the general U.S. population. Despite higher rates of education, the warrior population still faces an unemployment rate more than twice as high as the general population. 42% of warriors report that they did not have enough money to make ends meet at some point in the last 12 months. These statistics are more than just numbers. They represent the hardships faced by warriors each day. We share their stories to ensure their voice never falls silent, and to urge those who can make a difference to do what's right.
Wounded Warrior Project's always been there, and that is something that we need to have as Wounded Warriors, to be able to come together, go, be around people that have shared experiences.
Wounded Warrior Project helped me with, most importantly for me, was my resilience. They helped me just continue to build on that resilience that I already had in the military that I lost.
My life is so much better now. PTSD is still there. I manage it. I am not so isolated as I used to be. I enjoy getting out. I enjoy family, but I'm in a much better place now.
I definitely would not be where I am today, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, if it was not for Wounded Warrior Project.
Understanding the challenges is the first step in finding solutions. Read the full report at annualwarriorsurvey.com.
There we go.
Just amazing stories. I'm just so thankful for the Wounded Warrior Project and all the, veterans organizations that's helping.
I'm super excited to learn more about the one that Phil and Stacy were talking about.
Yes.
Like, really try to research more about it. I because we've been following them for a few years. Like I know they talk about it. We've donated to it, but I didn't know half of the information that they talked about today. Like when they talked about the thing with the toilet, I was just like, oh, not the toilet, the shower.
Having like the customized house built for their specific needs, I think is amazing.
Yeah.
Getting some electrolytes in there.
I'm cramping still because I'm low on electrolytes because I didn't sleep last night. And I have 5 lacrosse games tomorrow.
So we can't afford to cramp.
And though I usually like Element and Relight, this black cherry from Perfect Keto is amazing.
It's really delicious.
Really oh, by the way, I can't tell you what it is.
Do you understand we are almost done with our 8s?
Oh, wow.
Can you believe that?
I do want to tell you, we did find out what the Black Friday sale is, and it's pretty good for Perfect Keto.
For Perfect Keto?
It's pretty good, yeah.
So before...
wait a second. I just had to say read this one.
Try starting a YouTube channel without your spouse, but he also wants to always be on it. That sounds like us. So before we start hour 9 and get to chat with our besties, Miriam and Chris, I better go to the bathroom because you got to go to the bathroom.
$10,337.
Oh my gosh.
Add in the $235 up there. We've got $10,500. Wow, that is awesome. Awesome. You guys are amazing. Grammy said, I'll be back later. Hub's on his way home. I want to see you hit that goal. I know we set a lofty goal. We did. And I remember making the goal, and I said to Rachel, we're not going to hit this. But if we did $10,000 last year on 2 weeks worth of planning or 3 weeks worth of planning, and we went into it with $1,000 goal, I'd rather set it lofty and not hit it than set it low and be like, we could have done more. But you guys have been so amazing. We're so appreciative to you guys. Andrew said, getting ready for hunting season. Gun season opens next weekend. So it's funny. I told Ray, when I grew up, I used to go hunting with my dad. And when I moved to Florida, we don't have land. Like, we had land in upstate New York. That's where my mom and sister now live, on the land that we would go hunting on. And I know you can go hunting here on public land, but I didn't really have anybody. And I actually found out to get a Florida hunting license, I don't even need to take a course. This is the weirdest law I've ever seen. But if you were born before 1975, you don't have to take a hunter safety course. Now, I did take one when I was like 13 years old, but I feel like that's kind of odd that I don't have to take a hunter safety course, but like Rachel would because she was born in 1976. And Florida does have deer, but Florida deer season is very weird. It's all over the place. It goes from like September, October, all the way to February, depending on where you're hunting in the state and what you're hunting with. We have like rifle ones, archery ones, muzzle loaders, but then like you'll have like it's in one part of the state, it's deer season now, but in another part of the state, it's not deer season for 2 more months. But the one thing I wanted to get Rachel to go with me, but I don't think she's willing to do it. You don't need a hunting license at all to go hog hunting in Florida. And they're all over the place. You could even go with a guide. Like there's such a hog problem, a wild hog problem here in Florida that you can literally go out on like private land and they take you out with a guide that help you find them, and it's like $200 and you get the hog. The only thing you have to, they quarter it and everything, and if you want it more processed other than dressing and quartering, you have to pay for that. But there's just so many hogs. There's no season, year round. You can go hog hunting here in Florida. And then they also have gator season too, but there's not too much deer. A lot of the deer here, it's on private land and they charge like ridiculous money, like $2,000 to hunt on their land. What is this? Sana said, I can't imagine Joe without Rachel and vice versa. You both complement each other so well. We have always felt that way. I feel like we really do like complement each other in different, in everything we do. Even when we did children's ministry, you know, we would come up with ideas together, and then there were certain things that she could do that I could never do. And then there were certain things that I do that she could do, but she just doesn't want to do. But I feel like she probably can get along better without me than I can without her, which is why I've always said that, like, I have to go first because I can't survive without you. Penny said, I think I'm going to get the Redmond smoked salt for my brother and brother-in-law for Christmas. Makes a great gift. Yeah, Dawn said they go together like peanut butter and sugar-free jelly.
Oh, I love that.
I was saying that, like, I would love to get you to go hog hunting with me.
It would be a hog of a time.
Do you think you could do it? Do you think you could kill a hog?
I feel like that's our best shot.
You did shoot a stick of dynamite.
I did.
Right, at 200 yards. The first time you ever pulled the trigger on a gun.
I think that
I'm just saying, you nailed a piece of dynamite that was half the width of that from 200 yards.
I mean, we're not going to say it's dumb luck, right?
But you did it twice.
Mango relight.
Oh, you did it twice.
I did.
So, Carrie said, when I had to take the first part of my TIA and test, they took a black and white picture, and you can tell how much weight I've lost in the picture of my face.
If I ever get my driver's license done again, which I should.
You need to, because it's getting ready to expire, and also you don't have the secure ID with the special logos on yours.
So it's coming, it's happening. So
I gotta look for Chris and Miriam.
But what a difference. Oh, I see that beautiful couple. Okay, so as we move in, let's check and see where are we at. We're about to move into our numero.
It's about $10,500.
What is it? Ocho nueve. Our nueve. We are at $10,337.65 plus $235.74, and we are at hour 9. Super excited. Ooh, I hear Caleb coming through.
You need your headphones.
Which we may tap you, Caleb.
We are 9 hours. Well, you have guests for the next 2 hours.
Okay. Make sure.
We are 9 hours in to an 11-hour live stream.
I love it.
Let's go ahead and pull this.
How exciting is this? So the theme of our number 9 is service. And let me tell you, it's good that we're having Chris and Miriam on, because nobody does customer service like Keto Chow.
That's true.
I mean, we're honoring people who have served. These people serve. I mean, it's like they have a company, but also, I mean, don't you feel like their customer service, the way that they serve people, the way that they interact with people, it's like no other business.
Well, it's not just that. It's they care about the community. They care about sending out the message. And one of our first interactions with Miriam was at KetoCon, where she was running around to other meal replacement shake companies going, hey, we have the same goal. We're trying to help people. We need to be friends. And I'm like,
who does this?
That's your competition. You're supposed to be over there like, poisoning the water.
No.
Making their shake taste like garbage. No, let's be friends.
Encouraging loving, kind. It's just they just lead with that in everything that they do. All right, let's bring on these amazing. Well, hey, Chris and Miriam.
Hi.
How are you doing? Thanks so much for being
Okay, sound check, sound check.
Appreciate
We
you
can
guys.
hear you.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
there was just a little bit of an echo when I was talking, so it looks like it's resolved itself.
Okay, cool.
Wow.
So, in case you don't know, this is Chris and Miriam Bear, the owners of
I'm
Keto
Chris, and she's Miriam.
That's right. That's right. And since, I mean, I'm assuming everybody knows who you are and what your product is, but I would love to ask you, what made you decide to even pursue making your own meal replacement drink? Like, where did that begin?
It was ridiculous. Yeah. It's because Chris wanted to not do hard things, so he did.
No, I wanted to do. I didn't want to do non-essential things.
Right.
How about that?
He didn't want to make himself food, so he's like, "Well, I just want to make a shake. There's tons of shakes. Well, I want one that's ketogenic." And there were a few that were ketogenic. They just didn't taste that great.
Yep.
So he decided to make one.
How did you first come to keto?
So I started doing a ketogenic diet with a different recipe than Keto Chow, and it was really hard to get the right nutrients. And I got keto flu so bad, and then I came up with this new recipe for Keto Chow, and then Miriam reminded us that a few years earlier, our son Max had epilepsy. He was having all these seizures that they basically just had to sedate him for a weekend.
Yeah. Well, and they didn't even mean to sedate him. They were trying to stop the seizures.
Yeah.
And they put him on a medication that put him into a coma by accident. Yeah. So he was asleep for 4 days, probably.
Yeah, in and out.
Before they came and they said, this actually wasn't supposed to happen. So we're going to try a different drug.
And then they tried 12 different drugs over the course of
a year and a half.
Yeah. And they finally got to the point where it was on they were going to do number 13, was it?
It was number 11.
Oh, number 11. And they're like, well, if this doesn't work, we're going to put him on this ketogenic diet thing. And they gave us this little pamphlet that had information about, what was going on and what we should expect. And they were going to put him in the hospital.
It was a trifold that said that he would be admitted to the hospital. He was going to be given 4 eggnog shakes a day with a lot of fat in it. And then they were going to monitor him. And that was what he was going to eat. And that's pretty much, they said he could have cashews and chicken breast and butter. And I'm like, what?
This is great prescription.
Yeah. And that was it was like a basic intro to keto. I'm sure they have better information than that now. And they give better information than that because that was just kind of if this medicine doesn't work, go ahead and we'll try that. I'm like, why couldn't they have given us that step at the beginning before he had all of these horrible reactions to all these medications? Like, I don't know if we told you about the medication reactions he had. One of them closed up his throat, and he just was passing out. We had to go to the emergency room, and one of them made his hands tingle, and another medicine made him not sweat. So I had this little 3-year-old all summer long running around at the park, and I just had to dump cold water on him because he couldn't sweat, because the medicine made him not sweat, which it also didn't stop his seizures.
Yeah.
So it was crazy.
Yeah, and so after all these different medications, maybe the last step was they were going to do a ketogenic diet. And then we forgot about that.
Yeah, because we didn't have to do this awful thing to our child because the medicine worked and he stopped having seizures.
And I get a little mama bear every once in a while when I think about that and how, rather than sedating our child and setting him back 2 or 3 years in his development, why don't we try feeding him something that was ancestrally appropriate instead?
Yep. And now we know.
Now we know.
Well, and I am so sorry that Max had to go through that. And he's such an awesome young man and a junior in high school now. So this is like, he was 3 years old as you're beginning this journey. And from then, in between Max 3 years old and now him as a junior in high school, you made
a 6'3" junior in high school.
He is a giant. Pretty soon you're going to need like higher ceiling in your house. And he's such an amazing young man. And again, I'm so sorry that he had to go through that. But through this struggle that he experienced, it put keto on your radar. And because of that, you have created a product that now so many people utilize to help completely change their life. So it's almost like, I mean, we appreciate the hard work that you've done, but also like we tip our hat to Max and what, he's done to put this on your mind. And do you ever just sit back and think about all of the lives that you've impacted by creating this product?
Well, I'm always seeking validation, and it's always nice. Well, we just had someone in the comments who just said that, I'm trying to remember what her name was, but she said that she is getting ready or she had surgery or something like that, and where was it? Man. Okay, I'm not going to find it.
She said she meal prepped.
Oh, yeah,
for
there it is.
surgery.
Julie planned ahead and batch cooked for post-surgery. Unfortunately, the intubation tube was has blocked my throat. Egg casserole will have to wait. Thankful for Keto Chow tonight. And, I mean, things like that really, it really helps. We get a lot of people who are like, oh, just eat real food. And it's like,
yeah, we think you should eat real food too.
Absolutely.
We eat real food the most.
I mean, I was thankful for Keto Chow. I mean, for somebody who may be new just watching, I had to have like almost $25,000 worth of dental surgery earlier in the year. I had to miss the cruise for it. I got more coming next month. But Keto Chow, along with mixing Keto Chow with eggs to make like a pudding, got me through that because I couldn't eat. I mean, I had 7 extractions done, like bang, bang, bang within 3 days. So like, and then I look at somebody like the next person coming on, Cindy, like your product helped her sister in the last years of her life. I look at Nisha, where it helped her through her pregnancy with Beckett. I mean,
that's right.
Your product really has made a difference, but I get frustrated when I see a lot of people be like, well, just eat Keto Chow 3 meals a day, but you don't even advocate that.
It's not necessary. It can be done, and it's designed so that if that is something that you need or want to do, it is an option, and it will give you complete nutrition in that case. But most people don't need to, don't want to. It's not going to benefit them to do that sort of thing. They would do better off eating a whole bunch of meat, especially like Miriam just put pork ribs into the smoker, and earlier this week she smoked beef ribs. What the heck? That is a much better thing to eat. Now, let's say that you don't prepare food ahead of time, or you have to go to work, or you're stuck in a meeting and you just don't know what to do. Does that mean that you should starve, or that you should not make good choices? That you should just give up and go get a hamburger? Or you should go to Wendy's and get a couple bunless burgers, and then you're still hungry, so you go get another one. I don't think that that's what people should have to do. And a lot of people who gatekeep and say, just eat real food, it's kind of like they're saying that the other people's food choices aren't good enough. I don't know. It's weird. And I agree, you should eat real food. But if you don't have the time, or you're doing something else that's more important, that's more essential to what you're doing, then having something that you can use to provide fuel and nutrition, I think that that's great. And that's why we made Keto Chow. It's not to replace steak. It's to replace your stupid meals that you don't know what to get, or maybe you just really want to eat a giant bowl of Keto Chow ice cream because you're an adult and you can do that. And it tastes amazing.
It's really been a blessing to many members of our personal family, not just when Joe was going through all of like his dental procedures and stuff like that, but also
my mom.
Yeah, Joe's mom has
They wanted her
utilized
to
it.
drink Ensure, and
Yeah.
you guys sent her Keto Chow.
Yeah, and that was like such a difference. And we've spoken with a lot of families of like young kids, and I know you guys can't say like, "Hey, Keto Chow's for kids," but we can say it. And
My kids drink it, but it's not designed for children.
exactly. So we've talked with a lot of families who've utilized it in replacement for like Pediasure and Boost and all of those other things. Ensure for some of our like senior members of the community. And I mean, my goodness, what a much better thing to utilize. For me, when we first started, like when we first came to keto, and we were actually, I was having to start work for church on like Sunday mornings. My day began at 3:30 in the morning. Guess what I don't want to do at 3:30 in the morning? Fix myself some actual food, right? I want to grab a Keto Chow and drink it. And that was basically the only thing that I had time for until like 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Well, that's a really long day. It was the same for our oldest son, John Paul, who's an electrician. And when he was going from like one call to another service call, it was like, he really couldn't stop. It was either eat something, like you're saying, lackluster from, McDonald's, where he was like, okay, I paid full price for this. I only get to eat a little tiny smidgen of it. And now I'm super
And the cheese is stuck to the paper.
It's like, so,
Or the bun.
Right. So
Yeah.
angry. And he was like, and then he could utilize Keto Chow, and it would like save him time. It was much more, cost effective. And it's just really been a tremendous blessing.
And here's the thing. I mean, when we first heard about Keto Chow, we did a review of it, and I made a comment that it's expensive and it's too many carbs, because at the time, I guess if some of it was the papers that came with it that kind of indicated this, but I think that when we came in, the only thing you've ever seen with a meal replacement shake is you're going to drink 2 or 3 of them, and that's your nutrition. So we thought,
we were
this is what you're supposed to have.
Or it's
and
a
then
snack,
kind of
or
cleared it up
whatever.
with us and said, no, you can have just one. We're like, well, okay. And then we were talking earlier, when you said, when you discovered butter, that kind of changed everything.
It was so much
But what? We weren't super nice in that video. I mean, and we've left it up over the years. I mean, it's still up there. If you want to see our initial impression of Keto Chow, like, it tastes good, but not for me. And so what made you guys be like, hey, like, let's be friends with these guys, even though they don't like our product?
And really just an extension of that, we can't be the only knuckleheads that they run into. Why is maintaining such a good attitude, and you bring so much positivity to the space, like, why is that important to you?
Because I have Miriam.
That's true. Well, I think, like Joe was saying earlier, we want people to improve. We want it to be a tool in your tool chest if you want that to be in your tool chest.
My friends say I'm a tool.
But we don't care if you use our product. We care if you're successful, if you're happy, if you're healthy, if you are kind to yourself. Because that makes us happy to see you happy and to be successful. And so, I mean, isn't that what we're here for on Earth, right? To help everybody, right?
Yeah. Well,
why have a keto event on Easter weekend and lose a lot of personal money?
Yeah.
But because you care.
Yeah. You just, you serve people. It really is like Keto Chow is more than just a drink. It's like, it's a mission. It feels like it's a mission for you guys.
Well, we get probably 3 or 4, it's gone up recently, acquisition offers every single day. And it's mostly people saying, hey, I see you sell a lot on Amazon. We can take over your company. I'm like, I am not interested. And it's a lot because this is a mission thing. You talked about, you asked earlier about, when we decided to make a shake company. That was not a decision. This has never been a company that was designed.
Yeah, to make money.
It was, I wanted something for myself. I made it. Miriam kind of came along for the ride. I started shipping it out, and people were like, hey, I'm almost as lazy as you are. I want to buy some of that stuff. And it just kind of started evolving, and then we started getting employees. But the website was still done by this weird system admin guy who didn't have any design experience and wasn't good at marketing. And so, the stuff that you got, Joe, that talked about, they kind of communicated the how to mix Keto Chow, and it gave instructions for making 3 a day. That's because I'm not a marketing guy.
Well, and what was nice was that you came back and you said, this is confusing. And that's when we reach out to you and we're like, how is it confusing? Can you tell me what you think that it's confusing? Because I would like to fix that.
I need free market development. Can you give it to me?
What would be better what would you prefer I say? And that's when Chris said, oh, you don't have to use it 3 times a day. You could use it 1 time. Or once a week, or once every 2 weeks, or who knows, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you continue to teach us different ways that we can utilize this product, because that really consistently blows my mind. You have such a variety of flavors. Because you could have just given us vanilla and chocolate, because I'm telling you, the chocolate Keto Chow is the most delicious chocolate you ever going to have. Like, it's crazy flipping good. But you continue to develop recipes and keep it interesting, because I feel like that's a huge complaint in the keto space. Like, how do you make keto interesting still? How do you change it up? And there's so much variety. And I have to say, if you've never had Keto Chow as an ice cream, you're missing out.
Especially when you do it for 3
or
meals.
Hot.
Or hot.
3 meals and OMAD in a bathtub.
You can do it. It's a delicious experience. Like, let me tell you. But stay in a bathtub, a hot bathtub, because you are going to get a brain freeze like you've never experienced in your life. But like this, you don't even. I mean, there's so many products that we don't need to purchase anymore because we use Keto Chow for it, right? Because like I don't even remember the last time I bought store-bought ice cream, keto ice cream, because once you can use Keto Chow for ice cream, it's like, why would you use anything else? It's
have you
just
burned out a Ninja Creamy yet, or are you still on your first one?
We're still on our first one, which I'm pretty impressed with. But also, like what Chris calls lazy engineered beef, we use like the savory flavors, because there are savory flavors, that we utilize. So my question is, why is it important to you to continue like evolving like recipes and different flavors? I mean, y'all could just sit back and just sell.
You're beyond Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, you got more than 31
right.
flavors. Why is it important to continue developing flavors?
Well, and some of I'll answer some of this, and I'm going to give it to Miriam. I'm gonna let you finish, but first I got one of the things that we're starting to use with flavors, because people like to have a variety of flavors. Some of that's a bit aspirational. Some of it, people want to see that there's a great variety, and then they just stick with the ones that they like. And that's some of that comes into play with the recipes too. They like to know that there's recipes, but they come to Keto Chow because they don't want to mess around with that sort of stuff, and they want to make the shake. But we've also been leaning on some of our friends to make flavors for us. For instance, Miriam and I don't really like coffee. I think it smells like burnt toast. Let's be honest. And so we had you guys make caramel macchiato because you're kind of the coffee fiends. And we have Serious Keto making one that we're not going to talk about because it's not released yet, and we don't talk about stuff that's not released because we don't want to promise something and then it's not delivered for another 6 months because of some weird whatever.
Under promise and over
deliver. a lot of the difference, why we make all the different flavors, is just simply because we want to.
Yeah. Well, and I think it goes back to, we feel like sometimes we feel like maybe we're a little bit trapped in our meat and butter land, right? And I just want to go have a peanut butter sandwich, right? So you make a peanut butter keto chow and you're like, that hit the spot. Now I'm going back to my meat and butter land where I live. And that's just fine.
That is awesome, because you're right. It makes this lifestyle sustainable. And some of the things is like, we tried Atkins like years ago. We had some success on it. But like when you had that moment of, I just want to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and you're thinking, I'm just going to dip out of Atkins for a minute, or I'm going to reintroduce some carbs, and then I will see you tomorrow. No, we never saw them again. Like that was it. That was the last time. Bye, Dr. Atkins, because we just got off track. So yes, I am super thankful that because of you guys have so many flavors, we can still, have some variety. And like you said, maybe I live in beef and butter land, but then on that day where I'm like, I just want a little bit of treat. And I saw somebody say that like, well, I don't have an ice cream maker. Could I still have Keto Chow ice cream? Absolutely. You can make it in a blender. We have lots of recipes of like different ways that you can make a Keto Chow ice cream.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I'm really thankful, for that.
And I want to move past, you ventured out into electrolytes. I was talking about them before, which please put the daily minerals into a capsule, like tablet like that, so that
I've had that suggested before.
Putting something in a capsule is kind of hard.
I know. Especially if you're trying to take a liquid and putting it into that cat. I don't know how you accomplish the one you've got, but
you have to dry it first. Anyway.
But talk about the evolution into electrolytes, and then the fasting drops, and then finally the daily mineral drops.
So we went to a show, and Miriam was talking to all the people around us.
And I said, I want that.
There was a company that made electrolytes that was there. This was at FitCon a couple of years ago.
In our own hometown.
Yeah. And we just started talking to them. And we go back to, I started keto. I didn't research it. I got keto flu, like so bad. It was insane. And the solution that I used was make a bunch of chicken broth out of bouillon cubes, drink
Which have
it.
Sugar in it.
Felt better immediately. Since then, I really like pickle juice, but also the different electrolytes.
Yeah.
And the company that made the electrolytes for us, it came in a liquid form, so it was already dissolved, so it would be easily absorbed.
Yep.
And they didn't have any sweeteners or flavors in it.
Yeah.
We're like,
and
great.
being in the keto space and with the keto community and talking to people about keto and doing it ourselves and seeing what the pitfalls and things were and what we needed, there's not an unflavored electrolyte out there that's that great. I mean, now Relight has an unflavored.
Relight has one.
Element T has unflavored, but when we got those, there wasn't one. And we just thought, this would be great. Let's just share it with people.
Yeah.
So.
And then we priced it terribly.
Yeah.
Super cheap. It is the cheapest thing when people are like, I know I need to get electrolytes in, but I don't know if I can afford them. Keto Chow electrolyte drops. We've done electrolyte.
I've given them to trainers
like
at football and lacrosse
yeah.
for kids that are cramping, because you mentioned Element and
Keto Chow drops
but
taste
because
better.
theirs are powdered, they take longer to get into your body. I've had trainers literally squirt your electrolytes underneath a kid's tongue, and the cramp went away in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. And you don't take for granted quality of ingredients, but I find that like your magnesium, for instance, is the magnesium that we're looking for. There's a lot of I'm buying a lot of magnesium from different sources, and including Dollar Tree. Can you imagine that the quality there you can imagine is amazing for magnesium supplement at the Dollar Tree. But yeah, you are searching for what is the most bioavailable as well.
Well, there's a really good reason for that. I have my most favorite people in this world use Keto Chow, including my wife and my children, It's not designed for children, nursing, or pregnant women. Please consult your doctor before starting any dietary blah, blah, blah. My favorite people use Keto Chow. I will not and shall not compromise on the quality of the ingredients. That's also, I use it, and I'm a bit
Neurotic.
yes. And so, you know, people sometimes give us a bit of a hassle about sucralose. I personally think sucralose is freaking amazing, because compared to the weird digestive issues I get with sugar alcohols, it's just way better. It doesn't impact my blood sugar at all. We do have stuff that doesn't have sucralose in it, but you know, the forms of the vitamins that we use, every time we learn something new, like the vitamin B6 that we use, well, there's 2 different versions. The one that we use has been shown in clinical trials to be able to help epileptic children control their seizures.
Whoa, we would definitely want that.
Right. The one that you find in everything else does not.
What's it called?
I
was gonna impress
write this
everyone with your big
down
words.
because I don't want to remember it.
Sorry.
But the folate that we use, if you use like folic acid, which you find in every supplement, including neonatal supplements, that actually prevents your body from absorbing folate, whereas we use 5-methyl tetrahydrofolate, which is the right one. And then it goes back to, I actually use this product. People I love and care about use this product. People I don't know, but I still care about, use this product, and I don't want to give them junk. And for that matter, the difference in price is immaterial. We're talking like for a big bag, 2 or 3 cents.
Yeah, it's pennies.
Why skimp on that?
Yeah.
So, and we try to do as much research as we can. We try to make sure that we're getting as much information to people as possible. Somebody asked about the commercials that we run. That was something, there's a company here in Utah called Harmon Brothers that they do really funny ads. And we had been wanting to use them for forever.
So
and
we made some.
We wanted to do that because we want to get this message out to people that, hey, if you're doing a ketogenic diet and you're having a hard time, we have something that might be able to help you with getting past some of those difficult times. And Miriam and I, we need that help. I mean, I am not at the end of my keto journey at all. And so we rely on the community, we rely on using Keto Chow, we rely on our friends and stuff like that, but we want to be able to provide something that can help people out. That's why we did Keto Salt Lake, and as you mentioned, we took a bath on that. We're switching it up. We aren't going to do the big conference anymore. We're going to do smaller meetups. So actually, next week, tomorrow, we will have Steve from Serious Keto and Amy Berger.
Oh my
who's freaking
gracious.
amazing. We're going to have them, and we're going to do a meetup. I'm going to broadcast it live for free. I was supposed to set up that scheduled live stream today, and I didn't get to it because I was watching some YouTube stream for like 6 hours.
No, it was 9 hours.
Thank you so much.
8.5.
So I do want to say thank you very much to Bonnie for the $19.99 super chat, as well as to Heather for the $49.99 sticker.
Thank you,
So
precious
thank you
lady.
so
Hope
much.
Leo is feeling better
That's
today.
not, I don't, is, oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it just says Heather L.
Well, it says Lark.
Yeah.
gift.
So going back to the electrolytes, you know, you have the daily minerals, which Dr. Berry helped you develop.
Well, and it completely eliminated like so many bottles in the cabinet of like, you know, different vitamins. Me and my mom, when Dr. Berry started listing like, well, if you're on a keto diet, like here's some of the vitamins and minerals that like you may be needing, like that you may be extra. We wrote it down. We watched the videos. We wrote it all down. Me and mom headed to the store. And let me tell you, it was a very expensive, daunting list.
And to top it off, not only was it an expensive, daunting list, you weren't going to like GNC and buying the top of the line. It was like What could we find in Walmart, which a lot of it's not even bioavailable?
Magnesium oxide.
And I felt like we were taking all these vitamins every single day like this, like hoping that some of it was actually working. So when you came out with the daily minerals, we were confident.
Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Dr. Barry.
Yeah, he reached out
literally,
to us.
yeah, he reached out to us and said, I want you to make me a supplement. I think he probably talked to you first. Because when I got involved in it, like halfway through the conversation, it was probably at one of the events that we were at. And
yeah, because we had the 3 different ones. We had the fasting drops, electrolytes, and magnesium. And he'd been using those. And he even had, like, in his pocket an old magnesium bottle that he just kept filling up with the old label on it. I'm like, I have prettier bottles than that. And he's like, this is fine, you know. And then he's like, what would be good is if we had, you know, something that had this, and this, and this. And I'm like, I bet we could make that pretty easily.
Yep.
And he's like, will you really?
It took a while to make.
What was so nice was with his expertise, like he could say, I want this much potassium, I want this much chromium, I want this much selenium. And then we could just go to our maker and say, hey, we want these things.
Yep, mix it up.
And it was easy because we didn't have to do any work. Like he just told us what to do and we just did it.
And originally it was going to have more sodium because sodium is really important. But the issue with the sodium was it was adding so much actual mineral to it that we were going to be able to only have 32 servings in the big giant bottle by eliminating a lot of the sodium and saying, you know what, I bet people can get sodium from salt.
Yeah.
Then we could have the potassium and all the other stuff that's difficult. Sodium's easy. The other stuff, not so much. And then we proceeded to price it terribly, about as cheap as we could do it and still be able to pay our employees.
Worst at business, just the worst.
So that leads to the question that I know I get asked a lot. It's in a lot of the comments and emails, and I'm sure you guys get a ton of them. What's more important, taking the daily minerals or the electrolytes?
Probably the daily minerals. It depends.
Yeah.
It always says the answer, it depends.
It depends.
It depends on what you're eating, right? Because if you're eating very nutrient-dense foods, you probably won't need it. But if you have one steak for one meal, and then you have just a yogurt for another meal, and then you have some shirataki noodles and broth for another meal, like, that's not as nutrient-dense as it should be.
We also have to assume that the cows that are in that steak that you eat, that steak that you ate, anyway, were raised on grass that didn't have all the nutrients stripped away hundreds of years later, and that the farmers who are smart were actually doing regenerative agriculture and moving them around. That's a big assumption. And so that's one of the reasons why Dr. Barry specifically wanted the daily minerals, was to, get the stuff that's missing from modern diets. Now, if you were a crazy person and eating Keto Chow 3 meals a day, technically you don't need this because it's all in Keto Chow.
Keto Chow, yeah.
But most people aren't doing that. So the idea is this is a baseline. Have a serving or a half a serving of this every day. Split it up throughout the day, however you want to do it. And then spot treat. The electrolyte drops are potassium, magnesium, and sodium. The fasting drops are mostly sodium. And the magnesium drops taste like fire.
But they work so good.
They work so good. Like
when we were driving to Kentucky, Louisville, Rachel did a
it.
shot of them in the car because she started cramping on the drive.
And it was like an instant effect, and it's very reasonably priced. And we follow a better safe than sorry protocol. So, I mean, what is the worst thing? Like, I could be eating the most nutrient dense meal ever. We still use the daily mineral drops every single day. We make our own seltzer water. If you like fancy pants drinks and you were like, hey, like I want some bougie San Pellegrino, well, that's what mineral water is. So we put a squirt of it in every single bit of our water that we make at home in our soda stream. When Joe cooks like the hamburger, he just sprinkles it across it. You don't even taste it because I know
I'm
that
curing a bacon right now with a whole bunch of daily minerals on it.
Oh, there you go. Well, and you're not going to destroy the minerals.
No. So so I feel like we're doing the best. My mom does the same thing. It's like better safe than sorry. Am I going to be aggravated if I have like extra, minerals that my body requires? My body's probably in shock. Like, oh my gosh, 4 decades of like none of this, and like boy, you're giving me extra. What are we making up for lost time? So like, yeah, it's wonderful. Like we really appreciate having
Gina,
it.
thank you very much for the 1111 super chat. So she said, challenge to thank our veterans. Before we move on, because I want to get past Keto Chow and talk about just like your whole wanting to help the community, but we're going to get in trouble if we don't at least ask this. I know the answer already, but
when are we getting more blueberry?
No, don't ask that.
That already, and by the way, for everybody thinks, oh, you guys know everything. When we found out Blueberry was coming back, about 1 minute before they hit live, Chris texted me and said, oh, did I forget to tell you that we're relaunching
It was
Blueberry?
like 15 minutes, man. What are you talking about?
So, no, but in relation to that, I know the other day in your live stream, you talked about like why you're not in stores. But I think that everybody's going to say, like, you need to ask. I'm sure it's in the chat somewhere, especially considering Rachel was a reporter. Any hint to Black Friday?
Yeah, what's happening Black Friday?
Well, right now, if you order over $200, you get a free recipe box that comes with special edition recipes in it.
Which I flipping love our recipe box, PS. Like everything that you guys put out is like such quality, right?
Yeah. Aside from that,
it's mostly finding out the day of.
Yeah.
I had to ask.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's being announced until next week.
Yeah, we do have some.
Or is it next week?
Next week.
We have some good
We're
stuff.
talking about things that are.
We have a
next week.
week and a half until Black Friday. That's right, or 2 weeks. Today is Friday.
But next week, I think announcements will happen.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
We'll see.
So moving past that, now that I've done so that anybody that's in the comment section can be like, hey, what's the Black Friday sale? They're not going to tell us.
Yep.
I want to talk about you really have dove into trying to help the community more and really help people stick together. Like I see it, like when you do your live streams on Tuesday, everybody that's in that stream.
Yeah.
Why is that important to you?
They're family.
Fish are friends, not
we're
food.
We're a keto family. Because when you start a weird diet, you're alone.
Yeah.
And it is hard. And it's hard to sit in a lunchroom, break room, and have a hamburger patty and put 6 tablespoons of butter on it. It's hard. Because everybody's like, what in the crap is wrong with you? I'm like, I'm losing weight. Yeah, right, you're getting a heart attack. No, I'm losing weight. Or I'm fixing my mental health. Or I'm preventing seizures from happening. Or whatever else that you're choosing to live this lifestyle. I'm doing better for my body. It's helping my family, but it's hard. It's hard to be alone. And when we know that somebody in Omaha has our back, and if I'm struggling, I can text Heather and say, I'm having a crap day. I'm craving something. Tell me no. And she'll say no, and then I'll be fine. Like, I'm not alone. So that's why we want to try to keep up with community, keep up with you guys, keep up with going to the different shows and meeting people, and then we can hear their experiences, and they help us just as much as we help them.
Yeah. Well, and it also goes back to once you've seen the elephant, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
And, just listening to Bob's story today about he was sitting there and didn't even think about it and reached out and grabbed the clipboard, I think it was, and didn't even realize that he had regained mobility. starting a keto and kind of carnivore lifestyle, and I want to help people with that.
Yeah, I still remember like the first time we got a letter from somebody that saying it helped with their seizures, and we just bawled our eyes out because I'm like, I know the feeling. Like I saw my child and how many times I just was watching him, just waiting for him to die. I just thought he was gonna die. And knowing that I could even stop one seizure, like, is worth all the work, right? It's just one.
Yeah, and knowing that we can help one person get off their insulin, which you definitely need to consult your doctor before you get off your insulin.
Yep, or blood pressure medication.
Fewer necessary medications is by far the best non-scale victory ever. It's better than losing weight or fat, if you want to be specific.
Yeah,
it's better than so many other things because now you're getting stuff out of the way and your amazing body can finally do what it's designed to do. And it's not like a ketogenic diet is magic.
Yeah.
It's not like Keto Chow is magic.
It's your body that's magic.
You're magic! You've got this amazing thing, and you just have to get the stuff out of the way.
Give it the fuel that it needs, and not the stuff that it doesn't need.
Yep. And so that's why we do it.
Which is amazing. And the other thing that I love about you is really just your vulnerability. You're not somebody that's just like, hey, everything is super easy and perfect over here, and I'm never vulnerable. Like, you're always willing to be honest with your own personal journey. The other thing I love is the fact that, like, talk to anybody who works for Keto Chow and they're like, this is the greatest place to work ever. Like, you guys just create like a culture in your workplace that it just has so much integrity and it's just so edifying. How do you maintain that enthusiasm, for serving others just day to day? Because I mean, the logistics of running Keto Chow has got to be, and every day I feel like it's got to be like going up year after year as you expand. You continue to helm this company with just such integrity. And what keeps you in that positive mindset?
Well, when we see those positive reviews come through, it's hard to not feel, that happy pat on the back, right?
Yeah.
And just to see, how much we can help people in small ways, and then it just helps us move forward and say, okay, well, this is hard. This, marketing problem is hard, or this, computer problem is hard, or this whatever problem is hard. But because we work hard, it is more fulfilling. And it brings more joy because it's more gratifying instead of just having that instant pleasure of anything. It's more gratifying because we work hard for it. But
and we didn't do any of this to make money.
Yeah.
Back to the decision to make a shake company. That's never been the goal.
Well, and I think it really does help me want to work harder for myself, which is just a happy, little circle. I work hard for someone else, they turn around and they say nice things, and then I see that, and then I work hard for myself, and then I go try to help someone else, and so it's just like, it just keeps feeding me, so then I keep feeding it, so it can feed me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It absolutely does. Now I have a totally non-Keto Chow question, but something that I actually, wrote down because
it's a Samsung Galaxy Watch 4. No.
But you have such good. You're trying to put Tabitha wants to be a part. It's like she knows that Chris is here, and Chris is super allergic to dogs and cats.
Not as bad as Sam is.
Is Chris here? But something that like I have learned so much from you guys, because you're not just wise in providing these keto products, but you're wise in a lot of areas. And one of the things is organization. If you're looking for like who can organize a kitchen like nobody's business, you want to reach out to Miriam. But
Not me.
but I wanted to ask you, you have a large family, you have kids, living there.
A couple of them.
A few of them. And I know that there are a lot of people who may be coming to the holiday season for the first time, trying to do things differently. Like, Christmas and Thanksgiving, it's going to look very differently this year because we're not going to have all of these like treats. And a big concern that we keep getting over and over again is, how am I going to prepare for the holidays and really make this a special time if I don't have the sugar to bring into this? And I wonder, what are some of your tips for making the holidays special without the sugar or without some of the dishes that maybe we relied on in the past?
Something that worked really well for me is we volunteer to host. And so we make the food.
Yeah, so like Miriam's family or my family.
And
then you've got control.
Yeah, we make the food and we assign different dishes to different people. And I know my relationship with certain foods, and I just won't put that on the menu. Like, there's no mashed potatoes coming near me, right?
Yep,
because
not
I
from
know
us.
I will cave. And so I don't even ask anyone to bring mashed potatoes. Like, that's not even a thing.
And Scott just talked about he likes the background. Here in Utah, we have this thing called funeral potatoes.
Oh, yes. They're
Which-
just cheesy potatoes that are hash browns.
Yeah, it's hash browns mixed with a lot of sour cream and
Mhm.
cheese and some onions, and then crushed up
cornflakes on top.
cornflakes on top.
Yeah, that's a traditional like Christmas and Thanksgiving dish
And
that
funeral.
everybody has here, and they always have it at funerals. That's why. We
Oh,
call it
that's
funeral
how it got
potatoes.
its name.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's something is providing a safe place where I know the food's going to be safe, and I know and I have a hand in it. If you're going somewhere else, we always will bring something with it that's going to be satiating. And if I know, like, I can get a hold of whoever has the menu and say, hey, what can I bring that complements what you're making? What are you making? And then
Can I
can
bring
kind of
5 dozen deviled eggs?
We bring
Oh,
deviled
I
eggs to so many parties because I know I can eat that. And if I know that there's nothing else that's going to be there that I can eat, I'll bring more than one thing because I have 8 people, right? So I might as well share more food since my kids are going to eat half of it. And so we bring more than one dish, and we know those dishes are safe. We know those dishes are going to be satiating for us. We'll have whatever meat that they have. We can have some butter. We can have some salad. And then we just eat along with everybody else, and nobody notices that we don't eat anything but what we brought.
Mhm.
It's totally fine.
Yeah, and the stuff that we bring, we don't Lion King it as.
No, we don't say this is keto. If somebody
as
asks,
Rachel likes
is
to
this
say.
keto? Then we'll say yes.
Not sugar free,
Yeah.
when I first started doing keto, started doing keto just before Halloween,
I also did the year later.
and then Thanksgiving was the first big thing. I still have a blog post called "A Very Keto Thanksgiving" that's up on the blog, where it was actually the first time I ever smoked a turkey, and I found a whole bunch of recipes for different amazing things that I could make for Thanksgiving. And like all the stuff that I really want to eat, I just want the turkey and the sausage gravy that has a whole bunch of heavy cream, some onions, and heavy cream in it. Oh wait, heavy cream, sausage, and onions are the 3 ingredients for that. But make the stuff that you really want, and I don't know. That seems to work really well.
And I think just recognizing that it may be hard for you, and just saying, self, it's hard for you, and that's okay. Like, I think just realizing that sometimes there's a part of me that wants to eat all the crap, and there's a part of me that wants to be good, and one of you has to lose, and one of you has to win. And just recognizing that and saying, it's okay. Like, you're gonna lose this time, but I still love you.
And maybe recognize how you are. I am an abstainer. 1 is too many, 10 is not enough. If I go down the rabbit hole, I'm gone. Like, period. That's why I don't smoke and I don't drink, because I would be a really bad drug.
You would be ornery too.
Yeah.
For sure.
Miriam seems to be able to abstain. I mean, to moderate a bit.
I could.
She's able to, like, she doesn't go down the rabbit hole. And so for me, at a holiday dinner, there's no indulging at all. If it's not keto, I'm not eating it.
Well, and even the first couple of years, we had to like walk past the pies like this. Like, I don't see that. I'm going to be safe over here where no one else, the pies are not by me. And if you didn't see it, you didn't have to not have it. But now it's a lot easier to just not have it because we've practiced our keto
and if
muscles.
you're a moderator, you might be able to come with a plan and decide you're going to eat that half of a slice and then move on. But you know what? You could always make Joe's recipe for a cheesecake and bring that. And it's just off in the corner and nobody knows about it. And you eat it and it's amazing.
Or you could just keep that under the table and be like...
Or you can make changes, like you're talking about, like going out to eat and stuff. I mean, Miriam, you've talked about you don't go to Red Robin anymore.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I completely stop that relationship.
Which is sad because we would go to Red Robin every time we found out we were having twins.
I know. Any baby.
Oh,
No, we can't have babies anymore.
You really want to have?
If you
You are due for twins.
Yeah,
right?
Chris,
were
if
to
she
have
brings
another
you,
set of babies.
if Miriam asks for a date to Red Robin, Chris is going to be like, wait a minute,
Nope,
no, I'm not.
If you don't know, they had twins and then a single and then twins and then a single. So you would probably have twins.
Right.
That's next on the docket. So.
But I think that that's a powerful thing. I think that actually goes with, we talk a lot about giving ourselves grace, that we can't do everything, perfectly. And sometimes we have to forgive ourselves. And I think that part of that, giving grace to ourselves, the biggest one is acknowledging what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses and play to our strengths. So if you know that you are, you can do things in moderation, then fine, then, plan that way. And if you know that you're an abstainer, face it, you're not doing yourself any good by just ignoring what is a challenge for you and then beating yourself up through the challenge, right? Because I'm also an abstainer. And I know that if I try to moderate, what is that? I don't even know what moderation is. That's not even look at how I dress. Is that even in my vocabulary, right?
I wasn't going to bring that up.
But I mean, come on. So
I thought it was, I just saw Juju said she brings a keto dessert and then I will absolutely put a slice in the fridge for me just in case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because surprisingly, the keto desserts tend to go quickly.
Well, because it's full of fat.
The baby shower, we made... I made a double batch of the raspberry cheesecake fluff and a double batch of the pistachio. There was none left.
There was nothing left.
There were still, the one thing that we had that was not keto was chicken nuggets or chicken balls. They weren't even nuggets. But because, they were fresh chicken. But that was because that's what the mom-to-be wanted. So we said, okay, we're going to have that one thing for her. But
plenty of that left over.
There was leftovers of that, but there was no leftovers of the meat platter really. And the desserts were all gone.
Yeah.
The yogurt I brought home, we made a double batch of our yogurt. All gone.
Done.
The
gone.
nuts, all gone. So luckily, the nuts were gone.
So sometimes I think that we bring into it this worry into the holidays that oh, you're going to be so disappointed. I'm so sorry.
Everybody
so sorry that we have to bring this. But in fact, I think that, what our experience has been is that people enjoy it. So stop trying to apologize.
They give away bacon for Halloween.
Yes. Oh my God.
15 pounds. We had 2 pounds left.
I was going to say, did you have a big turnout for people?
It was fairly well, and we did it at the end of our circle. So all of our neighbors get together and do kind of a potluck. And for the last like 5 years.
Yeah, maybe 10.
We've rolled the Blackstone down to the end of the circle, and I set up one of the video lights that has a battery, and I've just cooked bacon. And kids are really funny if they've never experienced. You can have as much bacon as you want, son.
Yeah.
Because they keep coming, can I have another piece? It's like, yeah, go ahead.
It's
Really?
funny because before, I feel like that's an adult reaction too, because like before keto, you're used to like your Denny's or your, the breakfast joint giving you like 2 slices of bacon, not unlimited bacon. I mean, they'll give you unlimited pancakes, but they will not give you unlimited bacon. And so when you have that access of just like this huge mound of bacon, that's pretty amazing.
I'm still bitter about the breakfast sausage I did not eat as a child because I was told it was bad for me and would make me fat.
Well, that's how you are with prime rib, right?
Right.
You're making up for all
I'm making up, absolutely.
And honestly, like you want to, it's been our experience, I can tell you, you want to follow any advice that Chris and Miriam give you. They have never steered us wrong. It was Chris and Miriam that said, like, this is Brazilian steakhouse. It was Miriam and Chris that said, like, this is
Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse. It was Chris and Miriam that said, at Texas Roadhouse, you need to do loaded broccoli, which if you are looking for a side for Thanksgiving, make loaded broccoli.
Did we tell you the new one?
No.
You order the cheese fries.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And then you tell them to hold the fries and add strips of bacon. And then they know how to ring it up. And you'll get bacon covered in cheese.
I feel like
it was Chris and Miriam
transformed.
that introduced us to the guest who's coming on in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Nurse Cindy.
You guys.
Yeah. And you...
Because you crazily invited us to your house.
What's wrong with you?
Like the first time you met us. Hey, come to our house. Come hang out. Hey, this conference is over. We've got things to do. We're leaving. I know your flight is until 10 o'clock. Why don't you go stay at our house for a few hours? Like, who does that?
Chris and Miriam from Keto Chow, they do that. So if you have not subscribed to the Keto Chow channel,
whether or not you use Keto Chow or not,
do it.
They're going to help you on your journey.
You need them in your life. These are the most supportive, loving cheerleaders for your joy.
And we get to see them
that you're gonna meet. I highly recommend, if you are anywhere near them, take a look at the lineup. They're starting it. When is it? Next week?
Next week is Steve and Amy, right? And then we are in February, which we still have to buy flights.
As far as I know, Steve has never been to a convention.
Steve doesn't do keto events.
He doesn't do keto events. This is a first time thing.
It may be the only one, according to him too.
You want to tune in.
We could ruin it for him.
You guys are gonna live stream it. Is that right?
Yeah, it's going to be live streamed, and I frankly was not expecting him to say yes. I was really surprised. I figured I'd try it.
Down the rabbit hole of a vacuum chamber sealer, so.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember you saying that.
Sitting right there.
This circle of friends, like we go down rabbit holes with one another. It's like drones, and it's vacuum sealers, it's special ovens.
We don't have enough time to talk.
Soda Stream because of you guys.
Yeah, the Soda Stream.
Soda Stream. There you
The
go.
Innova oven.
Yeah, all of it.
I haven't got the Innova oven. I'm okay with my
double
stick.
convection oven. It's fine.
Yeah, we do have one of those too.
We have to know.
You
when
did though get into the FPV drones because.
Yeah.
I was not going to do that, and Joe bought me one for my birthday.
And then it was like down
Game
the hole.
over,
Another
man.
one bites the dust.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to say publicly in front of 431 people right now.
Well, that's where we're at. Wow.
You're the iron that sharpens this iron over here. You guys are a blessing. We're so privileged to call you friends. Thank you for what you do, not just for us, but for this entire community. We love you and we appreciate you guys so much.
And we are
Same.
Cindy just popped up. We are over $11,000 now.
Yay!
Thank you, veterans.
So, guys, thank you so much.
We appreciate you
You're
guys.
welcome.
Bye.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there's no false bravado. We love Keto Chow. We love Chris and Miriam, and we are amazed. It's always amazing when you meet people and they're real. These people are real. They're legit. They are the behind the scenes, the way they are in front of the camera. They run their company with such integrity. I can't say enough about them. Joe, I remember when we were at KetoCon, I think one of the highlights for KetoCon for me this past year was the opportunity to watch my husband, who, it's hard, sometimes we take for granted that, like, of course it's easy for guys to make friends, and it's not always easy to make friends. And Joe is a really, like, you're kind of once you get talking to somebody, it's, you're all in. But it's hard to get that conversation started and to watch Joe point into that audience and say, that's my best friend right there.
I mean, here's the thing. Is because of my history of being obese and not knowing how to talk to people and being made fun of my entire life and picked on my entire life, I don't trust people. I mean, we talked about this in Louisville, and this was something I've never disclosed before. I married the first girl that said yes to a date, not because I was in love with her, but because I thought she would be the only girl to say yes. We were not a good match. We just weren't. We were not a good match. And it did result in a divorce, but it also resulted in 2 amazing children.
Yes.
And I didn't know how to talk to people. And so when I look at, I have no friends outside of keto, but I am now thankful for that, because I have been blessed to not go through what some people go through.
Yeah, that isolation.
With having the isolation of all of your friends going, what are you doing? I don't have that because I didn't have any friends. But now I've got an amazing amount of friends. Like, I really do consider Chris and Miriam very good friends, not just, because we're affiliates with them. Long before that, we didn't even have an affiliate code. I mean, Chris was, hey, take a look at this. We've talked he walked me through yesterday. I was like, I'm having a problem. I want to be able to put this silly banner here that's telling you live what's going on. I don't know how to use OBS, which I still don't. I'm not using it. It didn't work right with what I wanted to do. But he immediately dropped everything at work and said, let me jump on a Zoom call with you and do things. And it's been back and forth. I have a problem. And it's the same thing with Steve. It's the same thing with Dr. Barry. It's the same thing with just Heather Gift.
Called me yesterday and just like, hey, just checking on you.
Many of you guys.
I know you're, going to be doing this live stream tomorrow. I just want you to know I'm thinking about you. I mean, and she was sick at that time. Like, she was just, they've been having a cold in their house, and it's just, just the friendships here. And we're about to.
I was going to say,
bring on.
I don't know what you've gotten there, but I've got my own intro.
Go for it.
Okay. Because it's the same thing for this next guest we have on.
And we are in hour 10.
We originally weren't going to jump from one guest to another. We wanted to have a half hour in between, but we wanted to fit these people in. But this next person, I've said it before, she is like a mom to me.
Yeah.
I have my mom. I have Rachel's mom. And then I have this woman, and she has been such a dear friend to us. She has been vulnerable to us. She has allowed us to be vulnerable to her. She slapped us across the back of the head a couple of times and said, wake up!
When we needed it. And that's what a good friend does. A good friend tells you when, like, you need to pivot. You need to change some things up. She's not afraid to tell it like it is.
She's had an amazing journey. So without further ado, we got to bring on this young lady, precious young lady.
There she is.
Hey, everybody. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, and don't you look gorgeous, young lady?
Well, I clean up all right.
How are you aging backwards? I feel like every single time I see you, you're younger.
Clean living.
That must be it.
My daughter Lauren teaches me good makeup tricks.
Ooh, you look so good.
We have stayed in a house with you. You don't need good makeup tricks.
No, you're just hot.
I've seen you when you get up in the morning.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you.
So Cindy, you have an incredible story of how you came to keto. You are a nurse, and you have been for a long time. You have an absolutely stellar career, and yet you haven't always lived a keto life.
No.
How did you come to find out about keto?
I will be happy to tell you that. But first, I want to congratulate you and honor you for what you two are doing for our wounded warriors and for our veterans. And my dad's a veteran. He was Air Force for 10 years. And Debbie's husband, Bob, was in over 20, both of them in the Air Force. And so, and I personally, I still work as a nurse. I work in wound care. And where we live in San Antonio, there's a very large, it used to be called Brooks Army Medical Center, BAMC, and now it's called San Antonio. But we do a lot of work with the wounded warriors. And because a lot of them, beyond the PTSD and other things, they have a lot of wounds, shrapnel, different accidents, different traumatic injuries. And the products that we have help literally draw the edges of the wound together. So I have, and I'll get into my story here, those of you that are on. I don't know if you can see this.
Oh, wow.
This is a backpack that I got from the wounded warriors from work that we do. And I want to donate it as either a giveaway or a little auction, depending on what you guys want to do, because I have all sorts of keto goodies I'm going to fill it with and then mail it to whoever. So you guys think about that. You don't have to answer now, but I'm personally been in rehab with these folks and watching and seeing how their wounds are closing and how they're getting back to their lives and the amount of stuff that they do, not only to serve our country, but to then rehab and get back to the quality of life that they deserve as much as they can. So anyway, so we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I've got the backpack and I've got all sorts of Keto Chow stuff and electrolytes and stuff I'm going to stuff in it and then we can do what you want.
Oh, how awesome. And yes, I mean, I had actually just, we're talking to you when we were in Kentucky and asking about that, like over the years as a nurse, you know, I bet you've seen, you know, we were talking about how I bet you've seen some amazing forward momentum when it comes to wound care. And you were like, yes. And we were, you know, you were kind of sharing stories with me that it's like, I think what would be impossible in the past to move forward with as far as wound care, like this would have been a lost cause. What you've been able to see and be on the front lines to see that development, the way that we are able to care for people who have had some traumatic injuries has really, I mean, really blossomed.
Yeah, it is amazing. And if any of you are interested in that product, it's called VAC therapy, VAC, vacuum assisted closure. And it literally, you take a sterile foam and you put it in the wound and it covers with like a saran wrap drape. And then it has a machine, a computerized processor, and it pulls the air out. And it's sort of like a Seal-A-Meal for wounds, and it literally pulls it together. So it's called VAC therapy. It's by 3M, and that's all for that. So now back to the regular program show. You asked me about my life, and I grew up in a very loving family, the second child out of 4. My sister Debbie, who's gone to be with the Lord, was 18 months older than I. And my dad, we were Air Force family, first bit of my life, and traveled around. And my mom is of Swedish descent. And her parents grew up in the Depression era. And in order to be able to show some level of prosperity, if you could feed your family, that was a big blessing. So if you had a chubby child, you were affluent in many ways back in the Depression era. And so we grew up, as she did, with all the nurturing with food. It was one of the ways that she expressed herself. And we responded as you would. You're happy, you're sad, you're depressed, you're celebrating. And we did not know growing up the impact of processed carbohydrates. Now, back then, it wasn't so much things you buy at the store, but it was the things she's a wonderful cook. My mom was a wonderful cook. But we just grew up as food as a main source of comfort, not just at holidays, which we're facing. And I'd love to try to get to that if we have time, about how we deal with holidays now compared to 6 years ago. But at my highest weight was 305 pounds. And currently I'm in like you, Rachel, I'm in the 147, 150. I started keto at 240. So I'm down about 97 pounds, 95, just depends on the day. You know how that goes.
Imagine you're not a tall woman. No. I can't imagine you that big.
Yeah.
I was at my heaviest, I wore size 28 women, and that was back about, I started keto at 240. My highest I was back, it was about probably in the early 90s, and size 28s were not easy to find. You had a very small, you had Lane Bryant, you had a very small, I grew up having to wear husky clothes in Sears. Mom couldn't buy me clothes. She either had to make my clothes or we had to go into the husky section. I was the largest child in my elementary school and high school. I chose to be outgoing, where Joe, you were more withdrawn apparently, because you either withdraw or you project like the class clown or the most outgoing person, the happiest person, because you're having to disguise the inner hurt one way or the other. And I was that outgoing. I chose to be outgoing. A senior class president. I had to pay someone to take me to senior prom because a friend's brother. It was in many ways just a very happy upbringing, but internally so locked into my obesity. Nursing school didn't help. Having 2 kids didn't help. So I drifted up to 305, and it was like 1 pound here, 2 pounds there. I didn't wake up at 305. It was, and my sister called me 6 years ago, and she had started keto, and she was so excited. And I just literally would cut her off. I would say, no. Oh, okay. Gotta go. My other phone's ringing. And I just did not. And Dr. Barry talks about this. It's like sometimes the people closest to you, and she wasn't the foghorn. She literally was a light, but she was so excited that she wanted to share it with me. And I kept, no. And then she finally sent me that Dr. Sarah Hallberg video. What if we've been treating type 2 diabetes all wrong? Because I was pre-diabetic and 240 pounds and 5'2". And she said, will you just watch this video? It's a TED Talk. Will you just watch it and then call me back? And I was willing to do that because it was something I could do at my leisure. Anyway, so I listened to it, and you guys have heard this story, Rachel and Joe. Literally, it was like the scales fell from my eyes. And you said earlier, Joe, once you see this, you can't unsee it. And once I realized why I wanted to eat all the time, that my blood sugar was going up and then coming down. And so I had this just perpetual drive to eat. Once I saw it for what it was, and that if I cut out all the things in cellophane, if I went to more whole foods, and I've gone through a series of, at first it was really all the fat, do all the fat. And there's be where you are, but it sounds so hard to go BB&E or carnivore. Start with what you can do. And if it's, and still when I work with Robert Savage from Robert Sykes, I'm going to call him Robert Savage now, from keto, I am adding some more fat back in compared to what I was, but I digress. Once I went through the first 4 days of withdrawal, once I got into ketosis, I literally started on a Friday because I knew that I wouldn't want to be around people at work when I was so cranky and grouchy. And I had heard about the keto flu, so I was drinking some electrolytes or salty, bouillon. And once I got clicked into ketosis, nutritional ketosis, it was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I could have felt like this because I was 59 when I started. I'm 65 now. I'm like, I could have felt like this my entire life. Right. I didn't know. I have a type 1 diabetic daughter, Rachel D. I was teaching diabetics what to do at the time when I was working in the hospital instead of in wound care. And I was saying blah, 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 all the stuff that we all believed at the time. Right. 6 small meals a day. It's fine if you have that piece of cake, just cover yourself with your insulin, just do your sliding scale. And it's like I became a crusader for it. And I did a video, and Joe, I think we've talked about this. I was sitting, I'd been on keto for maybe a week or two. And I don't know if anybody here resonates with this. Type in me too, if you ever have been a sneak eater. If you have ever wanted to confess to the soul, right? I thought really good at sneak eating. I would stop on the way to work and get something and then throw the the stuff away. Now, this is beyond what my breakfast I'd already had and the lunch I had. I always had things in my drawer at work. I would stop on the way home, and I'd always go into this Valero. It's a convenience store, gas station. And I would buy 2 or 3 things. And I was only half a mile from my house, but I would eat them sitting in the parking lot and then brush off my face and, all this stuff, and then make sure I threw the bags away. You name it. If I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I'd go in the kitchen and eat because my husband was asleep. Carbaholic, right?
Yeah.
When I realized the freedom, it was like, I can never eat processed carbs again. They were prison to me. I was set free. I was literally set free. And there are always things that you can have at a party. There's always things you don't have to feel like you're like, there's you can make the keto desserts. You can do all those different things that have been mentioned earlier today. But if you have ever found yourself sneak eating uber ultra processed frankenfoods, you might, that old comedian, you might be a redneck, you might be you might be a carb addict, and I was. And so for me, there's this thing in addiction that's called addiction recovery, that's called that single decision. And Chris and Miriam were talking about that. And I had to make that single decision. And once you make that single decision, everything else is really easy comparatively. I never have to decide, am I going to have a cheat day? I never have to decide, am I going to go have that donut? It's free. It's sitting there. It's free. I just came through 3 days of strategy meetings at my job. And to say that there were carbs laying around everywhere and we were stuck in a room is an understatement. But because I made that single decision 6 years ago, I can't speak for anyone else. I can never eat processed carbs again because I truly was set free. And the 94 pounds is a consequence. It's just an outflow of that decision. My reduction in my blood pressure, my last A1C, I think was 5.2. The 94 pounds, or 97, whatever the day is with my female hormones.
Right.
And so I did this video. I was sitting at this Valero. I wanted to go to get a cup of coffee. And I walked in and I walked by all the cellophane, got my coffee, got back in the car, went to start it. And I went, you didn't buy anything other than a coffee. And I literally sat back and I went, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're different, to myself. And my daughter, Rachel, had just taught me how to do a Facebook Live. So I did this Facebook Live where I'm like talking on this phone because I had this little tiny, and I still have it, my personal Facebook page where I stalk my kids and my grandkids. And I have 12 grandkids now. And I sat there and I was like, I've been set free. Those of you that know me from high school or nursing school, you know how heavy you've always known me. And let me tell you the journey I'm on. And then all these people wanted to be my friend. And I didn't know what that meant. So anyway, Ask Nurse Cindy is an outflow of me just wanting to hold myself accountable, to put that stick in the sand publicly on my itty bitty little Facebook group, my own page. And that's how Ask Nurse Cindy started.
Well, and I love that because I think a lot of times people are like, I'm not going to celebrate or note things until I see that goal weight or I see the goal size, or like I need to, when I have Mount Everest, then I will, stick the flag in. But it was that moment of realizing I have done something today that I've never done before. Truly something is happening. There has been a change in my life, and we can't just say, well, we'll wait until we see the fullness of that change. We need to notice it right there, because man, I noticed everything that I did wrong, and I see all of these people in the chat. As soon as you say it, say me too, you just saw it. We're all here. That moment of saying like me too, and I hope everybody's hearing, if this resonates with you, what Cindy is talking about, then probably the same solution, that same moment of decision that Cindy's gotten into, whereas I can never again toy with this, is probably the same answer to your situation. So if I say me too, and I feel that way too, me too, to the I was a sneak eater and I'm a carb addict, then also I have to say, me too, I can't have those things that maybe other people I may see even in the keto space that they're still toying with. But for me, I can't have it. I have to make a change in decision.
Yeah, and for me, it's the Franken foods. I'm not talking about if I splurge on loaded broccoli, or I really like the idea of the cheese fries, hold the fries, add bacon. I'm not saying don't splurge. And I've come so far on what I used to eat with all the fat bombs and constantly perusing different keto cooking things and buying all the keto, stuff. And I'll still have keto treats. I just tried a new recipe today. I'm trying to prep we're going over for Thanksgiving, as people were talking about earlier today. And I'll take some keto treats. And you're right. They disappear, Joe, don't they? They disappear. They disappear very, very quickly.
Chocolate chip balls you gave us in Kentucky.
Oh my goodness, woman.
All I know is you plopped those things down. They were gone. And we didn't have a whole lot of us. And then you're like, I got more, and plop them down. And I'm sitting there going, I don't eat this stuff normally. They were so good.
Yeah.
I mean, the main ingredient was peanut butter. I mean,
yeah, it was peanut butter powder, the PB2, the peanut butter powder, some Swerve, some melted butter. And then instead of dipping them in chocolate, which to me is just too much work, I just roll them in the Lily sugar-free chocolate chips. Just roll those in there. And so I always travel with my keto treats. I'll always have this. I'll always have my beloved Duke sausages, and these are going to be in that little bag that whenever you guys want to either do the 1 minute like whatnot auction or a giveaway. I also have some other giveaways that we can do. Just keep track of who wins, and I'll mail them to them. We'll get their address. But Spam is my friend on certain days. That'll be in the keto thing. And I also have the Primal Kitchen stuff that we'll put in our Wounded Warriors bag. And I've got some honest to goodness Hawaiian coffee. I went around today and I just gathered up stuff. I've got some of the Epic chicken stuff. I even have bath bomb, Chinese lavender type of things. So we are good to go. So it has been a fantastic journey. I am not ever going to say that it's easy.
Yeah.
It is a decision you make. And once you are steadfast, and that was my word last year, was I will be steadfast. I don't want to, I may swerve a little bit, but I'm not going to go totally off the road. As my husband, who's a Texas cowboy, Polish cowboy, says, baby, don't go in the bar ditch. Don't go in the bar ditch. So you just sort of swerve. And for me, that decision that I'll snack here and there, I'll emotionally eat, but it'll be things like pork rinds, or it'll be, today I made the pecan sandies by All Day I Dream About Food is a great cooking site. If you guys,
gracious.
That's where that peanut butter, that chocolate covered peanut butter balls came from. All Day I Dream About Food. I make Nisha's cornbread. In fact, I make a quadruple batch. If anybody wants me to post what you do to take Nisha's cornbread recipe and make it 4 times as big, and I do it in this big cast iron skillet instead of the little one she shows on her video, and then you take that with you. Yep. And people are like, "Oh, this is amazing!" Yeah.
And then you tell them there's no corn in it,
and they're like, "Wait,
corn. The corn flavoring, right? It's the crushed pork rinds, and it's just amazing. Yeah, it is.
I gave up trying to do a stuffing. Like for 6 years, I've been trying to make a stuffing, and then I was like,
she's got it.
I give up.
But and I love that. Like, I love where we're going here, because we're talking about making a change, and like, how do we proceed? We know that it's hard, and we're coming into the season that may be the very hardest for people. So tell us a little bit about how you have helped in your family to make Thanksgiving. It looks a little different now than it used to. How has it
first
changed?
Off, I want to let you guys know that we are standing on the top of Crisco Mountain with banana peel slippers on our feet. And neither of those are good keto, but it's a good analogy. And from the point of, we just got through Halloween, right? From Thanksgiving to Christmas to New Year's to the Super Bowl to Valentine's Day to Easter. Oh my gosh, we don't come back to grilling till we're in June, right? Or July. So what the trajectory, if you aren't intentional right now about making decisions about what you are and aren't going to eat. And I really liked what you were saying about it'll be different for different people, but don't go in just saying, well, I'll see what's there. Go in with a decision, because otherwise your trajectory with those banana peel slippers on Crisco Mountain, you are going to, and you'll be going down emotionally, but your weight's going to be careening up. And so I think what we've done is we've gotten, I personally can no longer spend a lot of time on recipe pages, because it'll still trigger me. It'll be keto, but it'll still trigger me to eat when I'm not hungry. And that's something I have to be very aware of. So what I do when I find a recipe that I like, there's going to be a little thing that says jump to recipe or print recipe. I print it out and then I put it in a 3-ring binder. And I'll try it. And if I don't really think it's something that I'm amazed at, that gets pulled out and thrown away, or I recycle the back of it. And my husband makes his little notes on it. But in those, I have one for bread type things. I have one little 3-ring binder for main dishes, and I have one for my desserts. So I don't get distracted. If I'm going to make something, I can go to one of those 3-ring binders. So that's what's worked for me. Yeah, it just keeps me from it'd be like, I don't know, if I was an alcoholic and I was looking at drink recipe, the mixed drink recipes. I can't begin to tell you how addicted I was. There's got to be some other people that have lived this life, and it is miserable. And so when people say, well, how can you do that? Don't you miss so-and-so? Well, first I found a substitute, or, and something that I really, truly, it's palatable to me. It's enjoyable for me. People like these desserts, or they like the lasagna that I'll take to potlucks. They don't know that it's turkey slices instead of lasagna noodles. They don't know. Yeah. You just sub out the turkey slices. Don't buy mesquite. Don't buy smoked. Buy the plain, boring, oven roasted, thin turkey slices. And then you just do your regular lasagna with that. So people love the food. In fact, I was asking my husband's youngest daughter, they have 4 boys. She just had the little one. Oh, she has 4 boys, 6 and under. God bless her. We're going to their house for Thanksgiving. And I said, okay, can I bring a couple of keto desserts? And so, I'm going to bring the cornbread and I'm going to bring some other things. And so I said, what is it that I brought before that you guys really like? And she thought, well, we've liked everything. Now, she literally said this: we've liked everything you've ever brought. I'm like, okay, so what are desserts that you and your husband adore? So we landed on the keto dirt cake, which is where you make your own pudding. It's just amazing. I think it's also from All Day I Dream About Food. And we landed on homemade pecan pie, which you can do with a keto dough. And then you use and I don't use the Lakanto or the sucrin syrup very often, but it will make an amazing pecan pie. It'll blow your socks off. So I've learned workarounds. Like you said, I focus on why we're together. The thankfulness at Thanksgiving, Christ's birth, Hanukkah, if you're of Jewish descent or whatever, Kwanzaa or whatever it is, you focus on what's the intention of that holiday, and then focus on your family. And trust me, I would have never been able to say this 6 years ago. It was all about the food, about the food, about the food. And the food is still enjoyable and it's still palatable. And I still eat more than I would normally. I don't worry about, if I go back for seconds, if it's another piece of turkey, or I want a second piece of Nisha's cornbread, or an extra peanut butter ball, right? But I have those guidelines that I don't go in the bar ditch. And so for me, it's been and everyone's so kind when you say, what can I bring? And the deviled eggs is a good idea, like Miriam talked about, and having a keto chow before you go, having good protein filling your stomach. So please don't arrive ravenous. Please don't.
Yes, that's such good advice. I mean, all that. And I think that we are, I was worried that we would have lackluster experiences for these holidays. And I feel like it's better now because we are working so hard at intentionality. And in the past, I feel like holidays just kind of happened to us. And because it was at the food, it was almost like, I was zeroed in, because you're talking about like these holidays used to be the Super Bowl, the marathon, of a carb addict's life. So, imagine somebody who is like, if I'm struggling with, alcoholism, and then you've brought me to a keg, or you've brought me to an open bar situation. I'm not thinking really about the people that are around me. I am thinking about what I am most focused on, which is the food. So, now I do think that I'm more present in experiences, and that is what it's all about. In fact, instead of leaving those, I can remember over the years leaving those experiences where, you're seeing your extended family and thinking, I didn't get a chance to talk to this person, this person, this person. Why? Because I was like focused on my plate and going back and,
I think about the way we used to go to people's mom for holidays. We would eat breakfast, and we would eat lunch or dinner, and then we were all sleeping on the couch for the next 4 hours.
Right.
We had no family time. None.
Right.
Like, we literally would eat, and then everybody was passed out at a different section in the house. And since most of the family going keto, now whether we go to her mom's house or they come here, we literally eat, pull up the table, and everybody's playing board games.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
it's so
or you're ready to
different.
go out for a walk, or you're able to sit on the floor and play with the kids and the grandkids and stuff. Yeah, it has been, and I do want to let you guys know that you're the only person that needs to decide or should decide what level of keto you're at right now. Here's what I've always said, and it's a big mantra within my family. The 3 S's. It needs to be simple enough for you, satisfying enough taste buds, and more importantly than anything, sustainable. If it takes you 4 hours to fix your evening meal, it's not sustainable. Even though it might be very satisfying, you're not going to do it forever. So simple. I mean, you can literally, Dr. Eric Westman has people do very successful keto doing drive-thrus with the $1 menu. Now, is McDonald's burgers, are those probably the best nutritionally? No. Is it simple? Is it satisfying? And is it sustainable? Yes. So if you're still into a lot of the fat bombs, or you're using a lot of keto treats, good. If it's keeping you away from the whatever, the Fritos and I don't even want to talk about all the other foods, but and if at night you need something to eat and you want to open up a can of Spam, well, dang, have Spam. Just don't eat.
Well,
and it'll change over time, right? I am usually an accidental carnivore these days.
Yeah,
that's us.
That's so true.
And so if I have the loaded broccoli, or if I have something, I'm like, okay, today that sounds good. So now my husband will say, well, because he still likes a lot of the veg, and that's fine. But he'll say, what's for dinner? And I'll say, chicken wings. And he'll say, and I'm like,
chicken wings
with a garlic butter sauce. And he's like, I don't mean to be, but it's so good.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking earlier, a lot of people bash a doctor who's a chiropractor because he speaks differently over the way we eat keto. But I am grateful because he got me into keto.
Yeah.
So many people today, as I've been having some time to listen here and there, that was the gateway in. I never thought I would be where I am now.
I just told me 6 years ago, no, you're not going to eat much vegetables. I would have been like, you're crazy, because we were taught to eat vegetables to fill up.
Right, the big massive salad.
It's not that I don't like vegetables.
Yeah,
I don't want to have, number one, the food that I know I'm going to go buy, and half the time it ends up in the garbage because it rots before I can cook it. And it literally takes me longer to cook the vegetables than it does to cook the meat.
So it's really like an efficiency
Just give me more meat. It tastes better anyway.
Well, tonight we're going to have taco salad. So that's a big, it's unusual for us, but I've already fried up 3 pounds of venison, because we do a lot of venison hamburger. So I've got the venison with the taco seasoning all blended in. That's ready to just be reheated. I've got the lettuce all chopped up. I've got the avocados chopped up. We've got the sour cream. I shredded some cheddar cheese today, got that all ready to go. And then he's going to bring home some poblanos that we'll cut up. And so that's more veg than I would personally probably eat in a week. But that's just because there's nothing wrong. I could have taco salad every night, but it's going to be so good because you can make your own. And that type of thing is a good thing to take, or if people are coming over, you can have that layout. And if you do want to have the chips for them, it can be over there. But once they do that, and you realize that the crunch comes from, anyway, so there's lots of ways to do keto. And if it is too hard or too restrictive for where you're at right now, step back and find something that is sustainable, and then just let your body and your taste buds mature over time. I don't think personally I could have been triple B&E at the beginning of my keto journey. I don't think I was ready for that. Certainly can now, but it will be because I've grown into that. Now, some people can come right off the carbohydrate roller coaster and go to that, but I don't think I could have done that.
Yeah, me either.
You know, one of the things that you had said, and I really, because it's kind of on the same topic, we got the opportunity to go to the pre-cruise dinner for the cruise this last year. We weren't able to go on the cruise because I had had my teeth work done, but we did get to come to the cruise dinner. And you had gone on the cruise, but one of the things you had talked about was you can cruise without eating non-keto foods. And it talked about making the stacks of just pizza slices. And
we pull off the cheese and the meat, eat that, and then we would.
Subscribers literally posting pictures on our Facebook group of I'm following Nurse Cindy's advice, and there's like 30 stacks of slices where they pull off the cheese. But you go on cruises and stay keto and still enjoy yourself.
Yeah, the big thing that Debbie and I did when we went on our first keto cruise together, which was about 4 or 5 years ago, was that we could eat anything and as much of anything we wanted, as long as we avoided the dessert bar and the breads. And that if we didn't go even walk up to the dessert bar, if we wanted to go back 4 times for whatever meat it was, or even a green veg, no restrictions, none. But don't do this and this. So we had those guardrails. We just had those lanes that we wanted to stay in. We had the best time. In fact, you guys are going to be on this year's cruise, right?
We are going on the cruise.
Good. My Debbie's husband, Bob Stokes, who I don't think you've met him. He's coming too. So Clarence and I'll be there, and Bob's going to be there. You'll get to meet him. He's one of the vets that I talked about, and it'll be so great to have him there with us. So,
speaking of Clarence, how is he doing?
Yes, how is he?
Yes, we've had okay. Let's talk about this for a minute. My husband, in the past 3 weeks, has gone into a 2nd-degree heart block, passed out at the table, had to have a pacemaker inserted, and then just Monday had a cardiac catheterization. He'd had a stent put in about 10 years ago. So he's now got a clean bill of health. However, that's some medical issues that aren't because he's been keto for 6 years. It is because he's 5 years older than I am. So if I was 59, he was 64 when we started. That's his 64 years of eating processed carbs. That is not your gallbladder or your whatever. The problems with the inflammation and that cascade of what it leads to inside your blood vessels. And I talked about this in Louisville about those advanced glycation end products and what they do and how they set up this, his pacemaker need for his electrical impulses. Thank goodness his vessels were clear. He doesn't have to have another stent. He doesn't have to have an open heart surgery. We're so blessed and thankful for that. That's not because of keto. And it's so funny. I go to the same cardiologist because I used to have problems with atrial fibrillation pre-keto. And about 2 years ago, the cardiologist, he'd see me lose the weight, right? Because he knew me before keto. And he sat me down. He goes, okay, what is it that you're doing? What is it you're doing? And so I walked him through. I did not use these words. I did not use keto, and I did not use high fat. I said, I am avoiding ultra processed carbohydrates with all the additives and all the dyes, and I'm eating naturally, plants, and I'm eating meats. I'm adding some healthy fats like avocado and olive and butter and ghee. And he just looked at me and he started talking about what he had been looking into because of the research coming out. And we agreed that day that we were closer to being aligned than we were apart.
Okay.
And when I saw him, when he, put the pacemaker in Clarence a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago now, almost 2 weeks, he introduced me to all these students that were with him and this interventional cardiologist that was with him. And he said, So this is the young lady that's lost 94 pounds doing keto, and she thought she could holistically heal her husband. He said, I've been telling him for a couple of years he's needed a pacemaker. I said, I did not say that. And he said, Cindy, and he knows me by name. He said, Cindy, I want you to know that we're doing a lot more with our patients, educating them about low sugar lifestyle.
Yeah. Which is amazing. And again, you know, it is a good thing. It's not something where we're like angry at the medical community any more than I'm angry at myself. You know, we had a past way of doing things. And now as we know better, and so we do better. And I'm so thankful to see, you know, this change in our doctors, and we're seeing more and more people going
more and more publications. Dr. Chris, Palmer that you had on today? I was at work during that. I didn't get to see that, but I'm going to go back. We can go back and scroll back.
Yeah, it'll be.
I'm going to download it, but it's going to be 11-hour download. So it's going to take me some time.
It's always new. It's always new when we bring this in. And I mean, he's in a field now, because I mean, we've seen now keto for a couple of years, you know, gain momentum when it comes to talking about diabetes or talking about, you know, bringing down your A1C and all of this. And so we know that, you know, when we talk about mental illness and bringing keto into it, this is new. This is a new space. This is maybe year one for it, but we have high hope that the more we talk about it, you see more people experimenting on it on themselves. You know, that's really what brings the information. It's having these doctor's appointments with a cardiologist that have known you for years. And then they're asking you, okay, I see a sudden change in you after so many years of this. So tell me what you're doing.
Help me understand.
Yeah.
Help me understand. So he's doing well though. So thank you for asking. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
So I was going to say, and that's something I want to get across to people. Like, it's not all the doctor's fault.
No.
This is what they've been taught.
I taught it for umptied up years.
Yeah. So it's what they've been taught. It's what they truly believe.
Yeah.
And then, as we discussed earlier, as you have more and more doctors, like your cardiologist, like Dr. Berry and Dr. They are risking their license.
Yes.
Yeah. In many ways.
We have to support them. And the way they're going to find out about this is when you show up going, Doc, I'm down 100 pounds. Look at my blood work. I understand my total cholesterol is higher than you want, but what about my HDL? What about my triglycerides? What about my fasting insulin is like a 1.5? You have to look at that. The bottom line is a lot of the stuff that these doctors have been taught is based on a false study where they literally threw out all the countries. And then you have heart healthy oils. It just annoys me.
It just annoys the doo-doo out of me. So heart healthy. Now I want to ask you a question. I'm going to interrupt because I got my little giveaways I want to give. Do you have someone coming on right at 8:00 your time?
No, we've got you. We've got you. You're the last person. So we can have a live.
I want to show you what I want to give away. One of the things. Do you see this? It's a rock.
Okay.
My dad and I hope he's on. He said he was going to be on. Clay Davis. So say hi, Pop. Hi, Pop. So this is a rock. It's called a geode, and this is what comes out of a volcano. So when a volcano blows and you see that lava flowing down, it's like if you've ever hit a mud puddle with a stick and the little balls of mud fly out, these balls of lava will fly through the air and they will land and they will cool. And based on what minerals and other things are in there, and based on how quickly it cools, does it land in water? Does it land on the ground? Then this becomes a round ball. So I want you to think of this is us pre-keto, right? Would you walk by that and kick it? I would.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it has any value.
Right.
It's rather ugly. If it had a mind, it'd probably be embarrassed at itself. So I want us to know that when we come out of the fire, when we are thrown through the air and our life is careening out of control and we land and we feel like, oh my gosh, my life is over. And I want you to think that what the good Lord is doing inside of us and what life is doing to us can actually become a thing of beauty, but it's oftentimes buried deep inside.
Oh my gracious. How beautiful. Oh my goodness.
So, yeah,
You're going
this
to get
is
me
one
crying,
that,
Paul.
yeah, this is something I want to give away. And I want whoever receives this to know that you are special and you're unique. There are not two of you. And as you're going through this, no matter how hard it is or what other things in life are happening to you, you have to have a pacemaker, you're going through surgery for cancer. It's hard and it's hot and it takes a long time, but inside, I want you to see that.
So beautiful.
It's so beautiful. So I don't know how you guys do your giveaways, but let's
do a giveaway, or do you
Yeah.
want to just
You want to
so let's do this. Well, you got to let it run for a little bit. So Cindy, do you have a couple minutes to take some questions maybe?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is so she's got a mystery giveaway. We're just going to pick from people active in the chat for like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a little chat with Cindy.
So put something in real quick.
Yeah, put a thing.
We owe you so much, Cindy. We're
Well,
so
and
grateful
I
for
want
you.
I don't want to let this opportunity pass by to mention how Cindy has not only changed the way that her mindset is towards food, but you've also changed your mind when it comes to movement and activity and the value of that. And I think a lot, sometimes we get feedback from people when we'll say, like, we'll challenge people to move or challenge people to do new things, and people say, I'm too old to start. I'm too old. I don't need it. I'm past the point of it making any difference. And I wondered if you could share what your experience has been.
So I was there with you for 59. I actually was there for longer than 59 years, because for the first probably 4 years of keto, people would say, well, you're losing all this weight. Are you exercising? Yes, I'll get up from the chair. I'll sit back down. I'll walk to the car. I wouldn't even walk to the mailbox at the time. I would drive, and it's not that far away. It's like a third of a mile. Well, even probably less than that. It's a third round trip. But what I started, and as you start to listen to different, I became a podcast addict, right? No matter if I was putting on my makeup or I couldn't do it when I was actually drying my hair, but if I was straightening my hair or doing something or driving, I had somebody on. And like you said, you go through these different people and you find people that resonate with you, that are your peeps, and you understand it. I started listening to more and more about the value of muscle. And that this whole thing about aerobics is not necessarily, as we age, especially as women, that we need as much as we need to do resistance training so that we can build muscle. Because if you've ever hugged an elderly person, they feel just so frail.
Right.
I think it's at age 35 or 40, we start to lose a little bit, 1% or 0.5% of our muscle mass per year, unless we're intentional about adding muscle. And that's why I started working with Robert Sykes with Keto Savage, because I was very finally ready to work out, but I hated the elliptical. I wanted to build muscle, because what I've learned, and your resting metabolic rate, meaning the number of calories or the energy you burn at sleep, when you're sitting, when you're walking, the more muscle you have, the more your furnace is cranked up. And so your metabolism goes up. So I've started lifting weights. I started with my little Papa squats. And Dr. Berry said something once that really struck me. He says, I want you to, do you guys know how simple it is to double your activity level? And I'm listening to it and I'm like, what? Where's he going? Of course, he always surprises me. And he goes, when you get out of bed in the morning, lay back down and then get back up. You just now double. When you go to the bathroom, sit down, do your business, and then stand back up, but sit back down and stand back up. And I went, as an aging woman, I go potty a lot. I go tinkle a lot. And so when I was growing up, we called that number one. And I thought, what if I started doing that? And so I started trying to do 5, I call them Papa squats, where you get yourself put back together, stand up, sit down. And at first 5 was hard and I had to hold on to something. And now it just gets to the point that you can squat deeper. You can do more of them. I learned on the cruise last year from Fred Hahn, I think it's Fred Hahn, that the slower you do your resistance, the less reps you have to do, because you're not just so I do really slow squats now and stand back up. And so it's a blast. I'll be at the gym. I haven't been in a little while because of Clarence and hurt my shoulder, but I'm better now. But I was doing some stuff on a leg machine, and there were these 3 guys over there working out, and they were probably, I don't know, they could have been my grandkids. They were probably in their mid to late 20s, and they're working out together and banging out, And so I walked over to the calf raise machine, and I had to sit down to tie my shoelace because it came undone, and I guess they thought I'd left. So they came over, and they were literally all 3 of them staring at what I had my stack set up.
Yeah.
And so they looked at it, and they stood up to look at each other, and they saw me sitting over there, and I waved at them.
Like, oh, what, you got caught looking at what I could do, because, well, and that's the thing. I mean, you share, your age, but no one believes it. I mean, nobody believes it.
Well, I do dye the roots. I do dye the roots there.
I mean, absolutely gorgeous and getting stronger every day. And so, and I think that we think of ourselves as like, we're deteriorating over time, and we're like, but
it's not inevitable. It's not inevitable. It's not inevitable. You can intentionally. And so it can be something as simple as literally doing some squats when you get up and go to the bathroom. Because let's say you go as an average woman, I don't know, let's just say 10 times a day, because the 0 makes it easy to do math. And you do 5 squats each time you go to the bathroom. You've done 50 squats. You don't think that's going to strengthen your glutes and your quads and your hamstrings? Yes, it will.
Seriously. And I think it helps me to be in a good mindset, because again, nobody needs to know that what I'm doing or the extent to what I'm doing, but just taking yourself from being like, I was that person that we lost weight initially and I didn't have to move. Like, that's the blessing and the curse of keto, right? That you can lose weight, but not have to, have a desire to move. You could continue to stay
and you can inside show that you got stuff that nobody ever thought that you had inside of you, right? Who would have thought that I'd be doing, weightlifting?
And being able to now identify I didn't realize like how empowering that would be to go from someone who was like, I don't move, like, let me brag about how like I don't move, to being like, I work out every day. I didn't know how much I needed to say that. I needed to stop saying that I'm somebody that like doesn't move and doesn't work out, and I hate the gym and I hate working out. Like, that wasn't good. That wasn't good for my mindset.
And the power of our words is not to be underestimated. Life and death's in the power of the tongue. And if I say I hate to work out, guess what? I'm going to believe myself. I believe myself more than I believe anybody else. If I say I go to the gym so I can be strong and vigorous, you don't have to lie and say I love going to the gym. I go and lift weights so I can be strong and vigorous, or I bought myself some resistance bands because I want to run after those grandkids, or whatever your goal is. I want to look good, at 65 compared to what I did for 59 years. So.
Well, it really, to me, it hit home when we were at the PhD summit, and Nisha was speaking about how, she served people from like birth to, assisted living facilities. And she was like, do you know how old the people in the assisted living facilities are? 65 years old. And I was like, good Lord, are you serious? That's how old Nurse Cindy is. And that woman could like outrun everybody. Like, I'm throwing you up.
It didn't used to be that way for the, and sometimes I get so choked up, and I'm so thankful to my sister. I miss her every day. I really do. That she loved me enough to find a way that I would at least listen to something, because I wasn't this way for 59 years. I was the one. Oh my gosh. It really is a life-changing experience. It really is.
Yeah.
Well, who's going to win, Joe? Are we ready?
You ready?
All right.
Okay, let's go. Nightbot. Roll it. You ready?
Yes, let's do it.
And then
Joanne Van Bellingham.
Belle.
Yay, Joanne! Joanne, you deserve this. This is you.
This is amazing. So go ahead, Joanne, send an email to joe@twocrazyketos.com with all of your shipping information, and we will pass that along to Nurse Cindy. And I got to tell you, this is a very powerful giveaway, because it's coming with the love and the hopes from Nurse Cindy, which we've had her touch our lives. So I'm telling you, you want it, because all of the concentrated intentionality of this precious woman is a blessing.
So a couple questions I saw here, Cindy. So somebody wants to know, A1C 6.3, diabetic or pre-diabetic?
Yeah. Okay. So it's two sides of the same paper. So if you've heard of the Joseph Kraft, he was a doctor many, many years ago. It's a continuum. So that is an arbitrary number that the medical community has decided that there's some magic that if you're 6.3, you're pre-diabetic. If you're 6.4, you're diabetic. No, it's a continuum. You've started to have inflammation and glycation of your red blood cells many, many years before, sometimes a couple of decades. So the damage is started to happen, but we as a medical community have decided that that's the number, because you have to have some number to say. So wherever it is in the 6, 7, I've met some people that didn't realize they were diabetic and their A1C was 14 when they came in to the hospital with these massively 700 blood sugars. I don't care if you want to call it pre-diabetic or diabetic. What I care about is that we understand that the food choices that we make will impact that A1C much more rapidly and better and in a safer manner than some of the medications that are prescribed without food changes. So that's why Dr. The guy from Duke, I can't believe, don't tell him I forgot his name. Westman. Yeah. Anybody that comes into him that's willing to start this low carbohydrate journey, if they're on insulin, he immediately cuts it in half the very first day. And he also typically will look at their blood pressure medication, because when you aren't ingesting the sugar, which is what causes your blood sugar to go up, it's not magic. The blood sugar isn't like an infectious mosquito that bites you. It's based on what, a mosquito bites you, you have inflammation, right? You know it, you scratch it, you eat sugary foods. You're putting that inflammation inside your body. It just takes a long time for it to really get to the point that we can see the damage on labs, or we can see the changes in your very tiny capillaries in your eyes, that retinopathy. We can see the changes in your kidneys. Wouldn't it be better to say, I'd much rather get this in the 5s, in the low 5s if I can? And that's a combination of the food choices, the frequency, all those things Joe and Rachel talk about resistance training. Your muscles are a wonderful sink that'll drain the glucose out of your bloodstream. In fact, my daughter Rachel, who's type 1, we just wish we'd known this many, many years ago. She's 40 now. She was diagnosed at age 3. When she has a blood sugar go up, and we've learned with her CGM that it's many times stress related or lack of sleep. It's not really what she's eating. Rather than taking insulin right away or programming her insulin pump to give her a bolus, she'll do some squats. She'll go for a brisk walk. And that muscle activity will literally drain the glucose out of her bloodstream without the aid of insulin, because of the activity and how our muscles will suck up the glucose. So,
and our friend Goody Beats has talked about that. Logan has talked about, when you eat a meal, go for a 10-minute walk.
Yes,
get rid of some of that sugar.
Dr. Sibus talks about that too. Dr. Sibus talks about that.
Now, we do want to be clear. Please do not cut your insulin in half without working with your doctor.
I'm saying Dr. Westman does
that, but I just want to make sure somebody's going to be. Nurse Cindy said Dr. Westman. No, he is doing that as their doctor.
Well,
and Dr. Barry has talked about, when you start beef, butter, bacon, and egg, if you are on insulin, you need
to see your doctor. Yeah, you need to see your doctor. Do we have time for? I've got one more giveaway before.
Absolutely.
Yes, we do.
All right, I'll show it. You can start the thing. Now, those little crystals you saw in the one, who won, Joanne or?
Yes, Joanne.
Okay. So the little crystals you see here, if it's a bigger pocket of stuff that falls in and starts to cool, the crystals can be bigger. So you can't get this large of a crystal.
Oh,
this
this
is one that my dad and I dug up. We've been crystal hunting in Arkansas, and these grow in little pockets of air. And so there's more problems, if you will. Let's make a life analogy out of this. And the problems exist for a lot longer. And you really will never see this. Whereas a geode will lay on the top of the ground, or you don't have to do much digging. And when it rolls out, this has been broken in half. When it rolls out, it just looks like a tennis ball or a softball. With the bigger crystals that grow in these pockets, as you can see here, this is just a beautiful, and Dad and I dug this up. This is buried deep in the ground, and it's covered with mud. And you have to be intentional to dig, to know that there's value somewhere under that mud. And you literally dig through it. And it's sort of like digging when you know you're getting close to the pocket. It's because it goes from dirt to this mud, like sort of like a liquefied peanut butter. And you'll go in and you pull this out, and you can tell because you've educated yourself what it feels like. But you can't see it. It's covered in mud. It's covered in mud. And so you have to know its value by understanding what you actually have in your hand. And I want you guys to think about what I'm telling you. This isn't about this crystal. It's about your value and what you've been through, and that you're worth it. And you might be buried in mud and no one else might know your value, but we do.
Oh, that's so good.
We do. And you're worth it. And Dad and I, when we would finish for the day digging, I literally would be head to toe. We'd go to a car wash and he would power wash me off. And then we would power wash these crystals off. So for the first time since this was minerals that were cooling, between God and me and my dad, no one else has touched this but me. And I want to give it to a special viewer. And I want them to know that no matter what you're going through, this isn't man-made. This is how it formed. This is a quartz crystal. And I just want someone, whoever gets this, to know how valuable you are, and that hard times are just part of life. I don't mean just. It's been a tough couple of years for our family, but there is value, and the heat and the pressure is where that beauty is made.
That is so precious. And you're right. I mean, all of these life changes that we're making, you're doing it in the midst of whatever stresses of life are still there. And I thank you so much for drawing attention to this, Nurse Cindy. And I think that this is really the power of community, that we get it, that it's not just that we're eating the same way, but that we also understand that, like, you're seen. I hope everybody on this show, the whole reason for this live stream is that we want the veterans and their families to know we see you. We understand, we recognize that there's a great sacrifice that you've made, and that you're doing this, that, you know, they're raising families in the midst of also serving our nation, you know, and, you know, they're living life in the midst of this. And I'm so thankful for this particular giveaway. It's so precious, Cindy, because I know that the subscriber, you know, that's going to receive this, they're going to be able to look on those dark days, and those days will still come, and hold it and understand that it's not just a beautiful thing, but that this whole community sees, we get it. We see you. We value, you know, what you're going through, and we understand that it's hard, and that you're making so many decisions every single day. You know, when we were talking to Robin last night, who's the organizer for KetoCon, and on her, you know, on the podcast that we released today, and she was saying, like, the night before the interview with us, she was in her father's assisted living facility beside his hospital bed, sleeping in a chair, and thinking to herself, you know, I have to make the decision to stay keto, or, you know, in the midst of this. And she was glad that, you know, in the past, this would have been an emotional incident that would have sent her, you know, spiraling.
Giving her excuse, giving her,
And it's like, I'm still making these decisions because this is important to me. But, like, yes, we recognize that we do this in the midst of stresses. We still have to live life. That's so precious.
You want to pick the winner here?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's pick a winner.
Haley.
Yay, Haley.
Oh,
and Haley, I want you to when you get this, I want you to look at it, and you're going to see there's little fractures here and there, and there's impurities called inclusions. But what they do is they refract the light, and they make it more sparkly by being that way. And so you're so worth it. And it doesn't mean your journey is going to be perfect or everything's just going to be hunky dory, but it just makes you all that more special.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yep.
Talk about special. Right now we are at $12,377.65, and then another $356 through the YouTube stream going towards our vets.
I do want to say thank you very much to Juju for the $10 super chat. That said, we've taken our girls to smash rocks with sledgehammers at the diamond mines. I hope they have memories of us like you do with your pops.
Oh, that's good. I believe that they will, right? Don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's those special moments.
Yeah.
Again, I think, as we're going into the holidays, having those experiences with our loved ones, it really does mean more than the food. When we talk about it, we ask our boys, what do you remember, about last Christmas or Christmas, 2 years ago? They always reference an experience.
Yes.
It's never
the food.
It's never the food.
Yeah.
So you're doing yourself a
It's
favor.
not even the presents. It's never been the presents.
Well, while we're talking, I'm going to, if you want to ask me another question, I'm going to put the Spam in and the Primal Kitchen, my Duke sausages.
Let it go. Linda, thank you very much for the $11.11. Actually, Dawn wanted to know, what did you do to break your stall a couple years ago?
Okay, who here has ever been on a stall? If you've been on a stall, put in the chat what's your longest stall, meaning that the scales have not moved, because there could be a lot of good things happening in your labs and in your inflammation, but the scales, if you have ever heard of the water balloon video, it's one of the videos I did. I think it's over 1 million views on YouTube. You can watch it there. So I am on YouTube, Ask Nurse Cindy. I am on Facebook, Ask Nurse Cindy. I've not been doing a whole lot lately because of all my pressures and heat and stress. But anyway, go ahead. I want to see, what are some of the, what's your longest stall? Good, the volcano. I'm glad. So mine, let's see if anybody surpasses me. A year, 2 years. Okay. You win 2 years. We've got a 2 year with Teresa. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Nurse Cindy does have a YouTube channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think it's been a couple years since I've transferred something. I do most of if I'm doing videos, I do them on Facebook. Then I'm supposed to transfer them over, but I haven't. Putting some build time in here. My longest stall was, oh my gosh, was 18 months. That was my longest stall. So if you go way back, you're going to see almost 2 years, 18 months where I'm going, hi, my name's Cindy. I'm Esther Cindy, and I've lost 75 pounds. I've lost 75 pounds. I've lost 75 pounds. It was like, I called my sister Debbie afterwards. I go, I am so tired of saying I've lost 75 pounds. So for me, it was several things happened. So that's about the time I started. I went to my internal medicine doctor, and we adjusted my thyroid medication, although that was just a small part of it. I started doing more time-restricted eating, meaning I wouldn't eat until I was hungry in the morning, and sometimes that was 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I paid attention to that. It didn't all happen simultaneously. I started pulling different levers, right? I started being more active with my Papa squats. A lot of people, the COVID, when COVID hit, they gained the COVID-19. Because I wasn't traveling and on the road all the time, because I lecture extensively on wound care. And when COVID hit, instead of literally being in 4 states in a week and all these time zone changes and always having to eat, in restaurants and stuff, even though I was keto and I'd lost 75 pounds, when I could have my own food that I prepared and no jet lag, I think for me, that was the key difference in combination with those other levers. So during COVID, I lost another 19 pounds. So it's a lot of things, but I will tell you that if you get to the point that nothing else is working, maybe step back, especially if you have good health insurance, especially if you could get it done before the end of the year, if you've met your deductible. Try to get a really good lab panel. You can use that book Dr. Barry and Kim wrote about your labs, and try to look at that. And then, I looked at my doctor. I said, I am telling you, I do not cheat. I am telling you, I've been stuck at 75 pounds down and I do not cheat. She said, okay, let's tweak this. Let's look at that. What do you think you can, blah, blah, blah. And we just dialogued about what I could do. Now, it didn't like suddenly I was down 19 pounds. It was like, okay, there's 4/10, And then the other thing I want you to know is that it is not all about the scales. Those scales are the biggest liars that I've ever met in my life, because that's just your gravitational pull, right? So please, and I talk about this in the water balloon video, measure yourself, or have a pair of button-up pants that you can use as a judge. Are your joints stiff, et cetera, et cetera. And understand this as well. When we've lost a large amount of weight, your body's main job is survival.
Right.
And with women, especially, if most of the people that have answered are women, as women, especially if you're going through menopause, this change of life, you might want to look at bioidentical hormones potentially, because of estrogen and testosterone dropping so dramatically. And that's a whole nother thing. And there's people that do that for a living. Don't ask me, I'm not an expert, but we switched up my hormones pellets that I was getting. And where was it going? Okay, your body's main job is survival. If you've lost 50, 20, 80 pounds, and your body has gone, oh, there must be a famine.
Right.
There is a food shortage and I must survive. So I'm going to drop her metabolism. I'm going to have her want to do less than she's been doing, because rest is important, because you might want to do what Robert Sykes put me on with Keto Savage. He put me on a reverse diet. We realized, and that's one of the other things I did, was I got help with my eating, even though I knew keto and I thought and we realized I was only eating about 1,500 calories a day, just because I really wasn't hungry because of those other changes.
Okay,
and
can we
that's
pause right there?
Yeah.
You are a little woman. I love you, Cindy. You're 5'2". I'm going to tell you that a large percentage of the people watching right now are eating less than that.
Yeah, they're under eating.
And that's
stop.
really what happened. I mean, I can't tell you how many of our coaching clients, I just had a coaching client come to us who is eating 940 calories a day.
That's not enough to keep your muscles full.
5'9".
Stop it. I just didn't realize I was eating that few. And that's from our old mindset, right? That we have to drop our calories, eat less, move more. When in reality, especially if you're 40 plus, okay, your body has hormonal things going on. You've got this body's intrinsic need to keep you alive. And as your calories drift down, your body says, rest. You don't have energy. You might have enough self-control to push yourself to go to the gym. And it literally slows down your metabolism. Mm-hmm. And so now, if you eat more than 900 or 1,000, you'll see the scales go up. So that reinforces, unfortunately, that sick mindset that, oh, I guess I have to go down to 800, or I have to now do 2 hours at the gym every day. No. And what Robert did and helped me understand, and it was a very, very methodical, about 2-month series of, I had to start tracking again for that period of time. I don't really do it anymore. If I was still into planning on doing a powerlifting competition, I'll have to go back to that. But he did very, very small caloric changes. And first we went up on my fat, and then we went up on my protein, and then we started dropping that. And I eat probably 2,300 calories a day now.
2,300 calories.
Thank you.
At least.
Yeah.
At least. And I'm literally in size 6s or 8 petites.
Yes, this is it. I'm telling you. And I mean, a lot of people got to see her at Keto Palooza. And they were like,
really? Ever see you? You're up. You're so tiny.
This is a tiny woman. This is a very tiny woman. So
and fit.
And super fit. So like, I really want people to hear that, because sometimes people need to put that, they want numbers because they're trying to picture it, So I think that is a very powerful statement. And again, you're also 65 years old, because a lot of times too, I'm seeing like a severe calorie restriction, like somehow after past the age of 50, you should have even less calories than the diet calories we were bringing.
It's one of the most harmful things that we've been lied to is not only, you know, the 6 meals and blah, 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 is that as we age, we're going to, but you can't do anything about it. You're going to get, you know, you're going to lose money. No, we can. But if we work out a lot, even if we're resistance training without adequate calories, the body can't build. It's like telling somebody to build a house and you only give them 8 bricks and they need, you know, 100 bricks, you know, they're going to say, okay, I'll do what I can with these 8 bricks. And you come back and you're like, why isn't the house built? You're like, I need more bricks.
Susie put a comment up before we let you go, Cindy, because I want to go have some tacos with that husband of yours.
I seriously think that house analogy was the best analogy I've heard in like forever.
Susie put a thing up, said, holy cow, I cannot eat that much food no matter how much hard I try. We can. It's the quality of the food. What are we doing? Having the appropriate amount of healthy fats.
Right.
The problem is we have convinced ourselves.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we have convinced ourselves that we have to eat to these macros. So we have been brainwashed to think that 2 eggs and 2 slices of bacon is a healthy breakfast, and that's what you're supposed to eat. And that we can.
What are some of the things that you did just to work yourself up?
Well, he would give me my macros for the week and he'd tell me what to do. And we talked about what I could eat. I'm telling you, there were some weeks it was like, Robert, I cannot put one more bite in my mouth. And that's one of the reasons they do it. He does it really gradually. So I would have the macros for the week and I would track my weight and we'd talk about different, how was I feeling? How did I feel in the gym? Was I able to get a new personal best, you know, in my lifts and different things. So it was he's got this dialed in because he's a professional bodybuilder.
Yeah, it's called the Deeper State Keto Program.
Yeah.
And I mean, we have gone through it. That's what helped us go from eating 1,200, 1,300 calories to who knows what we eat. I know it's well up 2,500, 3,000 calories.
And that's not gluttony. That's not gluttony. That's giving your body the available fuel, because I'm not eating ho-hos and donuts, the available amino acids and fatty acids, especially the essential ones that my body can't make. And it's giving me the bricks to build the house. She's like a brick. No, we won't sing that song.
It's amazing.
So I've got my Wounded Warrior bag. Last but not least, it's full of goodies. Even as much as it pains me.
So definitely, if you're interested in that and thinking to yourself, like, there's no way that I could transition up to more calories, consider going over to Keto Brick and signing up for that Deeper State Keto class.
Keto Savage. Yep.
It's really, really good.
What am I?
It's a bunch of stuff.
It's so much stuff in a beautiful backpack. Like this is so awesome.
Yeah.
Dorothy, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Carnivore Grammy, thank you for the $11.11.
Oh, you guys are awesome.
You guys are
amazing.
amazing.
Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Becky put the balloon video.
Oh, thank you for linking Cindy's video.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you.
Now, Cindy, you don't have a schedule, right?
No.
Just like you got to follow Cindy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you never know. And I joke with you because it looked like it. I know you weren't actually in a bathroom, but I think you would go live from a bathroom if you thought it would help people.
If you thought it would help people, she'd do it.
Right? You just probably live in an airport, right?
Yes, you keep thinking I was sitting on the floor in the airport.
Yeah,
but I don't have a schedule because for any videos, because I still work full time. My dad asked me today when I was talking to him before I went live. He said, well, what'd you do today? I said, Dad, I worked. I said, one day, you and my husband, they're both retired, will remember that Monday through Friday, if you say, what do you have going on? I'll be working. So I've got another couple of years. I love what I do. I love helping patients, nurses, and doctors understand how they can help patients with significant wounds. So I will eventually retire. And at that point, and I will, as I've worked through my grief, I went through a lot of grieving. I actually got clinically depressed for a period of time after, my mom died and then Debbie died and all the life-changing things that's going on at work. And so I think I'm closer to at least having intermittent pop-up videos, but nothing scheduled though.
But we may never let you actually retire from your job because you're doing so much important work in the space where you're serving and also bringing to that like a a career of knowledge in this space. So it's not just that you're showing like what's now, but you're able to provide the bigger picture of like where we've been going in the history and why we're going in this direction, which I think that, you know, people are just not going to have that same perspective if they stepped into, you know, what you're working in right now without that.
The last comment I wanted to read before we'll pick the winner. So Karen, Karen said, I never thought I would say this, but I don't think I am eating enough. I have to have a plan, figure out my macros, then I will have a good plan to need to eat in the day. So, and that's something that I do with our coaching clients is like, I'm not asking you to follow macros for the first week. I want you to write down everything so we can see where
that's
we're at.
That's what he had me do. Yeah.
And that's what Robert did. Listen, I'm stealing that. You know, yes, I'm a certified health and wellness coach, but Robert did this with me 3 years ago and said, how much you eating? I'm like, I don't know. And he was like, okay, for the next week, I want you and Rachel to write down everything you're eating.
And that's what I had to do too.
Well, we're eating 1,300 calories. And he was like, I don't let any client go that low ever, except for maybe like 2 days before a competition.
Yeah, when they're doing their cut right before the show. Yeah.
But until you take a look at it authentically,
you need to
you
really
don't know.
honestly write down every single thing for at least a week. And if you're eating 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, you're not eating enough.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to add some muscle, which I hope if there's several nuggets I'd like you to take away today. But women, if you're 50 or older, if you're not intentional about adding muscle, it will start to it'll start to just waste away. And then your metabolism goes lower and lower, and it's harder and harder to lose the fat. So I'm so glad you guys invited me to come. Did you do your drawing? Who won the bag?
Right now, and then we're going to let you go eat dinner. You ready?
Yep, let's do it.
I'm ready.
Donovan.
Oh my goodness, you've got going your way.
So once again, send us an email at joe@2crazyketos.com. We'll get that sent off to you.
Wow.
Yep.
Cindy, thank you so much.
You are amazing.
Love you guys. I love you so much. I'm so appreciative. I got to know you, and I just love watching and seeing how you're helping everyone. So
wow, what a blessing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And thank you all the vets for everything you've given and to allow us this freedom to have this conversation tonight.
Yes. Oh my gracious. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Cindy.
All right, guys. Take care. Bye, everybody.
Wow. I mean,
I love Cindy.
I love her. Like, I just absolutely love her. I'm so thankful for her. I'm thankful for, I mean, she is exactly like, as you see, right? Just that person that's able to zero in on what actually matters, to remind people of their value. And it honestly, we need that, because if you don't think that you're valuable, if you don't think that you're precious or you're worth anything, then sticking to a plan and bettering your life, what's the point, right? If I don't feel like that I am special, if I don't feel like I'm precious and I'm valuable, it's very hard to put in the hard effort to eat right, to move, because it's like, why would I invest? Why would I invest in this body? Why would I invest in this life if I don't think that I'm valuable? So I'm always so thankful for Cindy's message, because it's not just a message of getting healthy and, you know, working out and eating the right things, but it's also, you know, redirecting and changing the way that we view ourselves, because for so long, I did not think that I was worthy of investment. I did not think that I was precious. I did not think that there was a value to my life. And I'm so thankful for this community and for people like Nurse Cindy who take the time with their busy schedule in the midst of raising their own families to stop and to say, hey, I see you. I think that you're valuable. I think you're worth the investment. And I think that you should follow through with that.
I need to interrupt you for 1 minute. There's 10 minutes left on the auction.
In this hour?
10 minutes left on the auction.
Okay.
So right now we only have one bid on our coaching.
Yes.
It is at $300.
All right.
So that is for a coaching. I believe we have 2 of those packages up. There is still, nobody has bid on it, which, okay.
All right.
But we have a KetoCon VIP ticket. Okay, so the money all goes to Wounded Warriors. That ticket is worth $1,000.
Yeah.
It is currently bid at $500. It ends in 10 minutes. If you are interested, go bid on it. And then there's also 2 general admission tickets, which have a current bid of $100, which is what they're currently selling for.
Which is a regular
so if
price.
you're planning on going to KetoCon, you can go possibly bid on that, and you would get a ticket and also donate money to the Wounded Warriors. So that is going to end in 10 minutes. Right now, we are at $12,814.
Yes, this is so
and that's
stinking awesome.
in addition to $398 that has come in the chat.
Oh, thank you so much, guys.
We have a few more of these.
What
We
time
need
is
to
it?
race through. We only have 30 minutes to go.
30 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes to go. So
we are in hour 11, y'all.
But you need to do these. We have more of these to do.
Yes, let's do it.
Okay.
I think Beth.
We're up to Beth.
And we get to celebrate Charles Randy. We know him as Randy, but Charles Seidel. Look at this handsome young man. We were so privileged to get to first see him in person when we went to the Keto Orlando Summit this year. Charles Randy Seidel was a sergeant in the Air Force when an accident led to complications over the years that has caused him to have his lower leg amputated. We are grateful for our coaches, Joe and Rachel, who helped structure his diet to improve his health for a surgery so successful, it prompted positive comments from the teaching sermons. The VA doctors and hospital in Tampa, Florida have been amazing. We had no idea how difficult just taking a shower can be for someone who suddenly only has one leg and can no longer step up into the shower. This took a toll financially, mentally, and physically until he found out there was help available through veteran programs he was not aware of. Now, through the help he has received, he is recovering remarkably and will be walking again by next year. There are no words to describe our gratitude. There is no
I know that they just fitted him for his leg.
For us to express how much we love this couple and how thankful we are to walk beside them during this chapter of their life. We're so amazed by Randy, and he is an amazing.
Showed up in his wheelchair at
veteran
Orlando Summit.
He did, and I think what was the most amazing to us was the way that he stewarded coming out of his amputation surgery. So you have to think about how vulnerable you are coming out of an amputation surgery, and you're waking up and you no longer have the lower part of your leg anymore. And what that must be like. I can't even imagine what that's like. And in that moment of vulnerability, they bring you the first meal after your surgery. And I think a lot of people would have just been like, just whatever, just give me whatever. I can't think of it right now. I can't deal with it right now. I will just eat whatever you give me, and we will try to go back to keto after this is all over. And Randy said no. Randy said, you know what? I am at my best possible place right now going into this surgery because of this way of eating, and going out of this surgery, I need to recover. And so I am not giving the garbage that you want to hand to me. And you need to find me eggs, bacon, sausage, whatever. And I am not eating. I'm going to refuse to eat until you give me what is the proper diet, what is the diet that is going to give me the best possible results coming out of this surgery, because I am recovering from this surgery and I'm going to walk again. And so many times I have thought about Randy, in my own choices of like, how important is this? How important is it to do the right thing, to make a choice? And I think in moments of my own personal weakness, I think I don't have a harder time than Randy does today. It's not harder for me to make a decision than it is for Randy to make a decision, or for Beth to make a decision today. And so I really anchored my own personal choices to the choices that they're making. And again, it's the power of this community. And today, you guys, we're at like $13,000 to reach other veterans like Randy. I don't know how to say thank you to Randy for his service. I don't know how to say thank you properly to all of these veterans all of the veterans that have shared their stories. I don't know how to say thank you to the families that have put their own needs aside to serve this nation. But I'm just absolutely blown away by what you guys have accomplished today in 11 hours. It's just absolutely amazing.
We have a few more here.
Yeah.
Next one is from Vicky.
Vicky
said, "This is my dad, Mike Palmer. He joined the Army at the cutoff age of 35. Already married with 2 kids. He did his basic training with most of those around him being in their teens and 20s. I've always been so proud of him for knowing what he wanted and going all in. He had this confidence that anything he wanted to do could be done with enough determination. What followed in life was his sharing his love of adventure in every move we made, new place to explore. He passed away in 1996 and is missed every day. Having been an Army brat, having lived on Army bases, and watching my dad in his service to his country, all those instilled in me mad respect and thankfulness for our troops. Thank you to Crazy Ketos for doing 11 on 11. Vicky Thornhill."
Thank you so much for sharing this. I mean, amazing, ma'am. I'm thankful that at the end of today, we know more people than we did when we began this live stream. You know, the fact that we haven't missed the opportunity to meet Mike Palmer. I wouldn't want to not have met him through your contribution, through your post, through sharing his story. Thank you for that.
And one, thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat.
Amazing.
There was also a sticker earlier from, I think it was DY.
Thank you so
but the
much.
stickers don't show up on our thing. Thank you so much.
Okay, we've got another one to share. This is somebody that we absolutely love, Gene. Look at this handsome young man. Gene, Pat Miles Hall and I met 50 years ago when we were both serving in the Navy at Oak Knoll Naval Hospital in Oakland, California. We were working in the surgical intensive care unit, and we had the distinct honor and privilege to care for the Vietnam Navy and Marine POWs when they were released from captivity. Their stories were so inspiring. Here is one that I remember. One POW said that another prisoner was a piano player and taught him how to play using small pieces of paper with the keyboard drawn out. Well, once freed, he searched out a piano at the first hospital they were sent to. To his tremendous disappointment, the piano was terribly out of tune. The photos above are the Memorial Day 2021 Field of Honor celebration in Idaho Falls, Patty's hometown. Her childhood friend sponsored the flag in our honor. Second photo is my portrait that I took while in hospital corpsman school in San Diego, 1972. The third one is Patty when she was working in labor and delivery, where she finished her Navy nursing career at Naval Hospital, Long Beach. Thanks for 11 on 11. Looking forward to it again this year. We're so thankful for you, Gene. And Patty, thank you for your service. And thank you for the service that you provide every day within the Two Crazy Ketos family. You're always cheering people on. You're always sharing such inspiring posts, so encouraging. I've loved sharing, when you do a recipe or you share it or you say this was a win, with our friends that we were hosting. It's just such a blessing. You're such an encouragement. We're so thankful. Thank you for your service to our nation.
Thank you very much for the $2 super chat, who really just puts it into perspective. We've earned more than $1,000 an hour for our wounded veterans.
What a blessing.
And again, more importantly than even the money. I mean, yes, money makes the world go round. But more importantly than that, I pray that we just brought an awareness to issues.
Yeah.
Because maybe we were just naive. Maybe we turned a blind eye to it. Yesterday, Rachel was going down the street. She went to the store and she saw a homeless person sitting out in the rain that everybody was walking past. And she went in carrying an umbrella in her hand and bought an umbrella and brought it out to him. I feel like maybe we were doing that to our veterans. So maybe we were just naive and it's always existed. And I'm sure that that's what it was. But once we saw it last year, it's like the weight thing. It's like our health. I can't unsee this. And so our good friend Jay made us aware of this. And if we made one more person aware of this, that our veterans need help, whether they're veterans from World War II or they're veterans from current wars, our veterans need our help and our support. We talk about Rachel's dad and all of these Vietnam veterans who were never welcomed home.
Yeah.
They were never welcomed home. And so we thank you for your generosity, whether you donated, whether you're just here to participate, to spread the word. We really, really do appreciate it. Patrice, thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat.
And we
you have another giveaway down there.
We do have another giveaway, and we do want to say that, like, we really hope. I think that Nurse Cindy put it absolutely perfectly, sharing, you know, the beautiful stones that she had to share, the geodes and the crystal. That, like, I hope that if you're a veteran watching this today, that you understand that we see you as precious. We see your value. We see the contribution, and we're so thankful and humbled by your service. So thank you.
So we do have, thank you very much. It looks like both of the coachings went, so that's another $625.
Awesome.
Nobody did bid on the keto content, but that's okay. We'll find something to do with it.
That is absolutely awesome.
We really appreciate that. So you have a giveaway down there.
I do have a giveaway down here, and it is for something that's going to be having there's a new recipe that's going to be coming out before Thanksgiving.
It's an old recipe, but a new. We filmed two versions of it.
We did film two versions of it, and but it is a stuffler. We thought this would be a fun thing to give away during this live stream. So like I said, we've got other we've got a Thanksgiving one coming out that's going to be really good too. Yeah. But we love this appliance, and we wanted to share it in case there's somebody that hasn't had it yet.
Like, we got 30 minutes from the next 15 minutes. We're going to go ahead and have you can go ahead and just participate in the chat.
Giving away.
Jody, thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat. So thank you for our veterans and our families and for every sacrifice. Thank you, Joe and Rachel, for this show. It is a selfless gift of pure love. We are all better because of you in our lives.
Wow, thank you. That's definitely how we feel about you guys. We do have some more. One? Yeah. This is from Heather. Look at this handsome young man. I love that you are honoring our veterans. This is my dad. He served in the Navy. He had the best stories of when he was overseas. I think he would have served for more years, but he wanted to be home when he and my mom started our family. He was an amazing dad and had the biggest heart. I am thankful for him and everyone that has served and continues to serve our nation. Thank you, Heather, for sharing your father with us today.
We do have another one.
We do have another one.
This one came in at like 3 a.m.
I was so excited that you got it in.
Are you ready?
Yes, this is from Tina. Tina said, I'm attaching a picture of my grandfather, James Maddox Sr., who served in the Army Air Corps in World War II. He was an integral part of my life growing up and set a fine example. He passed away during my senior year of high school, and I lived with my grandparents. I'm so thankful I had him in my life. He taught me about hard work, integrity, and faith. The other photo is my first cousin, Scott Owens. He served in the Marines from 1987 to 2000 and in the Air Force Reserves from 2000 to 2016. He was 2 years older than me, and I always looked up to him. He was truly an honorable man. After a brief but valiant fight against pancreatic cancer, he was healed and left this world to be with Jesus in December 2021. Thank you for letting me share. Tina, thank you for sharing this with us, and we really appreciate this opportunity to honor your family.
I got a couple of videos we wanted to play real quick.
I heard Sergeant Bennett yelling. He was in bad shape, rolled him onto a poncho, threw him on the vehicle. I remember wiping my hands off, and I was walking around and I was thinking about what had just happened. I found his gas mask carrier and it was ripped open, and I found a picture of Nick's family.
He's the reason I'm alive. He's a rock star in my world because he ran into the sound of gunfire. It was amazing, to be able to finally talk to him and to say, I love you. Because of you, I've got this life that I wouldn't have had, without you.
And he thanked me for, giving him the chance to be that warrior, to be someone that serves their country, and to hear all this from him, it started to take this huge weight off of me that I didn't even realize I had. And I started to kind of forgive myself. No, he's not mad at me. No, it was not my fault. I was the best leader I could possibly be. And that's what counts.
What a beautiful story. That's something that really blessed me, and something that we saw in that documentary, the Girl Who Wore Freedom, which again, if you haven't seen that, we highly recommend it
down below.
But what it was interesting, there was a lot of soldiers that wanted to go and visit Normandy, but they were afraid that the people there would be mad at them. They were afraid that they would be met with people that were only focused on, hey, there was some friendly fire that happened.
I'm trying to get that
during the during that time. So it was like they were afraid to come back, and it was that understand, like, they didn't realize they needed to reach out, because they didn't realize that the people there in Normandy had no unforgiveness. They understood that like the challenges of war, and they understand that these soldiers did the very best that they could. And when I was watching that story between these two soldiers, and how that one gentleman was like so guilt-ridden, like, I put him into a dangerous situation, was worried that like this man blamed him, and the reality is that this man's view was that you saved me, and help me to come home to my family. So it was interesting to kind of see that, and how communication is really, it matters. And I'm thankful for the Wounded Warrior Project providing that opportunity for them to come back together. And for, you think if without that man would have continued living his whole life thinking that he was, indebted to this gentleman, that there would be some worry. And it was what we saw in that documentary was soldiers finally coming back and being able to just kind of let go of that guilt that they had, experienced. It was really a powerful thing.
Okay, let's jump into the chat for the last few minutes.
Yes, because let me see we're 8:39. We're only 20 minutes away from this 11-hour live stream.
Cindy said, Rachel and Joe, you two are inspiring. Thank you for what you do and for this today. I didn't know about this last year, but this has been great today.
I'm so glad that you're here. This will definitely be an annual event. At least we know the date, right? It's going to be November 11th every single year. I love it.
Karen said, Joe and Rachel, you are the best. You've built a great family with this group. And I do not want any credit for this. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. I look at all of the people like Brian and Robert and all of the
Kabuto Bry,
who marched on that 50-mile march from Lincoln to Omaha. I can't do that.
Yeah.
This is what we could do.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. We've got 48,000 subscribers. If each one of you people who are watching it right now tells one person, hey, do you know there's a veteran issue in this country? Then we've done our job.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a powerful thing. I saw, if you scroll up just a little bit, Lisa said, my dad served in Vietnam. I'm sorry, I was actually looking on this side. I'm on the wrong side.
Okay. Well,
It'll be at the towards the bottom. But I saw Joyce was saying that, you know, she had an uncle that had served, and that it
moves too fast.
Yeah, that it was just like it, that he died with so many secrets, and that was really sad. And that's the thing, you know, sometimes it's very hard to be vulnerable and to share what's on your heart, you know, what's on your mind. And again, that you know, when I think about like for hour 11, it's the theme of this hour is what happens tomorrow. And what happens tomorrow is we're still a family. So if you're still processing through stuff and you're still, you know, having challenges, which we will be, we do that together, guys. We celebrated our veterans for 11 straight hours here together as a family. And tomorrow, whatever you're facing, whether it is, you know, a new job, or you're struggling, you know, having a challenge with your family, or you're having, you know, trouble staying on keto, or, you know, there's something that you're struggling with, we do that together as a family. And I want you to know that it's okay to be vulnerable, you know, and it's okay. This is the point of the Two Crazy Ketos family, is to have a safe place where people can find authentic friendship. And, you know, we do life together. And I'm so thankful that, you know, our live stream is going to end in 20 minutes, but the family, that does not end. And if you need somebody to talk to, reach out. There are people in the group, not just me and Joe, but there's people in the group that want to be a friend to you. They make themselves available to
Many
talk.
of the people that you see in this chat.
Accountability,
I'm
whatever you need.
Betsy and Becca,
yes,
and Kim and Becky and
Sarah
Ortegas
and Susan
and Sarah and Susan. I mean,
so
many names. Brian and Karen, who are there.
Yeah.
And if you have a question,
yeah,
they'll answer it.
Jen
and
Delaney.
They'll hold your hand.
I mean, so many. I mean, there's just Maitreya, like, and there's so many channels represented here. Ready, Set, Keto. Dawn does keto. You know what I mean? Reach out to these people. These are caring, loving, authentic people that want to be a blessing in your life.
Kaden said, I'm the daughter of a World War II Korean veteran, an Army brat for the first 4 years, starting in the Presidio in San Francisco and ending in Germany, among the first dependents allowed in World War II.
After World War II. Wow, that's incredible.
Becca, thank you very much for the $99.99 super chat, and said, in memory of my grandpa John, for my brother-in-law Jason, my uncle John, my cousin Jim, and my cousin Sam, thanks to the veterans for their sacrifice.
Yes, thank you so much for your sacrifice.
Let's see. Just looking for some comments. Juju said I made a gobbler cobbler.
Oh, how nice.
Thanksgiving, aka Thanksgiving leftover
pot pie. And you know, that is the beauty of Thanksgiving. You got a little dab of this and a little dab of that. It's good, right?
You want to go ahead and pick this up here?
Let's pick it. Who is going to get the stuffler? Dun 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 dun.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Got to live in the United States.
Yes.
Carrie Adams.
All right, Carrie Adams. I love it.
So Carrie, send us your email, all of your shipping information at joe@twocrazyketos.com. And whoa.
We will ship that out.
We've got another one coming right there. Jackie said, just made a pumpkin spice with cream cheese filling. It was amazing. Made the non-ketoers a chocolate chip one with peanut butter filling. They couldn't tell it was made with pork rinds.
Oh, how awesome. I will say, my friend Beth, I recently was visiting her, and she likes that same place that she referenced the same thing that All Day I Dream About Food.
Yeah.
That yes, it's incredible. She had made a dessert from there. So again, if you are looking for, you know, desserts, we've got recipes and they've got like a lot of recipes. It's amazing. So really
Edward, thank you very much for the $199.99. I'm a 22-year Air Force veteran, retired 20 years ago this month. My closest friends are the brothers and sisters I serve with. Thank you for what you do for the Keto community, but this is priceless.
Oh, thank you, Edward. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. And thank you for pointing to the fact that there's community within, the military community. And we've seen that over and over. Some of the things shared in some of these videos was the power of, the Wounded Warrior Project, having opportunities for people to experience community, and that camaraderie that comes, it's something that's so powerful about this keto community is that we all are trying to do the same thing. And we come from a place of understanding. If we've struggled, with carb addiction, we've struggled with different metabolic issues, there's something that's so precious, not just in like, we're all eating the same thing, but that we are coming from a place of like understanding, that other people may not understand, the addiction that we've experienced. There's other people that, have not experienced the same, illnesses that we have, the same disease. And so there's something about being understood that's so powerful. And we see that in the military brotherhood and sisterhood, that of that community, that it's like, we want to serve our veterans, but we don't understand what they've gone through, and the opportunity for there to be places where, they can get together, opportunities, somebody has to facilitate that, for them to get together and be able to utilize community. And so that's just such a precious thing. And you guys have contributed to that, today. And I just think about all of the lives that are going to be touched by your generosity today. So thank you for that.
Go ahead and read the next one down there. I was just looking for.
Melanie says, what a heart you two have. I've been watching your videos for a few weeks now and feel blessed to have found your channel. Thanks for your commitment to keto. Thanks so much for saying that. And thank you for sharing your time. Thank you for sharing your time today watching this video. Again, we know there's so many other places that you can be. We know that there's a million keto channels. Whenever you watch our video, whenever you shout us out on Instagram or Twitter or, Facebook, and you say, hey, I used this recipe and it was a hit. It blesses our heart in a way that you just can't even understand, because we know that is you sharing your time with us, that you're trusting us, that we're not just going to be a waste of your time, but that we might have something to offer you, to bless you in some way. And we cherish that opportunity to speak into your life. We thank you for that.
Melanie said, what a heart.
We just read that.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we did. It's been 11 hours.
It's been 11 hours.
We'll let you
3
buy.
hours of sleep.
We'll let you buy.
Haley said someone needs to pass out tissues. This whole live stream has been hard.
I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't even bother. I know, and I look like a hot mess, but I knew my hair was not going to hold up, and I was like, why bother with eye makeup, right?
Sabrina said, this has been an amazing day. I'm so glad to be part of this community. Thank you, Joe and Rachel, for your leadership to keep us all moving in the right direction.
And thank you, Sabrina and Mark. You guys are amazing, and something that we really cherish. And you guys are just
you're Burt Reynolds.
I know is that I see you guys. You are so edifying. You are such an encouragement within the community. And I love seeing how you're meeting up with people and sharing that, you're making friends and taking that time to, have dinner together, take it out of just the conferences and meet up and be friends in this space. And I love seeing that. I mean, it's great that we're all eating keto and we're getting healthy, but the friendships that are developing in this community is what really truly blesses, us so much.
Yeah. Christina said, Joe and Rachel, thank you for your dedication to honoring our veterans. I'm a kindergarten teacher and my class makes parties each year. It's so important to educate the little ones.
It really is, Christina. Thank you for taking that extra effort as an educator to, take time, budget time for that. I know that there's so much. I come from a long line of, educators in our family, and we know you guys are on a tight schedule as far as the amount of information that you have to cover in a school year. It is a lot. I mean, you need to hug a teacher because there is just so much that they need to accomplish. And when you take the time to be even in the midst of everything that we have to accomplish this year, I can't let this time slip by and not take time to teach these little ones about our veterans and their service. I mean, That's an amazing thing. That is so important.
Karen said,
Hey,
my
Karen.
dad was a first responder at Iwo Jima.
Wow.
Did not speak of it until late in his life.
I can honestly say that my father and I, we did not have a lot of conversations about his time in Vietnam. It was a very hard thing. There was just nuggets where I would get kind of like, it was almost like he accidentally dropped his guard down and would share just like a tidbit of information, but it was just, it was overwhelming, what he experienced. And I was just so thankful for even just when you would get a glimpse of what, he had been through. It was a lot.
Jen said, I'm so thankful for the money raised today. I just wish it could be more. You know what? 25,000 was a lofty goal.
It was a lofty goal.
But it's more than we got last year.
It is. So you guys have just stepped it up this year. And thank you. Yeah, it was we were, this is exceedingly
when I was making
abundantly above
the goal, I was like, there's no way.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're going to try. And you know what? We're going to make the goal 25,000 next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you guys help us out and get us to 100,000 subscribers, at which point we're going to have to make it higher. Because if we have more subscribers, we should be able to raise more money.
But yes, I am blown away by this.
Angela, thank you for the $50 super chat. Said my dad and sisters, Anita, Karina, and Jackie, with brother Joe, were all veterans.
Wow. Wow. So powerful. I mean, oh my goodness.
Mary said, what beautiful, heartwarming stories today. So thankful for all the sacrifices made for our freedom.
Yeah. Freedom is not free. It comes at the highest price. And we're thankful for the opportunity to acknowledge that today, that we get it, that it's priceless. This freedom that we have, really.
Julie said, my Army son at 37 years old is not a veteran yet, has devoted his life in emergency trauma surgery.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you for his service.
Betsy said, a huge shout out to our veterans, Joe and Rachel and Becky. A big thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much to Becky and all of our moderators today. I think about Chris from Keto Chow, being here. I mean, running a company, but making time for this. We appreciate, all that you do.
Juju said, I'm married to a soldier. I love you support the wounded warriors. My Amazon smile goes there. I love to see you support the kids and the families next year.
I vote for Gary
Sinise.
We absolutely love him too.
I just read that one. Please keep the language clean. Jasmine said, thank you to all the vets. I have a few in my family. Sadly, none of them like talking about their time.
Which we totally understand. And just, we appreciate the opportunity to just kind of stop for a minute and acknowledge them. That's such a good reminder today.
Crafty said, you guys are going to need to take care of yourselves tomorrow, emotionally and physically after this day. I have lacrosse games. I have 5 lacrosse games, but that is actually why we decided to fast today.
Yeah.
So we had coffee. We each had one of these Starbucks triple shots.
Yeah. Yeah. This one I highly recommend.
And we've had electrolytes, but we haven't eaten today just because we knew it was going to be a heightened emotional day.
We didn't want to have to go to the bathroom a lot either.
No. We had to go to the bathroom
There's a couple times it was non-negotiable, but yeah.
Yeah. Jennifer said, dang, my comment was too long because I had so much to say. I'm so thankful for it. So I guess I'll just leave it at thank you.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you.
Jennifer wants to know the merit is going to be on replay. Yes, it is. We do not take it down. Last year's is still up.
Yeah.
I will attempt to download it, or supposedly Restream has been recording it, although I probably exceeded my recording. But what we will try to do is download it somehow and break apart the videos of the interviews. And we are so thankful to Asner Cindy, to Chris and Miriam.
Absolutely. Today is
Someday RV channel.
Dr. Chris Palmer. Semi-retired Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nisha was supposed to come on, but the babies are all sick. So we will get Nisha on.
Yes.
In the future. I'm gonna bug her about it. She's got an incredible story to tell, and we want to talk about it. We want to talk about Nisha.
Yeah.
And what she's doing for moms, because you know what? It starts there.
Yeah.
Right? It starts there. A lot of us are in our situation because nobody knew. Well, we know. So it is our job now to help and to educate the young moms.
Yeah.
And not turn this new generation into our same problem. And I'm thankful that Nisha and that
Abby
and
Crystal
and all of those people have been a help to my family, to my son, to my daughter-in-law. And because of them, my grandchild is going to have a good start health-wise with what they're eating.
But we need to have that, knowledge of the people that have gone before. Dr. Berry talks about a lot of that, how we stand on the shoulders of people who have gone before us, and, we learn from them, and, what a blessing. And really that's what they're doing. They're having to live out raising their children, and it's all new. Right. It's like a brand new way of raising. Dr. Sivis, raising his son. It's amazing.
Well, we've got 3.5 minutes to go.
All right.
Susan said, on the 22nd of every month, my dad, along with the other vets, will be at the Vets Club just to be there for other vets that might need an ear.
Wow.
He loves to serve others in the community.
So what do we do tomorrow? That is such a powerful reminder. Serving our veterans doesn't need to end here. This is the time where you're like, hey, during this holiday season, I'm going to schedule it. I am going to schedule some time volunteering, at even an assisted living facility. I am going to lend an ear to people. Today we took time to listen to people's stories, to share their stories. And you know what? That was a good investment of our time. We got to learn about some amazing people. We got to celebrate some incredible families. So
Dorothy, thank you very much for the $10
it was so
super chat.
Worth it, right? To learn. And so when we volunteer to listen to people, let them tell us their story, sit down. It doesn't cost you a dime. It costs you some time to sit down and just, listen to somebody's story. Let them tell you about where they've been, what they've done, how they've served. It's a powerful thing that you can do this year. This is the best way to give back. Talk about it's a Christmas present. It's a Hanukkah present to yourself is to serve, because we always get more blessed when we serve than the person that we're even serving. Right. It makes you feel good.
We are less than $200 away from 116 from 100. That would have been awesome. From $16,000.
But right now we're at
$15,809.95.
Wow.
We'll take those numbers.
$15,000.
Almost 16.
For Wounded Warriors. That's what you guys have accomplished today in being here.
1 minute and 26 seconds to go.
Wow, 1 minute. This is exciting. Yes, as Mommy says, glad to see you, Sarah Warren. My mom saying yep, same time next year, same bat channel, same bat station, right? We're so excited.
Okay, we got 1 minute.
We're gonna have out this last 2 minutes. Oh, and then
we're going to finish with the video that if you saw the very beginning, we had a video with no sound.
That's right.
Because
we're circling around.
We circled around, but we're going to play that video.
Yes.
We're going to end with that video. Cheryl, thank you very much for the $19.99 super sticker.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Gina Marie says today.
For any of you who don't know, so this will stay open. The campaign will stay open for a little while, so people can always come back and donate.
Yeah. So Gina Marie says today was wonderful. Our community is stronger because we listened and cared today. Thank you, everyone. You're so right. That's exactly our sentiment. I believe that, as we shared today, and you guys shared the stories of your family. Not only did we have an opportunity to honor our veterans, but we got to know each other a little bit more, right? We got to know a little bit about where we came from. It takes that time of just sitting down.
Purple Love and Nuna just put us over.
Oh my goodness. Let's go for the vets.
Well, we have to wait because there it is. And we're going to end with that.
Wow, Debbie.
Thank you for the $500 to put us over $16,000. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow,
guys.
Debbie. Oh my gracious.
Jody,
Young
another
lady.
$9.99.
Wow. Oh my gracious, Debbie. And she totally did this last year too, where she just was, came in and gave so generously, and thank you so much.
We thank everybody, whether you donated $1,
yes,
or $500.
yes.
Get the word out.
Yeah.
Get the
Yeah.
word out. That's what we're gonna leave you with.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. Have a great night.
We love you so much.
We love all
We
of you.
appreciate you. Thank you to our veterans.